Welcome back to the Mythic Dungeon International as our final weekend is about to get underway, and I'm joined right now by Nagura, Tettles, and Zyronic, and this week is going to be determining, well, we already have a pretty good idea of seeding on this one, Tettles. It's going to be determining where everybody is really going to be placing as we look at the global finals, and we also have some pretty new arrivals coming up as well that could play spoiler.
Oh yeah, we have Team Ramping and Team Villains, which are definitely going to be interesting to see. Also, Team Leal, a stout team of MDI veterans. All three of those teams are new to the NA MDI. This weekend will be the first weekend, so like Jack said, maybe they'll end up being able to play spoilers. We're going to end up seeing how it all ends up playing out, though.
Yeah, and at this point, you know, it's a really big deal to have to be competing for that second, third, fourth spot in seeding right now, Zyronic, as Method NA looks like they're going to wrap it up first seed quite handily.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the standings right now, that's the only real, for sure thing that's going to happen out of this weekend is Method NA taking the #1 seed. But there's potential tiebreaker scenarios between both Ethical and Complexity Limit, and Complexity Limit and Goosy Bad. Most notably being, like, for instance, let's say Complexity Limit gets second and Ethical gets fourth, they'll be tied for that second seed spot. So we have some outside chance of a tiebreaker, but it requires pretty specific scenarios for that to happen.
Yeah,
I think the Ethical one versus Complexity Limit is probably the most likely scenario, though, where Ethical would have to get fourth and Complexity Limit would have to get second.
Yeah.
Something like that could be happening, and and we already saw a bunch of tiebreakers, last week as well, Nagura, to see who would be getting a lot of placing. But so far with NA, it seems that top four has been pretty consistent, top four throughout.
Yeah, it definitely seems a bit more straightforward for this Amer region here compared to EU and Asia, where we had, I think, two teams that didn't make it into the top four that were really close in points before the third cup. So definitely a little bit closer on the EU region, but it's still really, it's still close for the seeding here in the Amer Cup, and it really matters for, as Sarah mentioned before, for that seeding in the globals later this year. It really matters if you play against Method EU or if you play against the fourth seed, right? So this cup will really determine how hard your first games are going to be in that globals.
That's right. And as we take a look at those global final brackets, getting fourth seed versus third seed on this one, Tettles, facing up against Perplexed or Method EU versus, getting first seed, second seed for the boys depleted from Yon. It's a big deal.
I would be fighting tooth and nail to try. Okay, so if I was the Ethical, Goosey Bad, Complexity Limit batch of teams, I would be fighting tooth and nail to try to get that second seed. Playing against Perplexed and Method EU feels very, very challenging, especially in the first round.
That's right, and that's again going to be when we start seeing Europe and NA start matching up and really duking it out, as we've seen both sides grow exponentially throughout the tournament series here, Zyro.
Yeah, it's interesting. I was having a conversation with a couple of the players for both Limit and Method NA, and they were like, yeah, you definitely don't want to be in that third or fourth seed spot because both Perplexed and Method EU are ridiculously good and hard to even compete with. So yeah, securing that #2 seed would be very nice. Now, of course, it is the global finals, so every team's going to be pretty good. So even if you do make it through the first round, you're going to have to likely go up against Method EU or Perplexed anyways. But just getting one win on the board in the global finals with the prize pool we have there is a pretty significant pay bump for sure.
That's right. It's that $300,000 prize pool that will be coming up. So as we transition to our bracket for this weekend's cup on this one, Tettles, what are the big matchups that we want to see out of the first four?
So I think out of the first four, I think the Goosey Bad versus Villains matchup will be fairly close. That's the fourth versus fifth seed. I know that Goosey Bad has actually been putting a lot of time in on live keys since it is push week. I don't know exactly how much time they've ended up practicing as a whole. I know the Villains team has been slamming away on the TR, though, trying to get as much practice in. So I think that match will be pretty hot and fairly close. Beyond that, I really want to see this first matchup that we have for the day between Method NA and Ramping.
Yeah, let's talk about Ramping as well here, Zyro, as there are a number of players who play on European servers, but because the majority of the players live in NA, they're able to compete on the NA Cup.
Yeah, so 4 of the members in the guild are from Method, so they play on the European servers, but both Jeeth and Miniog are North American players, both also former players in Limit. And in order to make sure that they're eligible for this North American Australian region, they have picked up THD Lock, one of my guildies, to be their third North American player. So as long as you have 3 players from that region, it's totally okay to play in that region. So that's what we're seeing with ramping here. But also
residents
ramping,
in that region.
Residents,
I guess.
that's the word, yeah. Residents of that region. But I think the more important thing to talk about ramping is what they plan on playing in these cup matches. We saw some interesting choices from them in time trials.
That's right, we're going to be seeing some Warlock gameplay. I know Ironic was just having a fit about it. He was so excited, as well as a Blood DK gameplay coming up. Let's talk about our schedule, as Method NA and Ramping are going to be our first series, followed up by Goosy Bad versus Villains, Complexity Limit versus One Last Chance, Ethical versus Leal, followed by our upper semis back-to-back, and then we'll be ending our day, Nagura, with 2 elimination rounds going into it. So, as Tettles and Zyro were really mentioning, it's kind of interesting to look at which teams are playing on live servers, taking part in the push week that's going on, and which ones are really preparing to play spoiler.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen before that some of the 7th or 8th seed maybe didn't prepare themselves too well when they entered the tournament, and they just lost both of their games and were out pretty quickly. But I think most of the teams that qualified this time around, even in a number 7 and 8 seed, they still practice quite a lot. We saw Ramping even live streaming all of their practice and their time trials as well. So it has been a very interesting thing to see how those teams end up practicing. And the fact that they really prepare, even though there's no chance for them to make it into the top 4 now at this point, at least for Ramping, because it's their first cup, they have 0 points, so it's going to be impossible for them to make it. But it's still nice to see those new teams trying to compete and trying their best anyway.
Yeah, without a doubt, and have the potential to put up some wins and play some very cool compositions, as we are going to be seeing Blood DK and Warlock coming in hot on this first series here, Tettles.
Oh, goodness gracious.
How do you think it's going to match up as we're looking at Toldagor, Junkyard, and Shrine for our 3 dungeons?
So for Toldagor, the Blood DK is not that bad. The Warlock is probably not optimal over maybe like a Hunter or something else. But that comp is absolutely doable in Toldagor, especially with how much cannon control that you do still have between the Mistweaver Monk and the Blood DK. What were the other two? Is Junkyard? Junkyard's probably not that bad, especially if you play Destruction. And there you're able to get flashpoints to be able to get insane levels of haste to be able to convert that into a large portion of your shockbot damage. But even then, I still think the double DK Demon Hunter. I think basically the composition is going to almost always be worse, but the composition is still going to be playable.
The biggest problem with Warlock isn't really, Warlock aside. Warlock is actually like a really good pick for Junkyard. All memes aside, like Tettles was mentioning, all 3 specs have really big haste steroids, which increase your shockbot damage by a pretty ridiculous amount because it is hasted our PPM. But still, they can't shadow meld, so we'll see. We'll see how it works out for them here.
All right, as game number 1's underway, as Toldagor gets rolling between Method NA and Ramping.
Alright, so we already see the interesting comps here. We see even Method NA running with that Vengeance Demon Hunter, so an unconventional tank pick here for Method NA, while also playing Hunter, DK, and Rogue. Ramping, on the other hand, playing their comp they have been playing in the time trials as well. I think they're just going to stick to this comp for almost every dungeon. We have the Blood DK, we have Rogue, Hunter, and that Warlock that Cyro loves, right?
Yep, I love it a lot. Now, actually, it's pretty important to mention here that one of the things you can do as a Destruction Warlock, and why we're seeing such ridiculous numbers out of the Destro lock here, is you can double Infernal. You can pre-Infernal before the key is started, and then you can pop a second Infernal after the fact as well on the boss. And Infernal is a massive amount of AoE damage, so that's why you're seeing like almost unholy DK-esque numbers here. There are definitely some good points with Warlock. It has one of the strongest cooldowns of the game, and that's Summon Infernal. And you can see exactly here like how ridiculous that cooldown is by itself. The biggest problem with Destruction is, of course, your cooldown's not up, you kind of hit like a wet noodle, similar to like a Fire Mage that we've seen in previous weeks.
Yeah, so from the get-go, we already see that Method NA pulled a little bit more trash as they're 3% ahead, and they also have more boss damage, I assume because of their composition just being overall, having overall more single target damage. We see 40% on Sand Queen here in Method NA sides, while Ramping is 20% behind. On a Tyrannical fight, that means quite a bit. And yeah, one thing that you mentioned before is that the lock not being able to choose Night Elf as a race, meaning there's no Shadow Melt available for the Warlock. So we'll see how they do this dungeon. They probably are going to have to use those obelisks to do a bunch of those skips, or maybe have the Shroud from the Rogue to help them out.
Yep, absolutely. I mean, we're going to have to see how they end up pulling the middle of the dungeon here when they go through the jail, because that's going to be the biggest point of problems for Warlock. I mean, when we were watching some of their practice times, Siege of Borealis, he had to invis pot at the start, which is where you normally see a Shadow Meld skip right away. So there's just some interesting complications that bringing, you know, non-Shadow Meld classes. We saw same issues with Holy Paladin previously in some of these North American Cups as well. Not having Night Elf available to you in dungeons where you really need that combat reset is kind of a big deal. But we're already seeing Method and A dealing with the first boss, while Ramping still has the boss at about 30% or so here. The thing is with these classes, right? Hunter does a lot of AoE damage, Warlock does a lot of AoE damage, but neither of those classes does a particularly good job of funneling single target damage, which is, you know, what Unholy DK is really good at. So that's kind of why we're seeing that much higher single target damage from Method and A.
Yeah, makes sense. As they're now up to that obelisk, they did Shadow Melt off the aggro from the trash they pulled there. So that's one advantage of having Shadow Melt. They're just able to skip this trash without having to use a Shroud or anything like that. I think they also have self-detection, the thugs. So a Shroud might not even be useful there. You could have the Rogue maybe pull it to the side and then have everyone else walk past and then the Rogue vanishes. But it's still obviously just more of a time loss compared to just running through and everyone Shadow Melting. But now we see them actually play the Blood here, which they played really well. They went around the corner to make sure all of those eyes just snap to them, and then they can AoE nuke them down. So that was very well done by Method and A.
And I wonder what the reasoning for this might be, like their way of dealing with the Shadow Meld issue that we're talking about earlier. We see Ramping actually pulling Voidweaver Melther here, which is something that we don't see in any of our normal, like, more meta comps running. You usually just go straight up to the Blood of the Corruptor like Method and A is doing. Nagi is trying to get a little of a snap on Voidweaver Melther, but not really doing that at all. The snapping isn't happening, so I wonder if they're going to be able to get the snap here. Usually when you jump up on pretty much any ledge or on top of a rock, these awakened mobs will try to snap as quickly as possible, but it's just not really happening for them. And you know, meanwhile on Method and A's side, Just Howlis already pulled for them. They're trucking on through the dungeon, Method and A.
Yeah, so already on Just Howlis here, the affixes are Teeming and Volcanic, which doesn't really make this pull more difficult. We've seen this pull go wrong quite a lot when they were pulling Just Howlis through the well. Actually, we see a water shield going off here, and they don't have any offensive, like, Blood Elf dispels to get rid of that shield, so they had to DPS through it, which was quite a bit of a damage loss on their side, but they're still alive. We see cooldowns being popped by everybody, so they should be okay, but definitely want to make sure that they interrupt those water domes in the future if you don't have any of those offensive dispels available to you.
Oh yeah, that's a pretty weird missed kick to see out of Method and A. So yeah, able to, you know, get through it no problem, but yeah, just a bit of a time loss for them there. They are already in that second phase of Just Howlis here as they get to 70%. He's going to run around the room, pick up all the remaining mobs in this room, and they'll finish off the boss for the second phase with Bobby Howlis. But we're seeing a lot of trash pull here from Ramping. They're not really able to skip as much as what we see from normal comps.
Yeah, they definitely have to deal with a little bit of trash here, and they're not that far ahead to Method and A if you look at their percentage. Lighty actually dropping incredibly low, did manage to recover though. But yeah, Method and A is pulling a lot of trash on top of Just Howlis here. They waited for the intermission phase because the intermission phase on 70%, you all get stunned. So if you still have trash mobs there, they will hit you while you're stunned and you can't do anything about it, and it will cause a disaster. So that's why they focus down the trash before hitting Just Howlis to 70%. There's a missing interrupt here on Bobby, and now they got the interrupt out, so they want to make sure they also line of sight those flashing daggers. But yeah, after 70%, they pulled even more trash on top, and now they're up to 34%. So this is very, very efficient trash for enemy forces being done by Method and A while fighting the boss at the same time.
Yeah, that was a really weird moment. Lip was getting mauled from Bobby for a solid like 5 or 6 seconds there. Of course, when he's casting that vicious mauling on you, you're stunned. You can't do anything. You're locked out of doing any of your abilities, so somebody has to interrupt that ability off of you. And I'm curious because, you know, missed kicks and misplays from Method and A aren't something that we typically see, and usually when they do make mistakes, they're pretty good at you know, coming back from them or recovering them somehow. I wonder if potentially because they knew they were going up against a non-meta, like not as good potentially team comp with Ramping, that they maybe could have like shirked a little bit of more practice in this first round matchup. Not too sure about that one, but it would definitely make a lot of sense based off of kind of those missed plays that we're not used to seeing from them.
Yeah, I mean, it's totally possible, right? Method NA is a very hard team to beat if it's your first cup and you're also playing an off-meta comp. So maybe if Toldagor has only been in this map pool in their first matchup against Method NA and hasn't necessarily been in the lower map pool, then it's very likely that Ramping maybe didn't put too much time into this one. But we'll see as they go later on. They're still fighting the blood here, so they're quite a bit behind. Well, Method NA, of course, already has Just Hallis down, and now they're gonna gather up the trash for the cannon here, which this is a big reason why they're running a Vengeance Demon Hunter, just because they provide so much control to stack up all of these mobs here with their sigils and making sure they stay in place for the cannons to hit them all.
Yep, they're just going to wait for everything to funnel right in here on top of Lighty, and then, of course, once it's all stacked up, they'll use a combination of Sigil of Chains, that sort of pseudo-AoE grip that they have going out right now, then, of course, the Ring of Peace afterwards, just to make sure everything stays stacked. They might not even need the Ring of Peace here with how stacked everything is. Just the binding shot should be enough.
That was...
Wow, that was clean.
Yeah, that was awesome. That binding shot triggering from the sigil. I think they just put the binding shot down, and then the grip sigil came out, and while they were gripped out of the binding shot, and it just triggered. And the binding shot takes, I think it lasts 8 seconds to root, right? So it's a pretty long time for the cannon shots to go through. So well done by them, as they're now gathering up their second cannon shot here. Some of the casts going through here, the handcuffs, which actually silence you and slow you. Lighty dropping really low. Whoa. They managed to recover though. But yeah, it looks like they had a little bit of a struggle here. But let's see if they can recover.
And I can hear Lighty like in Discord right now saying, "Not even close. Didn't even proc cheat." Like he was at 2% HP and didn't proc his cheat death somehow. I was gonna say, because they didn't use the Ring Piece on that first cannon shot, they have it available here, but that Marine is just completely ignoring the Ring Piece. Doesn't care at all. They have one final cannon shot, but once that shot is out, they'll have to single target the rest of the 20% of this Marine. But I mean, you know, that's about as clean as it gets on this platform here. So Method NA, yeah, pretty much perfect there.
Yeah, definitely. We saw Yoda proc his cheat death, unfortunately, as he was in that cannon, but no problem, as it's a rogue and he's got cheat death, so that's what it's good for. And now they are doing the Obelisk, the tank buster, which is definitely one of the more difficult Awaken mobs to play with on the last boss here on Korgis. I think almost all Awaken mobs are actually difficult to play with Korgis, but this is definitely one of the more difficult ones, just because you can't really go out of the Dark Fury cast. Because you will get stunned if you move too much, and there's also other abilities that prevent you from walking. So Dark Fury is definitely not something you want to have there. That's why they're dealing with this one here.
Yep. They'll be moving on to Knight Captain Valyria here shortly, whereas Ramping are just now entering the second phase of Just Hallis here. Now you can see, and I'm not trying to go in on Warlock, you can see without cooldowns, Warlock is doing less damage than the healer. I'm sure he's going to have Infernal for the second phase. He'll get some nice Havoc cleaving on top of Bobby with Just Hallis and absolutely nuke the boss afterwards. But, you know, just kind of highlighting the point I made earlier. Whenever you don't have Infernal procs or actual cooldowns on the Destruction Warlock, you kind of just don't really bring much to the team. That's one of the major issues with that class right now and why we don't normally see it. And of course, once the Infernal's up, you can see he's catching up and even passing the Rogue on damage there.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, of course, the Hunters, just topping that single target damage, that's what they're here for, right? It is tyrannical, and usually we do see Hunters being present a lot in those MDI comps whenever it is tyrannical or bolstering or anything like that where you need consistent high single target damage. Now we see Ramping on the other side. They are dealing with Just Hallis now. They're up to 52% trash, so actually a lot more trash than you would need theoretically before going to the cannon area. So definitely a little bit on the safer side, because I mean, playing the cannon area perfectly and pulling a lot of trash on top of it is definitely a pretty risky strat, because if you don't manage to do it properly, if you don't manage to stack it up properly, if you miss some of the cannon shots, then you're gonna be behind a lot. You're gonna lose so much time. So just playing it a little bit safer and dealing with more trash inside looks like it's what Ramping is trying to do here.
Yep, for sure. It was Just Hallis down for them. I mean, they're getting. This is not like a slow pace, right? It looks slow because they're, you know, up against one of the more clean, more competitive teams in the world in Method NA. I mean, this would probably be a competitive run with some of our, you know, other maybe 5th or 8th seeded teams that we've seen in the North American region in the past couple of weeks. So this is by no means a bad run at all from Ramping. It just looks like they're unsurprisingly just a little bit less practiced than some of our higher tier teams, which isn't surprising because they're just now coming in the 3rd week of our cups here.
Yeah, it's still very impressive the fact that they're so incredibly clean, right? They have 0 deaths so far. Of course, the difference in strategy is quite. I mean, there's a couple of minutes in between those teams right now. So, but that's to be expected, right? It's the number 1 seed who has been first. Like they won all of the cups so far, right? So, it's incredibly difficult for Ramping to win against Method NA. But as you mentioned, their time is not bad at all if they would be playing against maybe a lower seeded team. And also the fact that they have 0 deaths is really impressive because we've seen teams, especially in Tolagor, have up to 20 deaths after Test Howless. So the fact that they play clean is really good for them, and I think for their mentality as well. Just making sure they do a clean run, even if their strategy is slower. But if they have a clean run, I think it's just good for them moving forward into this tournament.
Yeah. I mean, they could definitely take some lower bracket matchups for sure, right? I mean, we've definitely seen teams that are running the meta comps that are less clean than what they're putting together here. So I could definitely see them winning their first or even second round lower bracket matchup. However, Method NA is on to the final boss. Overseer Korgus is pulled. They do have both Void Mouther and Samrak Beckoner of Chaos, or Spider and Fear Guy if you're like me and don't actually know their names. I only know them because I can see the nameplates. They have pulled both of those, and of course, Fear Guy is already dead, so they're not going to have to worry about any of those AOE, potentially AOE fears anymore. And all they have to do is interrupt those crippling pestilence and lingering doubts from Void of Mouth there, and they're going to be through this dungeon in a pretty blazing fast time. It might even be sub 14 minutes, which is pretty quick for Tolagor.
Yeah, it's definitely super impressive, considering also this tyrannical and bosses just take so long. Also with not maybe the most optimal comp for boss damage as well, right? You have the DK, which can't really funnel damage on all of the bosses. As here on Korgus, there's not much you can pull on top of it, therefore you don't have too much funnel damage. And then you also have the Rogue, which just also lags behind on single target damage compared to something like the Hunter, as you can see in the damage meters right now. So still very impressive by Method NA, of course. 0 deaths as well, so incredibly clean run by them. And dealing with 2 obelisks is also a really hard thing to do. Looked easy when they did it, but it's actually incredibly hard, especially on this boss, with that stun mechanic if you move. And yeah, JB also doing a very good job making sure everyone stays alive with these bursting abilities. And yeah, it's Tyrannical, so Tyrannical 19, this boss definitely pretty hard.
Yeah, I just got a text from THD. Please stop saying mean things about Warlock. No, I'm not saying mean things about Warlock. Come on, dude. Yeah, I mean, Method NA here, it would be tough for any team to compete with the run that they put up in this Tolagor, so I don't really think that's just too much of an issue with what Ramping is doing at all. It's just they're facing a much better team right now. So, fair play, clean run from Ramping, but Method NA, just, they're too good.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, yeah, number 1 seed versus number 8 seed is always a matchup where obviously you expect the number 1 seed to win. But I mean, this is their first showing in this tournament. They have not been. I mean, they're pretty known players, right? They obviously have 4 Method players and 1 Limit player here, and they're all very good players and they're known as well in the WoW community. But this is their first time competing, and no matter how good you are, you just need the experience, right? Because running these lower keys is just a pretty big difference compared to how it works in live servers. But we see Method NA now finishing off Korgus, and there we go, Method NA winning against Ramping 1-0 in this Tolagor.
That's right, and putting up a nice respectable time in that Tolagor. Method NA takes it, and this is pretty much par for the course from what we expect to see here, Tettles, out of Method NA.
Absolutely. What we expect to see out of the side of Method NA there. I feel like their Vengeance Demon Hunter play and their Cannon play was fairly impeccable, I will admit.
Yeah, and we've seen, a number of times how much of a difference it makes just being able to perfect that and get it done as quickly as possible. And these guys have just put it down to a T. Not too many real troubles throughout the dungeon, as, they're able to take care of trash in like a handful of pulls, and then they'll let the cannon do the rest. And
yes.
Go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, so like the first couple of weeks we saw Prot Warrior, but I think swapping over to that Vengeance Demon Hunter really allows the tanks to have a lot more control with how the pulls end up going.
I think especially for the cannons, there's just no way really to mess it up and waste shots or anything like that. 'Cause we've seen how much time it can take to set up the pulls from the get-go, but when you make sure that you're never ever wasting a shot from the cannons or anything, it just goes so much more quickly. I mean, we saw it a couple weeks back as well, Zyro, with different teams. Actually, I think we saw it with the last America weekend that we had, where, Ethical was just consistently nailing their cannon usage, and they were starting to come back in a series that they really didn't have any business to.
Yeah, I mean that's really the entire point of Tol Dagor, right? There's certain dungeons in BFA where there's kind of just one overarching thing to them. Of course, you also have Siege of Borealis with the spotters as well. But yeah, in Tol Dagor, it really comes down to that cannon section, right? You deal with 50% of the trash in the space of 2 minutes, and if you do it great, you're on through to the third boss instantly. And if you don't, you're gonna have a hard time resetting up those poles. It takes a long time to set up, and if you mess it up, you potentially just lose the dungeon.
That's right. And let's go through that highlight reel that you got for us, Tettles. Let's see the cannon fire.
Yeah, so before we even get to cannon fire, ramping, we had their first pull of the dungeon on the Sand Queen. Nagi does a great job of getting the mass grip on top of the Sand Queen, and THD is actually kind of popping off, doing like 850k DPS, while Roger Brown is also doing like 850k DPS. But whenever you were watching Method NA, you saw really the power of the Unholy DK and that Hunter just being able to kind of convert a little bit more of that AoE damage into single target damage on the Sand Queen, and that's where the major advantage of that comes in. Ramping was actually doing a really good job of not... They weren't losing people to just like random things. They had 0 deaths all the way through their cannon section. But Method NA, they blasted through the Jest House floor, and then they had, just like I was talking about earlier, just the most crisp cannons with that Vengeance Demon Hunter play. Their mobility and then amount of utility they have with Sigil of Chains, Sigil of Misery. They're also utilizing Binding Shot and Ring of Peace to be able to get the mobs grouped up really tightly. In addition, Chaos Brand also allows the cannon shots to do a little bit more damage. It just made everything look so clean for Method NA. They were able to finish off Overseer Korgus with double Obelisk, a fairly standard play from what we've seen from MDI teams this far out. I felt like this run was almost by the book for Method NA.
Yeah, and we'll be looking towards Junkyard next, which doesn't really have too much by the book strategies out yet, Nagura.
Yeah, I mean, Junkyard is a dungeon where we've seen some things. Like,
what kind of
so many
things? What kind of things?
It's such an open dungeon, and it's not a new dungeon, but it's the first time we see it in the MDI, right, in 2020. So there's not a strategy that is set. People just don't really know exactly what the best way is of dealing with this dungeon, and it's also a very volatile dungeon. If something does go wrong, all of a sudden you lose a lot of time, because not only do you have deaths, but you also lose all of your bots that amplify your damage. And all of a sudden you can't do the pulls anymore that you practice because you're missing the bots. That's why we're seeing so many wipes, especially on the last boss, with 3 or 4 awakened mobs, because maybe it was doable during practice if everyone had all their bots available, even if it's very difficult. But if you wipe once and all of a sudden you miss half your bots, and then it's not doable anymore, or it's just incredibly difficult. And that is why we've seen so many teams wipe so many times in Junkyard, and I'm excited to see what the America Method NA and Ramping can do here in Junkyard.
Oh yeah, damage mitigation and like damage control has been just such a major factor when we saw it from Europe here, Zyro, and knowing where the bots are, knowing whether or not you're going to be able to bring more awakened mobs into the boss. We've seen a number of times teams have wiped, had to actually just play out obelisks normally, and it burns up a lot of time very quickly.
Well, yeah, but the thing is, there's 2 less difficult affixes in this dungeon. I think when you talk about Junkyard, the more dangerous part of this dungeon is definitely the trash, not necessarily the bosses. Of course, the Awakened Pole, the final boss, like you mentioned, can be an issue, but Fortified Raging was the main aggressor to a lot of our wipes last week. I think no Fortified, and on top of that, no Grievous as well, is going to remove a lot of the added difficulty that we saw from the European region last weekend. It still is going to be difficult. Like, we're probably still going to see some issues with the Tyrannical Awakened boss pull for the last boss, but I imagine that we're not going to see 4 Awakened mobs pulled with it. Even 3, I'd be kind of scared to do with how small that room is. I think I'd be comfortable with 2 though.
What
especially
about
in the MDS setting?
Are you actually that worried about Tyrannical? I would be more worried about Skittish with how these teams are pulling this dungeon. Like ripping Threat as a DK or Demon Hunter just feels like it's almost inevitable, right?
Yeah. Just wait for Twilight Dever Zap to proc, right?
Yeah, you just pray that it's going to be proccing onto them. I mean, there's just going to be tons of AoE damage. We've seen some compositions in the past who were running like triple, I think it was the boys, if I'm not mistaken, Zyro was running like triple Unholy DK. We're definitely going to be seeing some more Unholy DKs coming in for both sides.
Yeah, absolutely. And I have some interesting insight here from THD himself.
Oh, yeah.
According to him, Ramping never practiced Tol Dagor past the first pull. So maybe we're going to see a reverse.
Yeah, they're
sweep from
looking
ramping here.
hot.
Maybe Junkyard is the tech play for them. We're going to see that Flashpoint tech come out. I'm interested to see it.
All right, well, we're ready to go. So game number 2 kicking off in Junkyard.
Here we go. So we see a little bit of a difference in combo ready, double DK plus Havoc Demon Hunter on Method and A side. Havoc Demon Hunter mainly, I assume, to just amplify the Unholy's damage. Even though it is a tyrannical dungeon, it's still a very heavily AoE comp by them. Interesting. So not a single hunter here. I assume just because they're gonna pull a lot of trash on top of bosses, and that's the only way the DKs are actually gonna be better than hunters, right?
Yeah, and of course we see both teams going for a similar pull here. Their tank, gathering up as much trash as possible while a couple of their DPS players go and grab some of those early shock bots here. The Unholy DKs for both teams ramping up to a lot of damage here, but the double Unholy DK just chewing through that trash, whereas you can see for ramping, they still have to deal with about half of the HP of the Bully by the time Method and A was already done with the trash pack. So not too bad right off the bat, but Method and A kind of faltering here. I mean, they were kind of standing around while Lighty was pulling to go some trash. A little weird from them there.
And they also committed their Bloodlust on Method and A side. Interesting that they commit their Bloodlust on a trash pull in a tyrannical environment and not using it for the boss here with trash as well. While ramping on the other side, they actually saved their Bloodlust. They are dealing with the tank buster here with the Awakened Mob, so they chose a little bit of a different route. Method and A, it's possible that they try to play all 4 Awaken Mobs with the last boss, which is very dangerous with Tyrannical. We've seen that before, so we'll keep an eye out on that. You can see how many obelisks they dealt with on the eye above the enemy forces.
Yep, for sure. I mean, Method and A, that's a really interesting choice. Now, I would have to assume that the reason they Bloodlust that first pull is because it needed off cooldown later on, because you would assume that it'd be way more important to pop the Bloodlust on this boss plus trash pull like you were mentioning.
Yeah.
They have to need it pretty much right on cooldown then, right? Or pretty close to on cooldown, because you're only delaying it by about 40-ish, 45 seconds maybe, if you use it on the boss instead. Weird choice for them.
Yeah, maybe they're really maybe they're super close with their Bloodlust, because if they really do play 3 or 4 obelisks with the last boss, they definitely want that Bloodlust on pull there. So maybe that is, maybe that's the choice. Maybe it's 30 seconds short if they use it on the boss here. It could be something to... Also, one thing to note about their tyrannical Junkyard here, do you think they might need Bloodlust or cooldowns to one-face the boss? Probably, right?
With double Army of the Dead? Well, no, they're probably going to use that for the Awakened Mobs.
Yeah.
I think it'll be... if you have 5 Zap Bots, I don't think you should need it. It might be close. We gotta remember, it is 19, so it's not, it's not what the high-end teams are pushing on live. So it's not like a ridiculous amount of HP to chew through. And on top of that, usually a lot of players here will actually stack expedient traits in Junkyard, so the percentage haste rating, just to really ramp up their potential for Zap procs in this dungeon. Of course, Zap hits for like 100k every time it procs, so it's a pretty ridiculous amount of damage. So I would imagine that they've kind of tailor-made their comp for this just to make sure that they can one-phase it, but we'll have to see. They might actually end up needing it for that.
Yeah, because if you lose, if you have to actually play 2 phases, you lose a lot of time on the last boss here in Junkyard, right? So definitely want to make sure you only need 1 phase there. Now, I think Ramping actually forgot to use their Bloodlust here. I'm pretty sure they wanted to use it on this boss. I think they forgot.
Yeah, probably. That's interesting. Yeah, well, they definitely should have used it there, and that's weird. Oops.
Unless they're doing a really big trash pull after this, but it's
you know
tyrannical,
what?
right?
Maybe they do some big pull into Trixie and Nano.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, true.
You can pull that entire courtyard with Trixie and Nano if you think you have the potential cooldowns for it, and I think with their comp, yeah, you can definitely make that work.
Maybe. Definitely gotta keep an eye on that, because that would be a very dangerous pull if they actually try to do that with that Bloodlust. But yeah, in the end, if you get the same amount of Bloodlust usages no matter when you use it at the start, then it's totally a fine thing to do. So sometimes you see them hold it for 4, 5, 6 minutes, but if it enables a certain pull and you still get, let's say, 2 Bloodlusts, no matter what you do, then it's totally a possibility. But Method and A, they're already about to down Nano and Trixie here. wow, they blasted the boss really quickly as Ramping just now finished off the first boss.
Yeah, and looking at the time trial times, of course, Method NA does have a 12-minute, 30-second top-end run for Junkyard, which is kind of crazy. So yeah, if you think about it, right, this, with the boss being a 2-phase boss, they have to deal with the first phase, then go hack the mainframe so that they can deal with the actual boss. They probably do need to Bloodlust right away at the start of the dungeon just to have it back up for that final boss.
Yeah, definitely makes sense. We see Method and A, they're on 43% trash, so quite a bit ahead of in trash and also one whole boss ahead. So they've just been running through this dungeon, just killing everything as they go. And Ramping now did go through the obelisk and actually engage the boss here. So Roger Brown was not inside the obelisk, he actually was outside, pulled the boss, and as soon as your team gets into boss combat, everyone will get pulled out of the realm. And now they pulled everything on top of Trixie here. Now they're using the Bloodlust, so you might have been right. Maybe they did save this Bloodlust for this very moment here. So let's see if they can pull it off.
Yep, and of course they'll have every single cooldown save for this point. The Infernal, the Unholy DK will have his cooldowns for this as well. And you can see this is the damage potential of Warlock with its cooldowns. You can do a lot of damage. The Flashpoint also, like we mentioned, it's a ridiculous amount of haste that you gain, especially when you're stacking that percentage haste. Corruption really ramping up those zap procs, so it does a lot of damage here as well. And I'm sure he's also running some combination of rolling havoc traits as well, so even more int whenever he hits something with that havoc ability. So yeah, this is definitely like best case scenario for a Warlock right here, and you can see it's definitely a competitive class, keeping up with that Unholy DK that we've talked so highly of just this entire season.
Yeah, well done by them as well. I mean, again, Ramping, of course, their strategy is slower than Method NA. As you can see, Method NA is already in the ganker room, already engaging ganker with a bunch of trash on top of it as well. So they're incredibly fast. But Ramping, 0 deaths, right? They're playing very cleanly on their stat. Even if their strat is slower compared to the number 1 seed, they're still pretty impressive so far compared to some other like number 8 or number 7 seeds we've seen so far on their very first tournament performance. So well done. But Method NA, they're just blasting through this dungeon. I mean, look at the trash percentage. Once they finish off this trash group, they're going to be even higher. And they also have so much single target damage, even without any hunters in their comp. It's just crazy how fast they're running through this dungeon here.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, this is pretty ridiculous that they're already on the third boss of the dungeon 7 minutes in. Like the way that these teams have figured out this dungeon, given that they haven't really played it that much. Is this actually the first time we've seen the North American region play Junkyard in
I think so.
in tournament play? I think they've just banned it out every other week.
I think so, yeah.
So the fact that we gave it to them as a time trial dungeon is pretty mean, considering, or it's nice. It forced them to practice it, forced them to get ready for global finals. Yeah.
Thanks,
it's impressive that they've been able to put this together this quickly.
Lip unfortunately got gooped. Didn't get him out though. I think he can also dispel this, right? As a Mistweaver, it's a disease, so it can be dispelled in case something like that happens. But no problem for them. They're recovered now. They're up onto 37% onto Ganker. JP is slightly low on mana, but they should be okay as they're pulling even more stuff on top of the boss here. They're going to be up to 70% trash after this one, and they still have all Awaken mobs available. So all 4 obelisks are still up. So there's still a lot of things that can go wrong if they actually try to play all 4 obelisks with the last boss. But do you think they actually want to try that, or do you think they're watching the stream and they know they're really far ahead and maybe just play an obelisk because of that?
I think they're gonna go for it. The Method NA isn't a team to back down because they're ahead. They don't do that. They're gonna put everyone on watch here and be like, yeah, we are that good. Beat us. That's what they're gonna do here. They're gonna go for their main strat for sure.
Yeah, we'll see as they move on, and they're done with Ganker now. And this is so important for both of the teams, the fact that they have 0 deaths so far, right? This is really important, especially in this dungeon, because of all of the bots. I'm pretty certain at least Method NA has all bots on everybody at this point. They probably have all 3 bots on everybody, so losing any player here will cost you a lot of time and damage overall. You can pick up new bots, but you might have to go out of your way to get them, or you need to finish up a trash group to get them. So this is a really huge pull we see here from Method NA. This is a pull we saw the EU teams wipe over and over to, so let's see if they can pull this off.
Yeah, of course, got to keep an eye on those rapid fires from the cavalries here. Those are
double
pretty
rapid
much going to
fire.
be a one-shot, especially if in that raging affix. So you got to keep an eye on that. But with the unholy DKs, it all just gets destroyed. No problem whatsoever. All of their trash is done for the rest of the dungeon, and it looks like they are going to pull one of those awakened mobs into the boss room. They don't need to do this if they did plan on just going straight to the boss. They've pulled with all the trash, so there's nothing stopping them from just walking into the boss room. But this is definitely just like a tech play. This might just be their normal strat too.
And they also don't have Bloodlust up yet.
Yeah.
Right? So maybe it is their normal strat.
Yeah, I would assume this is the normal strat. You don't really want to have to deal with that one extra fear. The fears on the final bosses would be a pain to deal with for sure. And of course, this lets you get your Bloodlust off cooldown too. So yeah, it definitely looks like it's something that they would normally do.
Yeah, makes sense. So now we're gonna have to see how they deal with those 3 awakened mobs in the last boss, which is still very, very dangerous. Not only is it a tyrannical boss fight, which by itself already does a lot of damage. Those debuffs, the sparks, the boss does, they tick for a lot of damage. And then on top of that, you also have to deal with everything else going on, from the pools from the blood, and you have the tank buster, which they don't have a hunter, right? So they can't taunt the spirit breaker on Lighty, so he will have to like leap away or kite it, or he will just have to take the debuff and just take a lot more damage. So we'll see how they deal with that one. And then on top of that, Dark Fury cast, which is also something they need to watch out for, and they need to interrupt the Void Weaver as well. So this is a very dangerous pull on this boss.
Yep, and the Bloodlust is popped here, so they won't have that available for the actual boss burn on the aerial pressure unit later on. But it makes sense because they really need to make sure they get through this triple awaken pull. This is an incredibly dangerous pull. Of course, that Blood of the Corruptor is eating up space in this already tiny boss room. And of course, when you have those cannon blasts coming through the center of the room as well, the amount of things that you have to dodge is pretty ridiculous. So they're going to have to deal with these awakened mobs quickly, but they're already just melting through them. The Breaker of Heroes is already dead, of course, like you mentioned, because they don't have any taunt for it. So they kind of just want to make sure the tank doesn't go down, which you can see how much damage that wreck from the Tank Buster actually does. But with the Tank Buster down, they just have 2 low health awakened mobs to deal with, and I'm 2 Method and A. Clean as usual. Is this going to be our first ever 0-death Junkyard run, by the way?
Maybe. They're definitely on their way to do that. We see one thing to note as well is that Shakib actually held on to his army. So this is probably what they decided to do. Maybe they need the army from one of the DKs to be able to one-face the boss, and the other army has been used on pull to be able to do this awaken pull. So interesting to see how they min-max their cities as well, to be able to do the awaken pull, but also do the one-face afterwards. So we'll see either JB or the tank finish off the overcharge station here, while the rest of them walks into these alarm bots to go back at the beginning so they can reach the boss quicker. And it looks like they're just waiting for some cooldowns right now, maybe. There we go. Now they're going.
The DKs are down now, so they're just going to let JB finish it off as well, because, he doesn't need to do damage. So everyone else does more damage than him, so he'll finish it off. He'll be the team player. And, yep, there goes the Army of the Dead for Shakib. The cooldowns are popped. This boss is taking 3 times its normal damage right now for 30 seconds, and with the amount of damage they're doing, you can see how quickly his HP bar is dropping. That's going to be the first ever clean Junkyard that we've seen this entire season of the MDI. Method and A, already coming out in the first match of the day. Just dominant.
Yeah, what an impressive run. Wow.
Right now, as they 8 and do take that victory 2-0, and right now we've just seen, despite the push week, despite everything that's been going on, the Method NA has been, showing incredible posture, and even though they're the #1 seed here, Settles, they're proving that they want to make sure they go for the 3-peat.
Oh, absolutely. I find it interesting that they played triple obelisk with the final boss, especially since I believe that the HK is one of the easiest bosses to play quad obelisk with, because you do have those shock bots. But them killing Samrek really does make a lot of sense.
I disagree.
You think it's one of the easier bosses?
I've heard from other players that it's one of the
100%
easier
disagree.
bosses.
What?
I've heard from many players that it's one of the easiest bosses to play for obelisk with, if you have all of your shock bots. So
That's a big if, though, on the MDI.
Yeah.
Based off of what we've seen in previous weeks.
We've seen a lot of deaths. I mean, we even saw deaths just to the bot itself, if I'm not mistaken, Zyra. We actually saw people who had bad spawns on the shock bots, got blocked off, and then they got murdered by it.
Why would it be Samrek that you're killing? Why wouldn't it be Urgroth? Like, Urgroth without a hunter is way more dangerous, I feel like, than Samrek without.
Just pathing.
Probably pathing, yeah.
Breaker of Heroes is over by King Gabamak, and there's really no great pathing that you can do in the dungeon based off their MDI route, so they just leave that one up.
I don't know.
You backing down now, Tettles?
I mean,
No,
look at their
I
time.
I still think that they can play 4 obelisks with the final boss.
They did
Their
12:52.
time was 20 seconds off their time trial time. I mean, there's no way that
Yeah,
you
exactly.
don't gain 20 seconds by 4 obelisking, right? There's no way.
No. I think that was the strat that they played in time trials.
Yeah.
Well, they do take that victory 2-0 and will be moving on into the upper bracket. So ramping will be dropping down into the lower. And like you guys were mentioning before, Nagura, it's like one of the first really clean junkyards we've seen.
Yeah, I mean, that was incredibly impressive. Also, shout out to Ramping. They only had 1 death at the very end there. Of course, their strat was a lot slower compared to Method and A, just rushing through the dungeon. But both teams showed that they can do Junkyard very cleanly, which is something we really haven't seen before. Now, of course, the Amer region didn't really play Junkyard in the past 2 cups because they have just been banning out the dungeon, which means it's even more surprising for them to play it cleanly because they have not been practicing it a lot, I assume, and because it has just been banned all the time, right? So why practice a dungeon that just gets banned by either your own team or by the other team? So impressive to see that they managed to practice that dungeon that well and played as cleanly as they did now by both of the teams, really.
That's right. Very impressive job across the board. And what do you think was good and bad about the routing that we saw at Method NA here, Tettles? Any bad?
No bad actually. I think the obelisk may have been able to play it with 4, but if they don't feel like they're consistent, then they just gotta roll with it. But realistically, I felt like the very beginning of this dungeon, people were commenting on their bloodlust. Just with where they need a bloodlust in the second phase, it makes a lot of sense for how they're bloodlusting at the very beginning of the dungeon. Both Ramping and Method NA looked pretty good throughout the first half. Both of the teams are also pulling all of the trash into that Trixie Nano corner that we saw from Self-Reliance and Perplexed last weekend from the European Cup, allowing that trash to be able to get stacked up fairly quickly. That creates for a great pull. Honestly, that was a spectacular pull by both teams, being able to dodge out of all of the AoE and get both of those packs melted as quickly as possible. It was just super spectacular. Method NA then just takes it, runs with it, goes all the way through Gunker, and then does just the largest pull I think I've ever seen. Lighty starts at the very bottom of the ramp, like at the very bottom of that landing area, pops a Lightfoot potion, runs all the way up, hooks to the right-hand side to grab all the coil bearer area, comes back around, pulls a cavalry pack at the very top of right in front of the HK8 bot, and you're just like, wait, how long is he gonna run for? Is he gonna go get any more trash? Like, and then it all just gets grouped up. They dodge out of the way of double cavalry, and they make it look very easy for a trash pull that Dude, how do you even do that in a Mythic 0? Like, I wouldn't even know how to begin to do that in like a Mythic 0 dungeon, much less be able to do it in a 19. So those guys look spectacular. They look spot on today. Realistically, they were more playing against themselves than playing against Ramping. I felt like Ramping was just a little bit behind, but dude, Method NA is looking in form right now.
Yeah, and absolutely reason why they have been so dominant throughout pretty much all of the America Cups that we've had thus far. And you know, even though they had the opportunity because they had already qualified and pretty much wrapped up their first seed, they're really not pumping the brakes at all, Zyra. They're taking every opportunity they can to build up, you know, their fleet of like great routes and great execution across the board for global finals later this summer.
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely ramping up for global finals. That's what I'm going to say. And we're not saying ramping because they were going against ramping. That's
I was trying to avoid it. I was trying.
I
drop right in.
I blew it.
It's okay.
I blew it. I was there and I blew it. But yeah, I mean, with this being the final cup of the season, you know, leading into global finals, you kind of do have to start talking about how close these teams are potentially to the European region. We've already talked so much about how both Method and EU and Perplexed look to be kind of the top of the game right now. Method and A definitely is going to be in that discussion as well. And you kind of have to wonder where the teams behind that are going to slot in, right? Your ethicals, your complexity limits, your deplete from beyonds. How are they going to be able to stack up against those top 3 teams? It's hard to say right now.
It is, and that's where we start getting a better understanding of how strong each team could be matching up against each other once we have, you know, a full view of what dungeons are they good at, what are they bad at. But there's also going to be some variety between Fortified and Tyrannical as well, Nagura.
Yeah, and it totally depends on the affixes we'll see at the globals as well, because depending on the affix combination and the dungeon, we see different kinds of comps, right? So maybe maybe one team is specifically good at running triple hunter because they have lots of hunter mains in their group, and maybe another team is much better at playing the double DK Havoc comp or the triple DK comp, and maybe certain teams are better with their Vengeance Demon Hunter, like we see Lighty in Method NA actually playing a lot of Vengeance, and he's doing a really good job. We've seen the incredible strat in Siege, for example, and also in TD. So maybe these kind of niche picks that they can do will help them out depending on what affixes we see in the globals afterwards. So definitely gonna have to keep an eye on the affixes and dungeons once they announce it for the globals and see how good some of those teams are for those.
Yeah, we've seen how a lot of these teams in particular, Tettles, have pretty quickly transitioned into just heavy hunters to make sure that they're going to be able to deal with bolstering and everything. It's been so cool to see. But we will be taking a longer break as we get our teams ready. Sorry, Tettles. We'll get back to you on that one. Don't worry, as we will be having Ethical versus Leal squaring off once we return. So don't go anywhere, guys. The MDI will be back after a break. Welcome back to the Mythic Dungeon International as we're getting ready for our next series between Ethical and Leal. I'm joined right now by Dranos, Nagura, and Tettles, and we're having a bit of a shakeup in our schedule for the day because of Goosy Bad's tank not being around, not being available. So as a result, Dranos, we're kind of moving on a little bit later into the bracket to the next team that are ready to go. So we are going to have Goosy Bad dropping down to the lower bracket, forfeiting this first match, but they have another chance if their tank is able to get online.
Yes, that is what will be happening. So, and then we also, our third match of the day, the match that was scheduled for third, they're not quite ready yet, but our fourth match of the day is. So they've offered to play now, and we'll be going to do that. So it's going to be Ethical versus Leal that we'll be watching up next. And then after that, we'll cycle back to Complexity Limit versus One Last Chance. And then we'll move on to the rest of the upper bracket matches and close the day out with the lower bracket as planned before.
Yep, so a little bit of a hectic day, but it wouldn't be our final NA weekend. It wouldn't be our final weekend of MDI if we didn't have a little bit of a shakeup here, Settles.
Definitely not great for Goosy Bad. I think Goosy Bad may still be safe in terms of point standings. But, okay, so say they get 0 points. So if Goosy Bad has to double forfeit, then they'll get 0 points. If they come in, even if they get 7th, or 7th/8th, they get 30 points. In those two scenarios, if they get 0 points, One Last Chance would have to get 3rd to be able to tie them in 4th. Whereas if they get 30 points, then One Last Chance would have to get 2nd to be able to tie them at 4th. So, pretty big disparity between the two positions, I will say. But
either way, I think that their slot in the global finals is probably fairly safe, as
Yeah.
I don't think One Last Chance is all that likely to advance past 5th and 6th, because that would mean that they'd have to beat out, a team like Ethical or Complexity Limit, or Goosey Bad themselves. But that doesn't seem like it's going to work out with the way the bracket looks, anyways. So I think that they're probably going to be safe for the global finals, even if they don't show up later today. But hopefully they do.
Yeah, it's just the matter of winning or just showing up to play one of those games to make sure that they're able to move on. So with Villains moving on, we are going to be seeing our Ethical versus Leal coming up. And we haven't seen a lot of Leal yet, Nagura, but they got a lot of MDI veterans from the past.
Yeah, I mean, we've Undead in that team. We have Star as well and Dress, who have been competing in the MDI before. So they're definitely not 100% new, but it's still a new team composition that they have. And we've seen other new teams that had veteran and MDI players in them, and they still struggled a little bit at the start, just because you need to build your new team synergy, and just having a completely new team composition definitely, it takes some time until you figure things out. But let's see how they play against Ethical. I think it's going to be pretty difficult for them to win a game against Ethical, just because Ethical has shown that they're incredibly good. Even though they did get the number 3 seed in the time trials, they got the number 2 seed in the Cup 2 and 1, and they've just been playing incredibly well.
That's right, and we are going to be looking at a workshop to start us off. So Tyrannical, Raging Explosive, followed by Tol Dagor, and if we go into 3 games, we will be seeing Shrine of the Storm. So once again, Dratnos, Siege of Borealis getting banned out.
Yeah, Siege of Borealis, interestingly, it was a time trial dungeon this time around. So to see it get banned out, especially by Ethical, who had the better time trial time between these two teams. I mean, it was a fairly close time trial time between the two, only a minute separating them. So maybe Ethical's position is that, hey, we are ahead by more in these other dungeons. Or maybe it's just the volatility of Siege of Borealis that scares them off there, and they would rather play the dungeons where it's more, where they think they can more reliably win. On the other hand, Tol Dagor has been allowed through, so man, I don't know.
Well, that's a big surprise. We'll see what kind of plan both of these teams are going to have as game number 1 is ready to go in Workshop.
All right, so we see already from the get-go, we see Ethical actually playing with a Demon Hunter here instead of running the triple Hunter combos we see from almost all of the other teams, and also Leal playing triple Hunter. I wonder why they choose to play the Havoc here instead of the triple Hunter comp.
I mean, it could be Arrow's Comfort on the Demon Hunter. It could be just like honestly, Demon Hunter's not bad for Workshop. The Triple Hunter, I think Nagura's point was that it's significantly more common. I don't necessarily know if it's better, right? Arrow is a long time melee player, so it may actually just come down to comfort though.
Yeah, but it might actually cost him late. So if Arrow doesn't know how to play Hunter at all, then
Yes.
that might actually cost them for maybe the globals if there's certain dungeons where triple hunter comp is just significantly better than having the demon, especially because the magic amplifier doesn't really help you in this comp either, right? You do have the 5% magic damage increase that the demon hunter provides, but doesn't really do anything if you have a full like melee damage comp with the double hunter, right? So it seems like an interesting choice here, but let's see how they deal with the first boss, as No Mercy is dropping quite a bit faster for Ethical.
Yeah, Ethical had an explosive go off there. Just the tanks from both sides, Ethical and Leal, have a really hard time of being able to deal with just explosives if they don't have just like enough rage or whatever. Like, generally tanks are pretty bad at it. Fortunately enough, they're not on Vengeance Demon Hunter, which is the hardest time of killing explosives solo. So now Ethical and Team Leal here getting No Mercy, stacking up as 5 players underneath that hammer. And now they're going to start moving around the room as a group unit. You see the Platinum Pummeler for Ethical is down to 40%, whereas on the side of Team Leal, it's down to 77%. Basically, once the Platinum Pummeler is underneath 30% HP, if all 5 players hop underneath that hammer, then it should execute Shape. Why have you died?
Yeah, so Shape went down there. It was at the very end of the fight, so it didn't cost him too much time, but still 5 seconds on the board. We also see a death on Leal's side as well. So both teams just having a little bit of a struggle here in this first part of the dungeon. Also, Ethical seem to have delayed their Bloodlust by quite a bit. I'm not sure if they forgot about using it on the pool or if they purposely used it later. Either way, they did use it slightly later compared to Leal. And now we see Skylight doing a skip. So they skipped the first 2 bigger HP mobs, and now they go on and move and pull these living wastes, which do a lot of AoE damage when they die. They do explode, and then we also have explosives. So let's see if they manage to line of sight all of this.
Oh, okay. So you see the turtles and the Netherwalk coming out from both the hunters and the demon hunter there to be able to line of sight out all of those explosives and or eat them as they run away very quickly. Now here for the side of Ethical, the dogs and the waste processing unit are meandering their way on in, where Skylark is positioning himself to be able to pull Cujo. Cujo has been engaged. The waste processing unit should be going down here momentarily. Now this is going to be a fairly large amount of tank damage just because of those metallic jaws that are going on to Skylark, but as long as he's able to face tank all 3 of those dogs at once, then they should be good to go. Team Leal on the other side, on the right hand side of your screen, doing a very similar pull to what we saw from Team Ethical here moments ago rather.
Yeah, we see the binding shots come out of the hunters here, making sure that the living wastes are CC'd in place so the tank can actually go out of range as well and line of sight. Because even though the tank does have a lot of defensive and a lot of HP, he's still going to go down to all of these explosions from the living waste. So just need to use that CC when they're low so the tank can also go line of sight them. They did a really good job as everyone's still alive. They're just trying to finish up these last few mobs that they have here. Looks like they're trying to finish up the trash before they engage the boss, so a little bit of a safer strategy. Okay, so they were just finishing off the dogs. So just pulling the processing unit on top of Cujo. Well, Ethical, they're already in 53% on a tyrannical boss as well. So Ethical already quite a bit of a lead.
So the biggest deal with Cujo and the best way to optimize him has to absolutely be like where you're positioning the boss. So you see Skylark here on the side of Ethical. He's pulling Cujo up against that long corner of that box. And with that longish corner, you can see that the Hunters and the Demon Hunter all have line of sight on the dog to where they're able to continue to cast abilities and DPS through the box. That's because like the box kind of expands to where you'll have like a safe zone whenever he is doing that vent jet cast. So that's the best way to optimize your DPS on this fight. If you're just a little bit off, then you'll have all of your members not being able to hit the boss versus being able to hit the boss during the duration of that cast. So that's the easiest way to be able to save a lot of time and damage on Cujo.
Yeah, that definitely is something those teams want to do, especially in Workshop. It's just a dungeon where you can't really make up much time by doing larger pulls, right? So that's probably also, I think Workshop might be one of the best dungeons for a lower seeded team to win against a higher seeded team, just because the higher seed can't necessarily make up a lot of time by doing like incredibly risky big pulls like we see in some other dungeons. Here in this dungeon, you can't really pull much on top of each other just because of the way dungeon works. Everything is a little bit gated. Like this event here, for example, you see Ethical dealing with right now. You can't pull anything on top. You just need to deal with it, and then the next trash group will spawn, and so on, right? So definitely a dungeon where other teams can make up quite a bit of time. But Leal, because they did everything, the trash specifically, they did a little bit slower, and this is why Ethical is pretty far ahead at this point.
Oh, absolutely. So, like I was talking about, the Cujo fight on how you're positioning the box relative to the dogs is important. And then the second, I would say another fairly large important thing is No Mercy for you and Platinum Pomno, the first boss of the instance, how you're managing your hammers and how quickly you're able to get out of that fight. You're able to take that lead and like just amplify it throughout the rest of the dungeon. Ethical is now on to the second part of this gauntlet style trash, where they're fighting 3 of these defense bots, the Mark III notably the most dangerous because of the short out mechanic, whereas Team Leal here has down Cujo, and they are making their way towards this trash gauntlet area that Ethical has already begun.
Yep, so now they're waiting for that last mini-boss to arrive here. Now, one thing to note about the affixes, Hunters are pretty good at killing explosives. I mean, Demon Hunters are as well, so they really should not have any bigger issues for those explosives. And in case they get, let's say they get unlucky and lots of explosives spawn at once, they also have immunities, right? They have Turtle and they have Walk on their damage dealer, so they should be fine in case it does happen. So that affix should not be as big of a deal as some other affixes are. Raging can cause some issues, but because they have 2 Hunters who can, or even 3 Hunters on Leal's side, they can just make sure they dispel the raging off of the important mobs, and then it should not be a big deal either. But now we see them actually go into that Void Weaver's obelisk, just because they'll use it to skip the gauntlet here, because lots of teams, you know, it really does not save you any time to not deal with this obelisk. I think almost all of the teams we've seen so far have played this, and they're just time efficient to use this one with the portal to get past this gauntlet, so you don't have to dodge the robots here.
Workshop, one of the only dungeons that I will say probably gets harder on a 9 than on a 10 whenever you add that seasonal affix in, because having to wait for people to walk through this gauntlet is probably a gamble.
Oh, definitely. I think 10 might definitely be easier compared to a 9 here to have the gates. But we see Ethical now finished off that Void Weaver. We'll see if they pull this trash on top of the boss. That's something we've seen a lot from teams before, but looks like they might not even be doing this, as they're just gathered the trash here without pulling it on top of the boss. Interesting.
Interesting. There must be a reason for it, right?
Maybe they just know they're ahead and they don't want to risk it, because it can definitely be very risky, right?
So it can be due to a multitude of things. It could be overly risky, like Nagura was saying. Plus, they're really far ahead. It also could be due to the amount of tank damage that Skylark would be taking, while the enraging ends up occurring on all of the mobs. Because he can't really be in that shield generator, he would actually be fully tanking the whole entire raging affix. And then maybe you just lose enough damage from like the explosive and having to swap and kill explosives to where it may not be worth. Could be a multitude of things. I think the more likely scenario is what Nagura mentioned, though, where it's like they're far ahead and they don't want to risk it over nothing, because that pull's fairly complicated to pull off.
Yeah, and it also looked like they killed the trash so incredibly quickly that it didn't cost them a lot of time at all to just deal with this before the boss, right? It maybe cost them, let's say, 10-15 seconds, if even. So it might just be a safety play, and maybe in the time trials they actually did pull it on top, but just decided, you know what, in the tournament, if we're ahead, we're just not gonna risk it. Because why? Because they know that if they're ahead at this point, then the other team can't really do much to catch up. There's no, like, as I mentioned before, there's no incredibly risky pull they can do to catch up at this moment. So if you know you're ahead at this point, you can definitely do a safety play. In other dungeons, you might not want to do a safety play because maybe the other team does some crazy pull and will make up a lot of time later. But in this dungeon, not really a possibility, and therefore just playing it safe does make sense for Ethical.
Yeah, you can look at the bottom of the screen and see the split timings. So Ethical had a 25-ish second advantage coming out of the first boss, and they were to amplify that all the way up to around a minute coming out of Cujo. And like Nagura was saying, it's really hard to come back from once a team actually just builds that level of a lead inside of a workshop. Team Leal, though, has pushed down these mobs to about 30% health, so right is about the time they're going to start enraging. And then Undead, this is actually a really smart play. He kites away from the mobs while they're in that enrage effect, and then pulls Head Machinist Spark Flux to be able to get them just basically to where he's not taking full melee damage while they're enraged, and instead is already starting to set up their boss pull.
They were also pretty lucky there. The first ad from the boss that spawned was right next to that to the damage reduction bubble, so they could just walk into it while killing it. So that was pretty good spawn for them to finish off those mobs and also finish off the ad from the boss. But Ethical, they already downed the Spark Flux, and they already downed the Spider Tanks too. So they're just waiting for that robot to get them to the next area, to the last boss room. And they need a little bit of trash there on the bridge, so they'll probably have to deal with the first few trash groups and also the big, more HP mobs. But, I mean, at this point, as we mentioned, they're quite a bit ahead, so they can definitely take their time with this trash here.
Yeah, so these robots that are on the bridge right here, these defense bots, whenever you pull both of them, they are so dangerous if they don't get pulled synced together, because then their short out is spread. And once their short out gets spread, like the overlaps of the shield generator plus the short out can be very dangerous. So, but since these teams are doing it on a 19 and on Tyrannical, this trash pack can actually die fairly quickly. So you do see the shield generators going down right as one of the short outs is starting to finish. So they get like a couple ticks unmitigated by the shields. Ethical, especially on a 19 Chompy, is having no major issues of being able to deal with this. You do see one of those defense spots getting soloed out, like a very heavy focus on it, and now the other one is starting to get heavy focus on it. They're utilizing the Hunter Pet Purge ability to be able to soothe the enrage off of those defense bots as well. That's a very clean pull by Ethical, and a pull that is normally very dangerous because those double defense bots, if they do the short out and you're not mitigating it with the shield, you can just die. It's really hard to be able to pull off.
Yeah, we saw Shape also being a little bit unlucky there, as he was standing in the shield and the thing from beyond spawned, and he was probably thinking, oh, I can just tank this because the shield gives me damage reduction. But the shield got removed as soon as the thing from beyond melee hits him, and he also had a debuff on him, so he took quite a bit of damage but didn't die, so no problem there. And now we do see the Awaken pull. 3 Awaken mobs with the last boss. Bloodlust already being popped. Let's see if they can do this. This is a very dangerous pull to pull off, and this is why you see the Hunter Pets actually just taunting the Tank Buster here, making sure the Spirit Breaker does not go in the tank, making it a lot more harder on Skylark if it does go through on him.
Yeah, so it looks like Area on the side of Ethical is playing Human, and getting that every man for himself racial, which is not exactly the most useful thing. Like, it's useful in some dungeons like Underrot. But notably, for Hunter, Human racial is the best alliance racial, whereas for Shape, he's playing Dwarf, which is really good for Samrek, because whenever Samrek fears you, he can self-dispel himself from that fear with that Dwarf racial. So
yeah, and we just saw it happen here. We just used that Dwarf racial to get rid of that Samrek debuff. Just very, very useful, because if you get feared in a bad spot in this boss room, definitely can cause a death, right? You get feared into the pools on the ground from the blood. You can get feared into those sparks that go around in the boss room. That definitely kills you as well. So definitely interesting to see the different kind of racials on the Hunters. And now they dealt with the Awaken up, so good job by them. Very clean. They only had this one death on the very first boss, which again didn't really cost them a lot of time at all.
Yeah, absolutely. Very strong play out of Ethical. Basically, once the obelisks go down, you're fighting what is the base variant of this boss with the aerial unit and then the Omega Buster. So they have killed the aerial unit. Now they have to deal with the slightly more dangerous Omega Buster. As long as they're able to get away from the Magneto arm whenever it comes out and dodge the recalibrate orbs, they should be basically home free. We're on the side of Team Leal here on the right-hand side of your screen. They're not in bad shape. They've just been taking the dungeon, I feel like, just a little bit slower than Ethical. Like, their Head Machinist Spark Flux split was very similar. Like, they were... Oh, man. They just keep falling further and further behind is what I keep trying to say. Which is rough
okay,
for them.
so, yeah, they did the bridge a little bit faster, because I'm pretty sure they dealt with more trash between the first boss and the second boss compared to Ethical. So there's basically two different routes we've seen from the MDI teams. One route is that you play the processing units after the first boss,
yes,
or you skip those two processing units and play the robots on the bridge, like Ethical did. So these are the two differences. Now, of course, the team that does pull the processing units will take a little bit more time at the start, and they look like they're pretty far behind, but then they catch up a little bit later when they only have to deal with the 3 mobs on the bridge compared to dealing with... Skylark actually dropping incredibly low here. Didn't manage to recover.
Shape going down. No, man.
he had all of the defensives up as well. Very unfortunate for Shape to go down. They do need to use their engineering rest to get them back up, so it will take quite a while. But yeah, this boss in phase 2, it's not incredibly easy on Tyrannical, right? Those Zap casts do quite a lot of damage, and they leave a dot behind, which hurts a lot as well. And then the Magneto arm, if it spawns close to melee, it can cause some issues as well.
Yeah, so Skylark doing something that was very interesting there that you don't see a lot from a lot of people. He actually melds off that Giga Sap whenever he gets it on him. You can meld it, feign death it, or vanish it off if you ever get the cast on you. So something that you can definitely use in your live keys. Ethical has down the Omega Buster. Now they just have to deal with the non-aggressive King Mechagon, and they will be taking the first map in this series 1-0.
Yeah, that's right, and we are seeing, the Ethical that we've been wanting to see more of, that execution, that gameplay that is leading them to be, one of those top contenders and potentially playing for second seed. So, well played by them, and Dranos, Workshop's just been... Workshop's always been a very interesting dungeon to look at, slight differences in routing, but also to see what kind of risks people will be able to take in what's usually a straightforward on-the-rails play.
Yeah, I think we also saw a pretty cool evolution of strategy there in the comp that Ethical chose to run, specifically in the way that they geared up their Demon Hunter. So, we've got this tyrannical workshop environment. It's very single target intensive. Hunter has been historically the pick to optimize for that, but when you bring a Demon Hunter, you can actually play it in a number of different builds, and Ethical went with this single target oriented build, using Condensed Life Force Major, Trail of Ruin instead of Fell Barrage, full Gushing Wound corruptions. And as a result of that, they were able to actually blast these bosses, even though they weren't playing the Triple Hunter comp. And they got the benefit of, the magic damage increase from the Demon Hunter, the extra survivability, and the extra crowd control in the other spots in the dungeon.
Yeah, and how do you think that other teams might take advantage of it? It seems so straightforward that we're expecting to see Hunter almost every time.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the thing about Hunter is that you're not giving up a lot of AoE, whereas when you play a Demon Hunter with Condensed Life Force Major, and with those with those other options, apparently Jack has been muted, so
I'm not. I'm thinking chilling.
Okay.
We're doing all right.
Apparently he's not muted. I'm not sure. Either way, regardless of how many participants are in this conversation, I just want to make that point that, it's a trade-off I think we can only see really happen in Workshop, but maybe in Tyrannical like King's Rest you can also get away with this, where you sacrifice a lot of that Demon Hunter AoE to amp up their single target to the point where it's competitive with the Hunters, or maybe even slightly better, and it's, that 5% magic damage. So I think that this is a strategy that could be used in some other dungeons, but pretty niche.
Gotcha. And speaking of niche, we got Vengeance Demon Hunters coming in for Tol Dagor pretty soon here, and we've seen just the level of control that they bring for executing the cannons to perfection here in Nagura, and how important that is.
Yeah, it's incredibly important because we've seen teams who didn't have the control for the cannon part in Tol Dagor, so they have to play more trash inside. And it just takes much longer, of course, than to just use your 5 cannon shots and finish off 20-30% of trash in just a couple of seconds. So if you have this kind of control with the Vengeance Demon Hunter, with the Banishes, with the Ring of Peace coming out of the Mistweaver as well, it's just so incredibly good, and it just saves you so much time. So Tol Dagor, I think it does require quite a bit of practice to be able to pull this off with a very high success chance. But whenever the teams do pull it off, it's definitely something that you kind of have to do in a competition like the MDI, because if you're not doing it and the other team is, then there's no way for you to make up that kind of time.
That's right, and we saw just Leal consistently kind of losing out on any sort of catch-up throughout the dungeon round as we go through some of those replays.
Yeah, I think that it was just, a game, Leal didn't make any big mistakes, but Ethical was just getting these small advantages all over the place. They delayed their first Bloodlust, which I think was because you don't really get all this optimal damage time in the first couple seconds of that fight anyways, because you're doing all this baiting and moving around. So they delayed that Bloodlust, got a little bit more efficiency on their Bloodlust, and then they were just annihilating these boss fights. They didn't pull trash onto the third boss like we see a lot of teams do, and like we saw Leal do. But because they had access to this huge Demon Hunter with single target build, they were able to just melt that thing faster than Leal was. And they were gaining time throughout the entire dungeon as a result of that, and as a result of just higher damage, I'd say. And that really was what led to them taking the win over Leal. But that's good news for Leal going into Tol Dagor, right? Because if Leal can execute Told to Gore cleanly, Ethical has previously shown that they don't always do that. They've lost a map on Told to Gore before as a result of big wipes in, the Jess Howlis room. So I think that this could be good news for Leal that they were able to have a clean run there.
Yeah, especially since I think a big part of like the bans as we looked at earlier for banning out Siege of Borealis, as you mentioned, even though it was a time trial dungeon, it seems to me, at least, Nagura, that teams who are expecting to ride into the higher level brackets aren't really planning to do the time trial dungeons as frequently as teams that are going into the lower end of the bracket, because the lower end of bracket is almost always, one or two different time trial dungeons that they have to play through again. So I feel like they're kind of expecting Leal to be more practiced in that area.
Yeah, it totally makes sense, as you mentioned, because the lower seeded map pools just contain a lot of time trial dungeons. For those kind of teams who are the number 7, number 8 seeds, maybe for them it makes more sense to just re-practice time trials and maybe improve on their strategy as well. Because while you're running the time trials, you don't have too much time to improve a certain strategy because you need to play all of those time trials and need to post them in a certain amount of time, in a certain time frame. So if, let's say, you run a strategy in a junkyard and you get a 16-minute time, but then you see another team post a 12-minute time, then in between time trials and the tournament, you can definitely improve that strategy and figure out, oh, what did this team do to gain like 4 minutes or 5 minutes somewhere, right? So you can figure out things to do with the time trial strats. Well, maybe with the tournament, with the other dungeons, it's going to be harder for them to figure out something better if they don't really know what the other teams are doing and they don't really know what's possible and they just don't have the experience as well. And again, the lower bracket is just full of those time trials. So It's definitely possible for those kind of teams to be more practiced for those.
Yeah, in addition to that, we saw this in the European region last weekend where the higher seeded team was willing to just gamble on the lower seeded team just not being as practiced, like Nagura was saying, because not only do they not have like multiple weeks of experience, but generally they're not going to go through and practice 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, like almost all of the maps or whatever, right? Whereas the higher seeded teams that are preparing for those really deep runs are willing to put in that a little bit of extra time. So it can make for an interesting power dynamic between the two teams, especially of kind of forcing those lower seeded teams' hand a little bit in terms of like they have to ban out like just random things that they haven't practiced, where the higher seed team's kind of willing to play something that may get a little bit troll sometimes that we have historically seen banned.
Yeah, I think it's just pushing the depth of some of these different teams and look at how well they're going to be able to perform it when, you start having to practice deeper dungeons that most people aren't going to be well prepared for. I think Borealis is one of the dungeons in particular where, it was time trials and there's areas for them to improve, but when you look at, like, Shrine of the Storm, when then you have to have the increased amount of preparation for skips and for everything, it just starts having a lot more work for these teams. And they just say, okay, how much more can you practice compared to us? And we're going to be seeing it being put to the test as game number 2 is getting started in Told to Gore with Ethical up 1.
All right, so we see the Rogues actually coming out here and the Devil Vengeance Demon Hunter as well. So we actually see a mirror comp by both of these teams. Rogue definitely makes a lot of sense, not only to open the cages, but to just play the cannon area, right? I think Rogues are just the best class to deal with the cannons, just using the tricks on the tank and then going in, having Cheat Death and Cloak as well in case something does happen. But yeah, both of the teams gathering a really big pull on top of Sanguine here to start.
Ooh, okay, so Ethical here, using that Sigil Chains to be able to group everything up really quickly, where Leal is, Team Leal is taking it a little bit slower. Shape ended up going down. What did he die to?
I'm really sure. Maybe a sand trap or something. Maybe he didn't see because it was covered by volcanic.
He had to rip Threat. I feel like he must have ripped Threat off of Skylark. I feel like there's no other way for him to die almost 100-0 like that. And since he was their only like normal battle res, his body's probably covered in the sand traps, so they can't use that engineering res that has like a 5-yard range to be able to get him up until those sand traps do despawn. But Team Ethical here, they look like they have finished off all of their trash, so they're in okay shape here. But that's not great. Whereas on the side of Team Leal, I think Jamal ended up going down, but Sistara able to very quickly res him back up. Now Team Leal has taken the boss damage advantage because of that mistake that came out from Ethical at the beginning.
Yeah, definitely a little bit of an advantage here. And Leal did not Bloodlust, which is very interesting. Either they must have forgotten, right? I'm not really sure because I think almost all of the teams Bloodlust this very first pull, especially on a tyrannical environment, and it just amplifies your damage so much because you're pulling all of this trash and also the boss. So it just seems like a very good point to Bloodlust, unless they really try to do something like really huge right after this boss. We'll have to keep an eye on that. But yeah, both teams are on 18% trash now, and it looks like they're very close to each other in boss DPS as well after losing one player each. Leal slightly ahead, but not Blood. Yeah, Bloodlust as well, yeah.
It's absolutely the Bloodlust differential here coming into play. You see Chompy is actually starting to get kind of tapped on his mana, but they pulled those buzzing drones through that gated area, and basically once those end up going down, this pull gets significantly easier for Team Ethical. Both Ethical and Leal on that 19% enemy forces count, so you do see them dealing with that. Array there was able to meld off the upheaval from the Sand Queen, being able to dodge out all of that damage, whereas Team Leal here is starting to pick up a little bit of an advantage in boss health percentage. If Leal gets or if Ethical rather gets one extra upheaval over Team Leal, that can cause a pretty big time sink. Whereas if both teams get the exact same amount of upheavals, then it won't really be that big of a difference.
Yeah, let's see if they do get another appeal or not. It looks like Leal is about to finish off that boss before the next cast. There we go. Now, will be interesting to see. Okay, so they're not doing the obelisk here. Okay, that was super close by Ethical. They just barely managed to finish the boss off before that upheaval cast went through. That was incredibly close. That would have cost them quite a bit of time if that upheaval went through. But they did it, and yeah, both teams skipping that first obelisk, just running through, using their Shadow Mail to skip a bunch of these mobs here. And we see the double truces here as well on Leal's side. They used the Imprison and Intercept to be able to walk past those mobs, and now it looks like they're gathering up for some trash.
Do you think Team Leal is going to Bloodlust here? Or do you think
it would be a very weird Bloodlust? The only thing I can think of is maybe they want to Bloodlust and just Howler's pull. You know, like maybe they want to pull it through the wall. Dungeon? Yeah. Don't ask me, Teddles. It really seems like a mistake.
It seems like a mistake.
Yeah, because if they use it on just Howler's, it's going to be really close to be back up for Korgus, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So
I think they're too far into Bloodlust even. All right, so both Team Leal and Ethical did skip that Voidweaver Malthair obelisk that's on the bottom floor. Now both of them are running around to play that Blood of the Corruptor, because notably the Blood of the Corruptor is fairly dangerous to play with Overseer Korgus because of that Heartstopper Venom ability. But both Team Ethical and Leal get but Team Ethical actually gets their Mind Rend tentacles grouped up, those eyeballs on a stick, quite well to be able to get some nice cleave coming in from Arrow Shape and Array to be able to DPS down those. Whereas Team Leal is grouping up as 5, getting all of those Mind Rend tentacles grouped up as well.
Yep, so it looks like they're dragging that blood up all the way to the Jess Howlis room. And there we go, they're right on the opposite side of Jess Howlis. Seems like they just want to immediately engage the boss as soon as they get out of here. And this can be a very dangerous pull. There's so many things that we've seen go wrong in the past. The affixes don't really make this much harder. Now, it is Volcanic, but Volcanic really not a big deal for those teams, usually. But it is teaming, so there's definitely more mobs here that need to be interrupted in case they do pull them on top. But for now, it looks like they're not actually pulling anything extra.
Yeah, so I think 32 to 33% enemy forces count is all you need if you're going to be getting that whole upper wing area, that officers' quarters area with the first cannon. That was the minimum amount that we saw from Team Method in A whenever they were running through Toldegor earlier. So I think we can use that as a fairly safe baseline. So both Ethical and Leal have reached that 33% count mark. It looks like Team Leal is grabbing a little bit more trash, presumably to be able to skip some of the officer quarters area. Oh, and Ethical is also grabbing some of these C-Speaker mobs as well. But they're kind of running through. I wonder...
It looks like they just waited for after 70%, right? They waited for 70% face from Just Howlis, and then they gathered everything. But Chompy dropping really low as he has one of the debuffs here on him. Needs to get that off. There we go. Did recover now. Let's see if they can gather all of this up. But yeah, this is a huge trash pull. They want to make sure they interrupt all of those casts properly. As we see, some of the watery domes actually went off. And now everything is shielded. And it's kind of like dropping incredibly low. They gotta be careful, but they do have a lot of damage coming out from that Unholy DK. Just damaging through those shields.
Yeah. Oof. Oh, Skylark, you just dropped so low there, just able to live barely on a prayer. Shape ends up going down. I didn't necessarily see what to. May have ripped threat again, just looking at where his body was positioned. It's hard to really say. DK is notorious for being able to rip threat really easily. It looked like the Ring of Peace came out from the side of Ethical, and one of those mobs got knocked up into the air. I couldn't tell if it went through the wall or if it was killed right there as it did get knocked up.
Yeah, so they gotta be a bit careful now because they want to have one less interrupter, which is pretty dangerous for Just Howlers, just because you need an interrupt for the boss, and you also need an interrupt for Bobby, as he does cast Fear, and then he also does cast that the wounds which stun a person that need to be interrupted as well. So gotta be a bit careful for them, but they are abusing this double line of sight position here, basically, where in case you're missing an interrupt, you could just walk line of sight and then you don't get the fear on you. So that's definitely something they can do if it happens. But it looks like there's no problem for them anymore as they're about to finish off the boss. Then they can just have Shape release and he will spawn right here. But yeah, Leal definitely catching up quite a bit. They're now on 48% charge as well on their side, and they still didn't bloodless.
I've never seen Bobby Howless get this low for any team, and I think Ethical actually killed Bobby.
Looks like they almost killed him for sure.
Okay, yeah, no, 8% health on him. Dude, I've never seen Bobby Howless ever get that low before. Kind of wild. So now Ethical here, they're going to be looking to Lightfoot Potion / Meld Run all the way through all of this trash, so that once Bobby does end up dropping out of boss combat, Shape is able to release. You actually do see the Ring of Peace coming through. Everybody's getting up, grouping up into the corner, ranging everything, and dropping combat with that Shadow Meld, whereas on the side of Team Leal, they're doing something very similar. Everybody's dropping out of combat. They're going to be looking to play the Samrak Beckoner of Chaos Obelisk, because, again, like I was talking about with the Blood of the Corruptor Obelisk, very hard to deal with a Heartstopper Venom on Overseer Corvus, which limits your movement.
Leal is not playing the Obelisk.
Okay, so they're going to come back and play it later, I
don't think so at this point. They're going to play... I'm pretty sure they're just going to play the Spirit Breaker, but play Samrak, right? Samrak, we've seen them play it before. Method and A played it earlier.
Yeah.
Samrak is definitely something you can do with the last boss, so it's actually weird that Ethical is playing it. I think they're going to end up only having one Obelisk in the last boss, which is the Void Weaver, unless they want to deal with the... I mean... Maybe they want to deal with this
with final boss.
Yeah, so maybe they want to do that.
Yeah,
right?
so you normally pick one or the other.
Yeah, I think Samrak would be easier though for them, right? Over
really, I think Urgroth would be slightly easier because of
the Dark Fury can't be dodged, right?
Well, you just stand in it. You just stand in the first Dark Fury.
Yeah, it's a tyrannical boss fight though, which does a lot of damage with the bursting. So
okay, maybe okay.
I feel like that's kind of.
I mean, we've seen it both ways. You're right. It's kind of hard, right?
I guess both of it is possible, but yeah, these teams, they definitely know how to handle both of them. So yeah, we'll see what Ethical does, but it looks like they're gathering up a double pull here on their side, while Leal seem to have some issues with their pull. They didn't manage to finish up this officer, which means it cost him quite a lot of time to finish this off just with damaging it without the cannon. You see how big of a time loss this is here on their side.
Yep, so Ethical there, getting that Sigil of Chains into misery there. One of their Marines is kind of not grouped. Oh, the Binding Shot kind of splits the pack by fabricating it just a little bit there from Ethical. But the mobs are still in range of being able to get shot down by that cannon. I believe they have... Okay, so now they just have to kill this solo Marine down from 20-some-odd% health. They're pulling it straight towards Knight Captain Valeri here. And... so yeah, they are skipping Urgroth, Breaker of Heroes. Well, if you look on the right side of your screen, Leal here are grabbing Urgroth. So like Nagura was saying, basically you're picking one or the other obelisk.
Yeah, so interesting to see the different kind of preference here with the obelisk. Well, we'll see how it works out for them on Corgus for both of those teams. But yeah, Ethical is fighting Knight Captain Valeria already. Well, Leal, they're missing quite a bit of trash. They still haven't played the second cannon part yet. So it looks like they want to just deal with the Wake 'em Up first and then deal with the second cannon pool. But definitely cost them quite a bit of time. Up until the cannon part, both of the teams were completely even. But now Leal just slacking a little bit behind with the cannon pool. Ethical did it in a much cleaner way, and therefore they're quite a bit ahead now.
So what do you think about this theory in chat? Team Leal is such huge chads that they want to show that they don't need Bloodlust to be competitive.
You know what? That might be the case.
All right, so Undad Chad here, looking to do a double pull here on the side of Team Leal, similar to probably what we saw from Ethical. You do see that Sigil of Silence coming out on those Flamecaster mobs, whereas on the right-hand side of the screen, Jamal was over there tagging the backpack towards Knight Captain Valyria to where it had to patrol all the way through. You do see the Sigil of Chains coming out and that Sigil of Misery. Now Leal himself, the man in the cannon, is shooting down those trash mobs, where Ethical has got Knight Captain Valyria down to 25% trash count.
So it looks like Leal actually pulled some trash through the wall here.
That trash will reset, but that is not
but
great.
it will reset, right? So they just want to make sure. They probably should be using their Shadow Mail just to be sure, right after finishing off this cannon pull. But we see a chain on Undead here, unfortunately. But yeah, it looks like they... Yeah, again, they didn't play it 100% cleanly, so they have to finish off these mobs. And this cost them quite a bit of time again. But yeah, definitely want to make sure they melt off the aggro, as some of the mobs inside the house have been pulled either by the cannon or by a corruption proc or something like that. So definitely want to make sure you de-aggro that. Looks like they did not Shadow Melt, but maybe they do reset as title stat, so they should be okay, hopefully. But Ethical, on the other hand, already done with the boss. They're just dealing with their last cannon area, and then we'll see how they deal with the Tank Buster and Voidweaver on Korgus.
Yeah, so Nagura was of the opinion that Samrek would have been a little bit easier to deal with. I thought that the Dark Fury wasn't going to be that bad from Urgroth, but I guess... So both teams have just a differing opinion of what is the easier obelisk to play. I guess we're going to end up seeing, as long as Ethical is able to survive that Dark Fury cast coming out of Urgroth, then they should be good to go. They're more likely than not just going to be tanking it, not even moving out of the first Dark Fury, and then Urgroth should be dying before the second one goes off, especially since Shape does have that Army of the Dead. All of their Bloodlust is available, all of their offensive CDs as well. So we're going to see how this ends up working out. You see that Dark Fury coming out about the same time as the Explosive Burst goes off. Everybody drops pretty low. Ethical's looking pretty solid. Urgroth is dropping like sub 10% now, going to be going off before the second Spearbreaker even comes out. So Ares' pet is safe for now.
Alright, so there we go. They did manage to survive the Dark Fury. But yeah, definitely need to focus that mob. But no matter if you have Samrek or the Tank Buster, you need to focus both of them, right? So I guess you don't get an advantage. You don't get more bots damage for doing one or the other, because both of them need to be focused in the end. So if you survive the Dark Fury, as we've seen there, definitely a very valid strategy to do as well. Didn't look as dangerous as I thought it might have been. So yeah, well done by Ethical to deal with those obelisks, and now they still have to deal with the boss, which it is a tyrannical fight, and if you get a bunch of double explosive bursts like we saw just there, it can still be slightly dangerous, but it shouldn't be a problem for Chumpy to heal.
As long as they don't get 1,000 doubles, because then Mistweaver would be tapped on mana pretty hard.
Yeah,
so
true.
Pulling Overseer Korgus off to this right-hand side can be fairly dangerous, because whenever you have to do such a big move on the boss, it's like you have a higher degree of likelihood of being able to get doubles, because sometimes the doubles and his cast sequence can get desynced if he moves so much before initially meleeing a target or casting that Heartstopper Venom. So those are some of the ways that the boss's cast order can be desynced, thus causing a bunch of doubles, or the more deadly triple that I've seen before.
A triple cast? I've never seen a triple cast before.
It goes Explosive Burst, Azurite Round, Explosive Burst, Deadshot, Explosive Burst, and it's like... please, sir, one crossfire ignition. I'm going to die. Please stop this.
Thank God I've never seen that combination before.
It's awful.
But yeah,
It's awful.
It definitely sounds awful. But Ethical is doing a good job handling their explosive burst. Looks like they were pretty lucky. I haven't seen a double explosive on their side yet. So good job, boss. Well done. Well blessed on the RNG there. As they're about to finish off the boss. And they do have 2 deaths. But overall, a still very clean run by Ethical. And they're winning against Leal 2-0 after finishing off Korgus. And impressive run by them. Well done.
Had some lightning games. Back-to-back 2-0s right now as Ethical does take down Leal, sending him into the lower bracket. And yeah, they really cleaned up a lot of their Toldegor performance here, Dratnos, with, death here or there. It's like a chip death here or there, but no major issues.
I'm not sure I would describe this as, as chip deaths, right? Like, I think there are some deaths that really just cost those 5 seconds, and neither of the deaths on the side of Ethical would be in that category. I think that they were, 30 second or a minute even costing, because they both occurred during boss fights and took a while to get rezzed, or they didn't have a res available for them. So I think that this run from them was probably a minute or two slower than their potential. Still, though, their time is just blazing fast as a result of how well they execute that cannon area.
So I think we had around 14 minutes or something like that in our previous series coming up. So if there weren't those deaths on top of it, it might be a little bit closer to Method NA's time coming in.
Yes, yeah, but those were costly deaths that would have made the match against Method NA. That would have either one of them happening, I think, would have been enough to pull it out of reach, but both of them certainly would have.
Yeah, that will have Ethical moving on into our upper bracket, and overall, I think this is a good illustration of like how much they've improved and solidified a lot of their gameplay as well. Because we saw previously, Tettles, how Bobby Hallis, Jess Hallis's room just caused so many problems.
Yeah, and then okay, so a lot of the times Bobby and Jess's room will cause problems because teams aren't ready for those C-Speaker packs to pull, but Ethical takes the pack head on, just like randomly at 70% health whenever Bobby is running around and phasing. So that was a pretty unique adaptation of that strategy and how we've seen that dungeon played. It allows them to be able to play something that's a little bit safer, but by doing such, in a teaming setting, we saw Method NA be at 33% count whenever they walk into the cannon area. Ethical's at 50% count, so they have to get less trash count from the officers' quarters.
Yeah, let's start talking about that a little bit more, Drano, so we go through our replays.
Yeah, so I want to take a look here at what exactly happened with these deaths early on. So, Ethical, we had Shape dying on that very first pull, right in the middle of the big DK burst. And because he was the only person with a good cast battle res, not an engineering one, it took them another 30 seconds to be able to actually res him. That was hugely costly. Meanwhile, on the side of Team Leal, Jam went down on the first boss, but they had a Death Knight available still alive to instantly cast the battle res, and so that was a 5-second cost death instead of a much longer, much more penalizing one. That led to Leal actually having a faster boss 1 split than Ethical, despite having quite a bit less damage when they had all 5 members alive. Ethical had Shape go down again. That was their Death Knight. Now, Death Knight, it's one of the spookiest classes to play in these things because threat is just such a huge issue for you when you're doing your huge burst. And also you don't have stuff like a cheat death or a big immunity. And that makes it so it's something that is pretty likely to accumulate those deaths. But this one was, again, costly. And because they didn't have a battle res available, they had to do Jess Hallis down a person. However, despite those things, despite their splits on first 2 bosses being close to Leal's, they made 3 minutes up. 2 minutes up by doing their cannon section just flawlessly. As we've seen out of them, I think every time that they've been in the cannon section, it has always looked great. So that is a huge good thing that Ethical has going for them. But they absolutely need to clean up those deaths in the earlier parts of the dungeon on those boss fights if they want to be competitive against Method NA. And honestly, I think that even teams like Ramping, I think Ramping would have maybe been on time for a 16-minute run earlier against Method NA. Method NA beat them pretty handily, but still, that was a 14-minute run from them, right? And Ramping was kind of keeping up-ish, right? In the same way that we saw Leal kind of keeping up here, so
I think Ethical, like you said, if they have a perfect run, should be on time with Method NA, right?
Yes, I think that's the takeaway here, is that Ethical has the potential to match Method NA, but also has shown the ability to lose to lower-seeded teams with, mistakes before the cannon section. Once they make it to the cannon section, though, Ethical has been perfect every time.
Yeah.
I think that's where, even in week 2, we saw Ethical wipe on Jess Hallis's room and just fight to get back into it. They almost started coming back in a big way because of their cannon play being better. It just wasn't enough in 2 weeks back, but now it's just been helping them pull through. But they're not the only ones who have great cannon play as well, so we kind of got to look at, Ethical improving, cleaning things up, but our next match coming after the break, Nagura, is going to be Complexity Limit and One Last Chance. And Complexity Limit's just gone... I think they're really the true ramping team because they've gotten so much better every week.
Definitely. I mean, in the first week, they did already have a bunch of really good dungeons where they performed incredibly well, but then there were some dungeons that didn't practice too much, and it definitely showed in the first cup. But as the weeks went on, they definitely got better in those dungeons as well. The only dungeons where we haven't seen them so far, I think, is Junkyard and I think Siege as well, but those two were time trials dungeons this time around, so they definitely practice it now, and they got number 2 seed in the time trials overall, so they got the number 2 time in Siege and number 3 time in Junkyard as well. So I think we're definitely gonna see some really good runs by Complexity Limit this time around, and it's gonna be pretty hard for One Last Chance to beat Complexity here. But we've also seen Limit when they fail, they definitely mess up quite a lot, and it costs them a lot of time, at least in the past. So I guess that would be the chance for one last chance to beat,
all right.
to beat Limit if they have those kind of disastrous mistakes.
All right, well, we'll see as we take a quick break for Tettles to compose himself. Don't go anywhere, guys. Round number 3 coming up on the other side of the break. Welcome back as Complexity Limit and One Last Chance are getting ready for our next round as we're joined. Who else? Well, we got Zyronic here to talk about Complexity Limit things. We've got Nagura and Dratnos to talk about everything else. And Zyro, how excited are you for this dungeon? And how much has Complexity Limit practiced for the Junkyard, which you have told us is not one of their best dungeons, but now they're third in the time trials?
Well, apparently I can't talk about Complexity Limit on stream, so I'm not sure why you're asking me.
Oh, he said it.
We said this.
You're so biased.
We said this 2 weeks ago. Jesus Christ. We said this 2 weeks ago. Siege of Borealis and Junkyard just happened to be like their worst dungeons that they hadn't practiced that much, right? And it just so happens that those were our time trial dungeons this week. So maybe someone at Blizzard likes Complexity Limit. You know, who knows? But I think with these time trial dungeons, they should have ramped up in all the dungeons so far, and we should be able to see a good outing from them this weekend.
All right, and we are going to be looking at, I believe it's Underrot to start us off in this series, and we've seen a pretty good mix of Underrot from a lot of these teams as well. And as we take a quick look at our bracket, we do see, Method NA and Villains will be in our upper bracket going forward, and Ethical awaiting the winner between this series right now, as Goosy Bad unfortunately had to forfeit their first game, but they will have a chance to get their whole group back and ready for the lower bracket if they want to be able to stay in and still earn themselves some points to help secure some of their seeding going forward. But now for Complexity Limited, One Last Chance. Underrot to start us off, what are we really going to be expecting and looking for on this one, Nagura?
I'm interested in the team comps that they're going to be running, right? Because Underrot is known for a dungeon where we see a lot of DKs, because you can pull a lot of trash on top of bosses, and you can get that single target amplified damage from the DKs while also having the huge amounts of AoE. But it is Sanguine, and Sanguine can cause some of these pulls to either be too difficult to pull off because you're gonna have Sanguine everywhere. Well, let's say Kragma is charging around and there's pulls and it will just be too hard to manage. And it's also tyrannical, which means that in tyrannical environments, we've also seen a lot of hunters before. So I'm interested to see what kind of team comps they're choosing. Maybe a combination of hunters and DKs, or if they just go full hunters, full DKs. We'll see. And then on top of that, we also have Quaking, which after the nerf is not as dangerous anymore as it was before, but it can still cause some issues, especially with Kragma's Tantrum. If you get it in a bad moment and the healer can't finish his cast, it can cause some issues as well.
That's right. And why do you think we're having the bans that we have so far here, Dratnos? We're looking at Ataldazar, we're looking at Wakecrest.
Yeah, I mean, Ataldazar, it might be just saving their strat for later, or they might just not be practiced all that much in it. Complexity Limit, they look at all the maps, and they'll just find some stuff that is not going to be in their tournament path and ban it in the few maps where it does show up. It looks like we are about ready to get underway here in the Underrot for our first game of the series.
That's right, let's see what's in their wheelhouse as both teams getting into the big polls right now in Game 1.
Alright, so we see the double DK comp by both teams, but we see a Havoc Demon Hunter for Limit, while One Last Chance is actually playing that Hunter, and Jet already going down on their first pull already.
Oh yeah, not the greatest thing right off the bat to have a death there, but of course you can just release and join back to the group, so it shouldn't be that major of an issue. Of course, he did probably just lose out on the rest of his cooldowns, but, at the end of the day, that Unholy DK is going to be doing most of the damage, so it shouldn't be too major of an issue, just 5 seconds on the board for them. But the big problem with this pull, with this Sanguine dungeon, with Max going down right at the end here, with just a couple ticks alive, it's just going to be Max dying for them, and just 5 seconds back on the board for them. Like I was about to say, the big problem with this dungeon is Sanguine. You're going to have to be kiting these pulls out and make sure you don't get any healing off, and it looks like, so far, Limit's just done a slightly better job of that.
Definitely. It looks like One Last Chance just had a bunch of Sanguine go off on some of their mobs, and then it looked like they accidentally pulled the ticks on this side. I'm not really sure if that was intentional or not, but they did manage to finish it off without having any more issues, so good job on them. As Complexity Limit now is already on Elderly Exa and popping that Bloodlust. Both of the teams saving the Bloodlust for the boss.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. It's a tyrannical dungeon, so you want to make sure you have it for this boss. As long as you're able to kite out that Sanguine pull, you shouldn't really need Bloodlust for the first pull. Also, having the Bloodlust could potentially make it so that it's harder to deal with Sanguine management. Like maybe your AoE damage kills the lower health mobs too quickly if you have Bloodlust, so I could see that being another reason as well. But I think it's just, it being a tyrannical boss, you want to make sure you get through it as quickly as possible, as cleanly as possible. And like you see, that the Bloodlust is out when the boss is at 30%, so they're definitely getting full usage of it here as well.
Yeah, definitely makes sense to save it for the boss here in that scenario. Both of the teams also up to 70% trash, so both of the teams did a very similar pull at the start. So no team advantage on the trash, so Complexity Limit just straight up ahead with Elderly Axe here compared to One Last Chance. Also, the difference in comp, I mean, you have the Demon Hunter, which might do slightly less single target damage compared to a Hunter, but it does amplify the damage from the DKs. It does increase their damage with the magic damage increase that it provides. So it might actually just end up being very equal. And on AoE pulls, getting that extra magic damage really does matter quite a lot for those DKs.
Yep, for sure. And I wouldn't say that it's necessarily like too big of a difference. Demon Hunter with Metamorphosis when you have Bloodlust available, I think it's actually pretty similar to Unholy DKs, right? If they have their meta when you have Bloodlust up, they'll do pretty similar single target. Obviously, Hunter with good RNG will do a lot more single target damage, but I think it's just more of a consistency thing, right? They really want to make sure they have the magic damage for these big pulls, like this one we're seeing in Underrot. Half of the room pulled for Complexity Limit, and it's already gone. Just like that, before the Sanguine pulls even have time to just show up on the ground, all of it's dead.
Yeah, I mean, where did the mobs go? They're just all gone in a couple of seconds. And it's impressive to see how well they're timing, I mean, the damage as well, right? Because if you have some of the AoE go out on some of the mobs and to die too early, then it can definitely cause lots of issues with the Sanguine heal going through. Sanguine management will be incredibly important for this dungeon here, because lots of mobs have different kinds of HP pools in Underout specifically. You have the Living Rot, which is much more HP than most other mobs, and then on top of that, you just have all different kinds of HP pools, which makes Sanguine management a lot harder. You do have the double grip from the DKs and the Ring of Peace, but you definitely want to make sure you use them wisely. So we'll keep an eye on that and see how those teams handle the Sanguine. But Complexity Limit already in that obelisk dealing with the Spirit Breaker here.
Yep, and already down as well, just blitzing right through it. And I think it finished at like 20-30 seconds. It was pretty quick. And now, of course, they're going to be moving on to likely pulling the rest of the trash available, probably in addition to one skeleton pack, pulling it on top of Kragmaw and letting the Unholy DKs do their thing again. The big thing to mention here again is that Sanguine Affix. If they're not careful about their mob management, they could end up healing the boss. Potentially not pulling Kragmaw here, or maybe just waiting until everything's stacked. But I think on top of that, pulling the trash on top of the boss just leaves way too much potential for Sanguine healing to go off. So I'm not surprised to see them actually not pulling on top of the boss here. Oh, never mind. Spoke too soon. Pulling it off when everything's dead. But Fired Up goes down right on the pull. And it looks like it was right after his cooldowns are popped too, so they're only going to have the damage of one of the Unholy DKs here for this AoE. That should be enough to deal with most of the trash, and it is. Everything melts instantly, but they're just going to lose a lot of the single target damage from having that second Unholy DK on the pull. I mean, that's all of his Festermite stacks, all of his cooldowns popped. He's not going to have that available for the single target here, so unfortunate timing on that death there for Fired Up.
Yeah, but the fortunate timing on the charge by Kragmaw as he charged out of the Sanguine pulls as soon as they died. So well timed there by the boss and by Complexity Limit on their side. So well done, not getting any of that heal on the boss. Don't want to see any of that happen. Now they're out of battle rests, so they definitely want to make sure nothing like that happens anymore. And you see Max also just dragging the boss away from the Sanguine pulls, making sure that he doesn't run into the Sanguine. But Eric going down, this means they have to either reset the boss or play 65%. Yeah, so...
Yeah, that's really unfortunate. He died to the last tick of the tantrum there. They don't have the battle res, like I said, because they just used it on Fired Up. With the boss already at 60%, I wouldn't be surprised to see them try to finish off the boss here, even with the DPS down. They still do have a little bit of a lead. They'll probably end up killing this boss after One Last Chance, but you have to remember, they've already dealt with that obelisk in the corner, whereas One Last Chance haven't. Did Kragmaw just go over that Sanguine pool during the charge? I didn't quite see it.
I don't think so, but it looks like they're resetting anyway.
They're resetting anyways. Yeah, probably. The charge is unfortunate there. That's unfortunate timing.
It's also Twisted is pretty low on mana as well, so maybe they were just thinking rather reset now, even if it might be slightly slower. But if they end up wiping at the end because Twisted is completely that will cost them a lot of time. So they just decided to have a reset here, resting up Atrocity and Eric. But yeah, this is a big time loss for them, having that death there without the battle rest available. One last chance on the other hand. As Sarah mentioned, they still have to do the obelisk, so this might not mean too much. Complexity Limit can still catch up here, but definitely want to play clean now without that safety of a battle rest. One last chance, by the way, also no battle rest available anymore on their side.
Yeah, I mean, Limit even got, unfortunately, like the Quaking Affix increase the timer here as well. It was Twisted got his first Reawaken cast canceled by that quaking, so they had to wait another 8 or so seconds for that cast to go off. So just even more time lost for them here. And remember, this is a tyrannical boss. This is a lot of HP to chew through, and a lot of the reason these teams are able to do these bosses so quickly is because they're able to abuse the Unholy DK Festermite trade on where they turn this AoE bursting swords popping into single target damage, and then they also have a massive strength bonus afterwards with their Army of the Dead. When those cooldowns are down, Unholy DK kind of struggles to actually do pretty significant single target damage. So, and not having that Hunter for the consistent single target damage in favor of the Demon Hunter means that the actual single target potential damage coming out of Complexity Limit versus One Last Chance here is going to be significantly lower. So they're going to probably end up being pretty even after that wipe with One Last Chance. Of course, they still do have the obelisk that they have to do, taking that into account. So unfortunate that death occurred, but the fact that they were able to make the call to reset it and come back and still be like sort of even in the dungeon at this point is good for them.
Yeah, for sure. We see One Last Chance, on the other hand, did get their, I believe it should be their last tantrum. Rhinen is also pretty as well, so they want to make sure, they got a charge as well, so this is very good. This boss has an RNG casting sequence in between tantrums. If he casts the charge first instead of the indigestion, which is the frontal, then he will actually do charge, frontal, charge, which takes a little bit longer between tantrums compared to when he casts the indigestion first, then he will just do frontal, charge, tantrum, which means you have less time in between tantrums. So getting a charge first, definitely favorable here for One Last Chance as they finish off the boss. And now they deal with that obelisk, that Complexity Limit already finished off. So looks like if Complexity Limit finishes off this boss before One Last Chance finishes off their obelisk, they're actually still ahead on their side.
Yeah, just barely. But the thing to take into account is the extra 10 seconds from death timers, right? They're going to have that as well. So we'll actually end up seeing here, Kragmaw is going to go down for Complexity Limit while One Last Chance is still dealing with Aircraft Breaker of Heroes. Complexity Limit is going to go ahead and do that trash pull that we're kind of seeing One Last Chance prepare themselves for by already moving Breaker of Heroes into this area. They're probably going to do the trash pull right afterwards. So yeah. Complexity Limit is still slightly in the lead, even though they had that one boss reset. But when you're the second-rate team looking to try to move up the rankings into the second seed for global finals, having this kind of hiccup in your first game of the day isn't kind of the greatest start, right? Yeah,
you definitely don't want to see any of that happening anymore for them further into the dungeon, as they do a pretty big pull on their side again. They're pulling the Skeleton Pack on top of the Defilers and Sancha here, so you want to keep an eye out on those interrupts on the Defilers. Definitely very dangerous if the casts go through. They have a Shadow Bolt Volley, which does a huge amount of AoE damage, and then on top of that you also have the Withering Curse, which decreases your HP, I believe, or damage taken, and it also decreases your damage done, so definitely don't want to have any of that going through. But it looks like they're doing a good job interrupting everything. Actually, one of the Wicked Frenzies went through. You see the debuff on max that it applies when one of the Guardians has the Frenzy cast, but did manage to dispel it now, so they should be safe for the rest of this fight. One Last Chance, just dealing with the stretch a little bit slower on their side, also got the Withering Curse going through, but they're now fighting Sancha as well.
Yeah, and you can see as well, like the comparisons that we're talking about now, even with that reset limit now about 30% ahead on Sporecaller Zancha, with only a 1% difference in trash, which isn't going to be a major difference over the rest of the dungeon. They'll probably end up doing the same trash pull into those final two Corruptors before the Unbound Abomination at the end of the dungeon. So yeah, still slightly an advantage for Complexity Limit, but they do have to stay clean because One Last Chance is right on their heels.
Yeah, definitely. Both teams do have their battle rest back up now, so in case something does go wrong for them, they have that safety net of a battle rest. And because of the comp they're running with the double DK, they can also get the person up pretty fast as well without having to use that engineering rest. One Last Chance, they're 82%, yeah, 1% ahead, which again is not a huge deal at all, because that definitely doesn't mean they have to do another pull. As long as both of the teams have the same amount of trash pulls after Sancha, it's going to be very similar for them. So let's see what kind of trash they do pull afterwards. Both of the teams do have Bloodlust available now, but very, very likely they are going to save it for the last boss, because they still have to deal with 3 Awaken mobs on the last boss in a tyrannical environment.
Yep, for sure. It's difficult, but Atrocity now going down for Complexity Limit, and Eric as well. They only have 1 battle res available. It's going to go out on Atrocity with Sporecaller Zancha at 25%. That could be the edge that One Last Chance needs to get back into this boss. With 1 extra DPS for the final 40% of the boss, they should be able to at least make up some of the gap here, in addition to those extra 10 seconds of death timers on the board. This is like, not a clean underrun at all for Complexity Limit here. One Last Chance is kind of outperforming what we've been expecting from them based off of the previous cups.
Yeah, definitely not what we expect to see from Limit, and a surprising performance by One Last Chance so far. Do they have Revival ready? This might be a full team wipe, actually. They do not have Revival ready, but we saw the Netherwalk come up at Atrocity. Let's hope they can finish it off here. Otherwise, it's going to be a full team wipe on 1% on Sansa. They're just kiting it around. But it's a turning fight, and it looks like it can. There we go. Okay, so they need to reset. Okay. They need to release. This is going to cost them a lot of time.
They have to release. They have to run back. And again, that's another 15 seconds of death timers on the board. I mean, this is about as not clean a boss kill as it can possibly be. That's very unfortunate as well. But again, able to kite out that last 2% is pretty important for them. Getting the boss kill, giving themselves that sort of checkpoint. They can go through this shortcut on the left here that you'll see them take in just a second. That will let them get back in the dungeon more quickly here. But I believe with those extra death timers on the board and the fact that they have to run back, that One Last Chance is now going to take the lead. But the thing with One Last Chance that I'm concerned about is the fact that on every single tyrannical boss so far, they've had the potential to catch up and give themselves a lead with 1 or 2 DPS players down on complexity limit, and they really haven't taken advantage of that. You'd think in a situation like this where one team has had players dead for almost every single, or 2 of the 3 bosses, that you would have a more significant lead, but they really haven't taken that. I don't know. I feel like they should be more ahead than they are right now.
I mean, Complexity Limit definitely did the bigger pulls, right? They're the number 2 seed versus number 7. I think Complexity Limit is definitely the team here that should be winning this. Theoretically, they also have the better strategies, the faster strats. I'm fired up going down here on their pull as well. They do not have a battle rest, so I'm fired up actually releasing here. This means they have to finish off this pull without their second DK, which is a huge time loss again. One Last Chance, on the other hand, they did play slower, right? They did pull the Guardian pack by itself, and now they're moving to the next 2 mobs that they have to kill to open up the last gate. But Eric going down too, just so many issues for Complexity Limit here.
And I'm sure Dranos will talk about this after the cast, but it makes total sense that this is an incredibly dangerous pull. And I wonder if this is normally their main route, right? Because this triple corruptor pull is one of the most dangerous pulls in the game for any melee player. I mean, anyone who's played melee in this dungeon can attest to that. Those corruptors, having to dodge those tentacles on the ground and all the frontals from the corruptors is probably one of the scariest things you have to do. Like flashbacks to Maw of Souls inside the boat, having to dodge all of those abilities. It's not fun at all. And both DKs going down here for Complexity Limit is unfortunate. One Last Chance, though, it looks like they're going to be finishing off their corruptor pull at roughly the same time as Complexity Limit here. As long as those DKs get back, we're going to see these teams both pull the final boss at roughly the same time. So really the thing to look at is that extra 40 seconds on the board that One Last Chance has over Complexity Limit here. Are they going to be able to take advantage of that and take this first dungeon?
Yeah, and we saw June go down as well here on that pull. That means they're out of battle resistance on One Last Chance side as well. Very impressive by Complexity Limit, to be honest, to actually be able to get to the last boss quicker compared to One Last Chance, even with all of those mistakes that they did. So you really see that this strategy that Complexity Limit is doing is quite a bit faster compared to One Last Chance. But it's also a lot riskier, and this is why we see all of those deaths come in. And this is why One Last Chance is a very good chance of winning this dungeon because of those death differences. But now we'll have to see if those teams can actually deal with the 3 awakened mobs and the boss at the same time. It is a tyrannical boss, so quaking on top of having to deal with all of those awakened mobs can cause lots of issues, and none of the teams actually have a battle rest available to them either.
Yeah, for sure. And of course, the meter to look at, of course, is that blood meter underneath the Unbound Abomination's health pool. Every single time that fills up, he'll spawn 2 blood visages, which when killed will both do a combined 1/3 of the boss's HP. So fill up 3 of those blood phases, deal with the boss's HP, and that's how you finish this guy off. And you can see Complexity Limit just superior damage right now, already entering that first blood visage phase, whereas One Last Chance still has about 25% more to go on their first phase. It's going to be really, really difficult to pull out 40 seconds of single target damage for Complexity Limit here, so this could end up being incredibly close at the end.
Yeah, if neither of the teams make a mistake and have no death, this will be incredibly close with the extra damage that you mentioned that Complexity Limit has on the boss. They just on the other bosses as well, they just had superior single target damage. So we'll see. Keep an eye on that energy bar on the bottom to see how fast they can deal with those. How fast they can spawn the blood visages and actually remove the HP from the Unbound Abomination. Both of them did deal with the awakened mobs now, so it's only going to be the boss from now on and how much single target damage they can do.
The gap is widening, though, as Complexity Limit has now finished off their second Blood Visage set, whereas One Last Chance is only 40% of the way through their second one. So this could end up being kind of close here. Keep a mental timer. We're at 17:07 whenever Limit spawns. Let's see what the timer is at whenever One Last Chance finishes their second pull off. It looks like it's going to be about 20 to 25 seconds behind, so this could end up being ridiculously close at the end here.
Yeah, we see them now very close to proccing those last Blood Visages already on Complexity Limit. It looked like they had some cooldowns available there at the very end, and they just pumping the single target damage so much. And look how much damage Max is doing on his warrior as well. He's doing 115k DPS on his prod warrior, and they're already about to finish off those last Blood Visages. There we go. The last one is being gripped. They are finishing it off. So now 40 seconds on the clock for One Last Chance to finish off the boss.
It is. 40 seconds on the board for One Last Chance to do single target damage to the Unbound Abomination. Of course, there is time after the blood gauge fills up. Those two Visages will have to be killed by Titan Keeper Hezrol as well. That light beam does a lot of damage to them. We're down to now 20 seconds on the board, and they still haven't spawned. The Blood Visage is going to be neck and neck here at the end. It's going to come down to whether or not they're able to completely finish off those Blood Visages now. 10 seconds on the board with the Blood Visages just now spawning. This is going to be ridiculously close.
It's so close. It looks like they haven't gripped it in yet. The Blood Visages are spawning, but they only have 1 second left. They're not gonna make it. It's Complexity Limit winning the first game with 11 deaths on the board. Wow.
Complexity Limit pulling. I'd say they got very, very fortunate onto that one. One Last Chance made a couple of mistakes. They were making mistakes with Sanguine for a number of times, and Complexity Limit's able to pull through, but that was, one, not what we expect, and two, I guess that's the continuing fashion of Complexity Limit kind of failing in style or failing in catastrophic ways, Dratnos.
Yeah, I mean, we see these two sides of Complexity Limit. Sometimes they have these massive, awesome pulls that work out great. Sometimes they do just way more damage than everybody else. And then sometimes they just, like, chain die to weird things or have bosses just go wrong for them a lot more often. But it's rare that we see those two sides of Complexity Limit in the same map. And that's what we saw here in the Underrot, where we saw them managing to win despite having multiple horrific catastrophes because of that, great extra way that they pulled bigger, faster, and did more damage.
Yeah, and when we look at, One Last Chance as well, I mean, they kind of had just errors abound here, is ironic, where just small positioning errors cause big Sanguine healing and extra deaths, just eating up so much time that should have been their dungeon.
They were given just about every single possibility you can be given to win a dungeon, right? They were given so much of an opportunity to just take that kind of free win from Complexity Limit there, and they just weren't able to come up with a single target damage in order to pull it off. It almost looked like Limit won based off of Twilight Dev procs there. Max did 110k DPS on that final boss, and Sharis did 68k. That's a pretty ridiculous damage differential.
It's normal for the Demon Hunter to get out DPS by the Prot Warrior. That's been happening for me a lot recently.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
You hate to see it. Drados, let's go over the highs and lows. A lot of the lows throughout this dungeon.
All right, so this one actually started off with a mistake for One Last Chance that ended up costing them the dungeon if you look at the timer. A death on the very first pull that led to them taking a really long time from one of their DKs because they didn't have that big damage. Complexity Limit, meanwhile, their big pulls almost all looked pretty great, especially, going into Kragmaw's room, they just executed that trash beautifully. And then they started having these just random deaths. They consumed a battle res to a nothing death, a death for a weird reason. I'm Fired Up just went down kind of inexplicably, and then when Eric went down in the middle of a boss fight, they didn't have a battle res available for him, and that led to them having to reset Kragmaw because they were down in DPS and the boss was at 70% health on Tyrannical. Into the third boss, they had another flash of brilliance. They saved their Death Knight burst for later in the fight. They didn't use it on pull, they used it to execute all the mobs at once, and that really did a good job of managing Sanguine, and it let them pull a massive pull onto the third boss very safely with an affix that otherwise might prevent that. But then 4 of them managed to die on that boss fight, and Atrocity had to solo the last 1% by himself. So, from Complexity Limit, it's just these two sides of, a first seed team and an 8 seed team coexisting in Complexity Limit. And we'll have to see which of them ends up winning out as the tournament continues.
Yeah, I mean, Junkyard's coming up next on this one, Nagura, and no dungeon, I think, throughout this season has had greater opportunity for scuffing, for just completely destroying people's hopes and dreams than Junkyard.
Definitely. I mean, this was a time trial dungeon, and the difference in time between those two teams is actually pretty significant. It's 6-minute difference between them. One Last Chance only getting the number 9 seed in Junkyard, while Complexity Limit has the number 3 seed with 14 minutes approximately. So a huge difference in time there. But again, we've talked about the lower seeded teams actually putting a lot of time into the time trial maps, because in the lower seeded map pools, the time trial dungeons are going to be a lot there. So that's why we see lower seeded teams just put a lot of time into that. That means One Last Chance definitely could have improved their strategy for Junkyard from the time trials to now. And maybe Complexity Limit, sometimes you see teams having really risky strategies for time trials, because you have 5 tries for the time trial. So even if you don't manage to do it 2 or 3 times, if you do it the 4th time or the 5th time, you're still going to be fine. So lots of risky strategies for time trial dungeons, which means there's lots of room for mistakes when you do those risky strats. So, and we've already seen them struggle quite a bit in Underrot. I think there's definitely a chance for One Last Chance to win one of those games now.
Yeah, and at this point, I think the biggest issue that we have to look at as well, Dranos, is the fact that One Last Chance just had too many of their own errors. Some of them didn't even result in extra deaths, right? But it got to the point where they weren't staying close enough to their opponents to capitalize on their mistakes because they were making too many of their own.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't describe it as a mistake-filled run. Like, they had a couple of big... I guess they had one big mistake and then a couple of, like, sanguine inefficiencies. I think that the sanguine inefficiencies kind of just fall into, like, that's part of the reason that their pathing is slower, is because they do the sanguine less well in Underrot. In Junkyard, yeah, I mean, making up 6 minutes, a 6-minute difference between times, is going to require Complexity Limit to somehow have more go wrong for them in this dungeon than did in the Underrot. Now, we've seen that before in Junkyard. It has happened, but I wouldn't be counting on it if I was One Last Chance. I think Complexity Limit's going to win it here, and 2-0 One Last Chance.
Yeah, and I'd say it's also not the first time that we've had Complexity Limit Zyro start off their cup play with some rough runs, with some, like Dranos ended up saying, some 7th, 8th seed, like, looking appearance first, and then they pull out, the later half of the dungeon, the next series, the next game, they start playing like the 1st seed, the 2nd seed, something along those lines. So I think that's also what I'd be looking for, too.
Yeah, we want to see the full top end here, and I think we're really giving them the best chance to do that in a time trial dungeon, which is something they would have practiced a lot, right? They have a good solid time, clearly not as good as Method and A's, which was pretty ridiculous to see, but it's definitely up there. A minute off that pace definitely isn't something to just put down right away. So I'm really interested to see if we can see yet another clean 0-death Junkyard run, but based off of the fact that we've only seen one this entire season, I think that's going to be a pretty difficult task for either of these teams to pull off.
I think for pretty much everyone, it's always going to be a tough issue to go for. And, part of it's because it seems like people are always trying to dodge this dungeon, and now, at this point in Nagura, they can't dodge it any longer.
I mean, you could theoretically, but that would be a very wasted ban. To banning out a time trial dungeon,
yeah.
Usually, I mean, especially if you're the higher seeded team, right? If you're the lower seeded team and you ban out a time trial dungeon because there's no way that you can beat their strat, like, for example, when we saw Method EU have this, like, sub 10-minute Atel'Dazar, we've seen teams ban their Atel against them, which would make sense, but you can't really ban the time trial if you're the higher seeded team, right? So definitely not something you want to do here, and definitely want to make sure you did practice that one.
That's right, and game is underway with Complexity Limit up 1 against One Last Chance in Junkyard.
All right, so we already see a little bit of a comp change here for One Last Chance. They have been playing Demon Hunter, DK plus Hunter in the time trials, and now they replaced their Demon Hunter with a second DK.
Oh, yeah, actually, that makes. Did they? No, they ran double DK in the Underrot as well, right?
No, from time trials they switched it up.
Oh, from time trials. My brain is in different places, but apparently so is Fired Up. Is he goes down on this first pull? Unfortunately, with everyone dropping low and Max also going down, they don't have the battle res available, and this is gonna be unfortunate for Complexity Limit here. As another team wipe here on this very first pull. There must be. I wonder if they're having some issues. Maybe if someone's like, because this is not what we're expecting from this team, right?
Definitely not.
Fortunately,
I mean, it is a very volatile pool because you have these bullies, and there's just so much going on here in Melee that lots of teams have told me that in Junkyard, it's a little bit of an RNG pull here because of the shockwave from the bullies. Now, it's just, I mean, you can dodge the shockwave, right? But it's really hard to see where they're facing when you pull so many mobs on top of each other. So you have all of these animations going on in Melee, you have all of these mobs, and then you need to see where the shockwave is facing. It's incredibly hard, and it does one-shot you. So that might have just been what happened here. And they didn't manage to recover. One Last Chance also had a death, actually. Ryan went down on that first pull. I believe it also was a shockwave on their side as well. But they did manage to get him back up with the battle rest, I believe. No, they didn't even use a battle rest. So they did manage to somehow recover from the death, which means that they are definitely in the lead now because they did manage to finish off that pull, 15% trash, and they're now dealing with the Tank Buster, while Complexity Limit has to do everything one by one now because they don't have the cooldowns available anymore to do that big pull again.
Yeah, the thing to mention is that they didn't blow their bloodlust on that first pull. They're probably saving it for the boss, like we assumed for ramping earlier today. That's an interesting choice, and it is probably the difference between their time trial run and Method and A's rather, where they bloodlust on the very first pull just so they could instantly have it up for the final boss pull. But yeah. The thing we really need to keep an eye on here is One Last Chance, right? We need to see how they plan on pulling this dungeon to see why their time trial time was 6 minutes slower. Was it 6 minutes slower because their actual routing and trash pulls were 6 minutes slower, or was it 6 minutes slower because they were unable to put together a semblance of a clean run in time trials? If it's the former, then Complexity Limit should absolutely come back, play clean, and take this win. But if it's the latter, this could end up being, again, a very close series. Now, both teams on King Gobbamac and Bloodlust, like we thought, popped for this boss pool with the trash here.
Yeah, and again, they might have just increased. Maybe they have a better strategy now compared to the time trials too. That's also a possibility, right? Because they did change their lineup, so that definitely indicates that they changed up something between time trials and tournament. So we'll see what they do later on. But yeah, for now we have to see how they deal with King Gobbamac here. We saw One Last Chance actually drop incredibly low on one of the AoE casts here, the Rumble. As you can see, Rhino dropping really low. Oh my god, he is going down here. They do have a battle rest available, so they'll get him up immediately. But yeah, there's just so much damage going on here on that tyrannical fight. Especially because you also have to... So the way that MDI teams are playing this boss, they don't want to pull the two bullies that you can see in the back here. And if you don't want to pull those bullies, you can also not use the charge stations here that are in the back. That means that if you soak the charge smash by the boss, some of the players cannot get rid of the debuff. The debuff takes for quite a lot of damage. You can see it on Sharas right now, then Max and Eric and Atrocity as well. So this is a lot of damage on top of also having to heal the Rumble.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what the pull strategy is going to be afterwards, right? Because King Gobbamac, once you've dealt with the trash pull, it's just pretty much a single target encounter. Make sure you deal with the charge smash, put it on whatever pull you're staying close to. Of course, most teams opt to use this one puller that is tacked on right now, and then maybe put one of those charge smash debuffs on the bot so it can run around the room. But I'm curious to see what One Last Chance strategy here is, because it's very likely that what we're going to see from Complexity Limit is similar to what Method and A pulled off with their Trixie and Nano area plus the Gunker area. If One Last Chance ends up pulling smaller here, that's going to be the major difference. But they're gearing up for this major pull here. They're in the corner. They're going to be line of sighting Trixie and Nano here. They're going to be pulling all of the available trash in that courtyard, and it's going to be all eyes on the Unholy DK damage here. Are they going to be able to pull this off without having anyone go down?
Yeah, so they don't have the Bloodlust available here. We saw Ramping actually save the Bloodlust for this very pull just because they thought it's so dangerous to deal with, so they saved the Bloodlust all the way until this point. But One Last Chance did not do that. They used the Bloodlust for the first boss. Now we'll see how they deal with it. We saw Taste actually go through here by Trixie, so that does quite a bit of damage. We're going to have to keep an eye on the debuffs as Rhinan has to heal all of that damage away. And I think Complexity Limit just was a little bit slower here after Gobbamac, because it looked like they had to gather some of the shock bots or other bots on the way, because they lost quite a few of them at the very first pull, I believe.
Yep, let's keep an eye on it here. Most of the trash already dead for One Last Chance. Actually, all the trash dead. You're just onto the boss now. But they really didn't take full advantage of the Unholy DK damage here, right? The bosses aren't really as low as we would normally see them for both teams. Usually by the time all the trash is dead, the bosses are, sub 50%. Both bosses are sub 50%. Let's see if Complexity Limit is able to do a better job of actually cleaving both bosses down here. Of course, all trash is now pulled inside. We see Twisted actually almost going down there, but able to keep himself alive. This is a very dangerous pull. A lot of this trash does a lot of AoE damage, and you can see both bosses now below 70%, and those Unholy DKs are going to be able to use that advantage of that Festermite buff as well as their cooldowns to, burn the boss down. And I think that was a pretty significantly better job of cleaving the bosses down from Complexity Limit versus what we saw from One Last Chance.
Yeah, definitely. It looked like One Last Chance did not get Trixie into the pull at the start. It looked like she was just standing outside casting, didn't get interrupted properly, and therefore she just didn't stack up with the rest of the trash and the boss. So this is why they had to finish it off now. Cost them a couple of seconds for sure, but there's still in the lead here on top of also having the 20 seconds timer in their favor because of the extra deaths that Limit has here. Now we'll see what kind of pulls they do. They probably are gearing up to go to this ganker area where big pulls can be very dangerous. We do have the Mistweavers on both sides, so you do have the revival to get rid of the diseases from the consume, but we'll see how they abuse that healing ability by the Mistweavers as Complexity Limit is now downing the boss as well.
Yep. And I think the major issue for them there was they were a lot slower in getting to Trixie and Nano's room. They lost about 20 seconds there, as you can see in the split timers, just because they had to deal with I think it was a couple of the fixate mobs beforehand. They pulled 3 of those as well. So even though they were able to deal with that boss in a little bit more clean fashion, Complexity Limit did end up dealing with the boss slower than what we saw from One Last Chance. As we see One Last Chance already on to some of that gunker trash here.
Yeah, one thing to note as well is that One Last Chance did deal with one of the Awakened mobs already, while Complexity Limit has not yet. We've seen Method and A earlier deal with 3 obelisks on the last boss. They dealt with, I believe it was Samrak, that they dealt with at the very end of the dungeon. We'll see if Complexity Limit does something similar. If One Last Chance deals with multiple obelisks and not just the tank buster in the start, that will definitely also be in Complexity Limit's favor if they manage to deal with 3 or maybe even 4 obelisks on the last boss. As Tettles mentioned, it's a very easy thing to do earlier, so we'll have to see if they actually pull it off.
And we were seeing this strategy kind of come out from the European teams in this dungeon last weekend, where sometimes they'll pull double Toxic Monstrosities, have people run into it just to make sure they get that debuff so nobody else has to worry about it, and then the Mistweaver Monk can then revival off that healing taken debuff that the players get from walking into the consume. Just a little strategy to deal with that mechanic over, the typical strategy of just running out of the consume makes it a little bit easier. And we're seeing it just now from Complexity Limit, the double Toxic Monstrosity pulled. People are just going to walk in. Here comes the revival.
Ooh,
the revival didn't come out.
Yeah, it was too early.
Did he get stunned by a suffocating smog, or was it too early? That was unfortunate for them, but they are going to be able to live through it, albeit not quite as clean as you would expect from them as well. One Last Chance, just now going for the double Toxic Monstrosity pull. Hopefully we see the same thing out of them. Doesn't look like they quite did it. Still on the hunter there. Okay, a little bit better job from One Last Chance there of dealing with that debuff, but the trash is living quite a bit longer. One of those Toxic Monstrosities still at 50% for them.
So it looked like Twisted did revival the first one, and then he just out-healed the second absorb debuff on the whole group, which is incredible. He did 200k HPS almost, I assume with Way of the Crane, just pumping the huge AoE HPS numbers, making sure he gets rid of that debuff by just out-healing it instead of dispelling it. So, well done. Looks like One Last Chance did the same thing, just the other way around. They out-healed the first one and then used Revival for the second one. So, I assume this is something they can do because it's not fortified like we've seen in the EU region, where fortified means that debuff will actually make more absorb on people, which makes it a lot harder to deal with. But yeah, both of the teams are now available and are going to be engaging ganker here. Complexity Limit caught up quite a lot now. They are engaging ganker almost at the same time.
I mean, this is almost, I think it's a spitting image of what we saw in that under route, right?
Yeah.
They have more deaths on the board, but somehow, even though they've had these mistakes, they're pulling the bosses at the same time as One Last Chance. And from that under route, we also know that they just tend to have more consistent, better overall single target damage, so they should be able to sort of come back in the dungeon. But as I say that, once again, just another death on the board for Complexity Limit. Eric going down, that's going to be their second battle res and probably their last battle res for this dungeon that they're going to have available. So on every single one of these big pulls, Complexity Limit just kind of has had these issues where one of their players will go down, and it's not any one of the players, right? All of them are kind of taking turns making mistakes. So yeah, it's just kind of uncanny to see from a team that we expect clean runs out of. We've kind of worked them up along with both Ethical and Goosey Bad to be teams that could eventually compete with Method and A should they get more practice. But just so far today, they're not really playing to that standard that we expect of them.
Yeah, definitely not. They have to. Maybe it's also the fact that they maybe didn't practice too much on their first map because they thought, oh, it's the number 7 seed. We don't have to put too much practice into those dungeons. We can just focus on the later, like, upper bracket matches. That might also be a possibility. So, in the end, I hope it doesn't bite them because Android was very close. And this dungeon definitely looks incredibly close as well. So we'll see as this dungeon moves on. Complexity Limit now on 30%, so slightly behind to One Last Chance. But they're quite a bit ahead in Trash. They are 5% ahead. And they have not played an Obelisk on their side. So we'll see what they do later on. If they really have to do an Obelisk later and One Last Chance does not, that would mean that One Last Chance is quite a bit ahead though.
And the important thing to mention as well, with all these deaths on the board, the biggest problem with Junkyard, especially in an MDI competitive setting, is that when you die, you lose all of the available bot buffs that you had, right? You have to now go find a new shock bot. You have to go find the new grease bot. You have to go find the new welding bot if you're running Twilight Dev as the tank. They have to now go find Eric another shock bot, and it looks like he's running off to a corner to go grab one, but that's just going to be travel time on the board for him as well. So at least they know where one is, where they can get one quickly here. And looks like I'm fired up as taking that welding bot right there as well for the little health increase. And somehow even with the death, they managed to kill off Gunker at roughly the exact same time. But you have to keep in mind the 25 seconds of deaths on the board is gonna be a factor when we get to the final boss here.
And the Obelisk, unless they play 4, which not even Method and A did, so we'll have to keep an eye on that as well, as they now gather up a pretty significant pull on both sides. This should be a very similar pull, if not the exact same pull by both of the teams. Let's see how they pull this off. This can be very dangerous, especially because you have Raging, so all of these mobs do increase damage once they're low, and on top of that you also have Skittish, which can cause some issues with aggro, because Complexity Limit does not actually have a Hunter or a Rogue to increase the aggro done by the tank.
That was an interesting way to do that pull. So when we saw Method and A do this earlier, Lighty was the one who pulled all 3 of those packs together. It looks like the way Complexity Limit does this pull, maybe for a safety thing, is they deal with the double pull down here, and you saw I'm Fired Up was actually off screen pulling the trash pack that's in front of the final boss's room, and it came in later. I wonder if they just don't want to deal with both cavalries at the same time while they're dealing with that massive AoE. I'm not quite sure what that is. It's definitely less efficient for overall AoE damage, but it's definitely a more safe play. One Last Chance now dealing with the second half of that trash pull, but looks like they're just once again a little bit slower than Complexity Limit at actually executing the pulls once they've gathered them up.
Yeah, and it looks like they were pulling the cavalries at the same time, meaning that the rapid fire lined up, and then the rapid fires were going in opposite direction, almost like sandwiching them there at the end. So that is something we've seen by Method and A as well, that they pulled one of the cavalries first, and then they delayed to pull on the second one a little bit, so it doesn't line up, so they don't have to dodge both at the same time. That might be something that Limit has to do in the future as well. Complexity Limit dealing with Samrak here, but One Last Chance dealing with it as well. This would have been their one chance here, on One Last Chance to get the advantage on the last boss by only dealing with 3 obelisks, but now they actually deal with Samrak 2. Meaning that they're going to be completely even. In fact, Complexity Limit slightly ahead in dungeon speed, but 25 seconds difference in death timers means they're going to be incredibly even here in this last boss.
Yep. This is going to be, once again, this is literally Underrot all over again. With the difference, Complexity Limit is going to be pulling the boss a little bit sooner than One Last Chance will.
And they have one more obelisk
actually
to
pull
kill,
the boss
right?
here. Well, they're not. They didn't pull the boss right away, so the advantage they actually had of getting to the boss first, dealing with Samrak, is gone. They're pulling the boss at the exact same time. It's the same thing as Unbound Abomination. It's going to come down to it again. Can Complexity Limit pull this off twice in a series, where they're at the exact same progression in the dungeon, but they're just behind on death timers? I would be. That'd be a pretty ridiculous way to win a series here.
Yeah, they also don't have a Valorous available anymore, and everyone drops so incredibly low by the debuff the boss puts on. You see debuff on I'm Fired Up, it just does so much damage on Tyrannical, and then on top of that you just have all of these. Oh my god, they actually have so little space here because those shock bots are behind them. And then there was the middle area of denial, causing them to have very little space to dodge. But they did manage, and it looks like their wake-up ups are down. So well done by them, as they're already in the intermission phase here. While One Last Chance, quite a bit behind, as you mentioned, just damage-wise, but they're saving their Bloodlust.
Major point. The Bloodlust, yes, the Bloodlust is a big deal. It's I mean, this is all going to come down to whether or not Complexity Limit can one-phase the aerial oppression unit without that Bloodlust. And the important thing to look out here is when we saw Method and A do this earlier, they saved one of their Army of the Deads here.
They don't have any.
Complexity Limit used both of theirs there.
Yeah, looks like.
So they really have to come out with some insane single target damage here. Now, I'm assuming they have shock pots on all 5 of their members, but man, that's going to be a difficult single target damage check without the Bloodlust or the Army of the Deads. I'm not really sure they'll be able to pull it off. It's going to be it's going to be interesting to watch. Let's see if they can pull it off here.
Yeah, it looks like the overcharge station is about to be ready. We see everyone go down except Twisted, finishing off that channel, the hack. There we go. It's about to go into phase 2. Let's see if they have the damage without those offensive cooldowns available. We also don't have meta on Atrocity, so definitely just lacking a lot of single target cooldowns here for Complexity Limit. Now, even if they finish off the boss, 25 seconds in favor of One Last Chance. So even after the boss goes down, if they manage to one phase it, which it does look like they do have enough damage, it might be close here at the very end. You see the cast below. It looks like it's incredibly close. They might not be able to do it.
25 seconds. They are going to finish it off.
Okay,
here.
There we go.
You do have a little bit of time. The boss is dead, but 25 seconds on the board, and with the Bloodlust pop for One Last Chance, it's. I mean, they definitely have enough time, right? They'll finish it off here. Looks like One Last Chance will be taking our second game here, able to take us to a game 3.
Damn.
Again, not in a dominating fashion. This is not what you want to see really from Complexity Limit at all, being the number 2 seed for the weekend. But hopefully they can make up for it in game 3 here.
One Last Chance taking the win, and at this point they're staying in close enough competition to be able to seal it. And on that one, Dranos, I think from the very beginning, Complexity Limit's just kind of looking shaken this tournament.
Yeah, it looks like One Last Chance is able to just kind of rely on Complexity Limit to make mistakes. And the difference between, so this run ended up being somewhere between their 2 time trial times, right? 17 minutes 46 seconds was One Last Chance's time there. So congratulations to them on improving their time trial time by more than 2 minutes. But Complexity Limit fell from their time trial time by more than 3 minutes. And that was, a bigger part, I'd say, of this match going the way that it did. So, stars are aligning nicely for One Last Chance here as we move on to our final map. And if they can replicate this success of having, clean or mostly clean runs, and if Complexity Limit continues to make mistakes, then One Last Chance could easily plot an upset here.
That's right, and, we were kind of saying it from the beginning as well, Nagura. Junkyard's just rife with traps, really. There's so many different ways to, get killed by the mobs, and this is one of the newer dungeons, of course, for 8.3 going into Mythic Plus, so, the familiarity between this dungeon versus something like a Taldazar is way different as well.
Definitely. I mean, the way how open the dungeon is, causing so many different ways of dealing with it, just means that each strategy is just hard to figure out and how you're going to do it. And especially if you have any sort of deaths and you have to pick up all of those bots again, like we've seen for Limit, having that full team wipe at the start. Now, thankfully, at the start, they probably didn't lose out on too many bots, because it was their very first pull, so they probably did not have lots of bots on their team. I assume they had a bunch of shock bots on their damage dealers, but they didn't have all 3 bots on everybody. So it didn't cost them too much time compared to if it would have been a full team wipe later on in the dungeon, but it still cost them quite a bit, of course. Now, One Last Chance, though, they only had 2 deaths throughout the whole run, and that's pretty impressive, to be honest. I mean, One Last Chance, the number 7 seed, coming into this tournament, just taking a game off Complexity Limit, which is the number 2 seed, that is just very impressive. And the fact that they are playing so cleanly as well. Of course, they have slower strategies overall, because they're the number 7 seed, and it's not to be expected from them, but the fact that they play so cleanly is still very impressive.
Well, I think that's the big thing, and, Dranos mentioned it as well. They shaved off a ton of time from time trials. They were continuing to practice and continuing to improve. And Dranos, let's start breaking down, how One Last Chance was staying in the fight and able to capitalize off of Limit's mistakes.
Yeah, so it really was that first pull where Complexity Limit lost those 3 minutes. That was where it went so wrong for them, because then they didn't have the cooldowns to be able to do it again. They had to break it up and do it a little bit more slowly when they got back there the second time. So that wipe was the huge opening that One Last Chance needed. Now, One Last Chance also had a couple of things go wrong for them. They had a death on the first boss, but that only cost them a battle res, right? Whereas Complexity used their battle res on that first pull and then continued to wipe anyways. And that ended up being way more costly. Max had to run around and try and get buffs in the middle of the map. For just like a minute, he was just mounted up, going around on a mission, picking up robots. And, that is a really slow and inefficient thing that gets forced to happen when you have the first pull go that wrong and when you lose your robots in that way. And as a result, they weren't able to make up the time difference, even with a more aggressive last boss strategy, and with most of their pulls being slightly faster than One Last Chance's.
Yeah, and now we're going to be going into our final game of this series to be King's Rest. And we've had some dungeons with bolstering, we've had some with dungeons with explosive. Now we're having both, and we're going into a dungeon with pretty low trash density as well, Nagura, so... Is this the Hunter recipe?
I definitely think this is going to be a Hunter dungeon for sure.
Checkbox, checkbox, checkbox.
Now, it is bolstering, which means they cannot just copy-paste their strategy that they had in previous cups. So I do hope both of these teams did practice this King's Rest, but I've actually looked at the map pool in the next couple of series, and King's Rest is not in a lot of the map pools, and if it's in the map pools, it's like on the 4th or 5th game, which means it would only be a number 3 game. So it's possible that some of the teams did not practice King's Rest too much, but I hope they did, because this is going to be very important because it's the 3rd game. So this means this is going to be about going into the lower bracket or the upper bracket. So hopefully they did practice this one, because yeah, bolstering.
Yeah, bolstering is quite tough as well. And I think this is also an area, Zyro, where it starts pushing a team to see how much depth that they have in terms of their strategies and how well prepared that they are.
Yeah, and also this is kind of one of those situations where it's a big mental exercise for both teams here, right? One Last Chance, when you're the 7th seed going up against the 2 seed in the first round, sometimes you don't really even give thought to the fact that you could potentially take the series here, right? The fact that they're in a game 3 against Complexity Limit here, they're going to have to dig deep to have a chance of taking this game 3 just in general, right? Because it's reset now. It's even. It's 1-1, one game to take the entire series. On the side of Complexity Limit, however, this is a big deal, right? You're the 2 seed for the first time coming to the tournament. You should have taken this series 2-0, but you've had so many mistakes leading to two sloppy maps. Are you able to, suck it up, get back into this game 3, play well, and then take the series that you probably should have taken 2-0? It's a big mental exercise for both of these teams here, so interested to see how they end up playing in this dungeon.
And go for it, Drados.
I think that this should be a good place for them, right? Like King's Rest, Mechagon Workshop, these are kind of places where Complexity Limit can't do anything too stupid. Right?
I was about to ask you that question. That's what I was angling towards. I was like the
there's
very first pull, and then
Machimba's room.
Just straightforward.
Yeah, Machimba's room has been something that's caused a little bit of trouble for some teams, but for the most part, and actually the bridge pull, if they decide to pull 3 packs at the start of the bridge after Machimba, we might be looking at a rough situation. But other than that, you're kind of just bounded by the dungeon, right? There's not an opportunity to pull an extra pack in and make it too dangerous, which that's a Complexity Limit, trademark move, right? It's just pull 3 extra packs in to pulls that nobody else does. And without that opportunity being available in this kind of dungeon, I think that they are pretty likely to be victorious, because they can just let their higher damage and, better execution, kind of. I mean, their ability to execute the easy pulls pretty consistently, right? Because they're not going to be able to trick themselves into doing anything too hard.
I think this is also going to be a dungeon that's going to be pushing a lot more finesse from these teams to look at how well they can execute, like you mentioned, those smaller pulls. And when you have a whole barrel of hunters up your sleeve to be able to pull out, it's just going to be coming down to those specific moments to finesse. So we're waiting on getting all of our players ready to go before we dive into it, and this is going to be the deciding match to see who's going to be moving on and facing off against Ethical in the upper bracket. Game is ready to go as King's Rest between Complexity Limit, One Last Chance gets underway.
Alright, so here we go. We do see the triple hunter comp, to no surprise, by both of these teams coming out. So We will see a lot of single target damage, and we see a lot of bolstering management here, which is going to be incredibly important. Even if it's not a very trash-dense dungeon, it's still incredibly important to deal with bolstering right, because it's just going to cost you so much time if you don't deal with it properly.
Yeah, and already you can see the deal with explosives, right? When you pull these big packs together, you can have multiple of those explosives spawn. Fortunately, both teams' hunters are pretty good with dealing with explosives, so you should be able to deal with it, but keyword, of course, is should. We've seen a lot of issues with explosive in dungeons in the past, and it can get pretty ridiculous to deal with. I think what Dratnos was talking about before we started this dungeon is a pretty important thing for both teams, right? Bolstering explosive King's Rest, there's not much of a potential to do these big pulls that, you know, can potentially run the dungeon. You can't do the major blob pull into Machimba because you can't bolster the boss. So a lot of the difficulty of the big pulls in the dungeon is gone for both teams. But already, for complexity limit here, looks like I'm fired up has gone down. But I wonder if that was on purpose because they had to deal with the minions of Zul. Not really sure how Hunter's supposed to live through that, actually. Is there a way they can do it?
I don't think so.
Okay, well, looks like a planned death, maybe, from complexity limit there, but one last chance instead using their tank to do it, and he also goes down to the pole as well, which is actually going to result in 2 deaths for their team. Not a full team wipe, the Hunters are able to feign death off the aggro, but both the tank and the healer are going to have to run back and reset up this pole, and that could be a little bit of an issue for them here.
Yeah, it also looks like both of them actually use an Invis potion to get past the Guardians here at the very start, which is interesting because One Last Chance is running a full Night Elf, well, a double Night Elf comp and 3 Hunter comp.
Limit's dying.
Yeah, this is a full team wide for complexity limit. Looks like some of the casts went out and they didn't have proper damage here as they pulled 3 packs on a bolstering environment.
And they had tons of mobs at 1% HP there as well. So already, right off the bat, I mean, bolstering... Okay, we were talking about how the dungeon shouldn't be that difficult. And once again, casters don't actually know anything because both teams have had essentially full team wipes here. While their tank and healer were running back, 2 of the hunters ended up dying too. I'm not really sure what they would have ended up dying to because they should have dropped aggro. Maybe they ran into the trash and just died so they could run back and deal with this Guardian pack. Already, I don't know what's going on in this dungeon anymore.
Yeah, lots of issues for both teams. Maybe it's actually what... I mean, I did mention earlier that King's Rest is not in a lot of the map pools later on. And if it's in a map pool, it's at the very end, right? That means that the possibility of them having to play King's Rest is actually pretty low. And as you mentioned before, this is a number 2 seed versus number 7 seed map. And I assume One Last Chance didn't think they would go to a game 3, and maybe Complexity Limit didn't think so either. And maybe both teams didn't really practice this too well. We'll see as it goes further on into this dungeon, but right now, both teams are already struggling here with just the very beginning of the dungeon.
Yes, yeah, not what you want to see. Now, the important thing to mention as well is Limit did commit their Bloodlust to that initial pull, so they don't have that available. Bloodlust now popped for One Last Chance on this pull. Looks like it's only a double pull for them, but Jet has gone down. He's going to have to release and run back. Of course, there's not going to be anything in between the release point and this, so it's just going to be about a 20-second run back for him. But they're going to have to deal with this trash pull with 1 less interrupt than they normally would. And in a group with 3 ranged interrupts with those hunters, there's going to be a lot of those Deathly Chill casts going through on the tank, so he's going to be taking a lot of damage, especially when there's 2 of those Witch Doctors in the group, and it looks like it's going to be a full team wipe for One Last Chances. They're not able to deal with that trash pack with 1 DPS down, so 5 more deaths on the board, and the Bloodlust gone for One Last Chance here. This first room is proving to be ridiculously dangerous for these 2 teams.
I mean, it's definitely dangerous mobs, right? It's not only 45, but it's also bolstering. So at the very end of the pool, you have, and also different kinds of HP pools, right? You have the champion, which has much more HP than the warriors and the casters, the Witch Doctors. And you kind of want to focus the Witch Doctors because they constantly cast Deathly Chill on the tank and the Shadow Bolt volley, which needs to be interrupted. And you don't have those melee interrupts to interrupt a lot of those casts. So this is why these pools can be incredibly dangerous on fortified bolstering combination. And this is why those teams struggle with this so much, especially when they pull multiple trash groups on top of each other. But it looks like both of the teams are just going slower now and pulling everything pack by pack because they're just running out of offensive and defensive cooldowns at this point.
Oh yeah, they're definitely low on them, which is why we're seeing them literally just pull at 1 pack at a time compared to what we're normally used to seeing, which is 3 or 4 packs pulled in the room with Bloodlust. So unfortunate to see this pull, but I think both teams at this point should be pretty well aware of what's going on with the other team. Remember, there's a 90-second stream delay based off of what's happening on live, so if the teams opt to have somebody watching the stream on their other monitor, they're completely allowed to do that. They're within their rights to do that, so they can see if the other team is having issues here and play accordingly. That being said, we're in the first boss room of the dungeon, and we're already 6 minutes into the dungeon, so there's plenty of time left in the dungeon for both of these teams to gain some sort of advantage in how they've dealt with trash. We see Complexity Limit now has dealt with all the trash. The Golden Serpent will be spawning here. One last chance, still dealing with the second to last trash pack, and that's a big guy wailing on their tank there.
Definitely a big champion there. As Complexity Limit is engaging the Golden Serpent, it looked like Twisted might have pulled the Guardians from outside. We'll have to see if they arrive or not. We've seen the EU teams, I believe, play this dungeon with Bolstering already once, and we saw them actually pull the Guardians on top of the first boss. And then they were just cleaving off with the Hunters to get the damage increase on them, but they didn't actually finish off the Guardians until the Serpent was lower. But doesn't look like they pulled it after all, so just playing a little bit safer here. That means, though, they have to pull the Guardians later, right? Because I assume the Guardians are part of their route.
Yeah, I would assume that that normally is right. That's the typical strategy that we see from most teams: 2 Guardians into Golden Serpent, and then the final 2 pulled into the Gauntlet trash pack right afterwards. We did see One Last Chance opting to pull all 4 of the Guardians whenever they wiped and reset and came back and pulled, which is why they have that 6% trash advantage on the board. Complexity Limit only opted to pull 2 of them just so they could get back into the boss room without having to actually, finagle some way, like maybe a Hunter pull to the side with Feign Death or something like that. So they are going to end up pulling those 2 Guardians to the Gauntlet afterwards, so that is a potential, difference in difficulty of strategy between the 2 teams. But with Golden Serpent already down for Complexity Limit, I think it's safe to say that they have at least a slight advantage in the dungeon so far with how they've dealt with this first room.
Yeah, definitely. And now we see Complexity Limit actually dealing with the top left pack first. It always spawns top left first, and then it goes counterclockwise on the tournament realm. It's not RNG like it is on live servers. And you see Twisted is not actually with the group. You see that he's out of range, meaning he will very likely pull those Guardians on top of this Gauntlet like Zyro mentioned. This is actually very important here because the Guardians need to arrive after this pack is dead, because if they arrive too early, they will actually get bolstered by this pack. So we'll see when Twisted arrives. They're probably communicating right now and telling Twisted how low the mobs are and when he can actually come in with them so they don't bolster, because if they bolster, that's gonna be a reset for them.
Right, and it's easy. It's sort of an easy thing to well, I wouldn't say it's easy because they have to deal with this trash pack without their healer, but they can sort of kite those Guardians around the Golden Serpent room just a little bit, and they also move pretty slowly because they like to cast that Suppression Slam. So yeah, we see them coming in right now, right after the trash pack is dead. Good timing from them on that as well. They'll be able to cleave that down with this Guard Captain pack whenever it spawns. A little bit of 5 AoE cleave for the Hunters, which is pretty efficient for them, and it shouldn't be too major of an issue. This is a pretty dangerous trash pack unfortified, but I don't think we've seen any deaths in this gauntlet the entire 6 weeks, so I don't expect to see any more here. It's going to be all about that explosive management, making sure they're not getting too many bolstering stacks off, and Hunters are pretty good at doing even cleaves, so bolstering shouldn't be too major of an issue for just a five pack like this.
Yeah, it looks like the lightning AoE is going out and it's not being interrupted. Looks like the Ring of Peace was not ready by Twisted to knock it away, but they still managed to just kite everything off of it and still have pretty even damage. Again, a little bit of a problem here with bolstering is that lots of these mobs here have different kinds of HP pools, especially the very first pack that they dealt with. The King has a lot more HP than the other minions around it, so that is why that's also a big reason why we have the Hunter comms, because Hunters are so good at priority target damage and they're very good to deal with bolstering. So bolstering management is going to be incredibly difficult throughout the whole dungeon here, especially in the Machimba room when we have all of those fluids as well.
For sure, and you can see the difference in time here. Even though they had to deal with the Guardians, there's still one full section of the gauntlet ahead of One Last Chance, now dealing with a third section for Complexity Limit, second one just now starting to spawn for One Last Chance. So not quite the 1 minute and 20 second difference on boss 1 that we see on the timer at the bottom, probably closer to like 1 minute flat, I would say, between the two teams. But you know, 1 minute in a long dungeon like King's Rest, there's still plenty of time to make up for that mistake. So really, we need to see a completely clean run out of complexity limit over the course of the rest of this dungeon. Really, just honestly, for a mental boost as well, just knowing that you can play clean for the second half of King's Rest, which is not easy, will help a lot over the course of the weekend for them.
Yeah, definitely. I did want to mention one thing that I just noted, that Max is actually playing Dwarf compared to Jarvis playing Night Elf. Means that Complexity Limit can't actually do any sort of Shadow Melt / Feign Death skips because of that Dwarf on Max. We've seen Dwarf a lot in King's Rest, especially when it was Necrotic. We don't have Necrotic this time around, so I think Jarvis is going to be fine to run the Shadow Melt. I think it's more of a safety thing to have the Dwarf racial available, just because of all of the bleed effects that are in King's Rest on trash and on bosses as well. So having the Dwarf racial definitely a safety thing that makes it a little bit easier to deal with all of those trash mechanics.
And on top of that, there aren't too many Shadow Meld skips that you need to use in this dungeon, right? The major skip that we see come from most teams is the skip to the council boss, and we normally see a hunter camouflage through with a speed lightfoot potion, and then they'll pull the boss while everyone else is in the realm, and then they'll get pulled out when the boss is in boss combat. So they don't really need to have Shadow Meld on every single one of their players, and you can see every single hunter also running Dwarf as well, just because they have Feign Death available in any situation too. So yeah, it makes sense to run the Dwarf racial here as well. Those bleeds from the Berserkers can just completely destroy a tank. Limit now, pulling the Beckoner of Chaos. They're going to be skipping this Purification Guardian on the bridge with that, it looks like, and then we'll see how they plan on dealing with Machimba's room, how they plan on separating out these blobs here.
I think the fact the Complexity Limit is actually dealing with Samurek here is also an indicator that they might have not practiced this dungeon too much, because we've seen teams pull 4 obelisks with the last boss almost all the time, especially with the triple hunter comp, because you have all the hunter utility to taunt off the tank master, you have all of those dwarf racials to get rid of the debuff, you have the turtles, so it definitely is something we've seen a lot. Now let's see how they deal with the Machimba room, as they pull a lot of fluids here, lots of explosive spawning as well. Not only do they have to deal with bolstering, but they also have to deal with explosive at the same time.
Yep, they really need to make sure they're single targeting this Guardian down, because that bolstering could come way out of hand. And it's kind of funny watching these hunters just all run in circles because they have to dodge those green swirlies, because if you get hit by one of those, that debuff starts stacking up, you start seeing hunters dying quickly with that. And of course it only goes on ranged players, so all of them are just kiting in circles around. It's kind of funny to watch. Guardian going down first, perfect execution there, and then they just have to worry about cleaving down the blobs afterwards, and without any sort of bursting to worry about, pretty clean. Now they have to replicate that on the other side of the room too.
Yep, so they definitely do need to do another pull. There's no way they can pull Machimba on top of this, of course, because of bolstering, so no way of speeding this up. We see One Last Chance also dealing with Samrak, and they're pulling the Purification Construct on the bridge, which is definitely interesting. Looks like they want to pull it on top of some of the fluids and another construct, which is something we've seen before. We've seen teams deal with this and then skip a little bit of trash later on. It does give quite a bit of percentage here, this bridge construct. It gives quite a lot, but it seems like they're completely soloing it, which definitely is not a very quick strategy, dealing with one construct by itself. Let's hope they can actually make up quite a lot of time later on by skipping trash. Because yeah, this is definitely not efficient at all.
Yeah, not in the slightest. Like usually, what we saw this a lot in the European region last weekend, where they ended up pulling that Purification Construct with Machimba. Obviously, that's not possible here with bolstering unless you just leave the Purification Construct alive for the entire boss fight, which is also not really ideal. But we got to keep an eye on One Last Chance here, as they have pulled all of the embalming fluids in this section of the dungeon, opting to go for a different strategy from Complexity Limit, where Complexity Limit pulled half and half. They're going for the fluids first, and then they'll do the constructs afterwards. But this is incredibly dangerous. With this many mobs on the bolstering affix, if any bolstering gets out of hand, those fluids are going to be alive for a lot longer than they should be. So got to keep an eye on here. Everything needs to die almost exactly evenly for them.
Yeah, and now we see Complexity Limit using that strategy where they click all of the tomes at the same time to make the boss stop casting any more abilities for the remainder of the fight. Meaning there will be no more drain fluid and no more fire spots on the ground anymore. This means so that the tank is going to take a lot of damage because there's no breathing room anymore. Machimba will just constantly auto-attack Max and Machimba does a lot of damage, so want to keep an eye out for that. It is fortified, so definitely a little bit easier for them to deal with this, but yeah, that's why you see those ads actually being CC'd on the corner of the room, because they did open those coffins immediately as soon as somebody got entombed.
And of course the trade-off, like you mentioned here, is that even though he doesn't cast the Drain Fluids, doesn't cast the Burning Corruption anymore, Machimba himself does a lot of melee damage, so you really have to pump those heals into your tank here, because he's going to be getting absolutely smashed by this boss, you know, if he doesn't actually block the melees as well. But yeah, there's a lot of potential tank damage here, especially, and the trade-off as well, if one of those Void Touched mummies gets un-CC'd, they do a lot of damage to your tank too. But Complexity Limit able to pull it off clean. Moving on to this trash gauntlet after Machimba here. One last chance, still dealing with those two internment constructs at the same time. I'm not really sure what the better strategy here is on bolstering, whether it's better to go with what Complexity Limit did, like the half and half concept, or whether it's better to go for what One Last Chance did. I think the potential for bolstering to go wrong is higher on One Last Chance, but I think the potential speed could be faster.
I'm not really sure. I think this is definitely, I think it's going to be very, very close between those two strategies for sure. But Complexity Limit now dealing with a pretty difficult pack. It's only 3 buffs, but it's still very dangerous just because you have those 2 casters, the Hex Priest, which constantly cast Spectral Bolt on the tank, huge amounts of magic damage. On top of that, you have the Berserker, which leaves the bleeds behind, so definitely well done by Complexity Limit, and now they're gathering up for a little bit of a bigger pool with the Raptors and the Beastmaster here. So we'll see how they deal with that one. I think they're just going to skip the Brute because it's bolstering, so it seems to be very inefficient to deal with that one.
Yeah, I agree with you on that one. It's not the most efficient thing in the world, but if they're able to evenly cleave it through, it might be fine. But with this kiting they're having to do, it's going to take them a long time to actually finish this pull off. So, not sure. I don't know. Not the greatest pull here from Complexity Limit. Having to kite it out like this is not ideal. Now, of course,
I think they had to because the Brute was coming, right?
Yeah, the Brute. Yeah. You're right. The Brute was coming. They had to kite it out too. But also, one of the things we see a lot of teams do in this particular trash pull in order to make it easier to stack up and cleave is their tank will actually line of sight around the corner on either the right or the left side, and that helped a lot with the actual stack up. And then at that point, you can Binding Shot to stop the leaps as well. There's a lot you can do a little better here. So just tiny little, changes they can make to these pulls could definitely give them an extra 15-20 seconds on the board. But One Last Chance still trucking through. Machimba going down for them as well, and they'll be right behind them, hot on the heels of Complexity Limit here. They're kind of keeping that 1 minute 30 or so gap in check here, and we're seeing this skip that we mentioned earlier, Complexity Limit going for it right now. Yeah,
so what they're doing here is just entering the obelisk, but they don't actually want to deal with the Awaken Mob that spawns here. They just want to use this as a skip. This is why you see Eric is not actually inside the realm. He is outside using his camouflage, just walking past the bridge, then using Feign Death to de-aggro any of the mobs that he might have pulled, and then just engaging Kula. And as soon as you get in boss combat, your whole group will be pulled out of the Awakened realm, but the Awakened mob will not get pulled out. And therefore, this is a very interesting skip. I believe Method NA was the first team to actually show this, and a lot of teams adapted to this strategy.
Yep, for sure. I mean, yeah, it's kind of crazy how quickly teams adapt to strategies, right? You see it shown off one weekend, like maybe on a Saturday, and sometimes the best teams have already picked it up by Sunday, yeah, and then they'll be able to pull it off then. And of course, 1 weekend later, forget about it. Every top team has already pulled it off. So interesting to see those distinctions made, especially in strategies in King's Rest, where I think the first week we saw like 3 or 4 different strategies used. I think we saw both Awakened Mobelisks being pulled there several times by a couple teams, and then we saw this skip coming out as well once people realized that 3 or 4 Obelisk was possible on King Dazar. But now Complexity Limit is on Xanazal the Wise, the second boss of the council. But One Last Chance. Already problems in this first trash pull that we also saw Complexity Limit having issues with. Both their healer and one of their hunters going down here. It looks like they might be able to finish off this trash pull, but 10 seconds on the board in terms of death timers for them. And also the tank going down here. They might be able, they just might be able to pull this off with a pet taunt and then a battle res coming out of one of the hunters. But they're resing their healer.
They have to. They don't have an out of comp. They have to rest their healer,
True,
right?
Yeah. Okay, they were able to finish the pull off though.
All right, so they did manage. Yeah, but this looked like the very bad bolstering management there. The Raptor and the Berserker were very highly bolstered. Then Raiden got one shot by the Raptor jumping on him, and he got hit by the cleave. So just died there straight up. And then without the healer, Sharas had a bleed on him from the Berserker, which was also bolstered. And it was just too much damage for Jaras to survive. So yeah, just lots of problems for them. Did manage to, thankfully. Oh, Rhinon going down.
Rhinon. That's bad. Everyone's in the realm. They can't leave the realm.
Yeah, this is they can't rest him. He needs to release. They might be able to do this because it's only Void Weaver. Void Weaver definitely not a very dangerous mob. Doesn't need any healing, right? As long as you interrupt. But still going to cost him a lot of time until he's back.
Yep, he's just going to have to run back through the entire dungeon, and that's going to take a while, right? They did unlock the checkpoint. They killed the Purification Construct, though. So they have that checkpoint available. It's not going to be like the ridiculous full 2-minute run back, but it's still going to be probably a minute or so of a run back for them. So more time on the board for one last chance, but Complexity Limit is now dealing with the final boss of King's Rest. Kali is going down, and with that, they only have one more trash pull, the Shadow of Zul, then of course that triple awakened final boss that they have left to deal with. And you know, we were mentioning it in that gauntlet. Are they going to be able to have a clean run for the rest of the dungeon? So far, so good for them. They've come back from those early mistakes, and they're playing a lot better so far.
Definitely. I mean, we've seen no more mistakes by Limit after this initial wipe that they had in this first boss room. So well recovered by them, which is also something that we don't see from all of the teams. Sometimes we see a team make a mistake at the very start and then just not recover from it and just keep on making a mistake throughout the rest of the dungeon. But Limit definitely did recover properly. We also see Max use his Dwarf Racial here to get rid of 3 bleed stacks by the Berserkers. Now no more Racial available, so he should be using the Hunter Pets here to get some of the bleeds on the Hunter Pets instead of him, so it doesn't stack up too high, because again, it's 45, so those bleeds actually take for quite a lot of damage. Rhinon going down again. Where
did Rhinon die at?
I'm not sure.
Where did he die? He released, so he must have died on the run back somewhere.
He needs to release again here. This is such a huge time loss for them. They'll just have to wait.
I hope we can get like a POV of what happened there, because I have no earthly idea what could have happened to Rhinon. Because you can just take the obelisk and run to the boss, right? There's no way you should die. There's nothing to die to if you take the obelisk. Did he maybe try to invis pot through the trash and just not make it or something?
Yeah,
that's really weird.
Yeah, he should have taken the portal on the bridge, right? Because he took the shortcut, because they did kill the construct, so he can use the shortcut. He died again, I think.
He just died again.
I'm not sure. Yeah, because he can take the shortcut. No, they don't have the Guardians up anymore either. They don't have the Minions of Zul, so he takes shortcut. There's no Purification Construct. Then he enters the portal, because they did finish off that obelisk, right? The one on the bridge. So he could just take the portal and walk up. I'm not really sure what is causing any of these issues here. This seems really weird on their side.
Oh, they unlocked the second checkpoint.
Oh, okay.
By dealing... Okay, that's what happened. That makes a lot more sense.
Yes.
So Sharas is going to go pull the trash so that he can actually make through. He's going to Shadow Meld the aggro off.
No,
he was going to try to Shadow Meld it off, but he just dies to an Errant Spectral Bolt.
Yep.
This is really unfortunate for them. They unlocked that second checkpoint by pulling the council boss, so that when he died the first time, he wasn't able to actually make it back to the group. This is really unfortunate for them. Wow.
Yeah, at this point he should have just maybe ran back, but yeah, that's just a long way, right? If you have to walk from the entrance all the way here, that's just such a long walk. They did manage to get up the engineering battle rest now, so they have the double freezing trap here in the Berserkers, and one of the hunters did go in combat with them. That means Rhinon could... No, he pulled something again. Yeah, he needs to release. Oh, this is just
what can you do at this point?
He needs to just walk back all the way, normally, without using the shortcut.
There's maybe one thing you can do. You can have Sharas go right before you.
No, he could just walk
land right
back.
before you. Well, they could also run all the way back. That wouldn't be as cool, right?
True.
I mean, let's be honest. At this point, with 18 deaths on the board and they haven't even dealt with the third boss, we're just going to have to keep an eye on Complexity Limit as they gear up for this final pull here on King Dazar with, I believe, yep, you can see it right over there over the trash percentage. 3 obelisks on the board. They did deal with the Beckoner of Chaos, so no Fear Circle is going to be coming out for them. None of that shenanigans that we saw from Method EU last weekend where you get feared right before you disengage and die to a Goomba Stomp from King Dazar. Not going to happen to Complexity Limit here, because that guy isn't available. But still, 3 obelisks with King Dazar is nothing to scoff at with the Bloodlust popped for them here.
Yep, so let's see how they deal with this one. As we see Max just leaping away, we see the Hunter Pets just taunting the Tank Buster, making sure the Spirit Breaker does not go onto Max. And now we see the Dark Fear come out. Max is just going to mitigate that damage, and the Hunters, of course, can just go out of it without losing any sort of damage. And we'll see some of the Void Weaver casts might actually go through, because we have a triple ranged interrupt here on the Hunters, meaning you can't actually interrupt all of the casts, but you can just let some of the casts go through. If it's on the tank, for example, you can use Spell Reflect, or they can use some sort of immunity on the hunters to just let some of the casts go through, making sure they interrupt the important casts that are on people that do not have defensives available, like maybe if a cast goes on Twisted. But it looks like they're interrupting really well so far, and they're also just kiting the Blood. The Blood is probably the least amount of problem here on this pool, just because this room is really big, and the pools on the floor really should not be as big of an issue as it is in maybe other boss fights.
Yep, for sure. There's just so much room to kite around here. They have the whole 360 degrees of the room to kite as well, so they shouldn't have any issues with that. And with the Blood of the Corruptor going down, the only thing left to deal with is, of course, Reban and Tazala on top of King Dazar. But it shouldn't be too much of an issue compared to the Awakened mobs for Complexity Limit, as they have the Triple Hunter for the single target comp here. Tazala now spawned. They'll go ahead and cleave that down. Looks like all of them have their... Oh, Eric doesn't have the turtle available, but 2 turtles available for this first Deathly Roar, so they won't get feared. And yeah, should be easy goings for Complexity Limit. And like we mentioned earlier on, like, after playing those first 2 maps so sloppily, not what you want to do coming into your third cup where you played the best in time trials you ever have, to start off a series like that isn't going to help your mental out at all, right? You're going to be upset about it. You're going to be annoyed about it. But able to bring it back in the second half of this King's Rest, play a clean dungeon after those early mistakes, it's a good way to end a series off like this.
Yeah, I mean, it's incredibly important for them to win this one too, because if they would have lost this first series, I mean, they wouldn't have been out, but all of a sudden they would have been in a lower bracket, which means there's different map pools, probably nothing they would have expected, right? I'm very certain they practice for their upper bracket map pools, and not for the lower map pools. So all of a sudden being in a different kind of environment and having to play different dungeons definitely would have caused some issues. So well done for Complexity Limit to actually come back here and finish off this last King's Rest here fairly cleanly. Of course, they did have the mistake at the very first boss room, but did manage to recover properly. And yeah, one last chance. Well done up until this last unfortunate mistake here. But yeah, still really good performance by them, winning a game against Complexity Limit, the number 2 seed.
And congrats to Complexity Limit, although I think the biggest takeaway that I have onto this one, Dratnos, is that lower seeded teams shouldn't always be practicing just for lower bracket, right? I think there's a lot of opportunities that One Last Chance could have had to capitalize on their mistakes and do so very quickly, that they just didn't really have they just really weren't up to snuff on.
Yeah, this series could have pretty easily been a 0-3 against Complexity Limit if One Last Chance, or maybe not exactly One Last Chance, but if they'd been playing against any other team in the top 4 Complexity Limit here, they would have lost all 3 of those maps badly as well. So this, yeah, it was definitely a big opportunity for One Last Chance, and to their credit, they did really well in the first 2 maps to try and capitalize. They were very close in the Underrot, and they managed to do it in the Junkyard. And then here in the King's Rest, they fell victim to King's Rest and the run back and the release at the front of the dungeon. We've all been there, so nothing to be done about that. That happens sometimes, but still, all in all, a pretty shaky performance from Complexity Limit. But the silver lining for them is that if you win your rounds where you have your shaky performances like that, that's you can't complain about that.
Yeah, I think this is the wake-up call for Complexity Limit. They got through, they're able to advance and move on, but their next opponent's going to be Ethical, Nagura, and that's one area they cannot slouch.
Yeah, definitely not. I mean, Ethical, they performed so incredibly well the last 2 cups, and we saw them perform pretty well here as well earlier when they played against Leal. So if they have those same mistakes like we saw right now, then they're definitely not gonna win against Ethical. So they have to shape up, and again, it might be a possibility that they maybe did not put too much practice time into that first series because they thought, oh, it's a number 7 seed, we should be winning, no problem. Maybe they focused a lot on the upper match against Ethical and just focused on practicing those dungeons. But yeah, still not good for their mentality either. So definitely need to shape up for the next series against Ethical for sure.
Most
And the thing as well is that they don't have time to just take a deep breath and be like, okay, we barely got that through, right? They only have 1 series before the Ethical series.
That's right.
So they got to go in and practice like now.
True.
So they don't get any break. They just got to go.
Yeah, and hopefully with a lot of their experience from raiding and playing for long hours, that's going to be able to be a benefit to them to have, the stamina to continue going. But let's start breaking down that King's Rest as well, Drados. What do you got for us?
Yeah, so In a rare sight here, we saw Complexity Limit wiping on their very first pull of the dungeon, which, of course, happened in the junkyard as well. So
yeah, that is the joke.
Now, fortunately for Complexity Limit, that happened to One Last Chance as well, so they actually ended up being faster on the first boss split, but it was actually pretty close. Then One Last Chance, they had this kind of slow strategy, soloing the Purification construct instead of pulling it into anything or skipping it, which would be a more common strategy, given that it's bolstering weak. And that kind of maybe set them up to be in a position to exploit another Complexity Limit mistake, but instead the mistakes were on the side of One Last Chance. They had, this death, run back, die again, they didn't expect the bird to take them all the way to the third platform, but because they'd reset that third boss, it did, instead of taking them to the bridge where the construct had died. And so they ended up just spending a lot of time and a lot of deaths trying to get back to where the rest of the team was after their healer went down. And that was all it took for Complexity Limit, who had a clean run from there on to take down the match. But still, 27 minutes or so in King's Rest is going to be, Method and A will run the dungeon twice while you were doing that. So yeah, they're going to have to find a way to speed things up and not make any of those big wipes if they want to start winning more in this tournament.
That's right. They're going to have to shape out as we do see Complexity Limit move on. And this has been their wake-up call as, they have to make sure they prepare for Ethical coming up after the next coming series that we're going to have is Method NA versus Villains, as Goosy Bad had to forfeit their first round as they were unable to find their tank, unable to, rouse him. So they forfeited their first round, moved down into the lower bracket, and hopefully they'll be ready when we start playing those after we play our 2 upper bracket matches. So, Villains, let's start talking about them a little bit as well, Zyro. What do we know about them? What should we be watching for as they play?
What do we know about Villains? Well, they're Mythic Plus players. This is definitely a better question for Dragons, but yeah, some of these guys have played in previous MDIs. Most notably, Dilemma is known for playing Mage in the 2018 MDIs. Just a good player in general. But these guys, they're pretty good. They're pretty good players. Personally, I don't know too much about them. What do you think, Dranos?
Yeah, this is my guildies in this group, people I've pushed a lot of Mythic Plus with, so really excited to see them showing up here, although a little bit annoying. I was kind of hoping to do some Mythic Plus with them this week, and they've been busy with MDI practice, so I hope that it ends up being worth it. I hope they win the tournament. That would be
Wait.
What a disappointment that you're not able to run with them. Instead, you have to run with Nerf.
True.
Is it what's your guild again? Is it Pop Tart Corn Dog? Oh yeah.
That is it. Pop Tart Corn Dog.
That's the one.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Well, yeah.
Oh yeah.
All right, guys, let's wrap this up. We're going to be taking a quick break before we get into our upper bracket between Method NA and Villains. Shake off whatever just happened. Just erase it from your mind. We'll be right back. upper bracket as we're joined right now by Tettles, Zyro, and Dratnos to see how Method NA is going to square off against Villains, who we haven't seen just yet, as they won their first round against Goosy Bad, as Goosy Bad had to forfeit, and we'll be looking at Goosy Bad to see if they're ready in the lower bracket a little bit later on. As we're going to start this off, Method NA has just been playing how we expect them, Tettles, and now we're going to be looking to see how Villains is going to be able to perform, what kind of expectations we might have for them.
Oh yeah, I think expectations are the best term. So this is going to be their first weekend in the MDI. Sure, they have some MDI veterans. We've seen Dilemma before. I know Snap participated in time trials a couple seasons ago. So there are some veteran MDI players on this team. But as for expectations, it really comes down to how much practice they put into that. I believe Dratnos maybe has a little bit more insight as to how much time they've put in these dungeons.
At least as much time as it takes to not do keys with Dratnos.
Well, a lot of people seem to be putting in enough time to do that.
Not as much as not playing with Tettles, though, okay?
True. What the heck, dude? Back off, bro.
Welcome back, Tettles.
Back off, bro. This is Dratnos flame time, not me, man.
Listen, we got a lot of them queued up, okay?
It's pretty important that the stream knows this. Tettles and I swapped matches just so I could cast the complexity limit match. Just wanted to throw that out there. Not biased at all. Smiley face.
This is going to be pretty exciting, though, Ironic, because you and I are casting this match, and it's my guildies against your guildies, so...
It is, because Method NA is 3 complexity limit members, so I'm probably just going to talk about Method NA this entire match, and you can talk about your guild this entire match, so it'll be pretty even, right?
Yeah, that's the plan. I think that this is definitely a team that they were preparing for a tough match against Goosy Bad, and so I think they weren't really expecting to get into this match here in the upper bracket. But of course, then Goosy Bad's tank didn't show up this morning. So
do you suspect that, or did you hear that from them?
I heard it from them.
Okay.
So I got inside information here into the mind of the Villains.
Anyway, about this map pool that we're going to be having. Starting us off as Method NA banned King's Rest, while Villains banned Waycrest. So Workshop followed up by Atal. Ataldazar, I'm sad that Ataldazar is in Game 3 on this one, Zyro.
Yeah, I would really love to see what Method NA has to show for Ataldazar, right? Because we saw the sub 10-minute run from Method EU. Method NA and all of course, the entire American region has had the opportunity to take that strategy and improve upon it. And they even have the teaming affix, which kind of helps with the Unholy DK damage, right? They can cleave even more of that AoE damage on top of the boss with more mobs. So we could potentially see an even faster time. But with Method NA, we're probably not going to see a 3-game series. These guys have looked stupid dominant, like 2 clean 0-death runs against Ramping earlier today. Expect to see more of that from them here.
All right, let's see what they've got as game number 1 is underway in Freehold.
All right, and right off the bat, we've got the same compositions coming out from both sides here. That Prot Warrior, Double Death Knight. Double Death Knight here in Freehold has been a pretty standard thing, but the new shift we have is towards the Hunter instead of the Rogue, as the Rogue utility just kind of outmatched by the Hunter damage.
Yeah, and of course the Hunter is able to do the Rogue's job, which was to just run to Trothak and do that skip so they didn't have to worry about dealing with Trothak's RP beforehand. But now both teams going for this massive pull, which can be incredibly dangerous with these sanguine pulls, and already Corey going down. Dratnos,
that's going to be a battle res used there. Oh no, and Snap's going down as well.
Snap.
Dilemma ties as well for the side of Villains. It's not looking good for our heroes. They're gonna.
Wait, our heroes?
I guess our villains. They're going to be able to finish this pull, I'm pretty sure, but it's going to be very slow for them. But yeah, they decided to just finish out this pull here, kiting around that one mob. Meanwhile, Method NA onto their boss, their first boss here with the first pull, looking a lot cleaner for them. Ooh, Grievous ticking down. Yeah, Grievous Sanguine, a pretty nasty combination. We do actually get this one on the live servers as well. And this week is one that is deceptively difficult because those Sanguine puddles really just apply Grievous to people and cause a bunch of extra problems. Not to mention, this season, Grievous in particular, feels like those Eyes of Corruption have really amped up the amount of time that people have Grievous stacks on them.
Yeah, I think that's one of the reasons we're seeing Grievous be such a ridiculous affix for a lot of people. It's just something you don't want to be ticking into Grievous instantly. It puts a lot of stress on your healer. It makes it so they can't really do any damage. It's a pain. it's one of the worst affixes in general to deal with, I think, this time around. Probably up there with Bolstering and Explosive. So we're seeing these teams have a lot of issues with that affix pretty much in any dungeon that is available. And like, for instance, that Junkyard last week, which was just really ridiculous. But you can see this is no pushover. I mean, one of those shots from Sky Captain Crag on Fortified, doing 70% of the Hunter's HP. It's
yeah, Yoda there, he should be outranging that thing, but he had to duck in closer to the boss to bait the bird poop for a second, and unfortunately got targeted at the time, but luckily did not get one shot by that. And now Method and A are going to be advancing through the rest of the dungeon here, making use of one Shadow Meld to skip that Enforcer. Everybody else gonna go through the rest of the way, and this is something that the Rogue could have... I guess they probably would be doing this either way, even if they'd sent a Rogue ahead here. So it's not something that changes based on their comp.
Yeah. Wait, is Lip doing it? Or is he just behind?
Yeah, Lip did the meld on the first guy. He's not doing RP starting.
Oh, okay. I only saw one red bar, so I'm like, where's Lip? But yeah, he's a little bit behind. Yeah, Yoda's going to go and deal with the RP later on.
Yeah.
Probably, yeah.
If you had the Rogue, you could have sent them to go do the RP as Crag was dying rather than doing it now. So it would have been a little bit more efficient, but that is the thing, is that, you know, that little bit of efficiency is just not worth the huge differential in damage between the Hunter and the Rogue. Look at this pull from Method and A, though. This is the entire freehold dungeon, basically.
It's everything.
Yep, one Crusher,
They're clearing...
37 other mobs, roughly.
Yeah, well, it makes sense, right? Because you can't really afford to go for the Sanguine pull into the Council of Captains like we normally see.
Shakib!
Shakib going down. Now, this is the thing with this is one Unholy DK can deal with all of this. It just makes it a lot less deal with. The Sanguine is going to be a big issue.
Lighty.
This Ring of Peace has to be on point. We also have to keep an eye on Lighty.
Yeah, there's Harpooners. There's Harpooners in this pool. They pulled an extra pack here on the side of Method and A. Extra friends coming in here. Shakib gets the battle res from Lip. Everybody here taking quite a lot of damage. Grievous starting to tick up on everybody, but look at that Sanguine healing on all those mobs. Look at the Crusher just bathing in it. Lip goes down. With 4 people in their group alive, this pull is going to last too long as Frostblast starts to get cast by that Brine Scale. Lip not releasing at this time. Are they going to be able to salvage this pull? This would be an impressive recovery. Lip does eventually elect to release, but Lighty taking a lot of damage here. Cooldown's almost entirely exhausted, but Avatar comes back up.
Avatar back up. Grievous is off most players now. It's still on Shakib and Yoda, but they're able to go ahead and kind of keep themselves alive. The Exil available for Yoda as well if he ever chooses to need that as well. But yeah, there's just so much Sanguine healing going on this pull. They're able to somehow keep themselves alive to finish off the pull, but they probably lost a good 30 seconds to a minute of time just finishing off that pull. And instead, the heroes, like you mentioned, or the villains rather, just opting to pull this trash into the boss. We're going to have to keep an eye on their Sanguine management. They did a good job placing those neutral mobs Sanguine off to the side into places where they're not going to kite the bosses into. But the placement of these mobs that they're killing right now, they're going to have to make sure they ring a piece them away from the boss.
Jacob goes down.
As I'm speaking, Jacob going down, that's a major source of their damage. Hunters are going to be a lot of their boss damage, and they don't have a battle res available either, so this boss is just going to be all bad brews for them. They don't have the Hunter to help at all.
So they do have the option at this point to reset the boss if they wanted to. That's something they could consider. The boss is at 74% here, 72 between the two of them. A reset here, finishing off the trash and then getting that mass res would be safer, and maybe, yeah, given that Raoul has full healed here, I think if I was in their position, I would be resetting this boss right now and just getting that res onto the Hunter. But it looks like they're just going to continue here as Raoul bathes in that Sanguine, fully healing.
Not ideal for sure. I wonder... if you actually look at the damage breakdown once the trash is dead, how much of the boss damage taken is just bad brews, right? Because realistically, with the DPS down, the bad brew is going to do a majority of the boss's HP anyways, so that you probably don't need to reset.
The thing about the bad brew is it's a pretty... There's quite a lot of variance between pull to pull, right? Like, you're getting 10 brews thrown over the course of the fight, and there's a 33% chance of it being the bad brew. Like, that could easily be 1 or 5 brews. Within, a reasonable bound of chance of each other. So, yeah, that can absolutely be important, especially with that extra DPS player down, because those good brews are going to give them less damage, and the fight's going to last for longer, but Corey goes down now on the side of villains. They might still be able to finish this boss. With Grievous active, they have to be careful, but their 2 Death Knights do have the ability to Death Strike out of Grievous.
Mm-hmm. These are the best two. These are the best 2 players in your group to stay alive once your healer's down, right? They can self-sustain and do a lot of self-healing, of course, at the cost of doing damage. But when you're talking about this boss, Bad Brew's going to be doing a majority of the damage, and with Raoul below 30%, you can see that Bad Brew debuff ticking on him as well. They should be able to finish off this boss, and once the boss goes down, they'll have that checkpoint reset whenever the boss dies. They have to make sure they don't instantly release though. They got to wait for like the boss RP to finish, because we've seen a lot of points, especially also with the Council and King's Rest, where people have instantly released and they release at the start of the dungeon. Not ideal. But boss goes down, releases out, everyone's back together. Our heroes are ready to pull the rest of the dungeon. But Method and A, they don't really care. They're already on to Ludwig. They're just trucking through this massive AoE pull they normally do. They're playing great.
They do have not a battle res available, they do Sanguine full heal Ludwig. Unfortunately, Ludwig does not respect the Ring of Peace, being immune to that crowd control. Is going to full heal. This will still be a worthwhile pull for them, even with that extra Sanguine healing.
Yeah.
But this has been some uncharacteristic sloppiness, I'd say, from Method and A against this Affix in this dungeon. Their time trial time here is 11 minutes, 31 seconds. I'm not sure they're going to be able to hit that with the pulls going slightly wrong for them, as they have so far this dungeon.
We kind of have touched on it just a tiny bit, but not really given it real thought. How much of this sloppiness from Method and A do you think is the fact that some of them have been playing during push week and not practicing the entire week?
Method and A has basically practiced the entire week that everybody was available. Like that, they had a couple players who were busy with other things on Tuesday, and so their other players then played live keys. But it wasn't a group that chose to do live keys over MDI practice ever. They just did MDI practice whenever they had all 5 available.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense. But the question, a better question it would be, do you think that doing live keys would in any way interfere with the way that you do your tournament realm keys? Because sometimes the differing strats can kind of you can get a little bit confused maybe. And kind of accidentally run a live strat or think you're running a live strat and get behind the team, make some mistakes, make a wrong interact.
Definitely, if they'd been doing live keys yesterday, I'd be worried about that mindset, paradigm shift happening. But the last 2 days for them have been just entirely on the tournament realm. So I think that they are going to be all right.
Well, then what do you think this sloppiness is? Because we saw it in Told Agor from them as well, and it's just so uncanny from them. They did end up having 0 deaths, but we're talking errant interrupts that we would never see Method and A make. A little bit of healing management or sanguine mismanagement that we normally don't see out of Lighty. In the grand scheme of things, these aren't really things that you're going to be worried about over the course of this tournament, but looking forward to the grand finals, these are sort of small mistakes that you really aren't going to be able to get away with against teams like Method and Perplexed.
Yeah, that very top tier that Perplexed has just proved that they are in, along with Method EU. Those things do happen to those teams sometimes, but it's rare, right? It's like a once per tournament event for them. J.B right up against the edge of the arena over there. Got to be careful, as you can get food thrown at you when you're right up against the wall there. Not sure if that's what happened to him, but he's gonna be all right.
Well, we would see that nasty food debuff on him if it was, and he would be running around useless for about 10 seconds as well too. So fortunately, I don't think he did get food thrown at him. Actually, maybe Tebbles can clarify. I don't think he got food thrown at him.
Yeah, I didn't see the debuff, but I think we only tracked 2 debuffs, and with Grievous and Sated on them, it may not have been overwritten. Anyways, it's beside the point, Zyronic. Let's get back to the match, where Method NA and Villains actually on the same Trothak percentage here, roughly, but unfortunately, Villains have 30% more trash count that they are going to need to find relative to Method NA. So Villains probably are going to need a Method NA wipe at this point to close this gap.
I completely agree with you. And Method NA has all the trash count they need, right? The rest of the trash count will just come from Ravagers. They have painful motivation to deal with the rest of the percentage as well. Because based off of the trash they've already pulled, we know that they're more than likely going to be going with that kiting strategy. They've cleared the circuit for JB. He has all of the room in the world to kite around. So they really only have to worry about the final boss at this point. And they have Bloodlust available for it too.
Yeah, let's see what they decide to do here. With 4 obelisks active and 92% trash count already earned, I have a suspicion that we will be seeing Awakened Enemies kited here on this Grievous Affix. That is a spooky proposition, Zyronic.
Yeah, we've talked about this before. I think it was Grievous Motherlode that we saw, I believe it was Method EU try to kite around it, and they had issues with it, but they actually completely, they itemized for it, right? They were running the Mechagon ring combination where you could heal your allies every 15 seconds. They were running defensive traits that healed you every 15 seconds as well. They had a lot of self-healing in order to counteract it. And on top of that, they have 2 Death Knight players, which are incredibly good at this should be fine. As long as Lighty stays alive, they'll get the count from this Ravager.
Well, they don't
need
the count.
Right?
They're at 100% there. I think that they pulled that extra pack that wasn't part of their route. Yoda went ahead anyways to go pull that pack, but I'm not sure if that was all how that was supposed to look for them.
Yeah, definitely wasn't the right thing, but at the same time, they're just able to res up. It's just going to be the extra 5 seconds on the board. Yeah, definitely, once again, not ideal.
I can confirm that they're not running the rebooting Bitband combos, so they're not going to have that healing. Particularly on Yoda, that's going to be spooky. And also, it's a little bit worrying because all that extra healing being done here is a little bit more healing threat that J.B is going to have to compete with to make sure that these mobs stay on him rather than doing anything, crazy and teleporting back to the rest of the team. So we'll see how this exactly works for them as J.B begins his kiting path here, and the rest of the team fights Harlan Sweet. Not too much of a Grievous threat above 60% health, but below 60% health, when he starts applying that Cannon Barrage debuff to everybody, that's when it can start to, because that actually comes with a dot component in addition to the cannonballs dropping, and that can pretty easily start ticking Grievous on everybody. You can just see those Eye of Corruption stacks as well. Also might start applying Grievous if they can get through an anti-magic shell.
Yeah, and also, I didn't see, did JB end up taking one of those casts from Voidweaver just to make sure he had healing threat?
Yeah, one came and hit him in his life cocoon when he was standing on the bridge. So hopefully that's not going to teleport back for, hopefully for Method NA. I am rooting for villains, of course, as they are my guildies, but hopefully that is what happens for Method NA, as we can see J.B actually doing a kite path here that is doing a good job of bringing Urgroth back to the front of the line here. Does get the Cannon Barrage, and he's got a different circuit, actually, than we've seen from the other players here. This is a smaller circuit, just doing a very small little circle around here, not going over towards where the second boss was.
Yeah, I'm trying to see if there's anything in particular that Yoda's running just to give him a little bit of extra healing, because I saw he did just
Exil and Spirit Mend, I think, is what he's relying on. And
it was probably the Spirit Mend. Yeah, he was below 80. He was below that Grievous range. Had a stack of Grievous, but he healed himself up. But it's a moot point at this point as Harlan Sweet goes down. JB pulls off the kiting, and Method NA, although they had some issues around the Council of Captains, they were able to pull off a clean run with very few deaths and take the first game in the series.
That's right. They do take up the game, and at this point, like Sanguine has been this kind of hot point throughout this dungeon here, Tettles, and it's always interesting to see when we have that affects how bits of extra time get burned up in ways that we're less used to. We're more used to seeing, okay, here's a death, or here's, an extra pack being pulled or something like that eats up a lot of time, but Sanguine can just be like that silent killer for a lot of teams and a lot of pulls.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, especially with some high health mobs. Like, teams love to pull a ton of trash on top of Ludwig. Say you Sanguine him up somehow, like he ends up casting a turtle shell during it, dude, you instantly got a full health Ludwig and you have to fight through his health again. Same with the Crusher. Like, if you Sanguine him, you got to fight through another full health bar of a mob that is not normally like super time efficient by itself anyways. So, like Jack was saying, definitely a silent killer for a lot of these runs. Method NA looked pretty solid as a whole, though, just making really good use of their composition that they decided to run here with that no rogue.
Yep, and the kiting just gets better and better, and I always like you pointing out those differences as well, Zyro, to look at what routes everybody's taking to get the most consistent results possible.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about a lot in King's Rest. I think it's one of the best dungeons, but Freehold as well, we've seen a lot of differing strategies as right. Perplexed coming up with that kiting route at the very beginning of the season in our very first cup, and just about every single one of our top 4 teams in both regions kind of adopting that, and not only Freehold, but a Taldazar and Motherlode as well. But we've also seen some weekends where, you don't actually want to kite in Freehold, right? We've seen you want to pull that boss with all 4 awakened mobs on top of that trash pack, cleave it down with unholy DKs, and there have just been differing strategies in general in Freehold. This is probably one of the most interesting dungeons in terms of like the differing types of routes that we see. Of course, with Sanguine, you don't really want to go for that cleave on top of the boss, so we're seeing them opt to go for the kite. But, depending on the affixes that we see in the grand finals, we could see the teams just completely opt to not kite at all.
That's right, and what else do you have to break this one down for us, Tettles? Is, there was definitely some routing differences, but there's also some interesting mistakes to see on both sides.
Yeah, basically I felt like both of these teams played this dungeon, sure, Method NA had a couple minor mistakes, but I don't think you really need to just like hammer those in. I think that dungeon is so hard. Freehold with Sanguine is such on a knife's edge that it's really easy to make a lot of mistakes. We saw that from both Method NA and the villains. The villains' mistakes just happen to be a little bit more costly, like losing Jacob and Corey on the council boss, and then in addition to that, losing 4 members at the very beginning of the dungeon. That's just going to be fairly costly in terms of time, whereas Method NA still sticking to the game plan, being able to chug through. Their mistakes are just far less punishing. JB does a great job of kiting the obelisk towards the end of the dungeon. The most innovative thing we've seen this season by a long shot, I will say. I felt like Method NA looked fine, even though they may or may not have had a couple mistakes that put them like 2 minutes behind where they were in time trials in this dungeon.
True, and I think one of the big things that has separated Method NA from really the rest of the pack, Dranos, I'm curious in your opinion about this, is how well they're able to put forth damage control, right? The extra pack that they pulled just past the Council of Captains, for example, weren't prepared for it, elongated the pull by a significant margin, but they were able to pull through and avoid that wipe as a result of just strong play.
Yeah, that looked like a wipe for 30 seconds, and they pulled it back together, with players dead, with extra mobs adding into the pack, with everybody at 20% health with 4 stacks of Grievous. So definitely, an impressive recovery from Method NA, and that is the kind of that's something that you see out of both Method NA and Method EU, is that when things go badly for them, when things go very badly for them, that is when they start to play their best. Immediately great decision making in those 5 seconds after something horrible happens.
Yeah, I was particularly impressed by the healing priority that you see out of like JB in that situation, where we saw Yoda sitting there at 20-30% HP with Grievous ticking away, but no focus on him because he knew that there was greater focus on Lighty, there was greater pressure somewhere else in the group that really starts spreading showing the difference between one healer and the next, where they are already very knowledgeable as to where the damage is going to be coming from and how they need to react from it. And like you just mentioned, 30 seconds of like, okay, everybody could die at every moment, and then that 30 seconds kind of ends, and you're like, I guess we're all fine?
So in an MDI, you absolutely just have to commit to doing damage and trying to speed up the run the most. And you just have to know that your healer has got your back at the end of the day. Like, Yoda has to just commit knowing that JB has his back. Like, playing overly defensive or just doing stuff improperly is going to cost them more time, and he just has to believe that JB is going to be able to top him through that Grievous.
Yeah. And then on top of that as well, knowing that if, knowing the only thing that can kill you in that trash pack is maybe one of the errant blasts from, one of the range mobs, or maybe getting hooked in as well from the harpooners. Those are really the only things that can deal with you, and you have various add-ons that are telling you whether or not that's targeting you, so he can hold on to his exhilaration, he can hold on to his turtle, and one of those situations, or maybe even feign death, one of those casts off. So these guys are really practiced. Like you mentioned, it's impressive that JB has the wherewithal to know, hey, the hunters are going to be fine here, I just have to focus the tank. It just kind of shows the level that these teams are at right now.
It really does. And Workshop's going to be our next dungeon coming up on this one, and Hunter City, as pretty much it usually ends up being on Workshop titles.
Oh yeah, absolutely. We're gonna see triple Hunter coming through. The big surprise there.
Whew. Also coming up, we got it's gonna be really cool in particular because we do have Raging, and while there's not that much density of trash mobs or anything, Dranos, they're pretty much gonna be able to completely negate it because they're probably gonna run Hunter anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how many times they'll actually need to use those soothes, but it is a tool they have access to for any of those particularly dangerous trash mobs when they get below 30% health through all of the hunter pets that will be active on both teams. So definitely that affix and the explosive affix are pretty well managed by this composition.
Yep, and again, this is going to be tyrannical. We've already seen how long some of these boss fights can really last, and just how much threat and how much danger there is on end boss fights. But I think I do wonder if we can ever dig up some stats on it, but I'd love to see, the success rate of 3+ obelisks when you're having all the hunters, or how much the hunters are making a difference to help smooth out or grout the breaker, or have, feign death or immunities to get through any of the caster mobs, or just be able to move around more easily, as we're getting ready to go with Method NA up 1 starting up in Workshop.
All right, let's see how these teams end up dealing with this. Of course, this first boss room, a lot of this is kind of just how well these teams are able to play with the hammers. We're seeing a lot of teams just really abuse that hammers. You see Method NA, 1 hammer strike, all the tonks are dead.
Yeah,
perfect play from them.
Great job there from them of having everybody under the hammer to bait 5 instances of its cast rather than just a few. On the side of villains, doing a little bit less of a good job of that. Only a couple of them getting under here, but this is all part of their continued strategy to lull Method NA into a false sense of security and then hit him with the surprise reverse sweep at the end here. So watch out for that. At some point, they're going to flip the switch and just blow him out of the water.
What's that going to look like?
It's coming. I can't reveal any more secrets from the guild chat, but that is what's going to be happening.
All right, we'll keep an eye on that. Keep an eye on Villains as they have just now engaged the boss, whereas Method and A have already dealt with 2 of the hammer smashes onto the Platinum Pummeler. I like the strategy from them. If you notice that they actually put the Platinum Pummeler on top of the hammer that was also on No Mercy, so they're getting a little bit of that cleave hammer action on there as well.
They had a hammer just hit the Platinum Pummeler there, and they're not even bothering hitting No Mercy. No Mercy, they're like, hey, you know, this is going to get cleaved down. It's not getting another Vent Jets cast anyways, and we will just, you know, use the last hammer to maybe hit it. Ooh, Yoda gets faux flipped back at an inopportune time, but it's going to be all right as they bait one more hammer hit onto No Mercy, and they will bait this last one onto both bosses. This is going to truck the Platinum Pummeler here. Watch this thing's health just get melted by that hammer, and they have taken care of this boss, both of them, before Villains can take care of either of them. 1 minute 47 boss 1 split from Method and A. That is blazing fast.
Yeah, it's about as good as it gets. And you gotta remember, that's tyrannical. 140 splits are usually what we're used to seeing on Fortified, not tyrannical. So that was ridiculously fast. Everything that was done about that, the bait of that second maximum thrust onto that final hammer, just to make sure you're getting the hammer strikes onto No Mercy as well. Just great execution from them there. That's ridiculously fast.
The amount of geometry required to be able to calculate the line to bait it in that spot is just, it's phenomenal. These guys all have PhDs here. They know how to do this kind of math on the fly, and that's what leads to Method and A just having such a huge advantage here.
Yep. How many times have we seen Explosive Workshop? I feel like I've had to explain this particular pull many, many times, where they just LOS all of those volatile wastes and the potential explosives they spawn in perfect fashion. Method and A once again pulling off the pull, and then of course once this trash gets stacked up, they'll be able to pull it right on top of Cujo. Only thing they really have to watch out for are those explosives going off, but with the triple hunter comp, it should be no major issue for them as they just pull everything on top of the boss and start cleaving away.
You have to be careful here with these waste processing units being active during this boss fight, as their abilities kind of zone the group out, and if you have that overlap with the Venting Flames cast, that can be bad very quickly. So there, you see Lighty doing it. Ooh. Danger. Alert.
Yep.
All right, they're going to be okay, but that is going to be turtles from the entirety of Method and A. Explosive goes off. J.B going so low. More explosives do need to be killed by the hunters, and they are successfully killed. That waste processing unit is now dead. Wow. They are out of the woods here, but it has claimed all 3 of their turtles.
Yeah, that was great, great assessment of the situation, knowing they had to pop the turtle to stay alive. I think JB also had to pop out and take a couple ticks of the Venting Flames on himself as well, just to make sure it didn't go down to that Mega Drill, because that is going to be just a flat-out one-shot, especially when it was in that raging scenario where it was doing double damage. That was just good heads-up play from a majority of the team there. Unfortunately, in the time space we were watching Method deal with this trash, Villains has had some issues on their board. 5 deaths on the board for them. Not sure if they trickled down deaths while they were dealing with these process units, or if they had just a full team wipe, but not the greatest execution on this trash coming out from them.
If we didn't see it, then we can take those deaths off the board, right, and remove that death penalty? Is that in the rules?
Sure.
All right, good, fair. That sounds fair to me. Yeah, you can see though, Villains having a little bit more trouble here, doing this pull a little bit more slowly. They're not just pulling this entire thing into the boss. And their first boss split was a full minute slower than Method and A, so they are certainly behind at this point. And we're kind of already at the point now where they're going to need Method and A to wipe, rather than just being able to execute their dungeon strategy faster.
Well, you have to remember, they still have the flip switch available too, so we'll probably see that come out at some point in the dungeon.
That's true. Snap dropping very low does get the life cocoon on the side of Villains, as Method and A are just about to finish off Cujo. It looks like Villains are going to be pulling some trash here into the boss, eventually, just with a little bit less of the waste processing unit in here than Method and A were able to do.
Yeah, one thing important to mention as well during that Cujo fight, they don't actually end up line of sighting during the Venting Flames. They're just around the corner of those boxes, so they can still do full damage for the duration of the Venting Flames. It's actually kind of difficult to position, so sometimes you see teams not able to pull it off, but Yoda, yeah. All right, he got the jump eventually.
Poor Yoda over there.
That was tough.
He's playing the
little gnome model, just not really able to get up every single time consistently. And moving on to the Gauntlet of the Dungeon here. Once again, gauntlets are a great theme of BFA.
Yeah, we do love gauntlets. As Method and A have Lighty managed to get there a little bit faster than Yoda, but it's not fair because Lighty has longer legs playing that Night Elf rather than Yoda's Dwarf. Able to get those jumps a little bit more easy here.
True, and we're going to be dealing with these guards and Tinkerers nice and easily with that even Hunter Beast Cleave. Of course, the most dangerous part of this gauntlet has got to be these 3 bots named, I think, 1, 2, and 3.
I think it's 2 Mark 1s and a Mark 3, but I can't prove it.
Is it 2 Mark 1s and a Mark 3? Let's look at their name.
Oh, yeah.
You're right, I'm wrong.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, you're right. Okay. I'm going to pretend one of them isn't 2, because that makes the most sense, right, for them to be 1, 2, and 3. Of course, the 3 has more HP. They're going to cleave it down. But the short outs can do a lot of damage here, especially if they start casting when they're enraging, so have to keep an eye on their
And
health.
it does get pretty big.
They're able to soothe off the raging, though.
Just in time.
Almost instantly, too. That could have been dangerous if that was allowed to raging short out on their team.
Yeah, you can see Shakib there actually with that pet racial, or pet defensive popped as well there. That thing is on a long cooldown. But it was enough to allow him to survive that combination of the dot and the short out, which can be very deadly in that gauntlet. They are onto this last little spider tank thing. This one, they're tanking it right by the edge here of the room so that they'll be able to quickly advance across the bridge once it dies. They don't want to waste any time getting over there afterwards.
Yep, of course, and they're making sure they go to the correct piece of the pie to make sure they don't get hit by any of that electric lightning from the defense spot. You know, you'd think that if you were designing a bot like that, you'd want to make it cover the entire ground and not leave a quarter of it undone. I'm not quite sure what the reasoning behind that is there, but hopping into Void River Malthor's realm to skip this second trash gauntlet here, so I don't have to worry about getting past those bots. The typical play that we see in the MDI for sure.
Yeah, it's definitely a little strange how many of these, boss mechanics we see have like a spot in the room that you can dodge them. Like you'd think that it would be a lot smarter from the boss's perspective to just hit the whole room. I agree with you, Zyronic. It's a little bit weird.
Takes me out of my element. My game fantasy isn't quite up to snuff whenever you can just dodge most of these abilities, unfortunately.
Yeah, nonetheless, though, Method and A are going to make their way through. Another mechanic they're dodging here, actually, this little robot gauntlet. A little snap onto Void Weaver Mouth
the spider
here.
Teleported, wow. Nice little snap mechanic coming out of Lighty. Of course, he is a big advocate for snapping. Of course, he loves snapping every single awakened mob. They want to snap, in his opinion, so he just lets them do it. Of course, they are setting up now for this major pull where only the tank is leaving the realm. He will pull all the trash into the boss, so he's the only person who could potentially have aggro or anything casted on him. And then, of course, once they engage in boss combat, everyone else is taken out of that Nylathon realm, and it's a great way to set up this pull. It just lets them make sure everything is nice and stacked and there's no aggro issues.
Oh,
perfect setup for this pull.
The squirrel explodes on Lighty, though. The shockwave didn't quite hit the squirrel. Luckily, he was able to get Spell Reflect up as he realized that was about to happen, and is going to be okay. Oh, he's corruption slowed now. Has to heroic leap 2 inches away to get away from that. Ooh, G.B now getting hit by the hedge saw. Wow, things are. Oh, Yoda goes down. Shakib goes down.
Oh no!
And they have one battle res available. They can continue this fight. They could also reset this boss. Those are the two.
It's a
I think that, going with the reset here makes a lot of sense. Boss at 74%, and this is what I wanted to see actually out of villains in that freehold. With the boss at 74%, you could use a battle res and get through the fight in roughly the same amount of time. But if something else goes wrong, you're going to wipe. Now you get this chance to reset, try again, and have your full damage, and save your battle res.
Yep, that's the important thing, I think, saving the battle res, right?
Yeah.
That's a big thing. Especially in this Tyrannical boss, we know how dangerous King Mechagon can be on Tyrannical. Those Giga Zaps can do a lot of damage. Even with Hunters where you can turtle or feign death some of the casts, it's still a lot of potential damage coming out. So keeping the battle res, definitely the safe play from them.
Sparkflux also has kind of a soft and rage mechanic where as the fight goes longer, more and more of the room is polluted by the fire volcanoes and the saws. So if you could, give up a minute of time on the timer, but actually have the fight itself last 30 seconds shorter when you pull it the second time, that is going to be quite a bit easier to deal with and a little bit less likely to wipe you than if you have a really long, drawn-out 4-person boss fight.
Yeah, for sure. And then, of course, the plants will take longer to kill. Just there's a lot of issues from not having one of your players alive. And then, of course, just also they actually, now that I think about it, they could have gotten the second battle res during the boss fight as well. But would you at that point consider even using the second battle res if you get that late into the fight? I don't even think you can get the battle res off with all the stuff going off.
Yeah, that's the thing, is you only have engineering battle reses. You could have somebody like Turtle and cast a battle res and standing still. That is, I think, an option. But it's something that we've seen teams do at some spots. So depending on who they're playing against, they might make the decision like, hey, anytime one person dies, we are going to use our battle res because the only way we're going to win against this team is if our run is otherwise perfect. But I don't think Method and A is in that position, right? I think that they have identified that they're in a position against villains where they can reset the boss a little bit, that they can take these like half wipe costs, but they don't want to put themselves in a position where they use all their battle reses, wipe anyways, and then they're actually going to potentially lose here to a team that otherwise they're in pretty good shape against.
Right, yeah, and that's another important point, is that they were so far ahead to where resetting and keeping the battle reses was just the major safety play as well, right? They don't need to particularly go as fast as possible and go for the let's battle res and keep going play, because they already gained themselves a significant enough advantage.
When you think about how this dungeon is lost for Method and A, it's not a matchup where they lose it as a result of a boss going a little bit wrong for them, right? It's a matchup where they lose it as a result of some cataclysmic disaster, and there's no way for them to, like, the best way for them to prevent that from happening is to hold on to those battle reses to prevent, and then save it for when that starts to happen and prevent it from happening that way.
Yep, and being able to identify that in the middle of a match play and make the right call is nothing to scoff. Like, that's difficult to do. There's no like easy way to just say, okay, this is exactly what we need to do. There's always going to be questions. There's always going to be people saying, well, no, we could do this, we could do this. So seeing Method and A just snap make that call.
I think it was Lighty who made it as well. I'm not sure, but I think that the way that they were all moving around the room, it looked like he was the first person who had the idea to reset the boss. And I think it's a great play, actually. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And it's tough because, like, when you have that decision to make with 4 people there, like, if you ask the question, like, hey, should we reset this boss? You have this kind of, like, committee form of discussing it often, and, like, that there's no way that whatever you're supposed to do, right, it's just somebody should make that call. Somebody should be appointed to be able to make that call and just make it, quickly and intelligently, and not have... You don't want to, like, put those kind of things to a vote in the middle of the key.
Ooh. One of those moments was coming up just now for Villains here, as both Snap and Jacob had gone down. And while Corey was channeling the cast on Snap, he died as well.
This is not going well here for Villains. They do have a battle res, so they're able to get Corey up. And this is they're going to be all right. They're going to be able to get through this boss fight, but it is going to be that long boss fight. Yeah, they use their battle res here. Now, on the other hand, on the side of Villains, if you think about how Villains wins this match, they win this match because they are able to keep close enough to Method and A that they're able to, capitalize off of one Method and A wipe. And potentially it's a good decision here for them to have not used that battle res. But unfortunately, Dilemma got hit by the rotating flame cannon, the hidden flame cannon. Love that ability name, by the way. It's hidden in air quotes. And they're going to have to end up resetting this boss anyways, just down a battle res over where it would have been earlier. Corey will be able to res everybody. As Method and A are onto this last boss fight here with those 3 awakened enemies on Tyrannical. This is not quite the most awakened enemies we've seen fought with this last boss, though, as Complexity Limit actually played the 4 obelisks back when they played the Mage in this dungeon.
Yeah, of course, Mage being one of the best just classes in the game in general for dealing with 5-target cleave, because they can just do all of their damage to the boss and have a nice little 250k ignite cleaving onto all 4 of the mobs. It's a lot of damn that they can put out. But with the Triple Hunter comp, they go for the safer play, only dealing with 3 of them, and really you can kind of negate the abilities of the other 2 mobs incredibly easily by just killing Void Weaver Mouth. Not Void Weaver Mouth here. The Fear Mob first, because they have turtles and revival to deal with a couple of the casts, and then the hunters can just taunt the Spirit Breaker, so it's not that big of a deal as well. I mean, hunters really kind of neutralizing that awakened mob.
Yeah, the hunters in general kind of neutralize obelisks with the last boss because they're able to move without losing damage from the blob. They're able to outrange the Dark Fury and taunt the Spirit Breaker. They're able to turtle the Fear. And they're also able to interrupt. The interrupt is the sketchiest actually part there for them because their interrupt is on a long cooldown.
That's why we typically see either Void of Mouth pulled by itself before the boss or just cleaved down first whenever that's not in a good obelisk spot for sure.
Yeah, though within this dungeon we almost always see teams activate that Void Weaver Obelisk because it basically costs 0 time. Like, you have to execute that gauntlet perfectly for the obelisk to be worth skipping, and if you do that, you've got this thing that has a chance of failure, that the reward is that you save 10 seconds and have a much harder last boss fight. And only Complexity Limit has ever decided that was worth it.
Well, and if I remember properly, in that run that we watched of them doing it, they actually had issues with the gauntlet,
they did.
Right? I think two other players got hit by a bot right away.
It ended up being like time neutral for them and difficulty way up. Sure. Yeah. Method and A onto the second phase here now of King Mechagon. 2 battle reses available. They are in fantastic shape here to take this match against Villains, who are going to have to... Maybe they're going to save that, that strategy of turning on the switch and starting to win the tournament for the lower bracket. That's, I think, the actual plan, if I'm not mistaken, for Villains.
Oh, they're saving it for the lower bracket?
Yeah.
Okay, that makes more sense. Yeah.
Now,
I wonder something, because you know these guys way better than I do. Do you know if they were practicing for the first match or if they were practicing for the lower bracket? Because winning the first match might mess up your practice strategy for the lower bracket because you get tossed to the opposite side.
They were practicing, so I can confirm that they were practicing for that lower bracket pairing, and assuming that, not necessarily assuming they were going to win against Goosy Bad, they also practiced for that match, but definitely a lion's share of their practice was done for maps that are not necessarily going to be appearing in their tournament here. So that is an unfortunate position to be in for Villains, but the upside, it's hard to turn down a free win that they picked up in that first map or first match of the day when Goosy Bad wasn't able to show up. So all in all, you can't be too unhappy about that. Nor can you be too unhappy about losing to Method NA. This is just a fantastic run from Method NA, close to flawless with a little bit of boss snafus, I guess, but other than that, just still a blazing fast run from the region's top team.
For sure, they were able to, make the best of the situation and pull it off cleanly after the fact. Method NA still looking strong, and they're, done with their day already. 2 quick wins for them.
That's right, and they do take the 2-0 over Villains, and like you mentioned, they're able to move on and just be able to kick back, relax, and probably just practice for more dungeons tomorrow, as they have consistently been our top team in the North American region, and once again, tells we're seeing why.
Again, it's like I said in the first game. Basically, they're just playing against themselves. They're, for the most part, an auto lock to be able to make that global finals tournament that we're going to have at the end of the season. They need to be able to be getting ready to be in shape for that global finals tournament. So they're just more pushing themselves as opposed to really playing for points. Obviously, they're playing for prize money. You still get a significant amount of prize money just by these weekly tournaments. But Method NA really showing why they are that number 1 team in the Amer region, like Jack was saying.
That's right, and as we went through it, Raging, Explosives, Tyrannical, and the Hunters just played it to amazing effect, and even despite some deaths during the boss, their ability on the Method NA side to just react, respond, and make these errors, make these mistakes, not nearly a big of a deal, Titles, as we go through the highlights. It was just absolutely stellar.
Oh, absolutely. So Method NA, the way that they played this first boss is so good. Okay, so they have Lighty. He pre-fires the hammer a couple of times to make sure it is perfectly in sync with whenever the Platinum Pummeler walks under it. So then he's able to get over to where the No Mercy is standing, and then 5-person activate that hammer. That allows them to kill the first boss, No Mercy for You and Platinum Pummeler, in 1 minute and 47 seconds, which was about a minute ahead of where Villains killed it this time. But 147 on the first boss is so fast for your first boss split. Love it. In addition to that, Villains just had a couple minor mishaps. I think there may have been something wrong with like a meld skip. They ended up getting killed by the waste processing unit frontal. I don't really want to harp on their mistakes. Like Dratnus was saying, they were kind of not ready to be playing this series at all. So it's going to be hard to really judge how I really feel about them. But Method NA looked like Method NA. They had a clean, consistent run. Sure, they picked up 2 deaths. Can't really just grill people over just a couple of minor mistakes. What are you going to do at the end of the day? They looked pretty good on King Mechagon and are looking very much like the Method NA we know.
I think that's one of the biggest things is it's not so much about whether a team does or does not make mistakes, because pretty much everybody does, right? It's what do you do after the fact, Zyro, that makes these teams so good, so consistent, so strong.
Yeah, I think we covered it pretty well there, Dick, during the broadcast, right? Like, they were able to instantly identify what the best play was in the situation that they were in and really take advantage of that. Like, the problem with that scenario is whenever you're ever put yourself in a situation where you have to ask, is it worth our time to keep going on this boss versus resetting? Every 5 seconds of conversation that you have is you committing more to killing the boss, which could be the wrong call. So being able to instantly snap make a call and have it be the right call is a lot more difficult of a situation than it would seem.
Yeah, and it always comes down to, the judgment and making sure that you kind of play through all of the scenarios, and those are some of the things that are always extremely difficult to even think about or even test Dranos, because there's no way to practice when you make mistakes and figure out every single permutation.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just playing a lot and playing through your mistakes on practice runs rather than resetting, and always having that mindset of, it's not about is this going to be a perfect run or not. It's about how do we make where we are right now to the end of the dungeon as fast as possible, forgetting all the things that have just happened that have been bad, that have slowed us down, where do we go from here?
Yeah, and all in all, they take that 2-0, and part of that also comes into how much experience that these guys have on the side of Method NA, where they kind of they have such heavy trust for each other to know to make those right decisions. So we take a quick break before we start moving on into our second upper bracket game. Don't go anywhere, guys. The MDI will be back right after this. As we're about to start our second round of the upper semis between Complexity Limit and Ethical, I'm joined right now by Nagura, Tettles, and Dratnos for this one. And let's start off with you, Nagura. We saw Complexity Limit play earlier, and they had a ton of struggles throughout their first series, but did manage to pull it through against One Last Chance. Now they're facing up against Ethical. It's their third seed in this tournament, and one that's really fighting up against them for better seeding.
Yeah, so this is going to be a very close matchup, number 2 seed versus number 3 seed in the time trials. Overall in points, Ethical is ahead in points, so it's going to be incredibly close. Ethical did perform better in their series that they had earlier compared to Complexity Limit series against One Last Chance. So if it goes to their performance earlier, Ethical is definitely ahead, but they're playing dungeons we haven't really seen before. We're going to be playing Shrine and Motherlode first, which is definitely something we have not seen, and it could go either way.
It really could, and that's where we kind of want to see, how these teams start going into their second rounds, because you think it's a good or bad thing on this side, Dratnos, that Complexity Limit had their wake-up call to get one series of rest or maybe more practice, and now they're going right back into it. Is that good or bad for them?
I don't think it really affects them either way. I think the Complexity Limit, how they play in any given series doesn't seem like it's related to how they played in the previous series. It seems like they kind of just flip a coin between whether they want to play like great or terrible. And sometimes the coin kind of lands on its side and they play both.
That also, you're going to weigh in on that one?
You know what? I agree with that statement, Dratnos. I feel like they are so inconsistent. But if you gave them 5 runs like you do in time trials, the likelihood of them putting up an excellent time is very high. If you give them 1 run, the likelihood of them putting up a great time is 50%.
We're going to be starting off, though, in Shrine of the Storm, and Complexity Limit Shrine of the Storm. I believe we've seen them in here 3 times, and I believe that they have wiped on the on the last boss 4 times of those 3 runs. I'm not 100% sure on the mathematics there, but that is what I remember, at least, from Complexity Limit Shrine of the Storm. So this is going to be a huge test of which Complexity Limit has showed up for this match.
You guys want to know something interesting about teaming Shrine of the Storm?
I'm good, Tettles. So, Nagura, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, you don't get my helpful tidbit. Talk to Nagura. I'm done.
Please, I'd love to hear your helpful tip. I'm sorry.
We're going to have to pull mini bosses because they give good count, is all I was going to say, man.
Oh, okay.
Wow, that was a great tip, Tettles.
No,
all right, Nagura, what was the
more
thing?
articulated than that, but you flamed me.
Oh, I'm sorry, Tettles. We're ready to go for the game, so no Nagura time. I'm sorry, except for all that time that you get to cast the game. It's coming up right now between Complexity Limit and Ethical and Shrine.
Alright, so we're going to be seeing Shrine. We do have Teaming, Quaking, Tyrannical, which are not the worst affixes compared to what we've seen before, but Teaming can definitely cause some issues with the routing. So we'll see how they handle that, as the very first pull by both teams is just a bunch of casters being snapped on top of this lantern.
Oh, that's a living current, sir. Do you see that on Complexity Limit side? They snapped a living current
yeah.
into the... Oh.
They did
This could
indeed.
be... Okay,
I
so
think this was intentional.
I'm about to
Maybe
find
not.
out. So I'm going to go ahead and go with probably not. Okay, so if you get launched into the air by the living current, more often than not, you're going to miss a spiritualist cast. So you're going to have to be looking to line the living current on every
healing
single
a lot.
Rising
Look at
Tides
the heal.
cast. And then they let a heal go through because they were in the air and stunned. So yeah, I'm going to go ahead and go with the probably not intentional. They're trying to salvage it, though, and it's looking not great.
This is going to be so hard for them to salvage because Atrocity is going down here, and they might have... So they can line of sight the Living Current's cast, which throws you into the air, but it's going to be hard to line of sight when you have to interrupt, as you mentioned, right? And if a heal goes through, this is just a disaster. I think this might just be... I think they might have to reset this. They're missing interrupts because their damage dealers are going down, everyone's getting thrown into the air. Yeah, this is a full reset. Huge time loss for Complexity Limit, and looks like they have not recovered from their mistakes they did in the earlier series, and just mistakes again here for very first pull. While Ethical, on the other hand, did manage to finish off their first pull pretty cleanly. 0 deaths, and they're dealing with Void Weaver here, pulling that to the first boss.
Yeah, no, absolutely. That's so once you start getting thrown in the air and stunned, that like increases your degree of likelihood by wiping by a lot to that Rising Tide, because the Rising Tide 2 can also just like get launched in the air and snap itself up along with all the trash, forcing you to miss kicks, which is what I assume we saw from Complexity Limit. Then they also probably lost all their offensive CDs.
They pulled it again. Wait,
Is
this
it intentional?
I guess it is intentional. Otherwise, because the Max
Because the
pulled it on
Max is
purpose
still
right
reflecting
there.
Maybe they're supposed to get revivaled on it? Okay, so look. Okay,
This
look
is
over
not
here.
Twisted
Twisted is
revival.
line of sighting,
Oh, yeah,
and
you
then he
can revival
revivals
it,
it.
yeah.
He revivals it off of everybody. No, okay, that makes
But you
more
still
sense as
pulled
to
in the
how it's
air.
supposed to go. Yeah, maybe he got stunned the first time. I don't really know.
Right? Because, I mean, even if you revival it, you still have, like, you're still in the air. So you can't really interrupt unless you're a Demon Hunter and have, like, a longer range. Right? So, okay, so this might just, maybe it was intentional, but they were all trying to line of sight it, and it just didn't work the way they wanted. Maybe it was not supposed to snap on top of the lantern. Maybe they just wanted to have it on the side or something. I don't really know. But this seems like a very risky thing to do, and it, I mean,
Alright,
as we've
well,
seen, it didn't work out.
Ethical
Interesting.
firmly in the lead here. Accuseer down to 50%. They have pulled Windspeaker Heldus into Accuseer, which is fairly notable. Not exactly the most dangerous thing on a Tyrannical, but if you do get a bad overlap of that Gale Winds with the Undertow cast, then squishier classes could be in danger. Maybe the Mistweaver Monk in this scenario, but I don't genuinely believe that Death Knight or Demon Hunter could go down. In addition to that, you can also meld off the Undertow cast if you are feeling fairly dangerous. The Gale Winds is going off here. Windspeaker Heldus is starting to drop pretty low, but Accuseer has reached that 50% breakpoint, which means that all of the Aqualings spawn, so the gang splits up and picks their own Aqualing to be looking to tank.
Yep, because if no one is actually in melee range, or if the aggro target is not in melee range, then they start casting Sea Blast, which is a huge magic damage single target hit, which you don't really want to go off at all on Tyrannical, because it's probably going to do a lot of damage to you. But this is why every Aqualing is being off-tanked by somebody. They don't melee hit for that much at all, so non-tanks don't have a problem off-tanking it at all.
Yeah, but that Sea Blast, like Nagura was saying, is very dangerous.
Yep, it for sure is. Complexity Limit did manage to now get into that Void Weaver Obelisk and managed to get to the first boss as well. They're up to 20%, but yeah, this cost them a lot of time. Not only the 30 seconds on the death counter, but also because they had to redo the pull. They did manage to finish off some of the trash initially, but they still had to repull that Living Current that apparently is in their route, which is interesting enough. But now they engaged Heldus on top of the trash group here, which they will pull on top of the boss and also commit their Bloodlust.
Dranos is in chat saying drop it in 2 chest. What would you think, Nick, about dropping it in 2 chest?
I definitely think Complexity Limit can still do this key not only in time, but 3 chested, so
Oh,
I think they're fine.
okay, you think they're good even still?
I think
trying
they're
to-
good, yes.
They're trying to get in on that push week by 3 chests in the 19. All right, so now Ethical here. You see Skylark running through all those Ironhull apprentices, running all the way into the Runecarver Sorin room,
Damn.
popping his Spell Reflect, getting ready for massive amounts of incoming damage. You see Area and Shape standing off to the side, waiting for Skylark to be able to generate threat before going ham. The Ring of Peace comes out to get all the mobs out of the reinforcing ward so that the team of Ethical is able to stand in there and cast all their damage. You see the Fel Barrage coming out of Arrow as both of the Death Knights also pop all their damage and everything is dead. All right.
Wow, okay, that was a huge amount of damage coming out of those damage dealers. You see even Aaron, his Demon Hunter, doing a lot of damage as well with his Spell Barrage that he's been using for this pull. Yeah, just insane pull. Pulled basically everything that was left here. And now they're... we've seen some teams actually pull the Bridge Elementals. Let's see, there we go. So they're actually pulling the Bridge Elemental as well, unless they're trying to do a skip. This,
No, okay.
The rest of the team is staying back.
So this makes total sense. So Skylark is standing there. He's the only person who's in
to
combat
spell
with the
reflect,
Guardian
yeah.
Elemental, so that he can spell reflect the electrifying shock back onto the Guardian Ellie. It does a considerable amount of damage on that mob, and if Skylark is able to
But-
get multiple spell reflects onto it, then it's going to be just massive amounts of damage. He can of course spell
This can't
reflect
be
every
worth
other
it.
one. So it looks like the rest of his team is also standing back too. So they're allowing Skylark to get multiple electrifying shock spell reflex. And I assume after the second one here, the team of Ethical is going to run into range / line of sight. You see them all coming in right here, and they're going to be looking to finish off the rest of the trash, since the Guardian Elemental is probably only going to finish off this last Shipbreaker Storm before going down.
This seems like, I mean, this is really worth it. I mean, I
Yes.
understand that it does a lot of damage to the Elemental, but I feel like if the damage dealers would have been here, they would have done more damage. I mean, obviously they might have, they probably tested this and it seems to be worth it, but yeah, it seems like a very, very interesting strat for sure.
So that's 36 count for 30 seconds of effective combat time right there. And then they also had the 4 mobs that are, or I guess it's 5 mobs on teaming, but they had the 5 mobs that sit right there guarding that area on top of them that Skylark was able to just cleave down as well with his thunderclaps.
But in the end, the elemental died faster and they had to finish off the trash. So I'm not really sure. Either way, they still managed to deal with this really quickly. Seems like they did a pretty huge snap here into the pool, and now they're snapping it on top of the boss. So this is gonna make them deal with the initiates really quickly, doing this double snap basically.
Huh. Okay, so another advantage of that Guardian Elemental pull is that it allows the Death Knights to be able to get their cooldowns back up. And once their cooldowns are back up, now Ethical is able to do this. With you look on the damage meter on the right-hand side of your screen, you see Aryan Shape doing... areas over 1 million damage. Shape is at a nice 800k DPS, but that's one of the reasons that they're probably doing it is for cooldown reasons. Huh.
No, wait, why?
So after the Rune
You're telling me they go AFK to get their cooldowns back up?
Yes, exactly.
Well, but what? That
so after
doesn't
the Runecarver's Sorin pull...
That's not logical.
No. So after the Runecarver's Sorin pull, they decided that they needed their cooldowns back up. So instead of Aryan Shape blowing, so after they've used all their cooldowns, they're just sitting there fighting the Guardian Elemental, and then they blow everything on the boss here.
Yeah, but they could still just fight the Elemental instead of being FK, even without using your cooldowns, right?
Maybe. I don't know.
I don't think that is
It's a really
related.
hard mob to play. I don't know.
Well,
maybe
yeah,
right.
you're right. I mean, if they don't have cooldowns, then maybe there's just no point for them to be there, right? Maybe then the Spell Reflect just does more damage instead of them sitting there, basically
Exactly.
doing nothing without cooldowns. So that does make sense. But now we see Complexity Limit actually catching up quite a bit. They are now also in Brother Ironhall and Gale Color Fae, so they did manage to and to recover quite a bit. I mean, in the end, they're still 7 deaths behind, right? Which is the 35 seconds disadvantage. But yeah, they had a pretty quick strategy after the initial mistake.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So Gale Color Fae is starting to get cleaved down a little bit ahead of Brother Ironhole on the side of Ethical. I wonder if they're going to pull an Enforcer in, or if they're just going to just try to get Gale Color Fae down earlier so that the boss is way less dangerous. So for time efficiency purposes, it would be best to even cleave these. But in terms of danger, Gale Color Fae is significantly more dangerous because she spawns these Tempest Tornadoes onto the platform, and those are very scary.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the teams are basically abusing this strategy where the damage dealers are on top of this ledge, which means they can't get hit by the tornadoes, but the tornadoes are very dangerous for the tank because the tank needs to stay down, and all of those tornadoes are going to be very hard for the tank to dodge, on top of also having to move the bosses around from the wards on the ground, which do remove all of the debuffs / dots and bleed effects on the boss. And then on top of that, the tank can't really go away from the ledge because then the damage dealers can't DPS anymore. So this strategy is really easy for the damage dealers and for the healer, but it's incredibly hard on the tank. So making it a little bit easier on the tank and finishing off Gale Color Fae and then pulling an Enforcer on top definitely does make sense. But we see Ethical are now done with the boss, and they are using that obelisk here to skip a bunch of trash here up onto the bridge probably.
Yeah, so we have seen teams in the past play Samrek with Volzith. I believe you and I were casting one of the European matches where they played that mob with the final boss. Because I remember I thought it was very scary and you thought it was doable. I ended up being very wrong in that regard. So you see Twisted here. He's grabbing that Enforcer and pulling all of that trash near the Brother Ironhole area, where Ethical has snapped Samrek onto this little ledge there. You saw Skylark being able to move him pretty quickly. Whenever he's sub 10% health, all the Ethical boys are running up. They're going to be able to finish off Samrek here in just a moment, and then probably play the whole bridge in one pull, if I had to suspect.
Yeah, definitely would make sense. They should have their DK's cooldowns back up again after using it at the start of Gale Color Fae and Brother Ironhall. So should be able to nuke this down quite quickly. Looks like they even pulled the first trash group that does spawn the tentacles, which I assume they're just going to Shadow Melt off after they're done with this one, because they don't want to deal with the tentacles.
Yeah.
They're just very annoying to deal with. So now they gathered everything up. We see the AoE stuns come out, and now they're going to die in a second here once the Unholy DKs ramped up their damage. And yeah, pretty clean run so far by Ethical. Very impressive.
So interestingly enough, Complexity Limit pulled the Sailor, like a bunch of Enforcer pack, into the bottom part of Brother Ironhole there. And now Complexity Limit is at 73% enemy forces count. I wonder what they're going to do with all of that trash. Like, where does it allow them to skip? Maybe it allows them to skip the middle pack that's in the Volzith room, but...
That could be it, because I remember Method and A skipping that middle pack on the last boss because they just felt like either it's not worth it or it's too dangerous to deal with it on top of having to deal with the obelisks as well. And I remember Complexity Limit not skipping it, and then they had all of those wipes in the last boss on Volzith. So maybe they decided this time, you know what, we should switch up our strategy so we don't have to deal with the middle Denizen pack, just making the last boss easier, because the last boss is incredibly hard as it is, having to deal with the obelisks too. So just making it easier by not having to deal with that pack on top of it just makes sense in my opinion.
Yep. So now you see Ethical, they cleared off both of the sides of the Abyss Dwellers, and they have pulled Lord Stormsong. Basically, this shouldn't be too dangerous. We've seen teams snap a bunch of trash into Lord Stormsong, utilizing that jacuzzi, because that ends up like snapping mobs on top of him. Ethical here electing to just kind of play this guy by himself. It makes a lot of sense. Chompy, unfortunately, ends up getting MC'd there. Ethical has 3 out of 4 other players with an immunity there, with Arrow using that Metamorphosis during that mind control cast. Unfortunately, Chompy ends up getting MC'd, though.
Yeah, that is really lucky. I mean, in the end, it's the healer, which is not going to be the biggest damage loss, but if you commit 3 immunities and you get tier 1 person without it, that is definitely something you don't like to see. We see Complexity Limit now dealt with that Awaken Up as well, so they're doing the same bridge pull as we've seen Ethical doing. But yeah, Ethical just really far ahead at this point. Dealing with Lord Stormsong. After Lord Stormsong, they still have to do with a lot of eel packs and a lot of trash in the last boss room. And of course, they also have 2 obelisks on the last boss, which I believe they have Voidweaver and... No, they have the Blood and... Voidweaver?
I think so. Yeah.
Didn't they pull Voidweaver on top of
No, because they haven't
the
played
first boss?
Urgroth, right?
Oh yeah.
I think it's Blood and Urgroth. I think they played Voidweaver at the beginning, because I think Voidweaver
True,
was the...
yeah.
Because I think Voidweaver was at the very beginning of the instance, and I suspect that they played that. Because I think we've seen a bunch of teams play that.
They did.
Triple op. Okay, I don't think you can get away with kick mob on... Well, is it? Can you?
Nah, that is... I mean, unless you nuke it down. I think we've
Unless
seen
you kill
some
it before
teams,
you phase, right?
Yeah, I think we've seen some teams just like nuke it down really quickly.
Yeah.
But most teams just deal with Voidweaver before.
Yeah. Okay, so Ethical here is going to be down on Lord Stormsong on the side of Complexity Limit. They have just recently killed off their Abyss Dwellers and now have recently engaged Lord Stormsong. So they're definitely within striking distance if Ethical makes a major blunder on Volzith. I haven't seen crazier things in my time, but Ethical's run has been really clean thus far. They're at 0 deaths right now.
Yep. And so the one difference we have right now is the extra trash percentage that Limit has, right? So this means Limit is gonna need less time in the last boss area because they don't have to deal with one of the trash groups. But I think there's definitely a bigger difference than just one trash pull here between Complexity Limit, and on top of that you also have the 40 seconds. So it's definitely unethical here. If they manage to pull this last boss off without having any sort of deaths to that obelisk pull, then it's definitely going to be them winning this first dungeon. But very difficult to pull Awaken mobs with this last boss because of the way the intermission works, where you get split from the damage dealers and healers and tanks in the other phase.
In addition to that, it is tyrannical, so the burn on the boss is fairly challenging. So in European regions, we've seen them have fortified, which makes the burn on the boss like almost free. But since it is 19 tyrannical, basically if you lose the healer buff or one of your DKs die, you're probably not going to one phase it. We've seen it be like really tight to where it could have happened, but just unfortunately did not. So Ethical has engaged Volzith with a double pull of Eels. You see them move the boss right on top of Urgroth, Breaker of Heroes. They're dumping a bunch of damage. You see Area and Shape popping over 1 million DPS apiece right on top of Urgroth. Now the Blood of the Corruptor is moseying his way on in. Skylark dropping really low there, though. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, so they don't have a Hunter to taunt off the Spirit Breaker from the Tank Buster here, which means the Spirit Breaker is going on Skylark, and that's why he drops so low, but now he is able to just kite off the Spirit Break, and they really just focus the boss here, right? The Blood is super high HP still, and the Tank Buster is also really high HP. So this is a very risky strategy. We've seen most other teams just focus one of the obelisks down. But now Skylark needs to tank the Spirit Breaker, on top of also having to kite the Blood and kite the Denizen as well. So this is a difficult thing to do for the tank here.
Significant amount of tank damage is what this actually is. The Blood of the Corruptor melees and the Urgroth Breaker of Heroes Spirit Breaker, like Nagura was alluding to, is a wild amount of damage. In addition to that, I've seen tanks get just melee down by this Sunken Denizen if they're face tanking it for too long as well. So all 3 of these mobs on their own, I don't know about the Blood of the Corruptor on his own, but 2 out of the 3 of these mobs on their own are fairly deadly. So it looks like the boys from the bottom side of the Ethical realm have downed both of their denizens, and now they come up into the realm where Skylark and Chompy are sitting. They end up downing Urgroth. Now they're focusing on the Blood of the Corruptor. I suspect that the Blood of the Corruptor will die before the Sunken Denizen does end up dying, and then basically once they come out of this intermission phase, they're probably going to look to kill the middle pack, group up the eels, and then just kind of blow up the boss, right?
Yeah, and they didn't actually commit their Bloodlust, interestingly enough. Because actually we see the army ready. Okay, so they didn't actually use the army. Interesting. Okay, so they pulled a bunch of eels on top of Volstef at the start with the Awaken mobs, but they just didn't commit their army and didn't commit their Bloodlust here, which means this is probably just because they need to one-face the boss and because they need so much damage to do it, right?
Yes.
So they're just going to deal with this middle pack here, and then they're going to pull more eels, pull it on top of the boss, use Bloodlust, use all of their cooldowns, and now Chompy also has that 9 stack of the debuff, which increases his damage by, I believe, 130%. So huge damage increase on the healer as well. And yeah, Complexity Limit now managed to get to the last boss as well, but it's going to be too little too late if Ethical manages to one-face this.
So Ethical should be pretty good to one-phase this as long as the eels do not reset full zip. You actually do see Skylark losing healing threat on some of those eels. They were started running at Chompy. Chompy backing away. Skylark ends up grabbing them again. It looks like Skylark has gotten all of the eels out of the water and now is pulling them right on top of Volzith, in which all of the damage is going to come out. And like Nagura was alluding to, both of the armies have been popped. Both of the Unholy Frenzies have been popped on the side of Ethical. The D&Ds are down. You see the blood barrage coming out of the Demon Hunter, and now Volzith the Whisper is dropping drastically.
Yeah, so huge amount of damage to Volzith. You see the energy bar underneath the health bar. Once that energy bar fills all the way, he will cast a second intermission phase, but it looks like they have way more than enough damage with this huge amount of burst they had with all of their cooldowns here. So they should be totally okay to finish this off. Well, on the other hand, Complexity Limit had a death here. Eric, unfortunately, going down. They do not have a battle rest yet, and they are in the intermission phase, so this could be dangerous for them. But yeah, at this point, Ethical, they're just going to be finishing off the boss. The damage actually dropped a little bit there, but they're still managing. There we go. So first win going to Ethical in that shrine, and what a clean run.
What a great run indeed there, as they do take that Shrine of the Storms, and Complexity Limit just kind of continuing the trend today. They have not been able to really get great success together like we've, been kind of, I would say, hoping to see improved Dratnos in many cases. We've seen their highest high potentials, but so far it's just been rough times for them and a rough morning.
Yeah, this is... They have time still before the global finals to sort all this out, but it's definitely clear that they have not yet become that team that can reliably put up a top time. They've already proved as early as Cup 1 that they put up those times sometimes. But Ethical here, by contrast, a 0-death, sub-20-minute Shrine on Tyrannical with one-phasing that last boss, looking fantastic. So great news for that team.
Absolutely, and, Ethical has just been, I kind of feel like it's been the quiet team throughout a lot of this, that we don't really focus on them enough in many cases, Tettles, but they've been quietly improving and developing such strong strategies and routing throughout this entire tournament series.
I just think that comes with the nature of not having any high-profile streamers on their team, right?
Probably, yeah.
They are a storied team in terms of MDI veteran players. They're a mixture of Free Marcy and Goldtrotters, which made global finals a couple of years ago. They're all very capable players, and they rated in most of them rate in the guild Ethical, which is, for a 16-hour guild, they are definitely one of the best. I think it just comes with the nature of them not being high-profile streamers. They are an extremely good guild, though. And extremely good team. I would just call them a guild. They're an extremely good team, though.
Sure. And it goes to show whenever they need to be able to put it up. I think they even said they weren't even as confident going into this series, Nagura, but I don't really see why, as they did such a great job.
Yeah, I mean, they should be very confident after this shrine here and after the first series that they played today as well. They've just looked very clean and they look like they have very refined strategies in all of these dungeons as well. So yeah, they just really showing that they are a great team. Complexity Limit definitely struggling today. Maybe they can recover for tomorrow, but yeah, Complexity Limit definitely not showing up the way we are used to from them. They definitely had lots cleaner performances in the past, but yeah, Ethical definitely showing up to what we expect from them for sure.
That's right, and the next game that we're going to be having is going to be in Motherlode, which you haven't seen just yet today. And then if we go into a game 3, we're going to be going into a junkyard. Before we do that, Dranos, let's start breaking down that Shrine of the Storm.
Yeah, so Complexity Limit has played 4 dungeons today, and all 4 of them have featured just brutal wipes. 3 of them now, including this one, have featured a wipe on the very first pull, where somehow this Living Current got involved with a pull where no Living Current has any business being near this sort of pull, and that led to a wipe. Honestly, I think that they should have probably reset that thing sooner as well, because I don't think it was realistic to get through the whole pull with that Living Current in there, throwing those stuns out on everybody. Ethical had this interesting Spell Reflect / Diffuse Magic strategy to kill the Guardian Elemental on the bridge. It's something that can allow your cooldowns to recover on the rest of your group, and has some merit that way, but I'm kind of hesitant to believe that this is overall like a huge time save against, unless you can't find any way to do a bigger pull at some other point in the dungeon. You know, if you have to fight this thing by itself, this might be the best strategy, but I'm inclined to believe that Complexity Limit's routing is actually a little bit better in this dungeon. They were able to close a little bit of that gap between the various bosses, but Ethical, with that clean one phase on the last boss, you know, nothing was going to stop them after Complexity Limit wiped, with Ethical having their 0 death run, one phase on the last boss. Things looked so good for them with the execution of their route.
That's right, and we just saw from the extra time that Skylark was taking to actually grab all of those eels together. We've seen, you know, boss resets due to those very same eel packs as well, Titles, and it always looks like they're taking that extra time just to make sure everything gets piled up together, that it won't be resetting. The extra time and the extra care there is huge.
Oh, dude, if you reset that boss, like, right as your DKs are ready to pop their Unholy Frenzy and Army of the Dead on the boss and just, like, one phase it, we've seen that boss get reset a number of times over the course of this MDI season. It's just heartbreaking to watch it happen. So, Ethical taking that extra time, like you were saying, is just a really good cautionary move. Skylark literally swimming through the water to get them out of the water.
Yeah, the underground dive with charge right there, which is perfect. Make sure they grab everything together. Let's start talking about Fortified Raging Grievous Motherlode. I'm terrified. I'm terrified of this, Ratnos. Is there a route to get around all the thugs and mech jockeys and horror?
Let's just say I'm very happy to be casting this map rather than playing in it, because wow, these affixes are nasty in here. Raging plus Fortified means that those Addlebug charges, the grease guns from the mech jockeys, all of those sorts of random abilities that these mobs love to throw out at random members of the party are going to be very dangerous, and they're going to apply Grievous as well, which means that there's going to be a tremendous amount of pressure on the healer and on the entire party at all times in this dungeon. This is nasty. I can't wait to see what these teams doing against this.
I think that the make or break point is going to be the first pull of this dungeon for both teams, just with how difficult those affixes are. And like Trentus was alluding to, the first pull of Complexity Limits dungeons thus far has not looked that same.
True.
That's right. I mean, if ever there were a time for them to start, you know, turning things around, Nagura, this has got to be it.
Yeah, I mean, this affix combination, the last time we've seen it, it was Junkyard in EU. And let me tell you, we've seen a lot of deaths there, so hopefully we don't see the same repeat here in this Motherlode.
All right, let's get into it. Ethical up 1 as Complexity Limit is dropping down into the lower bracket.
Alright, so from the get-go, we already see a huge difference in comps here. The Triple Hunter on Ethical side, while Complexity Limit is going on that full-out AoE comp with the Double DK and the Havoc Demon Hunter.
Okay. So immediately you notice something that's different here between these two comps. So Ethical here is doing the Mega Peacekeeper poll, I'm going to coin it, where everybody is going to like be starting the pilots on those mech jockeys and then melding out of combat. Then the Peacekeepers will just like patrol to the tank because those Peacekeepers global combat, and then but they won't proxy pull anything that's near them.
They didn't manage.
Oh,
This is
Skyward.
a huge problem for them. Chompy and Skylark going down, and the
That's-
Peacekeepers are resetting. This is a huge time loss for them. They will not manage to redo this pull, so they will have to pull everything one by one now. This is going to be an incredible time loss for them. I would say up to like 5 minutes.
Oh yes, that is all of their count.
Yes.
That is 35% enemy forces count that they just lost.
Yeah, that is,
Oh, no.
that is a huge problem for them.
I don't know where they get their count from now. Complexity Limit here on the other side pulled Urgroth Breaker of Heroes because without Hunters, it's kind of hard to play Urgroth with Mogul Razdunk. This is a huge pull. Oh my lord.
All right, so this is a very volatile pull for Complexity Limit because they don't actually have a Soothe. They can't dispel the Raging, so their strategy is to just nuke through the Raging. They
Yes.
just want to just out DPS it, making sure they kill everything before they die to any Thug charges. So completely different approaches of strategies here between those two teams. Limit just wanted to out DPS the Raging, making sure that everything dies as quickly as possible once they are in that Raging range. And Ethical, on the other hand, try to do more of a control strategy where they have the triple Soothe on their Hunters. They just pull the Peacekeepers and ignore the Thugs, basically. But yeah, with this initial mistake that they did on Ethical side, this is going to be incredibly hard for them to win this one, as this is basically their whole strategy in this dungeon that just didn't work out there. There's only one try, and if it doesn't work, you cannot redo it.
You drop the dungeon and you go again is what you normally do.
Basically,
Okay,
yeah.
that's how catastrophically broken their dungeon is at this point. They literally lost 30% count.
Yeah, just explain what they wanted to do, just so
Okay.
everyone understands why
So-
they lost so much time.
Exactly. So they tag they tag the mech jockeys, and the mech jockeys will end up piloting the peacekeepers basically. And if you've ever ran Motherload on live, you know that the mech jockey runs to the nearest peacekeeper, and then that starts the activation of the robot. If you're out of combat and the peacekeeper ends up getting fully controlled by the mech jockey, the peacekeeper will still run at you, and complexity limit Atrocity ended up going down. He has released. Max is looking to kite away. Hold on, I'll finish explaining later. This is very dangerous for complexity limit.
This is incredibly dangerous because all of these mobs, or most of them, are in Raging, and as I mentioned earlier, there's no Soothe, no Dispel. So if Max gets hit by all of those enraged Thugs and Peacekeepers, he's definitely going to go down. And these Thugs are charging around, hitting people, and you see how low everyone's dropping.
Twisted.
Twisted going down as he got one. It looked like he got another charge from a Thug, or maybe a grease gun from a jockey. Either way, he just went down, needed to release as they're out of battle rushes at this point. So they're just trying to kite this out here. Max cannot face tank this any longer. He actually got disoriented by the zone on the ground. Did manage to recover though, but I'm
fired
fired
up or
up
down
right now.
because of it, though.
And Max has
Oh.
4 Grievous stacks on him, and he doesn't seem to be getting out of that Grievous range.
Run, dude. No.
Oh, he's going down there. So, yeah, okay. So everything is resetting at this point. Oh, this is heartbreaking because all of those peacekeepers, they were so low HP, but now they're back to full with that reset. This cost them a lot of time here on complexity limit side as well.
Well, I think this is the opening that Ethical needed. I'm going to be honest with you. That 7 death penalty, I don't know. Again, I don't know where Ethical's going to get their count from. But if they are able to make up their count in the
They
VMZ,
have to go back, no? Like,
I think they just go ahead into the VMZ and they get their count from there. I think they
but is
can't.
there even enough?
I
I feel like they would have to go back and kill some of the Thugs and the vendors, because Chompy going down.
Oh,
But they can release because they killed the first
yeah,
boss
they're
rider who
fine.
spawns
So
right
they're-
here.
their checkpoints right here. Complexity Limit had that full 7 death wipe, so now there's a 3 death differential between the two teams, and they're at similar count points. Oh, Complexity Limit. Okay, another big issue with Complexity Limit's trash count, too. They're what looks to be 16 count at a disadvantage of what they had prior to this pull, because whenever you tag the mech jockey before it pilots the peacekeeper, whenever you kill the peacekeeper, you also get the count for the mech jockey. But if those peacekeepers reset, then you're no longer in combat with the mech jockey, and there's no way for you to get combat with the mech jockey again. So you effectively lose 4 count per peacekeeper that they had piloted at that time. So they're going to lose 16 count as well.
Yep, so Limit also losing out on a lot of count here, and it looks like all of those Peacekeepers are now in raging range again. This is going to be the crucial part where they need to finish off those Peacekeepers quickly before their tank goes down. Because, again, they have no Soothe, so these are just going to be raging until they die. So this is why Max is just running around kiting, making sure he does not get hit by them, because these are doing a lot of damage with their charged claws, their frontal cleave. So definitely want to watch out for that. And yeah, Ethical, it seems like Ethical just kind of went on after the first boss. They decided to not go back because of all of the count that they lost earlier. Now, you can actually finish what you're trying to explain earlier with their initial pull that they actually messed up. Because I think people still don't really... I think we've seen this strategy the first time 2 weeks ago, but this is not something you do on live servers with pulling those Peacekeepers. And I think it really is like a completely new strategy we saw in the MDI this year. So it's a very interesting one as well.
This is going to be a very interesting dungeon, I will admit. So Complexity Limit here has pulled this Peacekeeper pack in this Refreshment Manager with the Hired Assassin. They're pulling it into coin-operated Crowd Pummeler here momentarily at 47% enemy forces count. Ethical is a full boss ahead of Complexity Limit currently.
Yeah, full boss ahead, and I mean they're probably even in trash percentage, right? They're
They
45%
are even in trash count.
But again,
Okay, so
the problem that Ethical had at the initial start, right? They wanted to pull all of these Peacekeepers. So what
Yes.
happened was they were tagging the jockeys enabled the Peacekeepers, and then they shadow melted off the aggro. So all of the trash, the vendors, the thugs, they all resetted, but the Peacekeepers did not. So the Peacekeepers all walked to them, but somehow the tank and Chompy didn't manage to get out of combat. Somehow they messed up their shadow melt. And therefore, the trash did not reset the thugs and the vendors. And there's no way they can deal with that, because it's like half the dungeon that is pulled, right? So they had to die, and the Peacekeepers reset, and there's no way they can pull this again, because now the jockeys are already piloting the Peacekeepers, and therefore you cannot redo the same pull that they did initially. This means they decided to just completely stop doing the trash in front of the first boss and just move on and do the rest of the dungeon. But now they're missing this 30% count that they would have gotten from this first Peacekeeper pull. So now they will somehow have to make up for the trash that they're missing, which not sure what they're gonna do. I'm not sure if they have a plan, but yeah, they will somehow have to make up for it because they can't go back anymore. I mean, they can, but yeah.
They shouldn't. So this Taskmaster Ascari pack has been pulled with the bottom, a little bit of Azarok. You did see it get finished off right about the time that Azarok got finished off, so that was a fairly efficient pull. Instead of Ethical, Complexity Limit has down coin-operated Crowd Pummeler. Max Dog Bowl getting Life Cocoon. Oh, goodness gracious. He pulls 5 packs of these Earth Shapers / Sappers / Rock Thrower Men. This is a very dangerous pull, but as long as the DKs are able to get all of their damage off, you see Atrocity here using that Merecthus Fang Trinket as well. They may as well pull in the 6-pack, and everything is starting to get blown up as the D&Ds are dropped. The Demonic Transformations are being used. The APOC is coming out. All of the damage coming out of those DKs right there as everything is starting to cast Final Blast. That was a pretty clean pull.
Yeah, that was actually very well done by Complexity Limit. They are able to finish off these 2 Sappers here, and then they can move on as they're now up to 67% trash. Ethical, on the other hand, skipped all of the R&D wing here, went straight into Rixa Flex Flame. I think at this point they're just going to continue their strat that they planned on doing in the first place. And maybe after the last boss, they'll go back and do some trash at the start. I think that just might be their strategy here. Just finish the dungeon with the missing trash, and then if they actually finish off the last boss, just go back and deal with the trash that they're missing. But yeah, there's no way they can make up 48% trash after Rixa. There's not enough trash there.
Oh, yeah. I think that there's enough trash if they clear out the full VMZ to be able to do it at 52%, right? Maybe?
You think there's enough trash? I mean...
What was Method EU at? I think Method EU is at somewhere like 50,
yeah,
right?
true. You're right. Because they still have all 4 obelisks up as well, so maybe they actually clear it all and then try to do the kiting strat? That would be a possibility, I guess.
Yeah, but okay, so the major dilemma that they're having is that the opportunity cost of like the trash that they have to play from this point out is like not like they have to play a lot harder trash from this point moving forward than Complexity Limit does to be able to finish off their enemy forces count, which takes a lot longer time. So while they are effectively a full boss ahead, we don't know how long this extra trash count that they're going to get after Mogul Razdunk is going to take, or like on the way to Mogul Razdunk is going to take relative to what the timer / the boss entails, because it's not a strict 1-to-1, oh, they're a full boss ahead kind of thing anymore.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be interesting. We see Complexity Limit, on the other hand, with their completely different approach, did pull that mini boss on top. We see Taskmaster Ascari being pulled on top of Asrock here, which means they're going to get a little bit extra percentage. They're pretty far ahead at this point in trash. They did deal with one obelisk. Oh, we see Chompy going down here and Chape going down too on Rixa.
Oh.
They do have Engineering Rest to get Chompy back up.
They don't need it.
Yeah, they're just going to finish off Rixa here. But yeah, I mean, it costs them a little bit of time. They do respawn here as soon as Rixa goes down, so they don't need to commit any rests here, which means they didn't lose too much time.
Yeah, but they are starting to even up the death differential.
Yeah.
They were at 4 deaths to 7, now they're at 6. So they are starting to even up the death differential. So Complexity Limit has down to Azrock. Now they're making their way towards Rixa Flux Flame at 75% enemy forces count. Ethical is currently at 62% enemy forces count, and they are doing a very large pull right here.
Yeah, we see both teams actually doing large pull. Complexity Limit as well on their side, as they're pulling a bunch of mobs in that R&D wing. We do see both teams having that bloodlust available, but I assume both of them just are saving it for the last boss. But we still don't see Ethical dealing with any of the obelisks so far. They do have that comp to play them, theoretically. They could play them with the last boss. That would give them a lot of percentage as well, because they are missing a lot of trash, right? So maybe if they play 4 obelisks with the last boss, with the hunters, I mean, it's possible.
Do you suspect that they're going... I don't suspect that they would kite the obelisks by how their first pull ended up going in this dungeon, right? That doesn't seem like that makes
And I think they also need the count, right?
They do need the count. That is a good point.
So they kind of have to at this point. And yeah, with the triple hunter comp, I think it's definitely doable to play 4 obelisks with the last boss here. You can kite the pulls. I mean, it's definitely not
Grievous,
easy,
right? So not playing it with it's fortified and Grievous. So not playing it with a healer is like kind of a gamble.
Yeah, true. Because yeah, you're right. They can feign that the missiles and try to avoid all of the incoming damage, but the intermission phase is really hard with Grievous. I think we saw Method EU try it when they had Grievous in the EU and Asia Cup, but they didn't manage to do that one either. They did wipe there.
So Method EU tried to do it on Grievous during the EU Cup weekend, and all of their players were running the logic loop of division and the rebooting bit band, which if you don't know, once you do a certain amount of abilities, then you're able to heal up to 5 injured allies for a certain amount. All 3 of the hunters from Ethical are wearing those healing rings from Mechagon.
Wait, they are?
Yes.
Oh.
I don't know what to think of that.
What do you think about this? What if Ethical has 2 strategies? One is the Peacekeeper strat. They're actually dropping really low there.
Yeah, 1% health.
He did manage to recover though, with his acceleration being used as well. But yeah, so what if they actually have 2 strats? One being the Peacekeeper strat, if it works out, they do it this way. And maybe they have a plan B in case the Peacekeeper strat does not work out, to be able to do the kiting strat, because now they actually do have enough percentage. Look at them, they have 93% now. Once they finish off this stretch, they're going to be at 100%, meaning they can do the kiting strat.
Yeah,
I really like this. I think this is actually their plan B. I think they have 2 different strategies. One is the Peacekeeper strat, where they don't kite and don't deal with this trash in the last area, and one is where they just deal with this one in case the Peacekeeper strat doesn't work out.
This will definitely be interesting to see how it works out. How do you feel about kiting awakened mobs on Grievous like this without a healer?
This is super risky, and this is probably why this is only their plan B, right? Because it's incredibly risky to do. So I think this is definitely something they said, okay, we only do this if we don't manage to do the Peacekeeper initial pull, because yeah, this is incredibly risky. Not having the healer on the last boss here, on Rogel Mustang, with Grievous as well. You know, the intermission phase does a huge amount of damage to the players, and then you have the Sky Screechers, and you have the missiles going out. And Hunters, they don't have a lot of self-healing. I mean, they have Acceleration, right? And they have Spirit Man from the path, but
And
that's about it, right?
rings.
So the rings kind of have to keep them alive, which will be incredibly risky. But yeah, we see Chompy gathering up the mobs here. You see he's bubbling himself, and now he's going to transcend out, and now he starts kiting those Awaken mobs.
Oh,
No,
Shape and
Skylark
Skylark have
down.
already gone down. This is awkward at the least. So the Complexity Limit on the other side has entered the Nyalothan realm, and they are playing their Obelisk. They're moving up towards Mogul Razdunk here. Ethical did lose their Bloodlust during that.
They're not actually resetting. They rest Skylark back up. They try to four-man this. But we see Voidweaver actually snap back. We see Voidweaver is back with the group here, which means there's no way they can do this.
Arrow.
They cannot deal with Voidweaver and the boss at the same time. So this is going to be a full reset. And now it's going to be all on Complexity Limit, because if they finish off their boss, they're definitely going to win this, as they're ahead in deaths now as well. All turned around all of a sudden, and now Complexity Limit can win this game if they just finish this off cleanly with their 2 Awakened mobs.
Yes. So now that you see the Bloodlust coming out, all of the mobs are starting to drop pretty low. They only have 2 to deal with, I believe. So this shouldn't be overly deadly for the on the side of Complexity Limit. They are just DPSing those down. You see Void Room out there. Basically, they just need to rotate 4 melee kicks on this guy, and they should be kind of chilling. Max just running through the Gatling gun. If you have your block up, you're kind of chilling. Dude, look at this. Okay, so they're actually standing in a safe spot. Okay, there's a lot of safe spots on the Mogul Razdunk platform. I didn't actually know that there was one right here. But this spot that you see Fired Up, Atrocity, and Twisted are standing in, whenever the Boombas do their robot cast, then there will never be any patches of that there. There's a lot of safe spots on the platform, so this isn't really new, but I didn't know that there was one that was next to that obelisk like that. So that's why they were tanking all of the mobs right there.
Yeah, so they're actually re-engaging here on Ethical side. They are trying to do this cutting strat again, but yeah, at this point it's just too little too late. Let's see if Jumpy can actually do it this time around. Doesn't have Revival, so can't get rid of those spheres, and did have to wait for the Cocoon to be ready to reinitiate this one. But yeah, just too little too late, as Complexity Limit is in the intermission phase here. They are dealing with those Sky Screechers, and yeah, I mean, you see how much damage this intermission phase does, even on a fortified environment, just because of this Grievous affix. You can see how Complexity Limit is just dropping low, having to heal that away, so you can imagine how hard this is without a healer, like Ethical does it on their side.
Well, another important thing is, like, losing healing threat. We've already seen it happen a couple of times in dungeons like a Taldazar and Freehold, just naturally. Like, the healer will lose healing threat to the tank. In a dungeon like Motherlode, where it is Grievous and the hunters are having to heal so much, are they gonna rip healing threat off of Chompy? I mean, maybe. I doubt it, but because they probably practiced this far more than I have. Oh, Chompy walked in the water there for a couple seconds. That's unfortunate. That's going to be a full wipe for Ethical. Complexity Limit's going to be downing Mogul Razdunk here momentarily and being able to even it back up 1-1.
That's right, and this Motherlode didn't really go either team's way, or at least not their preferred way, as Complexity Limit does take the win there, tying up the series and keeping them alive in the upper bracket on this one. Dratnos is that Motherlode. I mean, we talked about it before the match started. It was about what we expected in terms of the level of danger that we'd be looking at.
Yes, Raging Grievous Fortified, it looks like teams are making a lot of big mistakes, but honestly, it's the small mistakes get so amplified by these affixes that cause the run to look as sloppy as it did there for both teams.
That's right, and even seeing some of the situations where you just have thugs, raging thugs, sitting there, because not only do they have the natural enrage from the affix, but they also have a cast of their own, and if that doesn't get interrupted, even more problems start compiling, and that one was extremely tough as well, Nagura. Not only the strategies, but also, some of the execution when you're dealing with all these affixes. I mean, 300 just wasn't enough to get rid of those enrages.
Yeah, this is just, I mean, this affix combination, this dungeon, it's just so volatile. We've seen it for Complexity Limit, and this is why we see completely different approaches from both of those teams as well. We see the Limit approach, where they just try to out DPS the Raging and just try to damage through it as fast as possible without dispelling it, while Ethical is trying a completely different approach and just trying to skip the first area completely by only pulling the Peacekeepers, not even dealing with the Thugs and the Vendors at all. But because it didn't work out with their first initial Peacekeeper pull, they had to adjust their strategy and run with their plan B and do the kiting, and it just didn't work out because it's incredibly difficult to pull off in that meta load. So yeah, unfortunate first pull for Ethical there. I'm still kind of impressed that they did have this like plan B. In the end it didn't work out, but yeah, I'm also impressed by Complexity Limit, just brute force strategy and how well it worked out for them too.
That's right. Let's start talking about that early reset as well, Dranos, as we go into the replay.
Yeah, this is something we've seen completely wipe other teams out here when the first pull of Motherload, when they have a reset wipe kind of thing going on there. It's often just the end of the run for teams, but for Ethical, it was no big deal at all. They were able to keep going into the rest of the dungeon. Complexity Limit's first pull of the dungeon was a very different one, right? They went with kind of a standard pre-Season 4, pull a bunch trash in the area, and they managed to get that first pull down without everybody dying, but then they all died on the second pull, they're doing better. If they can just keep pushing that back one pull deeper into the dungeon, eventually this will be a viable strategy, but they need to figure out a way to stop having those wipes on any of those pulls. Luckily, they were bailed out by Ethical's kiting strategy on that last boss, being a little bit aggressive. So I wouldn't say actually that the first wipe was caused by the kiting strategy. It looked like it was just a Skylark in, danger zone type situation, not necessarily a kiting problem. But definitely the second time that they pulled it, the kiting would have not worked out for them. So I think that they, that's a strategy that we've seen done on Grievous Motherload, attempted by Method EU and failed by Method EU. And I think that is maybe a good indication that it's a very, very technically challenging strategy that has a high failure rate.
That's right, and they even added extra responsibilities, if I remember correctly, Tettles, where they were Method EU was grabbing extra mines and just kiting them around until the very end.
That was not Grievous though. That was last weekend.
We saw it.
That is
true.
Still, yes, they have done that in the past though. It's really hard. Like, it's really hard to be able to do that Mogul Raz dunk on a protection warrior anyways. With his alpha cannon and the missiles, it just does a lot of damage to the tank. And if he gets deep into Grievous, there's just no way of him coming out. It takes a lot of practice and a lot of timing. And I assume that they have a better than 50% success rate since they're willing to just kind of whip out that strategy in the MDI. But it's hard to perfect, like we saw there.
Absolutely, and no matter how you slice it, the responsibilities continue to rise for these teams over time, and the extra work that they have to do, and so much extra pressure as well, Nagura, just on those end bosses now, more than ever.
Yeah, definitely, especially when you play, when it's those two higher tier teams playing against each other, right? Complexity Limit and Ethical, number 2 and number 3 seeds. You have to try to do those risky strategies to win. So you have to try and pull as many obelisks as you can with the last boss, as many awakened mobs, which is just so dangerous. And if you can't kill them with the boss, you just need to try and kite them, which is also incredibly volatile. If there's one mistake, as we've just seen in this meta load, then you just have a full team wipe and there's just no way for you to recover. And if the mobs snap back to the group, you have a full team wipe as well. If the healer goes down, full team wipe. And usually when you have other strategies, even if there's some sort of mistake, you might have a chance to somehow recover it, but not with this strategy at all. Not when you do the kiting. There's absolutely no way you can recover, and that is the problem with these volatile strategies, as we've seen. But those players, they just have to pull it off, they have to try it at least, if they want to win those kind of high tier matchups.
That's right. Now let's start talking about Junkyard, as this is going to be the decider for this series. Tyrannical, Raging, once again, and Skittish. And once again, it's going to be another one of those dungeons where there's just kind of traps laid out all across the board, Dranos.
Yeah, Complexity Limit has already played this map earlier today. They lost to the 7th seed, One Last Chance, in this map, with a huge wipe on their very first pull of the dungeon. This is also the only map where Ethical... So this is one of our 3 time trial maps, and it's the only one where Ethical had a faster time than Complexity Limit. So the odds seem to be stacked in favor of Ethical here, but if Complexity Limit can execute a clean run here, who knows if that might even be faster than their time trial time.
That's a good point, and really, at this point, anything can happen. It's just going to be so much on the execution for both of these teams, as the winner is going to be moving on in the upper bracket, and it really wants to be able to have that more favorable seating. Let's get it going. Game 3 in Junkyard.
Alright, so we're gonna have to look at the Complexity Limit first pull here, because the last time we saw them do this pull, they had a full team wipe against One Last Chance, and they ended up losing the whole dungeon to them earlier in their series because of this wipe that cost them so much time. So let's see if they can pull it off this time around.
Oh yeah, so both teams here are going to go pretty ham at the very beginning, and as long as everything dies like while they start enraging, then both of these teams should be pretty good to go. The DKs should be able to just kind of pop all of their wounds and drop all of their damage and blow up everything before it sits too deep into the enrage and the Grunters end up murdering people. So you see Atrocity there coming out with that blood of the enemy in the Fell Barrage. Everything just melts like butter.
Ethical is pulling everything on top of the boss. Look at their pull here.
Well.
They just pulled everything on top of Gobamak here as their very first pull. This is a lot of trash here and a lot of damage going out as well. You see the DK just doing 2 million overall DPS here, while also just fighting Gobamak at the same time.
So look at the enemy forces count. So Complexity Limit and Ethical did a very similar, if not the exact same pull, except Ethical decided that they wanted to pull it with the boss. So that is in of itself a very large time save by the OCE Kings. Dude, that is a wild pull. And their ability to be able to pull it off, they have to dodge so many things. So they have to dodge the trash throwers, like orange, like throw trash ability. It's like this orange thing that they put on the ground. It's pretty dangerous. In addition to that, they have to dodge King Gobamak's smash. They have to also soak the charge smash, or the rumble. You have to dodge King Gobamak's rumble. They have to dodge the shockwaves as well. They just pulled a double bully. Huh? What is this pull?
I'm not sure what is going on, but they definitely seem to be knowing what they're doing, and this might be the reason why they have the number
Double
2
shockwave?
in time trials here. But yeah, the double shockwave, this is the reason why most of the teams try to avoid these double bullies, and they only pull King Gobamak without them because of the shockwave that they're doing, which is just so hard to see when there's so many things going on in melee.
Yes.
And if you don't see it and they're raging, you're just going to die. It is going to one-shot you, so that's why they usually are being avoided.
Absolutely, Nagura. So now you see King Gobamak on the side of Ethical. It's going down a little bit slower. Eric ends up going down on the side of Complexity Limit, though. They do use a battle rest to be able to get him up, and he immediately dies again. What did he die to?
I mean, he did immediately take the rest after, like, when the Rumble started, which probably was not the best idea, right? There was like a huge AoE going on. It is a tyrannical fight, and he took it in the middle of the AoE cast. Chompy dropping incredibly low here. He's got the lightning debuff on him from soaking the charge smash, and it seems like he can't activate anything. He did manage to finish off the boss here, so nicely done by them to recover. And yeah, what a pull by them. Eric though, Eric being down for Complexity Limit is going to cost him quite a bit of time. They have to finish off this tyrannical boss without him, but they're ahead in trash. They ended up pulling 6% more compared to Ethical.
So I'm kind of surprised with like why Ethical is not further ahead of Complexity Limit than they are with how just hard that first pull is, right? I feel like whenever you do a pull of that caliber and of that size, that they should probably be a little bit further ahead, especially since Eric has died.
Yeah, I mean, I think the reason why they're not further ahead is because they did such a difficult pull, so they had to, like, usually when something is so difficult that you have to dodge everything, you lose a little bit of damage. Even if you're the best player in the world, if you have to look at so many different things, you will maybe click one ability a little bit too late than you would usually do, and you just miss out on a little bit of DPS, and maybe they had to focus the trash a bit more instead of going on the boss, and therefore they ended up not getting as big of a time advantage as it maybe looked like at the start. But now they're engaging Trixie and Nana on the side of this, in this corner here, pulling trash on top as well, so this is also a pretty dangerous pull, and we see Complexity Limit gearing up to do the same thing.
No! Shape got hit by the Bolt Buster, the frontal from Nano. It's okay. To his credit, it's probably so hard to be able to see anything in this corner.
Yeah.
But the Bolt Buster ends up going off and killing Shape. Trixie was standing off to the side and took forever to get right on top of Nano in this corner. I wonder why that is. I wonder what happened with her.
Yeah, looked like Trixie just really didn't want to gather up with the rest. This means Nano is going down quite a lot faster, and the taste went through on Chompy, which does a lot of damage, as you can see him dropping very low. Mega Taste here, not sure what they're gonna do with that one. But yeah, just another pretty decent time loss here, just because Trixie didn't gather up with the rest. Well, Complexity Limit, if you look at them, Trixie is gathered with the rest of the trash group here, and Nano as well, so they have a lot more even cleave here.
Yep, but on the side of Ethical, they're going to be downing Trixie here momentarily. They did lose their battle res. Both Complexity Limit and Ethical are missing that very useful battle res. So, but now Ethical has down Trixie and Nano, and they're running their way towards the Gunker area. They're running out the back end of that Trixie Nano room. Now they're going to be making their way through Cat Island onto Gunker's area.
Yeah, so they will also have to get some bots again. We haven't been talking about those yet. Now, whenever you have someone die, not only do you lose the 5 seconds and possibly a battle rescue that you have to commit, but you also lose the bots. We see Complexity Limit have Twisted go down. They don't have a battle rest available, and they pulled a Crawler. It was very likely a mistake. I don't think they wanted to pull a Crawler here, which does a huge amount of AoE damage to the whole group, and they might have to reset the boss, and Nano's on 14%. It's going to be a huge time loss for them if they have to reset it.
I wonder how the Crawler got pulled.
It must have been like a Twilight Death
Twilight
through the
Death,
wall
like
or
it.
something. I mean, it is pretty far away though.
Yeah, it's so far.
Yeah, it's really far. I'm not sure how they managed to pull this one.
I was looking at what Ethical was doing.
Either way, the boss resetting when Trixie is dead and Nano is at like 12% HP is such an incredible time loss for Complexity Limit. And they
Yeah.
were just on their way to catch up to Ethical too. This is heartbreaking for them. This is the last series, so yeah, losing this means they're gonna be dropping to the lower bracket, but there's still lots of things that can happen here. It is a junkyard. We've seen very bad things happen
What are you
to
implying?
teams. So, but yeah, the biggest loss is also their shock bots and their all of their bots they lost so
yeah.
far. This is gonna be a huge time loss for them overall.
Oh, absolutely. It is losing all of their shock bots there. That is not a resource that they can gain back. So losing shock bots on all 5 members of their team is just going to be a monumental challenge for them to be able to recover from. So now you do see Ethical has down all 3 of those toxic monstrosities. You see Skylark grouping up a bunch of trash here, running around light footing, grabbing some trash that is not even the Gunker room, stacking it right on top of Gunker, and now you do see the DKs here. You see the meta coming out from Arrow, all of the damage being popped off. You see the blood of the enemy and that Fel Barrage coming out too. All this trash needs to die pretty quickly, but once that does end up happening, then Gunker is a fairly tame boss.
Yeah, for sure. They do need to make sure they don't have any more deaths though, because they are out of battle rests.
Yeah.
And they do not want to 4-man a boss because it is tyrannical and it will just cost them a lot of time. They did finish off the trash though, so they should be alright and good to go for the rest of this. They're up to 66% trash now, so this means they're probably done with trash, except the couple of trash groups they have to pull in front of the last boss, which we see teams usually pull. Those are some pretty dangerous pulls though, so definitely want to see if they can do that one cleanly afterwards. One thing to notice that they also have 4 obelisks still up, means they either deal with Samrak at right in front of the last boss, or they try to do all 4, which
Also hard.
is pretty risky.
Yeah, so we saw Method in A earlier play 3, and they ended up killing Samrek right before HK8. Maybe we'll see if Ethical elects to play all 4. Like Nagura said, though, very dangerous.
Yeah, and we've seen... I mean, Method in A possibly can play the 4 obelisks with the last boss, but just didn't pull it off in the first series because they didn't have to, because they were already ahead and they knew it. So maybe it is a possibility for them. So Ethical, on the other hand, they also know they're pretty far ahead at this point, right? They know the Complexity Limit had a wipe at this point. They definitely are paying attention to the stream, even though it is in a 1.5 minute delay, but they do know they had a wipe. Means that they should definitely play it safe, right? They should play Stamrak for sure, unless they have some sort of wipe on the trash here. that means Complexity Limit can catch up. But if they have no mistakes here, they should definitely play Samrak to make the last boss easier.
Okay, so you remember whenever we were talking about Trixie running away from Ethical earlier, Nagura?
Yeah.
All right, so I have some insight as to why.
Oh, and it ran away and it pulled the crawler for limit?
No. I don't know what happened to Complexity Limit. That may have happened. That actually may have been what happened to them.
Maybe
but
that was, yeah.
For Ethical, I know that Trixie was in, but then she flew away because they tanked her a bit too far out. She has a couple of preset positions that she can fly to, and if she has line of sight on any of them, she will do her electric slide and run away from them. So, basically, if you have line of sight on any of those preset flying positions, then she'll leave. But so they didn't have her all the way in, unfortunately, on the side of Ethical. That's why she left. That's why they were a little bit light on damage, why we were kind of confused as to how she was 85%.
Okay. That makes sense. Maybe the same thing happened to Limit and she flew away and somehow proxy pulled the crawler, or maybe dots spread from her to the crawler. I'm not really sure. Either way, Complexity Limit did have Atrocity go down on one of their trash balls here in Gankar's room. Which means they did have to commit their battle rest. They're out of battle rests again, and they have to get the bots on Atrocity again. Demon Hunter is actually one of the best scaling classes for the shock bots, so missing out on the bots on Atrocity is quite a big deal if they can't get them back immediately.
Oh, absolutely. Because Demon Hunters do elect to run that Triple Furious Gaze trait, which is a fairly significant amount of haste that is given to them. Then beyond that, they also play just like stuff like Miraculous Fang, and then they play those Urgent Caress, the Rodin weapons, just to be able to maximize all of that haste value that they do get. Because like Nagura was speaking about, one of the very best scaling classes with haste.
Yep, and now we see Ethical dealt with the trash very cleanly actually on their side, and now they are dealing with Samrak as we've been talking about.
Yes.
So once they're done with Samrak, they will engage the last boss with 3 Obelisk, which is still very dangerous to do on this last boss. They do have Bloodlust available, and also one thing to note is that it is a Tyrannical 5, so one-facing the last boss is not actually incredibly easy. Meaning, especially if they don't have any of those cooldowns available to them, because they have to commit them to the obelisks, to the awakened mobs on the pull. So we'll see what kind of offensive cooldowns they do commit to the start, and which ones they save to be able to one-face the boss.
Yeah, so I suspect that they're going to Bloodlust the Triple Obelisk here, right?
I assume so, but we've seen a team, I think it was One Last Chance who actually saved their Bloodlust, but they only had 2 obelisks for them.
Yeah. Okay, so I think for like 3 and 4, I think you would be likely to Bloodlust that, and then you just kind of hope that you have enough DPS to be able to one-phase it. But Ethical is standing around. I wonder what they're waiting on. And maybe the shield wall from Skylark? I'm not 100%
That's
sure.
a pretty long wait. I don't.
That is a long wait. Yeah.
Maybe they were just waiting for potions. Maybe someone had to still cool down on their potion, and they just wanted to make sure, because they know they're this far ahead, so they definitely can min-max. Because as long as they do just pull, as long as they don't wipe, they win, right? So definitely playing it safe is the best choice for them. Because they do have the 3 awakened mobs, and you see how little room they have, right? You have this huge area of denial that is splitting the room in 2, and then you have these shock bots that are running around that are also causing less room, and then you have the pulls from the blood. You need to interrupt the Void Weaver, and you also you also have the Tank Buster that cannot be taunted by hunters because there are no hunters. So the Spirit Breaker is going on a tank, which means he's taking huge amounts of damage.
Okay, so if you look on the side of Ethical, what cooldowns they used on this? They used Demonic Transformation from their DKs, they used Unholy Frenzy, and they used Apocalypse. All of those cooldowns from their DKs, they used Metamorphosis from their Demon Hunter, they used Fell Barrage, they probably used Blood of the Enemy from all of the guys as well. What they saved is they saved both of the armies from their Unholy DK, and with Double Army, this should be a pretty safe one-phase, don't you believe, Nagura?
Yeah, I definitely think Double Army should be enough to be able to get the one phase done, and maybe a bunch of corruption procs from one tank or the healer. But now we see them actually go past this gauntlet all the way up to the overcharge station, and they start hacking the overcharge station, making sure that they get down really quickly. Now, of course, the DK is a little bit slower than the Demon Hunter and the Prot Warrior, who can just jump over everything and just leap, which is very convenient, by the way. Right. So once the overcharge station is low, all the damage dealers will walk into those bots to get teleported back, And interesting to see that Skylark is the one who finishes this off instead of Chumpy. So Chumpy seems to know that he can actually do more damage than the tank, and therefore he's the one who goes back. And now let's see if they actually have enough damage to one-phase this.
Yeah, I mean, Way of the Crane Mistweaver does do a significant amount of damage. I don't know which one does more damage. I'm sure they've tested it. Complexity Limit, I'm Fired Up, ends up falling down, but it seems a little bit too little too late, as Ethical is going to be one-phasing the HK8 Aerial Oppression unit and taking this match 2-1.
That's right, and fairly clean junkyard run, exactly 15 minutes, as Ethical does take the game and the series, moving on into the upper bracket, correct, Nos?
Yes, they do. That is, I wouldn't say it's an upset. This series has been won by Ethical more times than it's been won by Complexity Limit. But Complexity Limit did come into this tournament with higher seeding, with better time trial results. And they have won matches against Ethical before, so this was definitely a close series that really Complexity Limit, I think, have just all of today been on. I don't think they've played like a really clean map yet, so that is 6 maps for them and 6, potato fests.
Yeah, just wipes. I mean, through and through, there's just been something going on, in the Complexity Limit camp that's just not vibing right now, and it's not the end of the world for them, as they will be moving on to tomorrow. They will be dropping into the lower bracket to help redeem themselves. But I think at this point, they really just got to have some kind of check on where they're at right now, Titles, to try to start working towards improving things for tomorrow.
I would describe them as ramping.
Yeah. Downwards, or?
That's another team.
Ramping. I'm going to just leave it as ramping.
All right.
They may be ramping upwards, hopefully.
All right, hopefully, as we let's get into the replays that you got for us right now. So let's get the highlights, lowlights.
Yeah, so Complexity Limit were able to pull off that first pull of the dungeon once again, so ramping upwards on that department. A good look for them. Meanwhile, though, Ethical was able to do the first pull of the dungeon, pretty similar amount of mob count, and also engage the first boss at the same time. So that is definitely an efficiency advantage towards Ethical. Limit ended up having some unfortunate deaths on that first boss, with death, battle res, death, a brutal sequence that consumes that very important battle res resource, that then facilitated them wiping to the second boss later, when they didn't have that battle res available. That's a kind of an unfortunate sequence of events, but it is something that does seem to happen to Limit a little bit more often than these other top teams. And that was really all it took for Ethical to run away with this game and kill that last boss far before Limit had even engaged it.
Yeah, at that point, it was just very clear that Ethical was going to be able to take it. And this team, I mean, Ethical has been, chock full of MDI veterans, like we've been talking about, lots of previous experience, but the synergy just seems to continue to grow between these guys. As the cleanliness, the minimizing of errors has been so strong today, Nagura.
Yeah, I mean, again, they're just incredibly impressive. Because I think the one thing that is incredibly important for the best MDI teams is consistency, because even if you manage to pull off, let's say, a method and a strategy in one dungeon, but if you can't do it consistently in the rest of the dungeons, then you're just gonna lose in a tournament. So this is why we see some of those top teams, they manage to get really, really fast times in the time trials, because you have those 5 tries. But then in the tournament, they have huge mistakes and just mess up and have lots of wipes everywhere, because they take on those really risky strats, but they don't have the execution and they don't have the consistency in those kind of pulls. Ethical, on the other hand, they really seem to be doing this properly, and they don't seem to overdo it. They don't seem to take too much risk in a dungeon and then not ending up doing it, except in this meta load that we saw with the kiting. Outside of that, they have been incredibly clean.
I just wonder what happened. Complexity Limit, I think we expect more out of the team,
I
right?
think so.
Yeah, I mean, a few, maps being sloppy from them would be the norm here, but 6 in a row is a lot worse than they were in those first 2 cups. So hopefully tomorrow, they can get a good night's sleep and come back and hit the reset button.
Yeah.
Were you gonna ask Titles?
I was like, do you think that they practiced a ton for this weekend? Because obviously they don't have to practice an insane amount, since they're almost auto-locked into the global finals. So they could have taken this week more as a relaxed weekend, right? And practice a little bit less. I know Max tweeted out something about Fired Up having finals, so maybe that cut in their practice time somewhat.
Maybe.
Possibly, yeah. Go ahead, Nagura.
I wanted to say maybe because this is the third cup and they really want to show up. Because I remember after the first cup, they said, oh, okay, so this was our first run. We definitely didn't practice some dungeons good enough, but next time we're going to improve. So maybe this is the third cup and they really wanted to show up and get those fast strategies, and maybe they overdid it a little bit and maybe chose like some strategies that are too risky for them, and it ends up having those really volatile wives. That could be the case, or maybe as Tettle said, they really just didn't have enough time to practice.
In any case, we will be taking a quick break before we go into our lower bracket rounds. So don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be seeing One Last Chance Ramping versus Goosy Bad, followed by One Last Chance, and then Leal right after our break. Welcome back to the Mythic Dungeon International as our lower brackets ready to get underway between Goosy Bad and Ramping. And Tettles, we didn't see Goosy Bad earlier. They ended up forfeiting their first round. But now they're here. They're ready to go. And, oh, that's a nice little pretty picture you got there, buddy.
Yeah, dude. I'm one with the common man. I'm hashtag Team Ramping. I love the Warlock pick. Unlike Zyronic, I am a big fan of THD on this Warlock.
So, Zyronic, why do you hate Warlock so much? And THD specifically.
Oh, THD's fine. It's just Warlocks.
Oh, okay. I thought it was everybody who played it as well. It's just, this hate's insane.
Well, I mean, you're doing your dungeon. You're going along great, right? You find out you need to interrupt something, but everyone's interrupted on cooldown. You ask the Warlock to interrupt, and they like spit at you or something. It's weird.
Spit at you?
They like hiss at you or spit on you. I don't know what they do. But there's just something wrong with those guys.
Drano, so give me a hand here. Didn't you guys do some dungeons last night with a Warlock? How did that go?
Yeah, Zyronic and I did do some dungeons with a Warlock last night, and Zyronic just kept asking him to kick at random times. It was really weird.
Zyronic is toxic, bro.
I did it once, and it was as a joke. Actually, I kind of felt bad because I was just generally going in on Warlocks throughout the night. And
as you played with somebody who was playing a Warlock.
As I played with somebody who was playing Warlock.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, that was pretty insensitive of me, but you know what? Hindsight's 20/20. I did actually give him a compliment. I said nice damage, because that is one thing Warlock does bring. Its damage is good, just the utility's kind of lacking.
But Shadow Fury.
Huh?
Yeah.
But Shadow Fury.
That's not a button. That's not a button you hit. That doesn't do damn.
Well, the reason we've been talking about so much Warlock, for those of you who just tuned in and may not know, the team Ramping, which is a team that had just formed or just got into cup play for this tournament, is going to be featuring a Warlock player and some more off-meta picks as well, Dranos.
Yeah, they've also got Nagi on the Blood Death Knight, and the other players in their group are kind of multi-class, sort of. Roger's mostly just going to be playing Hunter. Mini does have the ability to multi-class quite a bit on that roster, and Jeeth will be mostly playing the Mistweaver, but can also play a Holy Paladin like nobody else can. So, very, very powerful team of 4 Method Raiders, 1 Limit Raider, and a lot of talent on the roster, but they're definitely going with, the goal is to compete in this tournament and to play their classes for the ones of them that have, a class preference.
Most definitely. And as you mentioned, 4 raiders from the Method Guild, but 3 of the 5 members have residency in North America with THD, Jeeth, and Mini. So their team is forming for the North American Cup and are able to do so. So let's talk maps. Freehold's going to start us off on this one, Tettles, followed by Siege, which didn't get banned, surprisingly, and then Underrun.
Yeah, so Siege is a time trial map. It doesn't overly surprised me that it didn't get banned, but this Freehold here, we're going to see how these teams are going to be able to improve off of what we saw from time trials. I actually watched Ramping do Freehold and time trials a lot, and it always felt like they just had something at like the final moment that would end up costing them a mistake. I think it just may come down to how much time and how many weeks they've had to practice like kiting obelisks or dealing with some of those mobs, but it always felt like they just right on the cusp of being able to pull off the kite strategy, and then just something happened. So being able to improve on that would help their time immensely.
All right, well, let's see what these teams have in store for us as game number 1's getting started here in Freehold.
And right off the bat here from Ramping, we're seeing Nagi going around a different route here because they don't have access to that shroud that Goosy Bad does. And Nagi's just going to be running right down the mid and melding. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. And then we'll be picking up the rest of the trash. Meanwhile, Goosy Bad, Yips is getting thrown around here. Hit by those Azurite grenades as well.
Yips is definitely awake now. So now face tanking this whole entire trash pack. It is Sanguine again. So note that the Ring of Peace comes out from Hunte. Some of those mobs get healed just a little bit. These Corsairs are pretty low. There's a kind of a beefy Enforcer that's in the pack that got healed, maybe 20% of his health, but they should be good to go. You see the double grips coming out of those Death Knights to get those mobs out of the Sanguine. That was fairly strong management of Sanguine overall, I will say.
Meanwhile, on Team Ramping, the same pull is going down. They even have more Death Grip power as they have that Gorfine's Grasp Mass Grip from Nagi available as well, or used as well on that pull. Goosy Bad, though, got done a little bit faster, so they're going right into the boss.
Okay, so something that Goosy Bad did that was quite good is that they moved most of their Sanguine out of the Sky Captain Crag arena, where Ramping has a lot of their Sanguine inside of the arena, as you can see.
Yeah, that's going to be a problem for them because if they stand in it, it will deal damage to them, and if the boss stands in it, it will heal the boss.
Yes.
So they need to be careful about putting that in the middle of the boss room.
Yeah, the charge ability, of course, moves the boss, so they need to make sure that either they're like completely underneath the boss or standing nowhere near the Sanguine, ideally. Goosy Bad here has phased Skycap and Crag, and you do see their DKs popping a bunch of their damaging cooldowns. You see the Army of the Dead coming out of both Kev and Cryptics. And now they are just destroying Skycap Crag. They used their Bloodlust on the very first pull of the dungeon, both teams did, just to be able to get that 31 and 25% trash count, respectively.
All right, so we have ramping now. You can see THD actually hanging out outside of the boss arena. They've got the boss tanked in a slightly different spot than we see a lot of teams do here to facilitate THD getting that spot to just kind of turret. Meanwhile, Roger is going to be the person doing the baiting on that more mobile Beast Mastery Hunter.
Yeah, but we do know that on a 19, especially on Fortified, you're not going to be getting one-shot by the Azurite Powder Shot. So, Goosy Bad is here electing to just like move as a group, and they don't really care about where Shark Bait is dropping that Parrot Guano.
Yeah, that's another cool move actually coming out. Both teams here doing something we don't see a lot of teams do with this boss. Goosy Bad going to finish off a little bit earlier here. They are not sending Anarchy ahead to do anything fancy here. I think they're just going to be having him pull that Enforcer and then vanish. Or perhaps they will all be using their Shadow Meld ability at the end of this. Those seem to be the main options for Goosy Bad. Meanwhile, ramping here. You ever just predict something? Okay, yeah, there it is. There's the Shadow Meld mount back up from Goosy Bad. Ramping, gonna finish off Skycap and Crag here. A solid 30 seconds behind Goosy Bad, so not too bad for them here. They have access to a Warlock Gateway here if they want it. Yeah, you can see THD putting down that Warlock Gateway.
The utility.
The Warlock utility just off the charts here. Ramping out of control.
So you saw THD dismiss his Fell Hunter before he clicked that lock gate. Otherwise, he would have sent the Fell Hunter into the mob. So he's going to have to resummon his pet here momentarily.
No, he's got the Fell Hunter there. The Fell Hunter's
okay,
chilling.
never mind. Maybe he resummoned his Fell Hunter. Maybe he desummoned it whenever he jumped off a ledge.
Yeah, I think that you're fine as long as you're mounted with these pets. They won't pull.
Yes, because they're like attached to your being.
There's
Goosy Bad
buddies.
here has pulled a significant amount of trash, and they're looking like they're positioning themselves to pull Jolly and Raw. As I say that, Anarchy comes grappling hook right back in. You see the Venn diagram of Death and Decay that Yips is tanking all of the mobs in.
One of those Death and Decay is not going to be honored
full
anymore,
health
though.
Raw, sir.
Yes, it is, and that is a low health Hunte.
Oh,
a dead Hunte.
Hunte. A no health Hunte.
But they do have a battle res. Hunte will be accepting that hopefully momentarily, although it looks like he may have been res into some garbage. Does eventually accept the res after determining that it is going to be safe. But yeah, that is a 100% HP Captain Raoul again on the side of Goosy Bad. Ramping, meanwhile, doing a large pull here, no boss.
Oh,
You see those Vision of Perfection Infernals just raining down as THD is going off here a little bit. Nothing like what the Unholy Death Knight can do, though.
THD, not one bother given. I think he's had his Burning Rush on the whole dungeon.
Yep, it's Grievous. Just heal me, Jeeth. That's
Heal me.
That's THD getting his revenge for Jeeth leaving his guild. Just keeping that Burning Rush turned on.
I'm not going to comment on that. You can continue on with that statement. Goosey Bad here with still a very beefy Captain Raoul. Jolly is sub 20% at this point, while Raoul, a couple of mishaps earlier, ended up getting Sanguine healed. That looked like a bad brew that you saw Yips trying to kite all of those mobs into, both Jolly and Raoul. The bad brew has the best damage efficiency, so sure, you're able to get some damage out of the crit brew and the haste brew, but whenever you get that bad brew, that is going to be the biggest time save. Just getting both of the mobs inside of it, it does just a wild amount of damage to everything that is tanked inside of it.
All right, on the side of Ramping now, we have two bosses at once being fought here, and THD is excited about that. That is the exact number of bosses that Destruction Warlock would like to fight.
You said two bosses at once, and I was thinking, like, they're fighting Trothak?
What? No, they're just,
no, Jolly
Captain
Raoul,
Raoul,
okay,
Captain
yeah.
Jolly, yep.
I get what
Great
you're
spot
saying.
for the Warlock damage here.
Ramping is catching up.
Yeah, they're kind of blasting here. Goosey Bad has pulled some trash here into the last little bit of Raoul's health. Just one of these crushers. I wonder if they're setting up... So I wonder why this crusher's getting pulled here. I guess they want to stay in that boss combat with Eudora. So because they were still in combat here when the boss fight ended, as long as they remain in combat, Eudora is going to continue to be friendly and attack mobs. And importantly, she's also going to hit them with that big stun, as you can see on that Crusher right now. And that is now going to disappear. Unfortunately, they weren't able to hold onto that boss combat there. It does make things a little bit sketchy, though, because if you start to have a wipe, you have that boss combat, no inability to release, as we've seen cause problems for other teams in the past.
So I've kept her before, and she stunned a mob in Sanguine, and that was the last time I kept her.
She can stun things that are normally immune to CC, though, right? Like those Crushers and bosses as well can get stunned by her. So
Okay.
You can bring her at least at a time. I have in the past brought her around to like Trothak before, but it's not something we see teams usually do. As of course, sticking in that boss combat for so long comes with drawbacks, and the stuns aren't necessarily worth all that much because
she does 10k DPS as a point of reference for other players. Her DPS not as high as you would hope for what you're losing for being permanently in boss combat. Your healer not being able to drink and whatnot.
For players looking for reference, that's about 1 Balance Druid's worth of overall damage.
Shut up. That is not true. Balance Druids are good people.
Ramping. Gonna pull some Crushers now here into the Ring of Booty. They're a little bit behind where Goosy Bad is, as Goosy Bad is fighting Ludwig. Ramping did not pre-activate and pre-do all the RPs, so they had to do that during this trash pull. Ludwig is now in that RP sequence.
So Goosy Bad here is having some sanguine healing on some of this trash that we saw. Just their kiting and management of sanguine here has been really, really rough. Oh, goodness gracious alive. Please, sir, don't take the Crusher through there. All right, everything's good.
This is really sketchy.
Oh, that's a full health scrapper. Oh, he's been stunned in the sanguine.
Stunned in the sanguine. You hate to see that.
That's the Outlaw Road special, but that was a Storm Bolt. Mm-hmm. That is the Outlaw Road special.
It's not a big deal, though. As long as Ludwig isn't the target who gets healed, the other stuff is a little bit less important, because you can just kind of keep that and keep cleaving it down forever.
That is true. Can we get some charts with upper trends in chat? If you're for Team Ramping, and then some ducks in chat if you're for Team Goosy Bad?
Ramping, actually, this is another good Destrolock boss fight that they're about to be fighting here. Because this is another boss where you always have a Havoc target. You can Havoc that training dummy that's up at the side there.
True.
And for THD, that's going to yield a significant single target damage increase.
But we won't be able to see how much single target damage is increased. But we will see the overall damage increase, which if we have checked the recent theorems that have been provided for us, overall DPS is greater than Friendship. And it's definitely greater than Timing the Key.
That's true, and nothing better than it is available from these keys here on the MDI, so it does make sense to just maximize that overall.
Okay, so after the MDI is all over, what's going to be THD's best resume for getting invited to groups? Doing big damage in the MDI.
Hunte here taking quite a bit of damage as they're setting up a massive pull on the side of Goosy Bad. Here we go into Trothak with a lot of enemies all at once. This is going to be a massive exercise in sanguine management for Goosy Bad. It's going to be all about Hunte's Ring of Peace. Look for that ability to be used as Trothak starts his Shark Tornado cast here in a second.
Oh, everything's just going to die before even the Shark Tornado starts. Okay, so now you see Trothak did end up charging. You do see one of those Knuckle Dusters casting.
No!
Oh, that is going to be a full
That is going to be a full health Trothak.
That is a full health Trothak, the Shark Puncher.
Kevin goes down on the side of Goosy Bad. Sharks getting thrown all over the place. They are about to get their second battle res here. In 5 seconds, their second battle res is going to be available. Kevin accepts that, rejoins the party.
That is not ideal.
Certainly it is not, Tettles.
If they're able to recover from this, they should still be in a commanding position to be able to take this match off of Ramping, but this is very close right now.
Yeah, Ramping going to be engaging Trothak here. Trothak, roughly the same boss HP for both teams, and they have roughly the same percentage. I would call this match dead even, Tettles.
Well, the Trothak definitely got healed a significant amount here for the side of Goosy Bad. They need to make sure that Trothak doesn't leap through all of that.
Look at those Chaos Bolts there getting sent to... Okay, now the Havoc is over, but there was the Chaos Bolts getting sent over to that training dummy as well. Look at THD ascending on those damage meters on that single target. Trothak now lower on the side of Ramping than it is on the side of Goosy Bad. Warlock.
Zyro's in his replay corner, just rubbing his hands together, furious that THD may take a match off.
Oh, there goes those Chaos Bolts again. Huge padding on that training dummy.
Thank you for calling it padding, because call it what it is. It actually is. It's going to show us him doing 100k DPS. He's not doing 100k DPS in Trothak, though.
Right, it is still a single target increasing damage global, but
Yes.
yeah, not by as much as it shows up on the damage meters.
Yes, there we go. Trothak the Shark Puncher, both Goosy Bad and Ramping are at 85%. Like trying to.
Any awakened enemies yet. We'll have to see what their strategy is. Both at 85% at this point suggests to me that they're planning to kite.
So Ramping as a team, whenever they tweeted this out, for those of you who've not been following it in the past week, they tweeted out that they were going to stream all of their practice and all of their MDI prep. I know how they do freehold. I know that they 100% kite the obelisk mobs.
Spoilers.
Like, that's just firm and done. Goosy Bad, I think we can suspect that they also kite.
It does seem likely, yeah. You can see THD, he has actually that rebooting bitband / logic loop combo, so he's doing that.
Does he need that?
Well, the thing is that they're both, like, one of them is a very haste-heavy ring anyways, and that is the stat that he's trying to stack, so
yeah.
it's actually just fine stats for him on those rings, a pretty low-cost increase for him. On the side of, like, Roger, who's also playing that combo, it is a little bit more costly, but again, one of those rings is well itemized for BM Hunter, the other is pretty poor. And
Yeah.
Mini is not playing that combo on that Unholy Death Knight.
Bro, just Death Strike.
Yeah. I mean, it does heal the rest of the group as well, so you kind of need to get it on the people, but definitely THD is the person who pays the least for it, and then Roger's the person who then pays the second least for that extra amount of HPS.
People are spamming chart increasing in chat again. Oh,
Love to
goodness.
see it.
As you see, Team Ramping here has pulled this Iron Tide officer to be able to finish off their last little bit of count that they need before they reach 100% trash count.
This is a little bit interesting here. I'm surprised they pulled this Iron Tide officer rather than going and getting... I guess they don't have a good way to get... Because they don't have a rogue, they can't send a rogue ahead to sneak up and grab more trash up ahead. Anarchy, though, the rogue on the side. Goosey Bad takes a huge hit. Is going to go down. Oh. That's going to cost a res for Goosey Bad. 3 deaths on the board now for them. Ramping 0 deaths, though. Taking that Warlock Gateway up. Beautiful Warlock utility here on display. 100% trash count. Jeeth ready to start kiting here. And we can see this beautiful execution here from Team Ramping. Even though they had a slower time trial time, 0 deaths on the board so far for them is exactly what they needed to have happen for them in this match.
I wonder why my friend THD doesn't give Jeeth a nice Warlock Gate out of here, and then he changed the Warlock Gate into a Transcend.
Well, the Warlock Gate, he's used it to get up, so
Yes.
he'll be on Warlock Gate cooldown for another minute and a half. That is probably the thing that stops that from working.
All right, so now you see Jeeth running away from all these mobs. Where on the side of Goosey Bad, they have engaged a very similar pull. You see Hunte here, spinning crane kicking, immediately diffuse magicking. Everybody, you see all of those awakened mobs running him as well.
Look at Hunte just chilling in that defiled ground.
Health.
Hunte chilling in the defiled ground here to get more damage taken on himself so he can get more healing threat. Excellent play there.
Why did Harlan take so long to take any damage from Goosey Bad? Harlan actually sat at 100% HP, and they sat without their Bloodlust pop for a significant period of time. I wonder why that was.
Very, very curious, Tettles, as Goosey Bad is still at 95% trash count as well. Perhaps they were trying to get that Ravager count before they pulled, and yet still it didn't end up working due to some cooldowns or something going wrong for them.
This is very advantageous for Team Ramping, though.
Yes, because
as long as Jeeth is able to keep up this kiting, then they should be good to go, right? Goosey Bad would have to overtake Ramping in terms of... they would have to beat them by 15 seconds, and they would have to be able to get their 5 seconds, or their 5% worth of trash count before the side of Ramping was able to finish Harlan, which seems unlikely at this point.
It does seem difficult, although, you know, if one thing goes wrong for Jeeth here, it'll be all over for Team Ramping. They do have to just keep that kiting going for a little bit longer. Harlan's about to reach 30%. Once he reaches 30%, he will be taking double damage. And that will seal the deal very quickly for Ramping. But Jeeth does have to live, and so does Nagi. Look at Nagi there. Okay, able to Death Strike up a little bit, but he is in quite a bit of danger there in this Grievous environment with those 4 stacks ticking on himself. Blood Death Knight actually has a pretty hard time healing themselves out of Grievous unless they're taking a lot of other damage as well and using defensives. But that is going to be it.
They did it.
Ramping, taking game 1 against Goosey Bad.
Wow. Great job there by ramping and doing it impressive. It was very impressive work in Freehold as well, as they do take a game number 1. And Zyro, I won't say it. Go for it.
I'm legitimately very impressed. I'm not going to apologize. Warlock's still a bad pick, but I am impressed with the way they were able to play around it. And the thing that I'm more impressed with is the fact that this is a team where they've only been playing for the past week and a half. The fact that they're able to take this kiting strategy and play it as well as they had with 0 deaths in a tournament environment, like, these guys are obviously all top of the line players, right? They both rate in the top 2 guilds in the world. So we shouldn't necessarily be too surprised that they're able to pull it off, but you gotta remember, these strategies are incredibly difficult to deal with, and the fact that they were able to put enough time into this dungeon in particular and figure out the kiting strategy, figure out the pulls they want to run with their off-meta comp, it's nothing to scoff at. These guys are incredibly good players in general.
Yeah, absolutely, and it goes to show how execution means so much and routing can mean so much, even if you're playing around, the off-meta classes as well. We've seen it. We saw it last season, if I'm not mistaken, as well. Titles where Method EU for their last cup opted to just play total off-meta picks and were able to take maps off their opponents because of their execution and because of just good planning.
Yeah, okay, so Ramping also had an 1805 time in time trials, whereas they had a 1541 on this map in this dungeon. So they have improved significantly to the point where they're able to make advantages off of Goosy Bad's mismanagement of Sanguine. I think that's where Goosy Bad just lost all of their time, is just they had worse management of Sanguine than a team with a Warlock.
It's true. It's true. Let's start looking at some of that Sanguine as well, Zyro.
Yeah, I mean, the one major Sanguine moment that we talked about was that Trothax Sanguine, right? That's somewhere in the clips. I don't know exactly what order they're in. But the main thing I wanted to go over was how they pulled that second half of the dungeon in Trothac, and why Warlock actually works out to be such a great pick in Siege of Borealis in general. I'm sure you guys talked about it on broadcast a little bit too. But there's those 2 training dummies right next to Trothac's arena. With the Warlock, you have 2 major steroids in your Azerite traits in both Rolling Havoc and Flashpoint. Flashpoint gives you 2400 haste if you have 3 traits of it, and that's also multiplied by the Expedient, the percentage haste traits they're running on the tournament realm. He runs 57% increased haste. So when he has that Flashpoint rolling, he has over 100% haste, probably up near 120%. Then you start factoring in Overwhelming Power procs, start factoring in Vita Charge Titan Shard procs, start factoring in Reverse Entropy procs. There's probably some situations where he has 250% haste and is popping off half-second Chaos Bolts. Then on top of that, you factor in Rolling Havoc, where you can get up to 7,000 Intellect as well from hitting those target dummies on top of that. And they actually do probably about the same single target damage as what you would see from a Hunter, with potential to do even more from Vision of Perfection procs. So Warlock actually can be a really good pick in Freehold. It's just really hard to play around and really hard to kind of factor into equations like, crafting pulls around a certain amount of interrupts or crafting pulls around classes that they're used to playing with.
Yeah, and being able to start tailor-making that strategy is always very interesting to see. I mean, Siege of Borealis is also going to be a very important one to look at as well, because Horde versus Alliance, some of the routing that we've seen, some of the differences, and also Dranos not being able to have that Warlock Shadow Meld.
Yeah, this is a tough dungeon for Team Ramping, as their optimal strategy involves THD dying and releasing instead of melding. So that's definitely a drawback of this composition. I think that the Warlock does some good things here too. I mean, there are definitely some good opportunities to get value from Havoc on multiple boss fights in this dungeon. And on Trash, they might not be quite as useful, but they do bring some Warlock gateways that can save a little bit of time in a few spots in Siege of Borealis. Over in the EU Cup, we saw Shelly for Paint for Femme winning a Siege of Borealis map playing Warlock. There they played Demo instead of Destro, I think, but this is still, a similar utility suite that it brings with those gateways and stuff.
So, but the reason that I think it's going to be worse ultimately is because of the utility that Turtle provides in a bursting environment where you're going to be playing these overly large spotter pulls. So yes, the DK can grip and group up spotter mobs really quickly, but playing a bunch of immunity classes like Rogue or Hunter are going to provide you additional value into being able to deal with 12, 13, 14 stacks of bursting all at once, whereas the Warlock, you just kind of have to heal through that.
Healthstone.
Healthstones. Okay, never mind. Dratnos is actually 5-head. He's cracked the Enigma code.
I mean,
he's done
you
it.
know, getting Healthstones for the entire group is pretty big, though, for bursting, especially for an MDI-sized key where there's maybe 3 massive pulls. Having a Healthstone for each of those is a huge deal, actually.
Well, and you have to remember as well, like it's specifically said in the rulebook that you're not allowed to use anything that you wouldn't otherwise have from your 5 classes in your group comp. So you're not allowed to have a 6-player, or you're not allowed to have one of the players in your group log on a Warlock ult and drop Hellstones before you do a key in the MDI. That's not allowed. So you do get that advantage of having Hellstones over other teams.
All right, we'll see if the Hellstone squad will be able to pull it through as game number 2 kicks off right now in Siege of Borealis.
Both teams here deciding to go with that Alliance Siege rather than the Horde Siege that has been... You know, both of those sides have been popular. I would say the Alliance Siege this season has been really picking up in popularity as teams have developed that Hadal and then backtrack strategy. We'll see exactly how that works out, as we're going to have to wait here for THD to Burning Rush Invis pot through here because he does not have access to Shadow Meld. Eventually does get through, and they will be using Shroud now on the side of ramping.
Nagi has to pull the trash far enough upward, like forward, for THD to be able to even make it with Burning Rush Invisibility Potion. That's how ridiculous this is, what Ramping is doing to be able to make this work. But now you see the rock has been dropped for Team Ramping, and now they're
another rock as well.
Yeah,
that's good news for THD. Anytime you see 2 of those Infernals on the screen, that is THD having a happy moment. Goosy Bad, though, also doing this large pull here.
Okay, so the Irontide Raider can't be gripped, but whenever he's doing his Steel Tempest cast, Nagi grips he mass grips all of the mobs out of that Steel Tempest cast to allow the melee to be able to do maximum damage to all those mobs. That's kind of cool.
Yeah, Ramping here actually going to get to the first boss first. And they're going to be working here on Chopper Red Hook, the Alliance Siege first boss.
What's the Horde one? Something Brisbane, right?
Sergeant Bainbridge.
Sorry, Bainbridge. Thank you, Dradness.
You're welcome.
Useless information. All right, so now you see
that is
THD,
my specialty.
Really, really hoping that Roger gets targeted with this Chopper Red Hook on the hook cast. Now Roger does get targeted with that because if THD is targeted, then he needs to move around. Hyundai has gone down for the side of Team Goosy Bad. They are looking to...
They have no good battle res as well. They're going to have to NG res him. Whereas if that had happened on the side of Ramping, Nagi has an instant cast battle res and THD has a Soul Stone. They do get that res off, though, eventually.
Stop this. All right, so Yips here is taking a large amount of mobs here, whereas on the side of Goosy Bad, the rest of the guys on the team are just focusing down Chopper Red Hook. This is very scary because
powder shots as well.
3 powder shots out, just pelting damage onto the team. You see Kev and Cryptix just in Anarchy just dropping so low every single time these Molten Slugs go off. But now the fight is ended, and now they're okay. The fight ends at the exact same time for both teams, but Goosy Bad has incurred that 1 death penalty.
Yeah, even though Goosy Bad pulled later, though, they managed to kill the boss around the same time there. Hunters do a little bit better job of not losing damage when forced to move compared to Warlocks, so I think that explains a lot of that difference on the first boss here. Ramping, wow, THD with 2 sad Infernals there propped on a pull of like tiny little mobs.
Tradness, don't talk trash on his Infernals. He needed those. Oh, a third
one.
Another
one. No, that's his real Infernal actually joining the party this time.
That's unlucky.
Yeah.
What do you think? Do you think he's playing Vision of Perfection Major? There's no way he plays Memory of Lucid Dream, right?
You can tell anytime there are 2 Infernals out, that means it's Vision of Perfection Major.
Ignore that dumb comment from me. I knew that. So Goosy Bad and Ramping are at a similar point in this dungeon even still. So Goosy Bad and Ramping both pulling that commander into the rest of these mobs, needing to move out of the way of that trample cast.
They're doing a good job here, both teams, of killing this commander. Goosy Bad are going to be skipping this obelisk. Let's see what Team Ramping decides to do with it. It is Voidweaver Malthier.
Yes.
Which they actually do have a slightly better interrupt comp than Goosy Bad does for it. Nagi with that ranged interrupt, and THD with the slightly longer spell lockout than a Hunter. But still, they're deciding to fight this one at the obelisk rather than fight it with the last boss. So divergence here in strategies from these 2 teams.
Okay, so for those who have never played obelisks with the final boss, Voidweaver Malthier spawns on the back left-hand platform, and if your tank, in this case Nagi or Yips, and the rest of your group is all on the far right-hand side on that first gripping tentacle, then Voidweaver Malthier herself can walk her spider legs, crawl all the way over towards where that Demo tentacle ends up spawning. That's about the point where she stops and starts casting on friendly targets. So both Nagi and Yips can get the first interrupt on that, and then they can chain the interrupts from the Hunters and Warlock. Probably not the rogues in this case, because they're probably still going to be dealing with that gripping by the time the tanks break off to get on top of that Demo. You can actually stay on the gripping until the Demo does its first slam cast, but Goosy Bad is the only team that's going to have to be looking to do that, whereas Ramping played that obelisk that we were talking about.
Yeah, Ramping setting themselves up for an easier last boss fight, although maybe they will skip an obelisk that Goosy Bad chooses to do later. We'll have to see, as you know, maybe the two teams have a slightly different idea about which ones are useful and which ones are best to be skipped.
Yes, THC is going to taunt Urdgroth with his Void Walker.
He can do that. He can do that.
Would it not be better for Roger to do that?
I think that both of them can do one and use their either Core Hound defensive or Void Walker defensive to survive it.
That is a good call. All right, so Ramping here is pulling this commander pack where Goosy Bad has already dealt with it. Now Goosy Bad is moving their way through the instance here, moving towards Dread Captain Lockwood. So they're pulling all of these Marauders. Actually, no, they missed two of these Marauders that are off to the side. And they pull all of this trash right on top of Dread Captain Lockwood. You do see those Blood of the Enemy casts coming out from the Hunters. And they're not dropping that artillery barrage right on top of Lockwood and on top of all the trash. That's actually a pretty notable thing that they're doing, because it is allowing the Hunters to maintain that rapid reload and convert a bunch of their multi-shot damage into aspect of the wild cooldown resets for overall more boss damage eventually.
Also, overall damage, which, as we know, is a very important resource to maximize here. Ooh, Kevin gets a little bit caught out there. You do have to be really careful on this boss fight, as sometimes if you're near the boundary of those three sections of the room, the cannons can fire instantly as the swirls appear. It depends a little bit on the sequence they fire in, but basically you have to be really careful near those dividing lines between the three zones.
Yep, so now you see here, Dread Captain Lockwood is dropping below the 30% threshold. At this point, I think they should be able to one-phase Lockwood. They had a really good Ring of Peace on her in the first set. I don't know if you guys saw it, but basically if Lockwood is being knocked back by either Ring of Peace or Typhoon, Thunderstorm, all of those kind of abilities, then she is... Did she do her withdrawal?
She'll
No,
delay
okay,
her withdrawal.
She died right there.
Yeah,
yeah, she'll delay her withdrawal cast until she is done being knocked. So Goosy Bad had a really good knock on the first time around, to where they didn't even need to knock the second time around. So it's ending up saving them a decent amount of time.
Let's see now if Ramping will be able to get this one phase, as THD is getting ready, I think, here with his Infernal. Let's see if that thing drops down from the sky. There it is, Infernal.
There's the rock.
And THD will now be trying to ascend these damage meters. Right now, he's half of the Rogue and Hunter on damage. Let's see if that can go upwards. There it goes, the Dark Soul popped. Those Chaos Bolts crashing in there. THD climbing those meters. They have to get Lockwood killed before that energy bar gets full. But THD is ascending. Chaos Bolt.
This looks like a chart decreasing moment here.
Chaos Bolt.
Please,
Ring of Peace.
More.
Chaos Bolt.
Please. Oh,
no 1% phase.
Okay, so the grip was legitimately 1 millisecond late, and Lockwood got her withdrawal cast off. Oh my goodness, 1%, please, sir.
That is a heartbreaker for Team Ramping, as THD tried to ramp all the way up there, but it was not quite enough. Goosy Bad now in Nyalotha. They will be heading on over towards Hadal's room. And what is this that they are up to here? Did they kill the awakened enemy?
Yes, so they killed the awakened enemy.
No, they haven't yet, have they?
Yes, they killed it. Yips and Anarchy left the
yes, they did. Okay,
realm. They're going to be pulling Hadal, which is going to pull all of the trash in this room and pull all of the team members of Goosy Bad, Hunte, Cryptix, and Kev out of that realm. So you saw it happen in real time right there. You do see those commanders casting a trample at the group. Everybody's able to dodge out of the way of that trample. Really good play by them.
Trample is absolutely the thing that causes wipes in here.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
It's the most important thing to dodge, and they have to be really careful here because they don't have any Death Knights to blow up all of these mobs under the boss.
It's also bursting too, which if you do roll a stack of bursting here, it could be fairly deadly. We do have bursting active currently on live, so I'm sure you guys are very aware of how bad bursting can be. Did Yips just get hit by that wave?
He did. He got hit by the wave, and then because it was midair, he got snapped back down to Hadal.
Is that fortunate or scary?
Yes.
I see. Ramping here on the other side has pulled Samrek, Beckoner of Chaos, and they're going to be probably dealing with him in a very similar fashion to what we saw from Goosy Bad. From what I saw in their time trials, they do the same thing where they kill Samrek right here. I assume Mini is the person who's going to go out because Nagi doesn't really want to just like run all the way through, but they do end up pulling Hadal with all of his trash.
Well, they do have a Warlock Gateway here, and they're actually just going to be taking the Gateway here.
Oh, maybe they moved the whole entire thing.
Yep, that Gateway is a unique piece of Warlock utility to get you over otherwise impassable terrain. And they've snapped Samrek up here.
Yes, sir.
And we'll be killing it, presumably, in the room here. So rather than doing the whole, walking through on mounts thing, they've just decided to speed up the process with a Warlock Gateway instead.
Yep, so you saw THD there. He actually procced an Infernal. So he's got his Grimoire.
Yeah, as long as they can pull before that that Infernal has now despawned. It doesn't really matter. He's gonna get his Infernal out, or he's gonna get his Grimoire stacked very quickly
he
here.
Procced another Infernal. This game is easy, honestly.
He's wilding out here.
He's
out go those Rain of Fires, and soon he will start dumping those Chaos Bolts here into a Commander and in Hadal. There it goes. Look at those Chaos Bolts. Look how fast those things are going. THD on top of those damage meters, and that is almost all single target as well with those Chaos Bolts. Not almost all, but a huge amount of that is actually done to the boss. Well, the Rain of Fires are done to build up as much Grimoire of Supremacy as quickly as possible, because that spends your Soul Shards more quickly. And then once you get to 20 stacks, you're just dumping those Chaos Bolts into the two priority targets, which are Commander and Hadal. And you can see which those Commanders got the Havoc and which one didn't, as that Commander is a solid 30% lower on health.
Hunte has died on the side of Team Goosy Bad, so now they're electing to use an Engineering Battle Res on him. You see Cryptics channeling that unstable Temporal Shifter. Goosy Bad, just to kind of catch you guys up, has down Hadal, Dark Fathom, and I would say that they're in a pretty commanding lead over Team Ramping, right?
Well, they are, but they do have the Spider to fight with the last boss, so they're fighting the last boss of Siege here.
True.
With, Volcanic and 3 Awakened enemies. I would not call that a sure thing. So, we've seen teams wipe to that before.
For some reason, Goosy Bad is running a different composition than they ran Time Trials in this dungeon in.
What is the change that they've made?
So, on Time Trials, they ran Vengeance, Demon Hunter, and... Actually, no. They ran the exact same thing. For some reason, it had this as... Okay, so they ran Vengeance, Demon Hunter, Triple Hunter in here last weekend. So they changed it up, though.
Yeah,
Vengeance Demon Hunter... They ran the exact same thing in the Time Trials, though.
In this dungeon, Vengeance Demon Hunter does have some pretty strong utility with those sigils and stuff, but I think with these affixes, the teams have kind of just decided to bring the Warrior and not worry... Because, they're not dealing with Sanguine or anything. They don't need as much mob control.
It's like bringing a hammer versus
a scalpel.
A scalpel, yes.
That is the case. Goosy Bad now doing another pull here with the spotter. They do have to kill this Demolisher off. Ramping have gotten started with their trash as well. They're a little bit behind here, but wow, that looks clean from them. I think that they are actually executing this a little bit more quickly than Goosy Bad is. It's not going to be enough to catch them up in terms of when they pull the last boss.
Drain Life?
Yep, Drain Life indeed is the anti-bursting tech. Because you have that spotter still alive as well, you just have a target to Drain Life off of against the bursting stacks.
Janus knows so much about Warlocks, it's insane. Alright, so now you have Nagi here, popping that pre-AMS as he's grouping up all these mobs. This is a fairly substantial pull. You see that Tar Trap coming out, you see the Infernal coming out from THD as well. Now everybody's getting those spotter artillery barrage circles on top of these mobs, where Goosy Bad is going deeper into Monkey Town to try to get more of their count.
Yes, they're almost done here. I think that this is the last pull that they're going to need, especially when you factor in that count that they are going to get from those obelisks here at the end of the dungeon. Uh-oh!
This is okay.
It appears that Nagi has died. He will be releasing, and they are still just in combat with the spotter, so that is good news for them. So nobody else here.
They're at 87% trash count currently.
Yeah, they're catching up here to Goosy Bad. They're just about one pull behind here. where
They
Goosy
don't have
Bad
to play
is.
one obelisk with the final boss either, so...
Yeah, that shouldn't affect their speed all that much, but... And I feel like Warlock is also a better class than Hunter for 20-second burst against those, tentacles at the start of the platforms. So they might even be able to do the last boss.
Havoc, right?
They might be able to do that last boss faster than Goosy Bad by a little bit. Probably not by as much, though, as Goosy Bad is going to make it there first.
Do you think Coach Mears is really happy with Team Ramping's performance currently?
Yeah, I think that Ramping has absolutely put up a good showing so far, and even if they lose this map, I think that they are a force to be reckoned with in Game 3.
Reassemble them and kill her pet.
Yeah. So now here, Goosy Bad. You see, like I was talking about, so they're all on this right-hand side gripping tentacle, and the reason for that is because Void Reaver Malthier spawns on the far left-hand side platform. So Yips is doing this in order to be able to bring Malthier almost all the way in to where he's able to get kicks. It looks like Malthier is actually off to the side a little bit further than he would ideally like. So Yips takes the first cast on himself, spell reflecting it back into Malthier, tanks that full Dark Fury. Now you actually see the group of Goosy Bad destroying that demolishing tentacle to where Yips is able to get off of that because of those puddles from the blood of the corruptor. That can be very dangerous. But now Goosy Bad is going to be okay as long as Yips is able to get out of the water before he gets picked up.
Yips is in the water. Has to yeet on out of there with the heroic leap.
Yeet, as some would say. And now Ramping is moving their way down to Vic Goth as well.
Yeah, Ramping needs something to go wrong here for Goosy Bad. But there's still time for that to happen. Probably once these awakened enemies die, they're going to be fine, but even still, Vic Goth is a boss that we've seen cause a couple of wipes. Maybe not this season of MDI after the awakened enemies are dead, though.
Yes, after the awakened enemies are dead, it's probably less likely to cause a wipe. Before the awakened enemies are dead, very scary boss.
THD now going to have his opportunity on the side of Team Ramping to do some large damage here on pull. And that gripping terror is... Ooh, Nagi is also almost dead.
Melee from behind.
Nagi, 100% HP, 30% HP. 100% HP, 30% HP. The Blood Death Knight experience here.
A yo-yo, as some would describe. So Nagi, making sure that he's able to... Dude, THD destroyed that demolishing tentacle. Oh my lord.
THD has done some things to that. Whoa, my goodness, what is happening to Nagi?
Please get out of the water.
Nagi? Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no.
Oh. This is going to be a wipe for Team Ramping, man.
Nagi has had a sudden aquatic incident here. That's going to be a wipe for Team Ramping. A brutal finish for them. They were actually doing a good job of ramping up there in speed at the end boss. I think that they might have been able to, probably not able to catch up with Goosy Bad given the placement in the dungeon right now, but still. That was an impressive first platform from THD, and an unfortunate placement of that water got in the way of Nagi.
Yeah, well, Goosey Bad's onto the last platform here. This is looking like they're going to continue to take a commanding lead over what they already had. Goosey Bad had a 17-minute, 33-second time on this dungeon in time trials. They're probably going to be able to finish within 20 to 30 seconds of that while having 3 deaths, which cost them some time. So Goosey Bad having a very consistent run in terms of time to what they had in time trials.
Yeah, this is looking good for them. You know, Siege of Brawl is kind of pretty common to have some deaths
Yes.
thrown throughout the dungeon as well. It's a very execution-intensive map with a lot of opportunities for things to go slightly wrong, cause a death, and not be a wipe.
Yep, and there it goes.
And that's going to be game as Goosey Bad fires last cannon, kills off Vic Goth, and ties up the series 1-1. And right there, we're seeing, Goosey Bad bouncing back a little bit. I was really curious to see how Ramping would do in this one, given they had just improved their time trial time in Freehold by over 3 minutes, Zyro.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing with this series, right? Ramping is not really playing bad per se, right? They're a good team with good players. They just don't have the strategies and they don't have the meta comp. So going into every single dungeon, they're putting themselves at like a 2 to 3, maybe even higher minute disadvantage just based off of those 2 things alone. So their whole strategy is pretty much right because of that, based off of whether or not the other team is good enough to beat them. And I think what's happening here as well is we have a little bit of background information on this as well. I think it was Tettles who was giving it, so you can clarify afterwards. we've heard that Goosy Bad was pretty much kind of planning on phoning it in this weekend because they kind of wanted to play with Push Week on live for Mythic Plus and they already kind of had the 4th seed locked in for Global Finals, so they weren't too worried about trying to push for, higher placements in this tournaments, and they only practiced for their first round match.
I don't know if they're phoning it in, but I know that
not
they
necessarily
had
phoning it in. It's a figure
Yeah,
of
THD
speech.
says Goosey Bad sucks. Sorry, not THD, Tettles.
Whoa, okay. I was about to say.
Well,
Oh my
THD
goodness.
coming out with strong words there.
I was looking at THD on the damage meters there for a second. That's where I read his name, but yeah.
But the point is, they were only planning on practicing for their first round
Yes.
match, which they then had to forfeit because their tank was
Yes,
still asleep.
that is correct.
So-
I did keys with Anarchy and saw Hunte doing keys up until pretty late last night, I will admit.
You were doing
So this is
pretty
like kind
late
of a
last
best
night,
case
too.
scenario.
Hey, well,
Yeah.
I don't have to play. I just have to be here.
Okay.
Wait a minute.
Wait a sec.
Isn't that important too?
Yeah. This guy.
I made it on time, dude. You don't have to judge me.
It's our job to judge you, Tettles.
That is our job as friends.
Work acquaintances, sorry.
Yeah.
There you go.
Get it right.
Sorry, what were you going to say earlier, Tettles?
Oh, but yeah, no, I don't know if they're necessarily phoning it in. They're obviously a very strong team. Definitely did not practice as much this weekend as they have for previous weekends, though.
I think we've seen that a little bit across the board in
I
some
feel like that's pretty
situations
common,
where
yeah.
some people have been, kind of letting it slide a little bit, but on the side of like Method NA, they've really been stepping it up. Whether it's latency, whatever issues are going on the side of complexity limit, they haven't been playing as strongly either. So it's probably a pretty big far cry from what we've seen out of Method EU, which is just absolute like cutthroat, constant competition, constant ramping, Drennis.
Yeah, Method EU though, the EU servers, they have a pretty big advantage because their cups were during the tyrannical weeks, whereas in North America,
temptation.
yeah, there's no temptation to be on the live servers pushing. Whereas in North America, we had the fortified weeks at the same time as our cups. And always in the back of your mind, you're just thinking, man, I could just go push some live keys right now. Yeah.
I love me some push week, I'm not gonna lie. That will bring us into a game 3 though, in which we're going to be facing off, I believe, in Underrot.
Yes, indeed, that is the case. Underrot here, tyrannical quaking sanguine. The active affixes.
Ooh, we've already seen how series earlier on titles have been kind of mired and bogged down by Sanguine overlaps and mobs just sitting in Sanguine for too long. So what are we going to be looking for ramping to pull this through, or Goosy Bad to kind of just get back and reinforce why they want to be the better team?
So double grip here from the DKs is going to be really useful on that Blood in that Unholy Death Knight. I feel like that's going to be really good for Sanguine management here on the side of team ramping in terms of just like a theoretical composition standpoint. The first pull is going to be by far the most important for both sides, Goosy Bad and ramping. Whether or not the mobs are going to be able to get moved out of the Sanguine, those matrons are not going to be able to get healed to full. Those things are going to be what's important coming out of this dungeon. And if there is a mistake, I expect if there's going to be a major mistake, I expect it to be in this first pull. Maybe if somebody gets a little bit over aggressive with a Kragmaw room, but I expect it to be this first pull. So we're going to watch and see how teams are going to be able to do this.
That's right, and wouldn't be the first time that we had all the pressure go on to like some of the early attempts. I mean, that would just complexity limits. MO is get that first pull done, and getting the ready checks rolling for these teams. And overall, with all the time they've had to practice and prepare, we're not seeing any comp swaps out of ramping. They're holding strong to the Blood DK, to the Warlock as well, Zyro.
Yeah, I actually watched some of their practice runs in this dungeon, and they actually play it really well. The AoE grip, like Tettles mentioned, into the Unholy DK AoE lends itself really well to just dealing with a lot of Kragmaw's room. They do the whole room in like 2 or 3 pulls, just like we see from our normal meta comp. So not going to be much of an issue for them there. It's just going to come down to the general overall dungeon damage, right? Like Underrot is a pretty straightforward dungeon in terms of the strategy the teams use. Shadow Mode isn't really that important because you can use the obelisk to get past things here. They probably will have to play the first obelisk as well, which we see sometimes from most normal teams anyways. So we'll have to see. This is actually going to be a really close dungeon. I don't think the comp really affects them too much in this dungeon.
What makes that difference, though? What determines whether the comp is going to be a very big advantage or if it's going to be just slight and come down to execution for it?
Sanguine. Basically, the Protection
Skips,
Warrior has
Sanguine.
Protection Warrior has way less utility than Blood DK just overall. But the Protection Warrior should have some better survivability against some of these heavy physical intake pulls. So like the like the skeletons or just like the first pull of the dungeon with the matrons and stuff. They should have like better mitigation versus that kind of thing. But just the sanguine management, the protection warrior should just have way better DPS too. So it's just being able to manage risk versus reward in that regard.
All right, well, we'll be watching that as game number 3 gets going between Goosy Bad and Ramping right now in Underrot.
Well. So we actually do see a very mirrored pull by both teams. They're popping life potions. They're jumping immediately into that 4-pack with the matron here. You actually see on the side of Ramping, they're running all the way down to the side. Do they just pull the ticks into this? Oh my goodness.
They are going wild here. Yeah, deciding to just have that tick explosion, and then they're going to mass grip out of it. Yeah, and now Mini is going to ramp after those ticks are dead. Jeeth was able to weigh the Crane heal through all the tick explosions. Ring of Peace comes down now. They're going to bounce all those mobs on out of the Sanguine, but a little bit of stuff is still alive here. They need single grips on those matrons. One of them does get single gripped. Now they need to be very careful to not have any of them charge anybody through Sanguine, and they do a great job of that. 17% trash count, more than Goosy Bad earned with their first pull in a little bit more time. Goosy Bad gonna do that Shadow Meld skip, though, that Ramping does not have access to, so Ramping now obligated to fight the Blood of the Corruptor all by itself, which is a pretty serious time loss.
I was sitting here thinking, why are they playing Blood of the Corruptor? And then I realized that they have a Warlock. So they're actually not playing Blood of the Corruptor. What they're doing is that they're sending...
they're using it as a shroud.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Roger and the Nihilotha Realm, they're basically using it as a shroud, like Dratton has alluded it to. They tag the boss, and they pull everybody out of that Nihilotha Realm. That does cost a decent amount of time for...
Mini gets hit, I think, with the first cast of the boss, if I'm not mistaken? Or it was an AoE from the boss.
I doubt he died to the Creeping Rod. I suspect that it had to be a Blood Bowl.
It could be the other AoE from the boss, right? The little one around them, centered on the boss.
The feast. Maybe.
Yeah. I don't know. I've certainly died to all of those different things.
I've died to all of those things at different points of time, yeah. Especially at the beginning of the expansion, I died to that Sanguine Feast a lot because I didn't realize how it worked.
THD once again demolishing those damage meters here with that 2-target cleave, for which Destro is unmatched damage.
But Mini's doing tank damage.
Yes, Mini is currently doing tank damage. That is an unholy Death Knight phenomenon. Sometimes does happen.
Is that double blood decay?
Double blood.
What? All right, so Goosy Bad here has downed Elderly Axe, and now they're making their way towards the Kragmaw area. It's going to be... I'm looking forward to seeing what they're going to pull here. Okay, so they grab the double patrolling lasher. They're not grabbing the 3 lasher pull. Okay, so they're grabbing more lashers in the room. Double blood swarmer. There's another lasher in here. All right, so basically they're going to be using human racial / revival to be able to get all of these stuns from these casts going off, because there's no feasible way for everybody to be able to just like kick all of these casts from these plants. So now Goosy Bad is popping all their damage. You see that Death and Decay coming down. You see Hunte skyrocketing on the healing meter, popping that way of the crane, spinning crane kicking. Anarchy ends up going down. A nice Ring of Peace, though, comes outside of Goosy Bad. And now there's just double Lasher left available. It looks like they're electing to... Okay, Res Anarchy. Cryptix... actually... Yeah, okay, so Cryptix does end up getting the runic power to be able to res Anarchy. Anarchy comes up, summons his pet back up. This is going to be fine by them. Ramping, doing something that's looking a little bit different. Okay, so Nagi's running up the left-hand side to grab a little bit more trash on the left before cutting back across the right. He does have Mass Grip available to him. He's popping a bunch of his cooldowns there. You actually did see him use his Vamp Blood. He does still have that Dancing Rune weapon
What
available.
is Nagi's DPS right now?
Okay, so here's the Dancing Rune that's coming out.
All right, yeah, there it is.
There we go.
He was just doing the big damage while grouping everything up, as it is Mini applying the damage to everything here. And yeah, they have to do a really good job here of managing the Sanguine. Casts are getting through now. Players taking a lot of damage on the side of Ramping.
That's right.
Jeeth is healing people through this, but yeah, if this pull goes on for too much longer, things are going to get hairy.
Oh, that's a full health rot, sir. I've been there.
That's
too.
okay. The full health rot can just be changed into the next
full
pull.
Blood Swarmer?
That is a problem, Tettles.
That is running at my friend THD. Walk A. All right.
Maybe that Blood Swarmer. Good.
So I was gonna say, so Goosy Bad has just finished off Urgroth Breaker of Heroes. They use the Urgroth as like more of like a pseudo cooldown pack to be able to get Cryptix's CDs back up before pulling a double Blood Swarmer pull. Very, very dangerous, by the way. So electing to wait a little bit. Then once that does end up occurring, you actually do see Yips here. He's probably running that Strength of the Warden Major since you saw him channeling that Merectus Fang, a very popular combo that we've seen thus far in the MDI.
Yeah, Ramping, on the other hand, is not going to have access to that pulling the Urgroth strategy, I don't think, because I think that they're going to need to use it to skip the worm, as THD does not have access to Shadow Meld or Feign Death. So I think that they're just going to have to do the rest of the room here right now without waiting for any cooldowns to recover. They're going to pull these skeletons directly into the last bits of the trash here. Goosy Bad have opened up here, I'd say, about a minute's worth of lead.
Yes, I would agree. But Ramping is definitely still within striking distance. Like that minute's worth of lead. If Goosy Bad does have a mistake, I would assume it's probably going to be on Xancha at this point, right?
Could still be on Kragma, but yeah, Xancha is the most likely, especially with that trash into Xancha pull that we've seen other teams attempt.
Yep. So now you actually do see one of the blood ticks coming out on Kragma. Not that dangerous in like just isolation. The blood tick is not that bad just on Yips with Kragma, as long as Yips is able to dodge the indigestion cast. Of course, if you start walking away or strafing away from the indigestion,
Yips got hit by the indigestion cast.
You can dodge it, but Yips got hit by it. That was very scary.
Tettles literally hits him with the caster curse to get hit by that thing.
I did not hit him with the caster curse.
Brutal display of blatant favoritism.
I am not hitting him with the caster curse, man. I am just talking about what you can do to mitigate damage in your normal live runs, and he gets hit by the indigestion. I don't know what you want me to say. Yips is a huge gamer, though. Surprised that he got hit at all.
They're going to be able to probably kill Kragma here. So it is Tyrannical Kragma. Tyrannical Kragma can really start to drag on at the end of the boss fight as everybody's kind of out of stuff, and he just keeps tantruming over and over again, and you're not doing all that much damage to him because you're squishing the ticks, recovering from the tantrum, and then he's tantruming again. Looks like Goosy Bad probably are going to have to do one more tantrum phase here. Meanwhile, Ramping pulling into Kragma. THD again going off a little bit here. THD does have to pop Burning Rush, though, to go and soak ticks in this phase. A phase that does quite a lot of AoE damage as well. Despite that, they are going to spawn a Blood Tick.
Yeah, so here we go. Kragma is going to start dropping lower and lower for Goosy Bad, where Kragma is at 50% health on the side of Ramping. Goosy Bad, there's no way that they end up getting another tantrum. It's kind of a shame that they end up getting this one, but as is the nature of the beast, especially on Tyrannical, Hunte doing a good job of keeping everybody topped. He is pretty tapped on mana right now, but they're kind of chilling at this point. Kragma does go down for them. They do not have that obelisk that they need to deal with. They're positioning themselves near all of these reanimated guardians. They've yet to pull those.
Yeah, this is a little bit strange. Those are a pretty good count, although we have seen other teams skip them before for lack of anything easy to pull them into. They could just pull them now, CC this worm.
That's going to be a pair on the worm, yeah. Look at that.
Yeah, so that the pair on the worm, and then they can eventually meld off the worm later. But there's not actually a huge rush for them to do that. Looks like, though, that they're not going to be pulling trash onto boss here. They're just going to be pulling all this trash at once.
Well, yeah. So there's no way that they could actually pull all of this onto the boss. But pulling it all together makes a lot more sense. The reason that they couldn't pull it onto the boss... There's a lot of full health guardians there.
Alert.
What are they slowed by? Why are they so slow?
They were like 100% slowed there, yeah.
Well, okay, so you can play like Grip of the Dead, or is it Grip of the Damned?
But that's a decaying slow. That shouldn't have been that slowing for so long.
That much. What was that? Because that's not Tar Trap, right?
I don't know, Tunnels.
Dude, that was a very large slow, wasn't that?
It did appear to be, yeah. I couldn't tell you what caused them to get that slow there.
Yeah, whatever. Maybe it's something that we just don't know of. Maybe it's the honey pot pie or something ridiculous.
Are any of them playing a racial that has a slow component?
What racials have slows?
Nightborn.
I don't think that. They're all night elf. That's the wrong night.
Okay. Well, it was worth a check.
Sporcall
is Xancha now being pulled by Goosy Bad. Ooh, they have to be careful that saying when they manage to drag the boss away from it.
Ooh,
Ramping, fighting Urgroth. So as I said, they have to actually bring Urgroth with them, right? They couldn't fight it earlier because they need this skip so that they can get past that worm that Goosy Bad just melded.
They can be in combat with the worm perma if they really want to. So
they
basically,
could.
if you like paralysis or like Hunter Trap or whatever the worm, you can actually just like run by it. Eventually, you'll drop combat with it. Eventually, meaning once you drop down to the Unbound Abomination room, you'll drop combat with it. But I assume that Jeeth is going to need more mana than that to be able to deal with the rest of the dungeon. So they move Urgroth. The reason that most teams like elect to play him in the room is because it's rather obnoxious to try to it's rather obnoxious to try to get through those spores, and it doesn't really make a lot of sense. So the malignant growths or whatever they're called.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a pain. It's a little bit of a time loss, but it's not a big deal. And it's better than being in combat with that worm forever and not being able to mount and potion and stuff and drink. Ramping now, doing another big pull here. They are not going to be pulling this into the boss either. They're just going to be eliminating this pull. THD saving all of his cooldowns for the pull of the boss here. They've got one skeleton left. A few skeletons left, actually, which they will bring into the boss here. That is going to give THD a little bit of fuel, actually, to have immolates off of. Goosy Bad. A little bit ahead here.
I was going to say, Goosy Bad is dropping this boss incredibly low here. Starting to further that gap ahead just because of how they played the obelisk, I feel like, right?
Yeah, I mean, they've gained time a few times in the dungeon, both kind of surrounding those obelisks. The first one that Ramping had to use as the Shroud, that costs a little bit more time than just running through and melding. And the second one, definitely, Goosy Bad had a slightly more efficient pathing through that room. Although Ramping are a little bit ahead on trash percentage here, because they got access to those 4 skeletons that Goosy Bad... actually, Goosy Bad killed them as well, so...
All right. So
Ramping just killed a little bit extra at the start of the dungeon.
I have some interesting chat insight as to what that slow was. If a mob enters the Death and Decay with Grip of the Damned on the last tick, it maintains the 90% slow until death.
Wow.
Okay, so you and I are just looking at it, we're like, what is that slow? But that makes way more sense now. Okay.
That is wild. I did not know that, but that is a cool feature of the game.
Absolutely.
All right, Goosy Bad pulling around here. A couple of Corruptors here into some skeletons. Looks like they've got the good RNG here of those Corruptors being synchronized on their casts. Makes it a lot easier to deal with than when you have one casting the Tendies and one casting the Fear. That is a lot worse than when they're both casting the same thing at the same time.
All right, so now the Faceless Corruptor here, also known as the Melee Killer, has gone down on the side of Team Goosy Bad. They're at 92% trash count. Of course, they need to be able to get to 100 before the Unbound Abomination opening rift spiderweb thing clears its way with Titan Keeper Hazrael or Hazabel or whatever that guy's name is. Titan Keeper something. So now they're fighting 3 Faceless Corruptors together. Dennis, how do you feel about that?
Yeah, this is a scary time to be a melee DPS player. All of the abilities from these things can just get you at any moment. And, with those tentacles zoning so much of the space here, and you're fighting in such a constrained area because you can't go too far up the hill. Kev, the ranged player going down there as that fear hits him directly in the base.
Okay, so I've been here before. He was looking at the tentacles that have spawned on both sides of him, and then he looks, and he doesn't look at the maddening gaze that is casting right down... right at him. I've been here before.
Certainly we've all been there. Looks like Goosy Bad are actually electing to not use their battle res here. They're going to save that. That seems like a heads up play to me, saving it for the last boss fight here. They do have a couple more maddening gazes going out here. Are able to successfully dodge those ones, and they are going to be killing this trash here, which means that just the final boss and 3 awakened enemies stand between Goosy Bad and the second day of this tournament. Ramping, meanwhile, no hope of catching up here unless something goes wrong for Goosy Bad.
Okay, so yeah, Kev does get rezzed up here. This is going to be fine for Goosy Bad. This is, basically if they win this Goosy Bad, it would be very difficult for One Last Chance to be able to make top 4, right?
Goosy Bad has pretty much locked up that 4th place slot in the region, the invite to the global finals. If Goosy Bad loses, it's slightly possible for One Last Chance to get in that place, because One Last Chance is the only team to come in here with any amount of points already.
Yes.
Of our teams below 4th seed into this tournament.
Because Big Dumb Gaming was...
Yeah, Big Dumb Gaming failed to qualify, and so did Fly Me Out and stuff. And
right?
Yeah, Big Dumb Gaming 7 seconds were our 9th seed defeated by Ramping actually here.
Yeah. Ramping doing a really good performance here. They are in prime position where if Goosy Bad makes a mistake here on Unbound Abomination as a full team wipe, Ramping can still take this. These double faceless Corruptors have been pulled by Team Ramping, and now they are trying to dodge out of the way of these Abyssal Reach casts and these maddening gazes, doing a really good job where Goosy Bad is going to be downing Samrek Beckoner of Chaos here momentarily, but not before another fear goes off, I think.
Yep, they do have a little bit more of the fear happening. They do kill the awakened enemy now. They just have the blob left to kill, and then they have the Unbound Abomination, which can kill groups. We have seen that before.
It's killed my group before.
Yes, generally when it kills you, it's a surprise spore that you
Yes.
weren't expecting. And that, as long as they can avoid that, they should be in pretty good shape here once they kill this Blood of the Corruptor.
Unfortunately
Ramping.
enough, though, they do have a lot of stacks from that boss debuff because they had a bad timing on that cleansing protocol while they did have quaking that's going on to them. So that could be problematic. 4 stacks of that debuff, actually. If Hunte doesn't have revival up,
He
this
does
could
not.
get- Okay,
He revivaled the first set of fears, but they are going to get that next cleansing protocol to remove the stacks from everybody. Meanwhile, Ramping pulling the boss here, also with those same 3 awakened enemies. THD ascending on the damage meters, but it's going to require more than just that for Ramping to be able to claw their way back into this game, as Goosy Bad really does need to wipe for Ramping to be alive here. Hunte goes down on the side of Goosy Bad.
No, dude. Okay, they saved their battle res at least from whenever Kevin died. So Cryptix is going to be able to res Hunte here momentarily.
That was part 1 of what Ramping needed to happen here. That battle res now expended. Goosy Bad just has another half of a blood bar to fill up on the Unbound Abomination, though, and they will be victorious. They just need to survive a little bit longer here.
Okay. The Goose Gang looks like they're going to be okay. Unbound Abomination, they would need to full wipe to quaking or something at this point for it to go poorly. I believe that Goosy Bad is going to be fine.
This is going to be it. Goosy Bad are going to take home the win here. Ramping, putting up a great showing, showing us that you don't need the meta comp to compete in these tournaments, but it looks like you might need it to win them.
That's right, they are going to take, Goosy Bad is going to be taking the win, and it's kind of a shaky start on that one, but they do end up pulling through against Ramping there, Zyro.
Yeah, and I mean, this literally just goes back to what we said about right after the Siege of Borealis run. Like, yeah, Ramping, just because of where they are, when they've come into the tournament, they just are at a disadvantage versus most of the other teams in the tournament, especially Goosy Bad, who's been one of our consistent top 4 teams throughout the past 2 cups and also this cup as well. It really just took Goosy Bad kind of getting back on the swing of things and having a clean run for the most part to take this game. But I want to highlight specifically what they were saying at the end there. The fact that they had the knowledge that they were ahead in the dungeon and didn't need to blow the battle res on Kevin at the end there to save that battle res for the final boss. That really made sure they stayed in this game. And I mean, it could have been bad if they didn't have a battle res for Hunte, it would have been a wipe. So good on them for knowing that they had to save it there.
Yeah, that's right, and just making sure that, there's always some sort of backup plan, there's always some sort of solution. It actually gave me a little bit of dose of deja vu as one of the keys I was running last week. We battle res somebody right before we pulled boss so that we could pull more rapidly. And then we ended up needing it for the boss, and we scuffed it really bad.
I mean, sometimes you just have to commit, right?
That was a siege run. Yeah, that was not fun.
I mean, sometimes you just have to commit to going faster as opposed to... Like, we've seen it in these MDI a lot where it's like the teams will commit to just trying to blast the fastest run as opposed to what's the safest because you need the time.
Yeah, at the end of the day, just time becomes such an important factor for all of these guys, and gotta say well played to Ramping, though, as they do end up getting eliminated, while Goosy Bad does look to advance. And as we look at the last matchup, it's gonna be One Last Chance and Leal squaring off. So I think with that win, though, Dread, if I'm not mistaken, it's gonna take an absolutely monumental effort if One Last Chance were to sneak by that last seed spot.
According to my calculations, I think One Last Chance now needs to win the tournament and have Goosy Bad immediately lose on their first match tomorrow to earn a tiebreaker against them for that 4th invite to Global Finals. So almost entirely here, Goosy Bad has locked up that 4th place slot to the Global Finals, and all that we are going to be playing for the rest of tomorrow will be seeding between those top 4 teams, which is still up in the air between those, the bottom 3 of that top 4.
That's right, and the seeding is going to be a very big deal on this one, Zyrak. The difference between playing Deplete from Beyond, Perplexed, it's even the boys as well, excuse me. Those 3 different teams, not sure who their opponents are going to be just yet, is going to be pretty big.
If I'm not mistaken, the only way that Ethical doesn't get the 2nd seed in North America at this point is if Complexity Limit beats them in the lower bracket finals and then wins the tournament.
No. So Ethical, if Ethical gets... Oh, you're right.
They're guaranteed 3rd now.
Ethical can't
They're guaranteed
get
3rd now.
You're absolutely right.
Yep.
There it is. It all starts coming together. It all starts coming together in terms of the seeding that these guys are going to be looking for. And, EU better take note as to getting the idea of who is going to be facing up against them for our global finals this summer, which are also going to be played online. So these guys are going to have more time to prepare and get a good idea of what they're really looking for. So let's fast forward now to Leal versus One Last Chance. We've seen just brief moments of Leal, but we've seen One Last Chance competing throughout the tournament, and they've had a kind of rough go, not being able to quite stick with their competition in the upper bracket. So we'll see how they do facing off against Leal as we take a quick break before we get into our final series of the day. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Dungeon International as our final series is set to get underway between Leal and One Last Chance. I'm joined right now by my very good friends. We've got Nagura, Tettles, and Zyronic. And since the topic of friendship is coming up, it's important to note the WoW screenshot hashtag that will be the MDI screenshot hashtag that we're going on right now. Whether you'd like to tweet out a picture of you and your friends doing anything in the world in WoW, wanted to share it with us. We already had a great one featured recently by Tettles and Dratnos. You want to tell us a little bit more about that one, Tettles?
Well, Dratnos, so it is push week in ANEU right now, since it's Volcanic
right.
and Bursting. And since I'm a Moonkin, I'm benched. Dratnos, as a good friend, paid me a visit on the bench. He took time out of his Demon Hunterly duties to visit me on the bench. So,
Did he bring over
a truly good friend?
Did he bring over a syringe of IO injection for you?
No, he did not. He got injected himself. I got left in the dust.
I would like to let you know that Druid does indeed have another spec that is pretty good at M+.
Yeah, well,
Really?
I'd rather con all my friends into bringing me as a Moonkin. That's how I know who my real friends are, Nagura. I don't...
There you go.
I see. You're like this mage that plays arcane in dungeons.
Hey, there we go. Look at it. Look at this adorable Tettles and Illidrat.
Yo, we're
Absolutely
Aw.
great.
we're good looking.
What a great true.
Look, he paid me a visit to the bench. He's such a good friend.
Yeah. So be sure to submit your own on Twitter at Warcraft with the hashtag MDI screenshot with your big good pick of your own friendship. That way we'll be able to choose, again, some of our favorite friends when we go to the broadcast for tomorrow. So, Leal and One Last Chance are squaring off right now with a loser facing elimination, as we're going to be looking at how Leal's going to be able to kind of bounce back. Well, actually, I'd say both of these teams really bouncing back from their previous series. Here's Zyro.
Yeah, it's funny. It's weird.
It's funny
if you
and
look
weird?
at the matches. It's funny
both.
and weird. Weird, funny. It's both of them at the same time. If you look at the matches they played earlier today, both of them kind of followed the same trend for most of the matches. One Last Chance against Complexity Limit. They didn't really have particularly bad runs. They were relatively clean, minus the King's Rest. But they just weren't going fast. And it was the same thing for Leal against Ethical. They just weren't technically going fast enough. Their death counter wasn't bad either. So I think these teams are pretty evenly matched in terms of how they're actually going to be playing here.
Yeah, I'm most curious to see how that's going to go because, like you mentioned, that's kind of the name of it. They're not really having, terrible mistakes or anything like that, but it looks like they're also playing a little bit too safely as we go through it. And Junkyard's starting us off, Nagura. And if ever there were a dungeon that just needs clean execution, it's this one.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen One Last Chance play this earlier, and they did have a pretty clean run. They won versus Limit earlier, and they beat their own time trial time, so they definitely have potential for this dungeon specifically. We have not seen Leal at all, but they did have a decent time in the time trials. They got the number 7 seed with 17 minutes compared to the 20 minutes from One Last Chance. So I definitely think just having a clean dungeon, I don't think they have to play anything incredibly risky. Either of those teams don't have to. Just having a clean run will probably guarantee you the win, which can be hard in Junkyard, but just focusing on that instead of trying to take super big risks is definitely the way to go for this series, I think.
Yeah, most definitely, as the teams are getting themselves ready to go before we get into it. And I don't know about you, Tettles, but I'm really hoping that we start seeing these games go into Game 3s as well, because these teams have been duking it out. We're going back-to-back on time trial runs, followed up by Workshop. So we are ready to go. So put Tettles on cooldown for just a sec. Let's get into it. Game number 1 between Leal and One Last Chance in Junkyard.
Defeated by Jack.
You can talk now, buddy.
Alright, so we do see the double DK comp from both of the teams, but One Last Chance actually picking a Hunter for the 3rd DPS spot, while Leal is playing the Demon Hunter on their side.
Yeah, and of course we know the major issue with not having a Hunter is that it makes that Tank Buster mob a little bit more difficult to deal with. They want to have any sort of taunt for that from a Hunter pet on their side. But also Demon Hunter seems to be a better overall damage pick in this dungeon. Number 1, it brings the magic damage taking debuff for the DKs to really pop off into their damage. But also any classes that have a high haste bonus, so for example the Furious Gaze trait for Demon Hunter gives them a lot of haste, and they stack 3 of them, it's gonna allow those shock bots to do a lot of damage here. So they're actually quite good in this Junkyard.
Yeah, for sure. Jet actually went down on one last chance that here, unfortunately. So this pull is going to be a lot harder for them, missing that unholy DK damage on one of their players. So this is going to be incredibly hard for them to finish out. Let's see if they can do it well. Leal, on the other hand, not having any issues whatsoever. Reinen going down 2 on their side. Leal choosing to do an obelisk right after their 15% trash pull.
Yeah, and this is that tank buster mob that we were talking about, right? This makes sense for them to pull. They don't have a pet taunt to deal with the Spirit Breaker, so pulling this here means they don't have to worry about it on the final boss, which is the typical pull that we saw from some of our higher seeded time trial teams like your Method Inays and Complexity Limits. They both opted to just pull this with the final boss and tank it and burst it down with Bloodlust and AoE. This is just a safer strategy. It wouldn't surprise me to see them just go with the 2 obelisk strategy if they're pulling this mob.
Yeah, definitely something that they probably should be doing, because 3 obelisks, it can cause lots of issues, and we've seen One Last Chance only do 2 earlier, and they still won against Limit because Limit just has lots of problems on their side. Now, interesting to see that One Last Chance chose to play with a Hunter here, because I'm pretty sure they had Double DK and the Demon Hunter earlier today, which is very interesting that they just decide to change it up now from earlier to now. There's only like 2-3 hours in between those runs, and all of a sudden they're running a different comp. And as you mentioned, Demon Hunter just being really good in this dungeon as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a safer play. Are you talking about One Last Chance there?
Yeah,
swapping?
they swapped it from before. They had a Demon Hunter.
They were running the Hunter earlier today. It was Limit that was running the Demon Hunter. Pretty sure. I'm 90% sure they were running the Hunter. I think what it was is that they're running a different comp from their time trial comp, right? They swapped up their time trial comp from the time trials to this.
That might be it that I'm thinking about. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, that by itself definitely is, you know, a weird choice to make for sure when you see some of the higher end teams opting to go for the Demon Hunter. Problems for Leal here though, as Drastic goes down, they don't have a battle res for him, so they're gonna have to 2 DPS the rest of this boss on Tyrannical.
Yeah, that will actually be a pretty big time loss. They can probably do it, but yeah, it will be a huge time loss. Also, there will be 1 less person to soak that charge smash, which should be doable. Well, do you see how much damage they're taking with the charge smash going in on everybody? They did deal with bullies, so they can actually get rid of the debuffs on everyone, but you see how much damage everyone is taking just because of that charge smash doing more damage. Everyone drops low, and then you get the rumble immediately afterwards, just doing lots of AoE damage to the group.
Yeah, and of course if you stand in one of those swirlies from the rumble, it's just a little one-shot easy, so can't stand in those. But interesting choices here from both teams. They've opted to go for actually the exact same trash pack, both teams dealing with the first obelisk here as well, which is an interesting choice from One Last Chance. Like, we know they do it from their match against Complexity Limit, but still, when you have a Hunter in your group, dealing with the Spirit Breaker Awakened Obelisk by itself isn't really going to be the more effective play, right? Because you can just deal with it on the final boss with the pet taunt easily every single time. I guess it's just it's got to be a full-on safety play for them, right? Like, for instance, when ramping was done with their matches, THG was talking in Discord earlier today, and he's like, yeah, well, we knew we didn't really have enough time to put together the fastest strats to beat the higher end team, so we just played consistent, right?
Yeah.
And if the other team made any mistakes, you could capitalize off that, and they almost did in that previous series. There's probably potential for One Last Chance to be doing the same thing here.
Yeah, it definitely makes sense, especially if you haven't competed in the previous cups, because lots of times you can take a strategy you had for the last week, even if it's different affix combinations, but you can still just take the base strategy and just adjust a thing here or there depending on the affix that changes. But overall, you at least have a base strategy from the previous cup. Now, if it is the first cup that you are competing in, then you need to just create all of the strategies from scratch, which takes a lot more practice than otherwise. So definitely see how that can cause some issues for those teams like Ramping and Leal as well, who have been here for the first time now. Now, One Last Chance did manage to finish off the boss, and we see Leal also being able to finish off, even though they did have this death on Dress, but they are now both in Nano and Trixie's room.
Yeah, Leal was going through that section of the dungeon quite a bit faster than One Last Chance, but that death definitely gave One Last Chance the opportunity to get back into this dungeon. They are, however, pulling Trixie and Nano ever so slightly before one last chance, making sure they're using that ring of peace to stack all the mobs up, and then the unholy DKs will get to work cleaving down all this trash on top of Trixie, and then we'll see some more focused damage on Nano after the fact. They have to watch out for a lot of these grenade mechanics though. Those kind of one-shot players, even in this tyrannical affix, they do a lot of damage, so you gotta keep an eye on that. But the unholy DKs are winding up, and here comes the burst. You see Stara instantly hopping up to 600, 700k, and the trash is instantly all dead.
Yep, and then there's also one thing that we figured out earlier is that if Trixie actually has line of sight to one of her spots, then she will jump out and actually go there, which will be a huge amount of damage loss. We saw it happen to Ethical earlier, where Trixie just jumped out, and all of a sudden you're just missing out on all of that cleave damage on the boss, and it will cost you a lot of time. But we see both of the teams actually having Trixie in sight and not having any of those line of sight issues at all on both of the teams, so well executed by both.
Yeah, and both teams weren't able to deal with Nano before he hops out back on his bike, so they're not really going to be able to finish him off with this melee comp before he hops back in. So a little bit of unfortunate timing for them there. Leal had to wait before he ran back in to finish him off. Same thing's happening for one last chance there. Just a little bit of inefficiencies in terms of damage there. But I'd say Leal just dealt with that boss fight and trash pull just a slight bit more efficiently than what we saw from one last chance.
Yep, definitely. We do see both teams having 2 deaths, so it will be even on time. Both of them have a 10-second death penalty. Well, one last chance does have a battle rest available, so they do have a safety net in case something does go wrong. Well, Leal does not. They did commit their battle rest already. And now we see, it looks like we see some of the teams pick up bots. Because of the deaths that we had, they probably are missing some of the shock bots or grease bots, and this is why we see them just running around, picking them up, because it's just a huge amount of damage increase to have a shock bot in combination with a grease bot as well, because it just gives you haste, and the shock bot does scale with haste.
Yeah, it's definitely important to have all of them on top of you, and like we've mentioned so many times in this dungeon, like just even one death can be a pain because you only have a certain amount of backup bots that you can get to, right? And of course, once you've already dealt with, you know, let's say the first part of the dungeon where King Gobamak is, and you know there's some backup bots there, you don't want to have to run all the way back there to grab backup bots. That's a huge waste of time to run back. So deaths are really, really punished in Junkyard, which is why we've seen some pretty ridiculous time changes between teams that are clean and teams that only have a few deaths. So really important to stay clean. Now both teams only 2 deaths on the board, so they shouldn't really have to start dipping too much into that reserve pool. There are enough backup bots in this Gunker section of the dungeon to maybe cover 4 or 5 deaths. So once they start getting past that, you're going to see some issues. But for the time being, both teams are doing just fine.
Yep, definitely. We see them do those huge pulls now in the Gunker area, and they're just standing inside the consume because the Mistweavers are just using their huge AoE cooldowns to heal the absorb away, and also use the revival to get rid of them. So just huge AoE healing coming out of the Mistweavers. And it's so important to be able to do this, because if you run a full melee comp and they need to walk out of all of those consume casts, those trash pulls are just going to take so much longer, and you're missing on interrupts as well because you're too far away, and everything will just get out of hand. So it's very important for the Mistweavers to have their cooldowns available here and make sure the group can just stand in it.
Yep, for sure. Looks like Leal has I believe they've dealt with the final toxic monstrosity. They have just this trash left in the room. Yep, that final bot is running into position and Gunker will spawn. And as we know, the typical strat here is to pull the rest of the remaining trash into the boss with those unholy DKs and cleave away. Especially with those zap bots, this will melt pretty quickly. They shouldn't have any issues with this pull. Really gotta look out for those suffocating smog casts from the toxic lurker, and some of those slime waves, if you let them get off, can be a pain as well. But they have so many single target stuns in their group in the form of the DK and Demon Hunter stuns that it shouldn't be too major of an issue for them.
Yeah, definitely should not. And the battle rest is about to come back up here for Leal as well. So they do have that available in case something does go wrong. One last chance now also engage Ganker with all of the trash that they have here as well. So both teams, I mean, very close to each other. Both of them did play 1 obelisk already. Both of them are at approximately the same trash percentage as well. Leal just slightly ahead on boss HP. It is tyrannical, so 20% means quite a lot. But any small mistake later on by Leal can mean one last chance can come back for sure.
And with the trash dead on this boss for both teams, it's going to be hard to say like what's left for them to wipe to, right? both of the final two pulls are actually pretty dangerous pulls, especially in this Raging Affix. We see that major trash pull that both Method and Complexity Limit went for before the final boss. I don't really know if these teams have that in the repertoire. It could be sort of that breaking point where they have issues, because that is an incredibly dangerous pull. Like three trash packs on top of each other, 2 cavalries, there could be a lot of major issues there. So interested to see what the routing is for both of the teams here. If one of those teams is able to pull off that particular pull, that will give them the win almost certain.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, we've seen some teams struggle before with that pull, specifically with those cavalries. And one thing as well is if one of the teams decides not to play Samrak, right? If they want to play Samrak with the boss instead of actually going inside the obelisk and playing it, there will be a pretty big time save as well. Maybe one of the teams decides to do that, knowing that this is so close, right? Because they can watch the stream, they know it's only, I mean, it is a 1 minute and 30 delay, but they still will know that it's incredibly close. So maybe if One Last Chance, which is the team that is slightly behind, decides to not play Samrak and play with the boss instead, that would definitely be a possibility to catch up here too.
Yep, for sure. Here we go. Leal kind of heading off to this difficult trash pack here. They're kind of in position to go for that obelisk, but no, they're just going to go for a trash pull here. This, however, is not the trash pull that we're talking about. This is just a normal, well, not a normal, it's a 2-pack with a 3-pack. Spoke too soon. They're doing a different 3-pack. This is not what we're used to seeing at all.
Yeah, this is a completely different trash pull here. Seems like they maybe don't want to do the whole pull on the last boss area. Maybe skip the cavalry there and only kill the trash next to the Samrak obelisk. Maybe they think this is a safer pull to do, just having 2 pulls but making the second pull a little bit easier on them. We'll see. As they now move on, we see One Last Chance doing a very similar pull on their side actually. Seems like they're doing the exact same pull, in fact. So yeah, interesting to see that they choose to do this one, and now we see Undead gathering up.
Here we go.
Never mind, looks like they're doing the same big pull anyway, with Tune going down for One Last Chance.
Well, the question for me is they just committed their Blood Barrage to that previous pull, so they don't have that available for this, and we know Demon Hunter with that burst from Blood and Barrage can do a lot of damage. They're kind of relying a lot on the Unholy DKs here. There's a lot of ramp time too, but once they're ramped up, they'll be able to absolutely melt the trash, and that's going to happen any second now. Pretty much you just have to live to this point and let the Unholy DKs do the work. And there goes Drastic, there goes Sistar. The trash is absolutely melting. Just got to keep an eye on that cavalry. Is it enlarged? That's a big cavalry.
Sorry, yeah, it definitely is enlarged. It's also raging at the same time. They do not have a raging dispel, so this is a huge cavalry. Thankfully, as long as they just don't get hit by the rapid fire, nothing will happen. We also saw a shrink go off on Sistara, and it looked like they didn't have a dispel for him for quite a long time, and then the rapid fire came out, and I just expected Sistara to die because people have to dodge the rapid fire, but he miraculously stayed alive somehow until they got the dispel on him off, and now they are engaging the last boss immediately with 3 obelisks still there. So this is definitely Leal who is going to win this dungeon if they pull this off, but this is very dangerous. They have the Blood, they have Samrak, which just casts a fear on everybody, and they also have the Void Weaver, which constantly needs to be interrupted.
And it's important they have a lot of tools to deal with that Samrak Beckoner of Chaos, right? The Fear Mob. They have the AMS from both DKs. You technically could meta immune the Fear as well on the Demon Hunter, but he's more than likely already popped that, so that's not really going to be available. It's really just going to come down to the revival from Jama and just individual dispels. But there's just so much potential damage that goes out here. If you get bad Arcbot spawns on them, which it looks like they did because Leal was just taking damage from that electrifying shock, there's just so much that can go wrong here. And of course, a bad cannon barrage can also just cut off half the room from you as well. With Samrak still alive, they're definitely out of tools to deal with those fear circles right now, so this could be very difficult to deal with if it's not killed before the fear circles go off. Sistara was feared into the corner, but with Samrak dead, most of the major difficulty of the pull is now gone, and they can just easily cleave down those interrupts on Void Weaver Mouth here to get to the second phase of the boss pretty easily at this point. One Last Chance, it looked like they were dealing with Samrak by himself as well, once again, just like we saw earlier today, so that really cost them a lot of time, whereas Leal's already through the first phase.
Yeah, and I mean, this is incredibly well played by Leal here. Playing 3 obelisks with the last boss, doing all of these pulls that you have to do in this dungeon, just a well thought out strategy and well executed by them as well. As they now only have to do, they have to get up to that overcharge station and make sure they get all of the energy done to one-face this boss. They saved the Bloodlust, which means they definitely will have enough damage to one-face this. We've seen different kinds of strategies today where teams would use the Bloodlust on pull, but save some of the armies from the DKs to be able to have enough damage in last phase. And it looks like Leal did do it a little bit differently, and just saved that Bloodlust, which is even more impressive, thinking that they managed to deal with 3 obelisks, 3 awakened mobs, and the boss without actually having to commit the Bloodlust at all.
I mean, they have all their cooldowns, right?
Yeah,
they have Double Army of the Dead, they have Unholy Frenzy, they've got everything available. So this boss, with the Zap bots that they have, should absolutely melt. And look at the HP of this boss, it's just getting chunked. It's not even going to be close. And altogether, an impressive run from Leal, who looked kind of, I would say, not really up to par in their first match of the day, but this definitely paints them in a better light. They played really well in this junkyard.
That was a great junkyard right there by Leal as they take the win, and that is just, like you mentioned, very cool to start seeing how well some of these lower bracket teams have been prepping for their matches, as they do take it very handily, and a lot of credit goes out to them in their practice there, Tettles. We haven't seen them in any other cup.
I'll be honest, this is awkward, but my camera stopped working. All right, me fix. All right, so we're good now. I fixed it.
Just have a little freeze frame of like Tettles frozen.
No, it was just black. Anyways, but yeah, Team Leal, both them and One Last Chance looked pretty good. This wasn't the roughest junkyard that we've seen. They were, we've talked about it before. Junkyard is just so momentum based that once you start losing 1 or 2 people, it's really easy to be losing a lot of people, starting to lose a lot of shock bots. Then you start making mistakes, trying to play triple obelisk with the final boss, and it starts compounding the problems. But Leal and One Last Chance looking pretty solid here.
That's right, and you know, both of these teams just had a really rough time in some of their earlier matches, so that's where it kind of goes in the next step when we're looking at how all these teams are prepping and saying, okay, well, maybe they're, you know, the 8th seed is not preparing super hard to go against the number 1 seed, or, you know, the 6th seed, for example. So they're practicing for those lower bracket matches, and this is where we get to see, you know, the full extent of how they're improving on their time trials, like we had saw out of ramping, having a massive improvement in their freehold, for example. So it kind of just gets me even more excited for the next match here, Zyro.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. And the thing about the Leal, for sure, which is a team that we haven't seen before this series of cups, every single one of their players is a pretty well-known key player on live. You know, all of them have been high key pushers before, so that we know they have a good foundation of knowledge in the dungeons to build strats off of. It's really just taking those foundations and turning them into MDI strats, because going fast and trying to go for, well, essentially like four-chesting a key is a lot different from pushing a high key on live.
Leal, Undead, for Team Leal, hadn't started tanking until like 3 weeks ago, by the way.
Yeah.
Also true.
So, and that's what I was gonna say is they have tons of like institutional knowledge of like how the dungeons work, what the Jank's job is going to be, but playing together and playing those roles and even some multi-classing coming into it. You know, I know Sistar, for example, multi-classes a lot, and I'm not too familiar on this one. I'm not sure if Tettles or Zyro are more familiar with how Leal or Drastic are for their multi-classing, but that's going to be put to the test too.
So Draz, very prolific multi-classer. Leal is a rogue main, and I don't believe he is he is not the highest multi-classer I've ever seen. I know he can play Demon Hunter. I don't believe that he can play Hunter.
Okay.
Or DK.
We'll see if that's going to be put to the test. But first, let's start breaking down that junkyard just a bit more here.
Yeah, so we saw some fairly standard strategies coming into that junkyard from both Leal and One Last Chance. So their first pulls looked very similar. One Last Chance was playing Urgroth just a little bit before Team Leal was. So Leal got a little bit, or actually Leal was playing it a little bit earlier, I think, than One Last Chance. So one of the teams got a little bit of advantage on Gabamac, but it's like you're just kind of picking at straws about when you want to play Urgroth. Both of these teams were fine, and then they start moving into the Trixie Nano room. Both of them have adopted that European-style strategy of pulling Trixie Nano into that back corner with the patrolling 5-pack, with the far side mobs as well, and blowing those up with the double DK Demon Hunter comp. Or the double DK comp. Like, that's a really good innovation. Then they move into Gunker's area, pull the double Monstrosity, which is a very scary pull. So you have to make sure that you get it before the second Toxic Monstrosity cast goes through, because you can only revive a 1. And then both of these teams are just on to HK8 Aerial Oppression Unit, and Leal just got the edge on that one. No major mistakes out of either team, though.
No, and that's what we're going to be looking for here as we start transitioning into Freehold. And, you know, time trial times are pretty much in a dead heat, Nagura. 14:16 to 14:35.
Yeah, really close in the time trial times. Now, we've seen lots of teams already improve their time trials to the tournament, right? So it's definitely a possibility that either of those teams somehow improve their strategy and actually have a faster time. But this is definitely going to be really close. And yeah, I mean, this is an elimination match. So whoever loses this one is going to be out of the tournament. This means that there's going to be a lot of pressure on both of those teams to perform here.
Yeah, and even more pressure as well to have the potential to start messing with some of the seeding for the other teams, as it's pretty much set in stone. But this wouldn't be the first time, as this also kind of reminds me of last year's MDI Season 3, Zyro, where we started seeing, Week 3, a lot of strong teams coming in, and a lot of strong off-meta performances too.
Yeah, well, I think a lot of the strong off-meta performances were method.
True, but they were playing a lot of games.
But they were able to take series with those troll meta comps, so can't really hate on them for that. But yeah, I mean, we're not really seeing troll meta comps here, right? We're seeing pretty standard comps in Freehold, of course, like Tettles said, likely running that rogue over the hunter because he is a rogue main / not necessarily one trick, but that's just kind of the main that he's comfortable playing. And of course, they haven't had that much practice in the tournament realm, this being their first cup. These guys, it's going to be really interesting to see because we know that they have the same theoretical potential for this dungeon based off of their time trial times. It's just going to come down to whether or not they're able to execute in tournament play. And that's going to be a really good indicator of whether or not they'll be able to, move even further in the lower bracket after this series, because they're going to be going up against an even stronger team. That's right, and this is kind of building the momentum, and Leal definitely has the wind at their back on this one going into it. As we're getting the last bit of players ready, we're going to be getting at their ready checks and getting their performance together. We've seen a lot of Sanguine as well, Naguro, and throughout, I think a lot of these series, we've seen how it's been bogging down teams pretty consistently. What's the big thing that you'd look for one last chance to get back into it?
I think Sanguine management is going to be really important here, specifically for Freehold, because I think almost all of the teams are able to do the big pulls, right? Mm-hmm. But depending on how well you deal with the Sanguine, you're just going to be so much faster. You might not wipe if a mob or two heals from a Sanguine pool, but you're going to lose a lot of time having to finish off those mobs after they healed, especially when you do those huge kind of AoE pulls. If there's 7 mobs in a pool and 1 dies early and 6 mobs heal from 1 Sanguine pool, that's a lot of DPS lost, right? So you definitely want to make sure you deal with that properly. And I think that's also a big reason why we see Hunters a lot in the specific affix combination, just because Hunters are so good at actually controlling their damage. Well, maybe other damage classes we see in the MDI maybe are not as good as the Hunters at controlling their damage, and then maybe one mob dies early and all of a sudden it's going to be really hard to deal with Sanguine.
I mean, we even saw Method and A earlier today having issues with the major pull that they did right before Council of Captains, JB letting one of their DKs die.
Whoa!
Then they had to death strike their way back to full HP afterwards. I mean, this Sanguine affix is incredibly difficult, and when you factor in Grievous on top of that, it's a pretty challenging combination.
Listen, man, he kept them alive outside of Way of the Crane with like a quarter of his mana left, okay?
You don't need dude, he's a gamer.
Yeah, he is a gamer. He kept it together.
He probably wasted half of his mana on overhealing.
Okay.
Oh my goodness.
I'm getting spam DM'd right now. Apparently, let me quote this. Leal is not a one trick, and how dare I say that? So apparently Leal not a one trick. Not a one trick.
Tettles?
I apologize for offending Leal and Team Leal.
All of them, really.
Unbelievable.
Great offense. And you apologize to me too for dissing healers.
Healers are not people.
Leal.
All right, Tettles.
Certifiably not.
You could just ride that bench just a little longer. Oh, now we're going to tag you back in because you got some casting to do and analyzing. Let's get ready, guys. Game 2 between Leal and One Last Chance.
All right, so we see the comps are the same as we've seen them play in the time trial. So we see Triple Hunter from One Last Chance, well, Double Hunter plus Rogue. So I thought he's not a one trick. Why is he playing a rogue here in this dungeon? Well, interesting. So you see, One Last Chance is doing this initial pull, which we don't see a lot of teams do anymore, actually. It's a live server pull that happens a lot on live server keys, but in the MDI, most teams skip this initial pack and do the pull that Leal is doing on their side.
Yeah, this is Leal's definitely going for the more typical MDI strat, but the thing is, I mean, we know from time trials that they go for a similar overall time as well. You know, it wouldn't surprise me if One Last Chance opts to go for a kiting strat later on, because they are a team that, you know, they tend to go for safer strats overall, which is why we see them pulling that Sanguine earlier on. But I just have a feeling based off of the time trial times, knowing that pull is significantly slower in terms of timing compared to what we were seeing Leal doing, that I just have this gut feeling that they're gonna kite. I don't know what it is, just a feeling.
Well, I'm gonna trust in your feeling, and I believe as well that they're going to kite. You're definitely right. As One Last Chance is pulling this this pack here that does spawn the boss by itself. So yeah, very interesting to see that One Last Chance is choosing to do this kind of live server strategy here. But they probably tested it a lot of times. It is a time trial key, so they know what they're doing, and this seems to be the best way for them to deal with this. As Leal is now done with the trash, they're just waiting for the boss to spawn. They're up to 25% trash, while One Last Chance is only on 22%, but they actually managed to save their Bloodlust, which they are using for the boss.
So Leal just lost the advantage of doing that pull for the most part by when they were kiting out that major trash pull, they killed the pull that spawns the boss before they dealt with all of the other mobs. So while they were dealing with the final mob, they accidentally pulled Sky Captain Crag and reset it, which allowed One Last Chance to actually end up pulling the boss slightly before Leal did. And because they saved their Bloodlust for this pull, they have now taken the lead based off of that just one way that Leal killed the trash. Not that's a weird way to lose your advantage in a dungeon, but it just happened.
And it's also interesting that they would kill the Enforcers first, right? Because they have so much HP. Enforcers definitely have more HP than the other trash they pulled on top here. It must have been... maybe they just cleaved off of it and accidentally killed them too early. But yeah, definitely cost them quite a bit of time to wait for that boss to respawn after a reset. Well, One Last Chance. They're about to finish off Sky Captain Crag. They do not have the Rogue, so they have to use their Hunter utility to be able to do the rogue things in Freehold, for example going to the Ring of Booty and starting the event, then going past this Enforcer, and so on and so on. So we'll see which Hunter does the rogue duty later on.
Yep. Who do you think it's going to be?
I'm gonna say
it's Tunes.
I want to say Tunes too, but now that you said it, I'm gonna say Jet.
We can say the same thing.
No, I do not want to. Jet.
Okay.
I already agreed with you on the kiting. I can't agree with you again.
Oh, true. Okay. We can't agree on everything. That wouldn't be very fun for broadcast.
Exactly. Jet just fell off. Okay, this shoes.
You wanna change your choice?
He just fell off the bridge. Maybe it would have been Jet, but then he fell off, and then Tunes had to go.
All right. So you were going to say Tunes, and then you changed. So we were. Well, let's just say we were both right. How about that?
I'm gonna get half a point, okay?
Okay, half a point. One Last Chance, going for a different strategy from what we normally see, just going straight into the Council of Captains. Usually teams will just go for a major trash pull before this, but surprisingly, Leal's also going for the same thing, just both teams going straight into the boss before they ever have to worry about trash afterwards. Interesting choice, interesting change up from what we're used to seeing. I wonder what the reasoning for that is. So I think the reason that, for instance, we saw Method and A go for the trash pull before the Council of Captains is because the way they've crafted their routes throughout the past few weeks of the MDI is that they have a certain timing on when they use their cooldowns, specifically like on their DKs, right? So if you still go for the trash pull before you deal with Council of Captains, you can essentially still use your cooldowns in the same place, and then the rest of the dungeon will still be laid out in the same way. So I think that's the reasoning why we're seeing that from other teams, but Leal is a team that we haven't seen in the MDI yet, and One Last Chance, they kind of don't tend to run the DK comps in Freehold, like we're seeing them run triple hunter when we're Cell Method and they run double DK, so they don't really have to worry about cooldowns. I think that's why we're seeing this particular pull strategy from both teams.
Yeah, that's definitely possible. It's also, I mean, I thought that it might be pulling the boss first because their Hunter and their Rogue was gone doing the event, and I thought once they're back, they're gonna pull trash on top of it and just abuse those brews. But doesn't seem like either of those teams wanted to do that. I assume because of Sanguine as well. It's a pretty big risk having the boss heal in Sanguine, especially because these bosses, they jump around and they're hard to control. So maybe they just didn't want to take the risk with that Sanguine, but we see One Last Chance finish off the boss faster. They already did this pretty huge pull, and you see all of the Sanguine spawning now. So now the kiting is going to be very important from the tank, and also making sure the fixates are going to be dispelled or stunned immediately as soon as they happen, because if you have a fixate go on a person that stands in a different spot, then it will run through the Sanguine pulls, and you don't want that to happen, of course.
And you're seeing that happen right now for Leal. That Scavenger was fixated on Drastic, who walked the other direction from his group, and it's still at 50% HP from a slight amount of Sanguine healing versus the almost dead HP of everything else. Not ideal. These Scrappers now casting a little bit in the Sanguine, but the Ring of Peace is going to counteract that a little bit for them. So a little bit of Sanguine healing from not quite the best group positioning from Leal, but it didn't end up costing them too much time in the long run. One Last Chance, definitely maintaining that slight lead here.
Yep, for sure. They're doing a different pull here. I assume they're waiting for Ludwig to spawn. It seems like maybe their hunter did only started the event and didn't actually deal with the pick, maybe? Either way, they are dealing with this Crusher pack here in front of that obelisk. Sometimes we see teams that deal with this pack actually deal with the obelisk afterwards. So we will see if they do that, or if they just want this for trash percentage. That is possible as well. Ludwig already spawned on One Last Chance side, so it seems like they just want to chain it on top of this Crusher, which is low HP, and it would be a pretty big time loss to just finish it off by itself.
Yeah, and the Crushers are kind of dangerous when you factor in Sanguine as well, because they do have those casts in the boulder throw, as well as the smash as well. So if they start standing still for any particular period of time, like we just saw from that Crusher there, they just get some ticks of Sanguine off. The previous Crusher got a couple ticks off, and this Crusher got a couple ticks off. In the grand scheme of things, it's not that big of a deal, because their main focus is going to be Ludwig there. In the middle, of course, the guy that spawns the boss. But, any extra damage that you have to put out over the course of the fight is not something you really want to have to deal with.
Yeah, and it also looked like the Ring of Peace from Leal came out a little bit too early, and lots of the mobs got bounced into an already existing Sanguine pool, causing them to lose quite a bit of time on the trash mobs. Now, in the end, you still have to focus Ludwig, so it doesn't really matter if the smaller HP mobs heal a little bit, as long as Ludwig doesn't heal, because Ludwig is the trash mob that decides how long this pull lasts. So in the end, if the mobs die 5 seconds later or 5 seconds earlier, it's not going to be as big of a deal as long as you survive it on your tank.
Yep, absolutely. Something surprising ended up happening here. Leal went for some slightly bigger trash pulls and have actually caught up and surpassed One Last Chance in trash percentage. So the way that they pulled trash here has definitely been just more efficient than what we're seeing from One Last Chance, able to pull that out of their hats. One Last Chance now going for this major trash pull, making me eat my words right away here. They didn't like that I was saying Leal was catching up to them, I guess.
Definitely didn't like that, as they now seem to be pulling this one closer and closer to the room. Crusher's healing a lot for Leal's side. Unfortunately, in the end, they can just pull it on top of Trothak. But yeah, they do have a rogue, right? So it's definitely a little bit of a bigger damage loss for Leal to have this Crusher around. Even though Adler rogues do have the increased melee range, but if you have the Trothak AoE on top of also having the Crusher AoE, you probably are going to step out of range at some point, so definitely losing a little bit more damage, I assume, than One Last Chance with their Triple Hunter comp.
And I still remember from the days of MDI when we had triple rogue comps, all of the things that we had to talk about with rogues. Remember, rogues have the slightly increased melee distance, so they can DPS fully through Shark Tornado. I think if he's positioned right, he shouldn't worry too much about the ground shatter. He'll just have to run around in circles a little more, which can be a pain. But the other thing as well is, if rogues typically run one of those keep your wits about you traits, which gives you a higher chance to proc double sinister strikes on single target if you're cleaving a secondary target. So it actually is a slight single target gain to have a second target to hit as a rogue. And you can see Leal on the top of the meters right now, doing good damage on that rogue. So definitely not a detriment to his team at all, as he's top of the meters for him.
Definitely, and look at the HP of Trothak between those two teams. I mean, they're incredibly close, both of them. Trothak dying slightly faster for One Last Chance, and they're also 6% ahead, so One Last Chance definitely in the lead now. And neither of the teams has a death so far, so 0 seconds increase on the counter for them as well. What a clean run by both of them. But yeah, it's gonna be, it looks like none of the teams have played an obelisk so far. If both of them are gonna be kiting in the end, it's going to be so much pressure on those healers, because if they make a mistake, it's just going to be a full team wipe, and it's all going to be about that kiting then.
Yeah, let's see what trash they have left to clear here on both sides, right? We'll know very quickly based off the trash they pull, or based off whether or not they go on this obelisk, whether or not they plan on kiting. And okay, Leal's going on the obelisk, so they're not kiting. And one last chance is going on the obelisk, so they're not kiting either. So neither team's kiting. We're not going to see any healers denying mechanics, unfortunately for us, but they'll still have to deal with this triple awakened pull on top of Harlan, which can be dangerous.
Yep,
especially in
sure.
Grievous.
Yeah, definitely. Now, there's a 7% trash difference right now, but if Leal doesn't actually have to do an extra pull, this doesn't actually mean that much. If they pull trash on top of Harlan's suite, maybe with their friendly fire, or they also have the rogue, right? So they can use the riposte on that trash pack with the Ravager and get a little bit of extra percentage there, which One Last Chance cannot do as easily because they do have the Hunters instead of the Rogues. So definitely a little bit of an advantage here for Leal on their side if they want to do that trash pack. And they did deal with the Tankmaster faster as well.
Interesting choice here from Team Leal. Rogue hopping up to the boss here while everyone else is going to be running up, I'm assuming, to the boss in that realm. And yeah, Rogue will pull the boss for them, so they don't have to worry about running past any of the trash. I wonder if that was because they killed Urgoth too early and they didn't want to wait. They didn't want to wait out to run up. So that's an interesting choice for them as well. But both teams engaging Harlan's suite at the same time. Bloodlust popped for both teams, and it's all going to come down to a damage race here. It looks like you mentioned, that trash percentage shouldn't matter because they're just going to use cannon barrages to deal with it. The danger is going to come from those sanguine pools, but you don't have to pull the boss on top of yourself there, right? You can just have the hunters run out with cannon barrage and deal with the trash, right?
I think so. I mean, this is going to be incredibly close. We see Drastar pretty low here for Leal's side. Did manage to recover though, and yeah, I mean, the more they can cleave off the boss instead of focusing those awakened mobs will also just mean quite a lot. But it looks like both of them are just cleaving off Harlan's suite as it drops really. I think Leal is slightly ahead in boss damage, but it's still just incredibly close. I think the Hunters are going to be pulling ahead here at the end because it's only one target here, which means the Rogue might fall a little bit behind compared to the Hunters. So in the end, it might be more damage for One Last Chance. And now we see the middle pack being pulled by Leal.
Right after the loaded dice cast to enter phase 2 from Harlan's suite, so now the cannon barrage targets all the players and not just one of them. So they'll have 4 cannon balls per barrage. It's all going to come down to the sanguine management here for them, right? If they can keep everything stacked up, if they can use the cannonballs properly to kill the trash, here it comes. Cannon barrage for both teams going out, but only Leal's killing the trash. And it looks like it's going to get pretty low. They didn't quite kill all of it. And Harlan's suite healed for 20% of his HP. That's gonna be it. Unless One Last Chance finds a way to wipe, they're gonna be taking this game based off of that healing alone from Sanguine.
Very likely, but they still need to do the trash, right? It seems like One Last Chance is finishing off Harlan's suite first, and then still has to deal with 14% of trash, which, if they do the double Ravager pack, I believe that should be enough, right? They should be doing the double Ravager pack on the right. Plus, I assume somebody is doing the Ravager pack in the back as well, which overall should be enough trash for them. So triple Ravager for them to do, which should be 14%. We actually see one of the Hunters go over there with the turtle, pulling that pack, I assume, in the back. But why did he pull the middle pack? That seems to be a mistake as he's going down here. I think he just wanted to do the backpack with the third Ravager. But now someone else has to do it. This might be a big time loss for them, Jack going down.
What's going on? That's not time. It's not. The dungeon's not over. They still have to get percentage. They still have 4 percentage left on the board.
Is that gonna be
Leal? Into this final Ravager pack. Leal doesn't have the trash percentage either, though.
But the trash mob's right
Yeah,
there.
Leal doesn't have it either.
They have it right here.
This is actually close. This is neck and neck. The death timer
5
could
seconds.
be the difference here.
5 seconds?
98%. They're not done yet.
Oh my
They have
god.
to kill this
now.
final Ravager. Time for One Last Chance. Leal has 5 seconds, but it's not going to be enough. Wow. I think we're going to have to see official timers because it's going to be really close, but I'm pretty sure One Last Chance will be taking this game.
Yep, that's going to be... Yeah, they're already done, and looks like it's going to be One Last Chance tying up the series, and Leal very nearly 2-0'd, like right off the bat on that one, Tettles.
Oh yeah, no, both of these teams right up against their time trial time as well. It looked like Team Leal just had slightly like worse Sanguine management. That 20% on Harlan Sweet is just brutal. I also don't believe that they're supposed to be at 98% trash count, so I suspect that they may have missed something somewhere in their route, but it's really hard to tell where that was.
Yeah, and at that point, I was surprised that both teams really didn't grab more at that point, Nagura, just to grab everything in and just deal with it with the cannon barrage at the last second. So it was very, very odd that both teams took extra time afterwards.
Yeah, I mean, it looked like One Last Chance definitely was doing their strategy as planned. Except at the very last second, the Hunter, who was supposed to pull the left Ravager pack, forgot that the middle pack was there and just ran into it and died, which seemed very weird. And then that's why they scrambled at the end and almost lost there. So definitely a huge mistake by one of their Hunters not actually running past that trash pack. Or maybe he thought he's using camouflage and forgot to use it. I'm not really sure what happened there. But yeah, Leal could have won this if they pulled the Ravager while Harlan Sweet was still going on. That's definitely a possibility to do, to get the Ravager damage on the pack while fighting Harlan Sweet, because the trash is killing themselves, right? So that's definitely a mistake by them.
Yeah, and let's start breaking down what you got for us here, Tettles. Is the game just came down to an absolute nail-biter.
Oh, absolutely, dude. I felt like I was watching very similar things from both of these teams, just generally. How they were just progressing through the first half of this dungeon looked very neck and neck. Both of these teams do Crag pretty consistently. Both of these teams do the Council very consistently. And then they start to deviate a little bit. Leal does this insanely large pull with a Crusher right before... and then like into Ludwig, and that's where they made up a lot of time, I felt like, over the side of One Last Chance, where One Last Chance is just kind of playing a little bit more piecemeal, just doing a couple packs at a time, really taking good advantage of that triple Hunter composition to do a bunch of medium-sized pulls just over and over again, to be able to deal with that kind of stuff. They both kill Trothak within seconds of one another, and then, dude, right as Harlan Sweet was, it literally came down to the wire to when Harlan Sweet died. Leal was at 98% trash count, not fully done. One Last Chance, like Nagura was saying, had like some just random mistakes there, like at the very end. Dude, it was so close by both of these teams, and I really feel like either team can win this workshop coming up.
Yeah, that's right, and this is going to be, deciding both teams' fate here. Is ironic, is we're going to have to deal with Raging and Explosive, so... I think Leal might be busting out the Hunter onto this one just to show Tettles what's up.
Oh no.
You think so?
Yeah.
I would actually love that.
They actually played it already. They played the Hunter against Ethical, right? Triple Hunter.
Yes.
So Tettles was lying all along.
Yeah.
That's right.
Wait, Tettles, you made it up?
He literally just made it up.
Wait, I already said I was lying.
We're just bringing it
Say it again.
rehashing onto him.
Oh, okay.
We'll go easy onto him on that one. But let's talk Workshop, all right? Both of these teams seem to be fairly equally matched going into this one, but I think it's also a test of the depth for both of them as well, Zyro, because this is not a time trial dungeon.
No, it is not. This is a Workshop is. I mean, we've given it this sort of classification before, but it's very similar to Upper Karazhan, right? There's not much you can change about the pulls in this dungeon. So when you play this dungeon, you have to be perfect with your execution. Otherwise, the other team is just going to stomp all over you. So tiny things like managing the hammers properly on the first boss can give you a massive advantage. And I'm not really sure if either of these teams has had enough practice time to really kind of hammer out the Okay, I didn't mean to do that. I didn't mean to actually use your hammer.
Hammer?
I didn't mean to. No. Okay. They haven't had time to really come up with those strategies or practice those. Iron out. There you go. Practice those strategies as much as some of our top end teams. So it'll be impressive to see whether or not they can have, a clean, quick run in this workshop.
Ooh, I see something interesting.
Oh yeah? What do you see?
Do you see it?
Too.
It's a magician.
See a sorcerer.
It's a wizard.
Magus.
A wizard. Not a wizard. Not a warlock.
Yep.
A magician.
A blue hunter is going to be entering the
All right, no
field
more of this
for-
meme. I hate this meme. They're like,
We had a
these
yellow hunter
red
in the last match,
robes
too.
last season. Nope, no more of that meme either. Not everything's a hunter, not everything's a rogue.
You better watch it, Tells, or I'll start busting out the noodle jokes.
You know,
I like the noodle jokes. I thought the noodle jokes were funny.
If it was Boomkin, if people started if Boomkin was the meta and everybody started bringing something else that was slightly different, would you have any issue with us calling it a yellow Boomkin?
Yes, I think that's annoying too.
All right, Tettles. spoil our fun onto this one. Teams are getting ready to go as Workshop's going to be our decider to see who is moving on throughout the lower bracket and on to tomorrow. Reminder, we have our 4 seeds pretty much locked out. We have our top 4 pretty much locked in, but we don't quite know how the seeding is going to fully look until we get to the end of it on that one. So, going to be a lot on the line, and some of these teams can be playing spoiler as we get ourselves ready for Workshop with Mage coming up on the side of One Last Chance, while Leal is going to be running with that Triple Hunter. Let's do predictions onto this one. Is Ironic, who you got?
I'm gonna go with Tunes. One Last Chance.
Okay.
You know, they played pretty well all day today. They haven't, they haven't blown anyone out of the water, but they've been consistent all day. And I think consistency is going to be the key for a dungeon that wasn't in time trials. And you know what? I like the Fire Mage pick. What can I say?
All right. Ironic, friend of Warlocks. Nagura, who you got?
I'm gonna go with Leal. Unless the star dies. If the star dies one time, then it's one last chance.
That's toxic.
Tettles? Speaking of toxic, Tettles?
I think Leal will take this.
Tettles doesn't want to have
okay.
any of the angry whispers coming in. I understand.
You, Jack?
Wait, I think One Last Chance is good. What?
I was gonna get DMs from the other side. I'll allow it to tie up. I'll say One Last Chance onto this one. We'll see what they got. I do like bringing in the mage pick, and we haven't seen enough mages as well throughout this. It's so weird playing with mages all of the time on like live servers, and then you don't really see them at all in MDI. So looks like we're gonna be ready to go momentarily as Workshop, our final game of the day, gets going.
Alright, so let's see what Jad can do on that mage as he's pulling it out for this workshop here. Well, Leal is playing the triple hunter, meaning Leal actually can play hunter, not just rogue and demon hunter. So definitely does have that multi-classing potential on their side as well, as they're now gathering up that first trash pull here and gathering it underneath those hammers to abuse that extra damage from the hammers.
And it looks like both teams are going to be killing these at the exact same time with their second hammer hit. All of the tonks going down, of course, making sure that they kind of trick the hammers into thinking there are 5 of them by having all 5 players trigger at the hammer at the same time. It's really going to come down to, on this first boss, how good they are with the hammers. We saw perfect execution of it from Method and A earlier today, positioning that No Mercy on the right hammer that you can see on screen, and then positioning the Platinum Pummel on the left hammer, and then they can get the double smash on the second hammer. It's not as easy to pull off as it may seem. Yeah, there's a lot of weaving in and out from all the players. Of course, hunters are the best at doing that damage on the move, but it's still, it's kind of a dance that you have to deal with for sure.
Yeah, definitely, and we do see the combustion being popped here by One Last Chance, doing huge amounts of single target damage with that mage cooldown. Both of them also using Bloodlust here on that first boss. We see No Mercy being slightly lower on One Last Chance side because of that extra mage damage they have there. And now we see the Venjet going out, doing quite a bit of AoE damage because it is tyrannical. And now they want to bait the charge back to that hammer, so definitely don't want to have anyone out of position. And June actually dropping really low as he looked like the explosive went off.
Yeah, but the thing I'm laughing at, did everyone on One Last Chance get faux flippered there? Like, everyone got knocked way in the air. That was pretty ridiculous to watch. Both teams, however, pulling off that strategy with No Mercy, able to get it under the third hammer, and then of course they'll be able to use this final hammer to do a ton of damage to Platinum Pummeler, more damage than the players will do for sure. You'll see massive chunks of damage coming out on Platinum Pummeler with every single hammer hit here. And yeah, not quite as fast as Method and A earlier today. I mean, let's be honest, that 147 Method and A kill of this boss was pretty ridiculous, and it's a hard thing to pull off in general. So I'm not surprised to see these teams having issues with it. But still, I mean, not terrible execution from either team here.
Yeah, definitely. And it really looks like the Bloodlust itself really doesn't give you that much of a time advantage here. It's really just about how you handle the hammers and how you handle the Platinum Pummeler. It looks like Leal handled it a little bit better on their side as they're now already trying to gather up the next trash. Now, we'll see what kind of strategy those two teams choose. We sometimes see them skip those processing units or we see them pull it on top of the rest of the trash. Looks like Leal is trying to skip them as Undead is off-tanking them and then leaping away, shadow melting, while One Last Chance seems to be just gathering it all up. Never mind, they're melting too. Never mind, I lied.
Yeah. They're melding and then they're going, I guess. Who knows what they're doing over here. Both teams going for the similar pull here, pulling literally all of the trash in this corridor and pulling it behind this pillar so they don't have to worry about line of sighting that explosive. Don't have to worry about killing any of those. And then, of course, afterwards, they'll set up for this boss pull. You can see that Latent Arcana being channeled on Jet, meaning he's ready to go with his combustion in about 20 seconds, going for that double on-use meta with Fire Mages. And the Fire Mage is pretty much going to be able to solo all of this trash once they pull it on top of Cujo here. But Leal going down for Team Leal, and that might just be not being used to play Hunter. Honestly, that could be a potential problem there.
Definitely. We also saw June drop incredibly low for One Last Chance, but they did manage to recover there. He was at like 2% HP, so really low on their side. While Leal going down, and they had to commit that engineering battle rest, which just takes a little while longer compared to like a DK rest that we see on when they're running different comps. So definitely losing a little bit of time there. But now they are engaging Cujo on both sides. Jet going down. They can use that engineer battle rest as well, but losing. Okay, looks like he got the combustion damage out. So in the end, they're not losing a lot of damage overall, because after combustion is done, the mage is not really doing as much. So it seems to be not as big of a deal for them.
I mean, I wouldn't even res him, to be honest. Like, you're not going to use a second combust on this fight, which means the damage he's going to do for the rest of the fight is pretty meaningless. The hunters can carry most of it on their own, but that would be the safety play, right?
Yeah.
And that's kind of what we know these teams for, is for playing safe. So I'm kind of surprised they opted to go for the res here. Having that later on for like for the third boss would be a pretty big deal, I think, because we know how difficult that boss can be, especially with this triple ranged comp. But yeah, I mean, that's the power of the Fire Mage right there. Having double on use trinkets, so having the font of Ishara, that's like 3,500 intellect, plus the actual Gladiator's badge intellect. They have like 8,000 extra intellect when they pop their combust. It's a lot of single target burst damage on the boss, but you have to remember the ignite from that spread, so they have this ticking 200k ignite on every single mob. Part of the reason we're seeing Fire Mage specifically in this dungeon alone is because that combustion cooldown is the best on-demand burst damage in the game for like 5, 6, or 7 targets. They just do a ridiculous amount of damage.
Yeah, definitely. One thing to note as well is that One Last Chance actually pulled quite a lot more trash on that pull here on top of Cujo, so they are 8% ahead, which means they will be able to skip the robots on the bridge right in front of the last boss, and that will make up quite a bit of time as well compared to Leal, who will have to play those mobs to get their percentage. So something to keep an eye out for later on. Leal is going to be able to finish up Cujo in before One Last Chance, but yeah, I think One Last Chance is still ahead just because of that extra trash percentage that they have.
Yeah, I'd agree with you. I think it's actually really close,
Yeah.
but I think you're right. I think One Last Chance is just ever so slightly in the lead because they were able to pull off this trash pull, and they have the extra trash on the board, even though Cujo went down for Leal first. So it's really going to come down to what that trash percentage is going to be later on. And the big question for me is how efficiently Leal's going to be able to deal with that third boss pull, which we know teams like to pull trash into. We know it's going to be pretty much a walk in the park for One Last Chance because Fire Mage makes that pull a breeze if your tank is able to stay alive. It absolutely chews through that trash, and your hunters don't really have to worry about doing too much damage. So it's going to be an easier time for them. I don't really see where Leal's supposed to build an advantage in the dungeon here. I'm not really sure what the triple hunter brings over having the mage in their comp. I actually really like the one mage in this comp right now.
Yeah, mage definitely. I mean, if you're gonna play a mage anywhere, then it is gonna be workshop. There's just so much value out of that mage combustion. Definitely. On all bosses, you can pull trash on top, and then the last boss, you have the awaken mobs. So definitely huge value for that combustion. Now, I think the downside of mage is this gauntlet here specifically, because you have combustion for one of the trash pulls, but you don't have it for the other two. So I feel like this is the only thing where hunters are actually going to be overall faster. But yeah, the rest of the boss pulls are definitely going to be in One Last Chance's favor with that mage.
Yep, Combustion's going to be coming out on this 3-pack of Defender bots, and you're going to be able to see, once again, the damage that Combustion can pump out here. He's going to probably pop up to, if I had to guess, 250 to 300k if he had a clean Combustion, but it doesn't look like it was a clean Combustion unfortunately. The meteor coming down after the combustion, so definitely not ideal. There is a little bit of a skill cap to combustion. You have to make sure you set up properly, make sure you have both trinkets available, make sure you are properly stacking your Blaster Master, giving yourself ample opportunity for Lucid Dreams to proc for more Fire Blast charges during combust. And there's a big difference between a good and a bad combust. It can be up to 100k extra damage on your Ignite tick. So if you have a bad combust, especially on a cleave target like that, it could be a big problem. The thing about it is, these players on the tournament realm have such ridiculously optimized gear that even a bad combust should be good. And I think that was probably about the lowest end of RNG you can ever see out of a combust.
Yeah, and we see the mage now. You can see him being on the stairs here, being elevated. That means that this discharge here will not actually hit him because he will be basically over it. He's elevating it. And this is why you see him standing all the way up there, meaning he doesn't have to move, so he will not lose any sort of damage. Leal, on the other hand, already in that Void Weaver obelisk, making sure they kite it all the way to the next boss, Spark Flux. Then we will see them use a snapping mechanic where Undead will just jump on one of these, on basically anything that will snap the boss to them, and they'll just killing it on the way. And then it will be important to see how well they can pull off the trash pull on top of the Spark Flux, because we've seen teams struggle with that specific pull already.
And yeah, I mean, almost every single time we've seen a team wipe to that particular pull, it's one of two things, right? It's either your tank instantly dying and the trash pull being completely dead and you have to somehow try to reset with some combination of Feign Death or Shadow Meld, or one or two of your hunters dies and you have to reset the boss after the trash is dead. We saw that twice today already, right? So it's really going to come down to how these teams deal with it. And it looks like Leal's just not dealing with it at all. They're just dealing with the trash pack by itself. So that's an interesting choice to make. But you can see Jet channeling the Font of Ishara there, getting geared up for this pull, and they are pulling Void Weaver Malthair down into this boss room, or they're getting ready to go down into the boss room. So here we go. If they can pull this pull off with the Fire Mage, this will get them back into the dungeon because they will be pulling Spark Flux at roughly the same time Leal is.
Definitely. Leal did pull the boss now, but One Last Chance did as well. So One Last Chance definitely pulling the boss on top of the trash immediately, while Leal felt like that was too risky for them. They did try to get the trash low, and then but Raiden going down for One Last Chance. They have to use an Engineering Rest, but it will cost quite a bit of time. It's hard to use your Engineering Rest on this boss because there's so many things going on, and you see Jet dropping incredibly low because of the debuff, needs to use the Ice Block, and now we see a Waste also having a debuff on him. There we go, Raiden getting back up and did use the Dispel. But that was a very scary moment. Well recovered from that one.
But they still have 4 of these mobs alive, 3 of them in that Raging Affix already. They're going to have to make sure they deal with them. Looks like they are going to be able to finish them off, but in that time, the advantage they gained from pulling the trash on top of the boss right away versus delaying it a little bit is gone. Leal's back in the lead now. They've been able to consistently get single target damage on top of the boss, and it's given them a 15% boss damage lead on this tyrannical boss. And on top of that, they have the extra death on the board for One Last Chance, so 5 more seconds of an advantage for Leal here.
But the 7% trash, right? I think this is incredibly close now. With the 5 seconds and the boss advantage that Leal has, but One Last Chance with the trash advantage, meaning they don't have to pull those robots on the bridge. I think this is super close between those two teams, and it's all going to come down to how to deal with the trash pack on the bridge and how to deal with the boss, with the last boss, I mean, and the Wake 'em Ups. This is incredibly close between those two teams. And what a series as well. I mean, this is a 3-game series, and both of the teams really fighting to stay in this tournament, because the team that is losing here will be out and will be eliminated.
Yep, fighting for the tournament lives in this workshop here. It's a win or go home for both teams, so we're gonna have to keep an eye on how they play this out. I think I want to give a slight advantage again to One Last Chance, but Shun's taking the Fire Beam there. He's going to have to get a lot of attention from Rhydon there, maybe even the bubble there, if that's even available. He's going to be taking a lot of damage from that debuff. Looks like it's just now wearing off, so he is able to get healed through it, but that's a scary debuff to be taking in a 19 tyrannical setting.
Yeah, definitely don't want to see that one. Thankfully did manage to survive, and they're out of battle rushes as well for One Last Chance, right? So they can't have any more mistakes on their side. While Leal, on the other hand, they're already down with the boss. They are engaging the spider tanks now. The one that is marked with a skull will trigger the event for the robot to spawn to get into the last bridge. So definitely want to make sure they focus that one, just to be slightly faster. And now One Last Chance finish off the boss as well. But quite a bit of a difference here between those two teams now.
Oh yeah, and I think the big advantage for One Last Chance here is the fact that they have that combust available to them for the final boss. If there's no scuffed combust, they will have a much better time dealing with those awakened mobs just because of the big burst damage that comes from a good combust. So we'll have to keep an eye on that as well. For them, Leal just keeping that time advantage in the dungeon. A slight lead in where they are on the dungeon is just what they've had pretty much since that Cujo room. It's going to come down to what the difference is in trash pulls here. Is the extra trash going to matter for them?
Yeah, so we will see Leal now having to pull all of this trash on the bridge, except of course the last area here on the top. So they pull those robots on top of the 3-pack here. They will be using those shield generators so you get the damage reduction, and you see the range and the healer standing in it to just reduce the incoming damage. They also stack, so if the shield generators overlap, you can stand in the middle and get both of the buffs stacking on you. This is why we see all of the hunters do that, and you can even stand in that squirrel AoE. As long as you just stand in a bubble, it will do reduced damage, and therefore it is fine. But yeah, you see them taking quite a bit of time because they have to deal with these defender bots here. While One Last Chance, they don't have to pull those. They only have to pull the 3 mobs, and then they're gonna be done.
Yep. Yeah, definitely. Wow, that was actually really well dealt with by Leal. I mean,
yeah, that was quick.
They've catapulted themselves in a lead with that, for sure, right? That was really impressive to pull off for them. And One Last Chance still dealing with his first trash pack, and they're not really making any headway here either. Are they planning on?
They might use it to skip.
Yeah, they might use it to skip. I don't think they're gonna just deal with it by itself. That would be weird.
Yeah, they're probably skipping. Yeah.
Waste is still outside, so they're going to be skipping. I see. That's going to cost them some time, though.
I think so, because they have to walk through the slow, right? They have to walk through the slow, which will take I wonder why they're not just doing the hunter skip, which like almost every other team is doing, right? Maybe they thought maybe they wiped it in practice a few times and figured it's too risky, and yeah, but interesting to see.
Undead dropping incredibly low on this trash pack. They're almost going down. He does go down. The only battle res they have available is the unstable temporal time shifter, but Jamal also goes down too, and there's no way you're going to do this boss with one of those players dead. They're going to have to get a reset of the boss off somehow, and if they're able to pull a reset off with a double feign death, they still have to use a battle res on Jamal, but Undead has released, and this is a worst case scenario for Leal, who's been playing so well up to this point. One Last Chance is just given a way back into the dungeon here. They're given one last chance.
Yeah, what a disaster. One Last Chance is now engaging the last boss as well. It took them quite a while actually to get there, so they are a little bit delayed, but they also have to deal with those 3 obelisks, and it's going to be so much easier for One Last Chance because they have the combustion, right? You see the huge amount of damage the mage is doing, almost 500k DPS, and those awaken mobs are just melting because of the damage that the mage is doing, so it's going to be so much easier for them to pull this off. And you see Shara's actually getting the Spirit Breaker here, the very first one, but the rest of the Spirit Breakers are being taunted by the Hunter pads, so shouldn't be any more problems for them to finish this off. And yeah, just what a huge mistake here by Leal.
Yep, Jet making sure he doesn't have a messed up combust this time around. Yeah, I was reviewing some of that combust footage from the 3-pack earlier. There was one point where he didn't pyro for like 4 seconds, so that wasn't the greatest there. A little bit of a scary moment here, dropping very low from this, but once that final Awakened Mobs goes down, all they have left to deal with is the boss, and it should be a clear cut to the end for One Last Chance. But yeah, making sure, sometimes combust, things can go a little awry, but looks like he had a good one here.
Yeah, and I feel like, One Last Chance has been lucky for the second time now. Tunes actually dropped incredibly low on that first Cujo pull, where I think he survived with like 2% HP, and now we saw Waste drop to 2% HP as well, because of an explosive going off, on top of also having the Giga Step on him. So incredibly close for them, but thankfully they did manage to keep him up, because they're out of battle reses, right? So if Wasteorf would have went down there and his Hunter, they needed to either 4-man the boss or reset. Probably would have 4-man, because resetting means all of the Awakened mobs will respawn. But yeah, unfortunate for Leal. They really had a clean run in this whole tournament, really, considering that this is their first cup in this MDI season. They really played incredibly well, so really kudos to them. And mistakes happen, things like that just happen, unfortunately, but One Last Chance just having a cleaner run on their side, and just also showing how good a mage can be in this workshop.
Are you trying to cast a curse them because you voted for them to win?
No.
It sounds like you're trying to cast your Kirsten with what you're saying.
I would never.
Combust again coming out for Jet here. That's going to be his final instance of doing any meaningful damage over the course of the dungeon, because of course mages don't do anything outside of Combust. Everyone knows that, just kind of like Warlocks too. It's going to be all down to the Hunters for one last chance to finish off this boss. And it looks like the second time around, Leal is actually dealing with the Awakened mobs just fine, but really that one wipe to Awakened mobs is just kind of going to seal the deal for them here.
Yeah, and it could have been maybe a Hunter missing the taunt, getting the Spirit Breaker on Undead, or maybe a cooldown not being up yet, or I'm not sure. So many things can go wrong on this Awaken pull. It's really difficult to pull off, and so many things are happening at the same time, and just one thing going wrong means it's going to be a team wipe, especially if you don't have a Battle Rest class, right? If you don't have a DK or something like that to get your tank immediately back up, just means the healer dies right after, and it's just going to be a wipe. So yeah, mistakes by Leal, but it happens, and yeah, they did have a really good performance overall, so still very impressive by them. One last chance on the other side though. They are about to finish up Omega Buster, 32% left for them, and this was a really close game, and I really like to watch that because I think all three games were just incredibly close.
Habs, yeah, for sure. I mean, these two teams, like we mentioned coming into it, I think it was Tettles called it was going to be a 3-game series. Actually, no, it was Jack. Jack called it was going to be a 3-game series because of how close these teams were playing in the previous match. They both go for a pretty safe play style. No deaths on the board, very, very low deaths on the board for both teams in all these dungeons, but at the same time, not quite the highest of strategies for either team. It'll be interesting to see if they're going to be able to take any games off of Villains tomorrow, because we saw them also having some similar issues as well, but being one of the teams to go for that higher strategy.
Yep, I agree, and they're about to finish off King Macagon now on One Last Chance side. And there we go, One Last Chance winning against Leal 2-1 means One Last Chance is going to advance to tomorrow's tournament, while Leal unfortunately is going to be out of the tournament.
That's right. Congratulations to One Last Chance on their victory, wrapping up our day. And, also kudos to Leal for putting up a very strong performance throughout. I mean, being competitive and staying competitive is always something we want to be able to see, and a lot of times we don't get as impressive of lower bracket matches as well, Tettle. So good on both of these teams for keeping it close throughout. And honestly, while you guys mentioned it was kind of like an MDI light in some strategies that they were doing, they weren't having such great, crazy risks that we've seen from others that would result in catastrophic wipes.
Oh, absolutely.
That's the lightest flame I've ever heard. Sorry.
Man, I didn't feel like it was flame. I felt like that was like I felt like it was a good point to make. So Leal has a lot of MDI veterans on their team, and they're able to do these strategies. But I think that they just need a little bit more practice in terms of what they're doing. Like I talked about earlier, Dad has literally been tanking for 3 weeks. It's going to be hard to be able to just come up with the stuff that you see these strong tanks like Skylark and Lighty and that they've been doing the whole expansion. It's just how it's going to be. I felt like what they showed today was exceptionally good. One Last Chance on the other side, I felt like what they showed today was also exceptionally good. And this turned into a 3-game series that was incredibly close, where neither team looked like they were going to have a 30-death run. I guess the bar may be a little bit low, but I felt like this was really good showing by both teams.
I think that's something we've seen a couple times in the past of, strong showings later on in the tournament. I mean, we saw it, season 3 as well, Nagura, with what was the boys really stepping up, or we are also seeing, Shella's team and Paint for Femme kind of reorganizing themselves at the end of season 3, and then they come into season 4 and they're competing and fighting for, those land spots, those global final spots as well, right?
Yeah, One Last Chance also had some, I think they changed their roster a little bit throughout the cups as well, which means they're gonna have to learn the synergy again between the team members and figure out how the members use their interrupts and their utility and whatnot. So they have to relearn the dungeons a little bit because of the roster swaps, meaning they fell a little bit behind. But I think they definitely have potential to do really well. And we've seen how clean they play. I think most of the time for One Last Chance, it's just going to be to maybe take a little bit more risks, because most of the strategies we've seen by them were definitely a little bit slower compared to the higher tier teams. But overall, they play really cleanly. So once they get a little bit more practice, and once they really take more risk and do those maybe riskier strategies and faster strategies, then I definitely think they can also compete with the higher teams as well.
That's right. And let's start breaking down that last matchup, because till the very end, it was great to see neck and neck.
Yeah, exactly. So Leal and One Last Chance like we were saying, Leal took a little bit of an early lead with how they ended up killing the coin-operated crowd pummeler No Mercy for You. Not coin-operated crowd pummeler. The platinum pummeler No Mercy for You. It's just just hammer management at that point. And then One Last Chance has the most insane pull utilizing the absolute raw power of Fire Mage straight into Kuja, really showing why that pick can be strong in a dungeon like Workshop. Leal then shows that they have came to play. They play a great pull into Head Machinist Spark Flux, using that triple hunter and using all of their strengths from that composition to keep it clean and keep it consistent. Unfortunately, Team Leal did have that wipe, a bunch of those deaths coming in on that final boss in King Mechagon. But overall, it allowed One Last Chance just way back in the match. They jumped on that opportunity to be able to take it and progress further on into the tournament.
That's right, and we are going to be seeing more of them tomorrow as they'll advance on into the lower bracket. And it's been a kind of a jam-packed day as well, Zyro. We've been seeing some of the final products of everybody in the Americas, and some of it's looked great, and some of it has looked the other end of the spectrum. We've had the struggles. We've seen teams have really bad day ones, and we'll have to see what they're going to bring in day two.
Yep, absolutely. I mean, unsurprisingly, the team that I'm looking to bounce back from the way they played today is Complexity Limit, but not because of the reasons that you would think, right? They definitely didn't play up to their standard today, and it's going to be really important for them in particular to play better moving forward. The other team that I really want to point out as well is Ethical. They have a chance to lock in their second seed tomorrow if they win against Method NA. So that's going to be an incredibly important match to look forward to, and they've been playing well enough to potentially lock it up.
They have, and as we take a look at our bracket, it's summarized what's been going on today. We did see Ethical advance into the upper bracket against Method NA, so they will be our third series for tomorrow. And we're also going to be looking at some big back-to-back elimination rounds as Complexity Limit and Goosy Bad are fighting to stay in the tournament and improve their seeding, while Villains and One Last Chance will also be fighting for playing Spoiler in many cases as well, Tettles.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I think that you were spot on with that Ethical versus Method NA analysis, dude. I feel like that match is going to be so hype. I feel like Ethical was in a similar spot that, like, Perplexed was in, where I feel like they're just so close to being able to take, like a match off of Method NA. But Method NA always showing why they are, like, consistent and that great team. And just like continuing to pull further away. So it'll be interesting to see if Ethical will be able to finally close out a win.
That's right. And let's talk about our schedule for tomorrow. As we did mention, we're having back-to-back elimination rounds with Complexity Limit versus Goosy Bad, Villains versus One Last Chance, followed by Method NA versus Ethical, and then we will be rounding up our day with lower semis, lower finals, and then our grand finals to see who will be taking home our final America's Cup, and be seeing what our final seeding is going to be looking like as we prepare for our global finals this summer. So we have a pretty action-packed day tomorrow, and not only that, Nagura, but we're also going to have our judging for our MDI screenshots as well. So, make sure you tweet at Warcraft with the hashtag MDI screenshot of just some events of you playing with your friends, having a grand and merry time. What do you think your picture's going to be, Nagura? Do you have anybody you're going to have a little tea party with, or, crush bosses with, or something like that?
I don't have any friends, so...
Aw, well, I mean, we're your friends, minus Tettles, or...
Well, I guess we're nobody.
I don't want to be associated with Nagura.
Well, most
Thanks,
of you
though.
play the other region.
Yeah, exactly. You're automatically associated with each other.
Well, Jack,
be quiet, Manuel Daniel.
I went in with some of my closest friends last night and gave away 87 dragons to some of my other closest friends. So I think I have an idea of who should win this friendship giveaway tomorrow, and I think it's the person who put those runs together.
That's right.
Not me. It wasn't
I was about to. I got you.
Zyro's taking claim here.
Holy Zoria.
That's right. Holy Zoria has been organizing behind the scenes the friendship dragon runs that Zyro and I have been participating in and getting people their mounts and stuff. So, different acts of friendship within WoW. Be sure to check out different things and share some of your own experiences as well, and comes down to just playing some games together and getting to cast some games together with all my casters here minus Stratnos because he went to push live keys without Tettles.
Yeah, dude, Dretnos is fake friend, bro. Didn't even invite me. He just like
Cut up
dips
the
out.
picture now with you, Dretnos.
Just probably get
Well,
action.
he was just visiting me on the bench. I mean, Dretnos and I have a working relationship where we know that above friendship is always IO, and these guys in the NBA also know that above friendship is IO.
Workplace acquaintances.
Oh my goodness. Well, from my work acquaintances to yours, thank you so much for joining us for our first day of the third America's Cup. We will be back tomorrow at noon Eastern, I want to say, 1800 CET. Is that right, Nagura? Are we
Yep.
good on? Yes! Nail time zones. Crush it, as we will be crowning our NA champions and figuring out all of the seeding. Thanks for watching, guys. We'll catch you all tomorrow.